This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Zong lay on the bed, holding a red pendant in her hand, and slowly swinging it above her eyes. There was an endless roar in her ears. The red pendant seemed to turn into a sea of fire in an instant, swallowing her up. She should be dead. But I don't know why she is alive again. Before when Zong died, she was a glorious teacher of bear children, mainly responsible for the theoretical courses of the Imperial University's Mecha department. Before becoming a teacher, she was the Empire's sharp knife. Dawn. As a member of the army, he was forced to retire because he broke a leg during a mission and could not drive a mecha. He used his connections to become a mecha theory teacher. As the sharp knife of the Empire, Wenzong secretly studied hand-operated mechas in order to be able to go to the battlefield for another 50 years. After going through many difficulties, Wenzong finally succeeded. Just when Wenzong was about to find a wilderness to test his mecha, he encountered a car accident on the road. In order to save people, he ended up getting himself involved in the energy explosion, and it is estimated that there is no trace of his body. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a completely different world. The Empire, the Federation, and the Third Peace Organization were in a three-way competition, and Wenzong was still in the Empire. There was everything here, except her hometown. However, there were hand-operated mechas here. Combat mechas can be roughly divided into humanoid mechas, which look like a person, pseudomechas, which are mostly strange animal-like forms, and composite mechas, which provide transformation services. The driving modes of mechas can be roughly divided into two types: hand-operated mode and neural sensing mode. That is, manual mecha and sensor mecha. Manual mode, operation depends entirely on hand speed and code, while neural sensor mode connects the nervous system to the mecha through the head sensor. In Wenzong's world, there are only sensor mechas, and manual mechas were eliminated to some corner of the universe 800 years ago. Sensor mechas are good in every way, but the operator cannot be missing arms or legs, otherwise once connected to the sensor, the mecha will be half disabled. Wenzong was forced to retire because he was missing a leg, and the mechanical prosthesis did not have the human nervous system, which made the sensor unable to recognize it at all. In this world, in addition to the manual mode and the sensor mode, a mental sensor mode is added. The driver's mental power is connected to the mecha sensor, which perfectly fills the loopholes of the neural sensor mode. If she had known that this would happen, she would not have bothered to study manual mechas. Wenzong howled in frustration and grasped the pendant to examine it carefully. The pendant was a flame-shaped bottle cap, all red, with only a white cloud pattern engraved in the middle. This is a mecha space button, which contains the hand-operated mecha fire cloud developed by Wenzong himself. After being reborn, she brought the mecha with her. Wenzong really didn't know whether the universe god felt sorry for her heroic death and brought her a thought, but since she was here, she might as well make the best of it, since she couldn't go back to die anyway. Classmate Wenzong, come down to eat. Wenzong heard his chief father calling for people, put the fire cloud back on his neck, stuffed it into his clothes, put on his slippers, and went downstairs. When Wenzong went downstairs, when he was setting up the dishes, he was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, a pair of particularly exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, a thin gold chain hanging down to his shoulders, and a pair of fox eyes, which gave him a sense of peace and tranquility. When he saw Wenzong coming down and waved to her, with a smile on his lips and fine lines on his curved eyes. Wenzong sat opposite him and just picked up the chopsticks when he heard Wen Yi say, "Wenzong, it's not too late for you to return to the command department now." Wenzong swallowed a mouthful of food and said, "No, I have no fate with the command department." Isn't it fate? When she was reborn, she happened to catch up with the mobilization meeting for the military training of freshmen. Each major was assigned to an instructor. After the instructor led the students, he held a brief mobilization meeting, which was summarized as follows: "Although our command department is a brainworker, we can't lose to the big guys in the mecha department next door, who only have muscles but no brains. Even if we lose, we can't lose too badly. Look at this contempt chain, look at this map cannon." Then during the 2 days when she went home to prepare for military training, Wenzong used the privilege of his father being a professor in the command department to forcibly turn the tide, and transferred from the command department to the mecha department. The mecha girl will never admit defeat. When he sighed and lowered his voice, "How can I explain to Ms. Lin if you are like this?" Wenzong imitated Wen Yi and sighed, "You couldn't explain to Ms. Lin when I filled in the command major. That word is really meaningful." Wenzong has the original owner's memory, and she received it very well, without any sense of disobedience, as if these 18 years of life were what she had experienced herself, but there was no confusion with the original memory. It was as if she had awakened the memory of her previous life in a trance, which was also very magical. Ms. Lin's full name is Lin Yunhe. She is the daughter-in-law of Wen Yi, the biological mother of Wen Zong, and she is also a very good mecha operator. When she first went to Helen Star, she was attacked and left behind her 1-year-old daughter and her old husband, who stayed behind in the capital Star. Wen Yi never concealed the fact that Wen Zong had no mother, and never concealed Lin Yunhe's love for her daughter. A big man who was about to be promoted to Major General after his wife died, resolutely decided to retire and raise his daughter alone. He was determined to raise his daughter in the arts, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, whichever was quiet. Unfortunately, no matter which Wen Zong is, he is not a pushover. When the original owner applied for the Major of Command without telling her father, Wen Zong insisted on transferring to the Mecha department after he came. When he choked with blood in his heart and kept saying, "My daughter, you might as well go to the command department, at least your father is watching you," Wen Zong was very cold. "I won't. This is my last stubbornness." When he finished the meal very aggrievedly, and Wen Zong cleaned up the table very consciously, and threw the bowl into the dishwasher. Seeing that Wen Yi still had that worried look of "oh my god, my daughter is in the rebellious phase," Wen Zong went over and put his arm around Wen Yi's shoulders. "Teacher Wen Yi, are you still willing to send me to the training camp?" Wen Yi immediately became excited. "Wait, Dad will pack your things for you." Wen Zong quickly put his arm around him. Dad, my dear Dad. Except for the 2 sets of military training uniforms and toiletries issued by the school, you can't bring anything else to the training camp, not even a computer." Wen Yi certainly knew the rules, but when it came to his own daughter, his heart was completely biased. While thinking about the rules, he tried his best to find loopholes. He stuffed a suitcase with medical supplies for treating injuries and jerky that can grind teeth and replenish energy, and the odds and ends plus the military training uniforms. Wen Zong felt the weight of the suitcase and missed the storage pockets in his hometown. I don't know what went wrong. The space technology in this world is extremely backward. There is not even a storage pocket, let alone a space button that can load a mecha. Wen Zong's space button can also hold luggage, but once it is taken out, there is no way to explain it. There will definitely be countless troubles in the future. It is better to have less trouble than more. For the sake of his life, Wen Zong decided to hide the space button for your convenience. After packing up, Wen Yi drove the aircraft. Wen Zong sat on the aircraft and looked down at the city from a high altitude. There were tall buildings, energy vehicles and pedestrians were in a hurry, small aircraft shuttled among the tall buildings, and people were like small ants, walking in their own directions. It seemed like a faint light, but it could form a sea of stars. This is the capital planet of the Empire, named Cestia, which means beautiful dawn. The first military academy has its own training base, which is not big but has everything, including ravines, rivers, lawns, depressions, and training grounds, which is more than enough to make the freshmen run wild. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the base. Wen Yi reluctantly sent his daughter to the door, and couldn't help but mutter, "How can you keep up with the pace if you haven't received systematic training since childhood? If you can't hold on, borrow your instructor's light brain and send me a message. We can still study in the art department, or at least the command department." Wen Zong took the suitcase from his father, took off the laptop and put it in Wen Yi's arms, saying, "Professor Wen, please rest assured, as your daughter, I will never back down." Professor Wen, "No, I'm worried, but his daughter has a heart as hard as iron." After asking the guard about the gathering place of the Mecha department, she abandoned her old father and walked into the base without looking back. Wen Yi, girls can't be kept when they grow up. Wen Zong, who got a map from the guard, looked for his own gathering place on the map. The Mecha department was assigned to the most chaotic place, with a flat section and the rest were all potholes. Compared with other departments, the training area of the Mecha department is quite large, and the area of potholes is also considerable. Wen Zong arrived neither too early nor too late. The base only had a canteen, a bathhouse and instructors' dormitories, but no student dormitories, so he had to go get a tent first. When Wen Zong arrived, there were more than a dozen people queuing in front of him. Wen Zong quickly lined up, got a tent and a wristwatch communicator used for military training, and marked his name, which was considered as reporting. Wen Zong put the communicator on his left hand, and then he carried the tent in one hand and dragged the suitcase in the other hand, and was ready to find a place to settle down. The instructor specially marked out an area for placing tents according to the practice of previous years. The terrain in the area was hard to describe, but the basic facilities were all there. Those who came earlier had already occupied the flat land. Wenzong picked and chose, and barely found a relatively flat place. Before becoming a teacher, Wenzong had almost perfected his outdoor survival skills, but his skills were almost useless after not using them for a long time. Wenzong looked at the tent in his hand, quietly rubbed against his classmates to learn from their experience, and finally finished his doghouse for a month before the assembly. He didn't notice how perverted his behavior was, or how weird the classmates' eyes were. The classmate who learned from his experience. Mom, there's a pervert here. The instructor's whistle blew on time. Wenzong changed his clothes and quickly assembled with a large group, women in front and men in the back, lining up according to height. Unfortunately, there is only one girl in the Mecha major this year, Wenzong. She is also the shortest. She is wearing camouflage uniform, has a high ponytail, has white skin, a small body, and is in a single team. She is particularly beautiful. The Mecha department of the First Academy actually has only 2 majors, Mecha and Individual Combat, which is almost a paradise for pure men. According to incomplete statistics, the number of girls in the First Military Academy is less than 10%, and most of them are concentrated in the data analysis major of the command department. There are too many people and too little meat, which is really sad and tearful. As a comprehensive military academy, the selection of the most beautiful department in the Mecha department of the Second Academy next door can be held vigorously for a month on the Star Network, while the most talked about thing about the Mecha department of the First Academy is that this year's most beautiful department can be re-elected for several years. It is simply amazing. The requirements for physical fitness of the Mecha department are extremely high. In addition, the First Military Academy's philosophy of running a school is to be good at quality rather than quantity. Just to apply for the exam, you need to go through 2 physical examinations and 1 mental test. The requirements can be appropriately relaxed for those who drive manual mechas, but no matter how much the requirements are relaxed, it cannot change the fact that the Mecha department is the department with the smallest number of students in the entire academy, without a doubt. But every student who successfully graduated from the Mecha department is a military hero. As for Wenzong, she came in through the back door. The instructor also said yo, and when he saw the boys in the back row all glowing green, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you looking at? Look at the 20 laps around the field. I mean the whole field, not the field of the Mecha department. Hiss. Everyone immediately stood at attention, not looking sideways. Life is still important. Wenzong looked indifferent. The instructor cleared his throat and said with a stern face, everyone should remember me. Let me introduce myself again. My surname is Joe. From today on, I will lead you for a month of military training. During the military training, you must obey the instructor's orders unconditionally. Say report before speaking. If you have any opinions, get out as soon as possible. Don't come to bother me. Do you understand? Report, I heard it clearly. Hearing this deafening answer, Instructor Zhou smiled. Very good. Just as Instructor Zhou was about to continue his lecture, the instructor from the command department slowly came over. Old Zhou, your students are pretty good. Instructor Zhou was very serious. Not bad, this is just the beginning. Where are your students? The instructor from the command department was named Sheng, and he pointed to his own field, running laps. The command department is a bunch of arrogant people. Let's grind them first. After that, Instructor Zheng looked at the students of the Mecha department seriously. When he saw Wenzong standing in a row, he was happy. Hey, you really came to learn Mecha. Wenzong, I was so tired and didn't want to talk. Instructor Zhou asked, why, is there a story? Instructor Zheng pointed at Wenzong. This only student in your family transferred from our command department. What's the situation? Didn't I just take over their department a few days ago? I was mobilizing them, and this girl suddenly stood up and said to me, Instructor, I want to learn Mecha. Wow, that was so sonorous and decisive. Actually, Wenzong had just come across, and his mind was in a mess. He heard someone say our command department in a daze. Wenzong's mind finally became clear, thinking, Pa, I'm a Mecha operator. Who says you are the command department? Wenzong's mind was stuck, and he stood up immediately, blurting out in public, Instructor, I want to learn Mecha. Instructor Zheng, who was interrupted, was confused. Get out. I'm used to training new people in the military, and I can't change my words for a while, but I didn't expect that I really came to learn Mecha. Instructor Zheng was overjoyed. Wenzong, report. Instructor Zhou clenched his fist and coughed twice. Speak. Wenzong, report. Instructor Zheng, you told me to get out, so I got out. I'm really sorry, my former teacher was also a hot-tempered person. Instructor Zheng, Instructor Zhou tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, patting Instructor Zheng on the shoulder and laughing. Very good, on the first day of military training, Du Miaomiu successfully became famous. Chapter 2. After laughing, Instructor Zhou drove Instructor Zheng back. Wenzong was calm and composed, and the students who were trying hard to hold back their laughter gave this young man a thumbs up in their hearts. On the first day of military training, he dared to confront the instructor. He was really a brave man. After Instructor Zhou kicked Instructor Zheng back, he blew the whistle in his hand. What are you laughing at? Stand at attention. As the vanguard on the battlefield, we not only need powerful mecha driving skills, but also a strong physique. I'm going to say it in advance. Don't think I will show mercy to you because you are freshmen. Even if you are exhausted, you have to pretend to be dead. Before Wenzong retired, he was also an instructor and had taught freshmen. He knew the instructor's evil taste very well. No matter how harsh the words were, no one dared to destroy the flower of the empire. Instructor Zhou got what he wanted and looked at the frightened faces of the freshmen. He pointed at Wenzong and said, "You fill in the team." Wenzong, "Yes." Wenzong quickly filled in at the end of the team. The height level of the mecha department was actually similar, and there was no one shorter than 1.85 meters. Wenzong's height was considered high among the girls, but not among the boys. It was almost the same as not standing in the team. The good team was forced to sink a bit. Instructor Zhou was silent for a while. He felt uncomfortable when there was no one around. Why did he feel even more uncomfortable when there were people around? Wenzong successfully lowered the average height of the entire mecha department by himself. Instructor Zhou nodded. Now, listen to my orders. 1, 2. 1, 2 means only counting 1 and 2, and when it was Wenzong's turn, 2 happened to be called. Those who called 2, take a step forward. Turn back. Align. After the 3 orders were given, Wenzong and the student opposite him looked at each other. For some reason, he felt that the student opposite him looked particularly familiar. Then Instructor Zhou brought a big box from somewhere and pointed at 2 people in the front row casually. You 2, pass these things out. Wenzong stood at the end of the line and was the last to get the stuff. It was a mecha model the size of a foot, plus an ancient-looking control keyboard. Wenzong clamped the keyboard under his arm, grabbed the 2 legs of the mecha, and did a neat 180-degree split. Suddenly, he heard the students on the opposite side gasp. Wenzong looked at the long legs of the students on the opposite side, which were straight and tight, and silently bent the 2 legs of the mecha back. After everything was distributed, Instructor Zhou said, in previous years, the first project was just running laps, which was boring. This year, let's do something different. Look at the mechas in your hands, and the people across from you. Do you understand? The freshmen were confused. Report, I don't understand. Instructor Zhou was heartbroken. As a member of the mecha department, as long as you have a mecha in your hand, you must move forward bravely. Now, look at your people across from you. Please use your mecha to knock them down mercilessly. Freshman, WTF? Who uses such a small mecha on the battlefield? And you're still brave. This little thing is not even enough for 1 foot. Wenzong put the small mecha on the ground and curiously pressed the control panel. She probably guessed what the instructor was going to do. This is a small hand-operated mecha model, but the workmanship is very fine. The joints are not at all dull, and even the finger joints are very flexible. The control panel is also the size of 2 palms, with nearly 30 buttons arranged in layers on it. It was the first time for the country bumpkin Wenzong to see such a delicate hand-operated small mecha. He tried the buttons one by one. The mecha followed the instructions to stretch its hands and kick its legs, and occasionally twisted its neck, which made Wenzong very curious. Wenzong is a rare person, but others are not. Here, this kind of small mecha is a children's educational toy, that is, the control panel has at most 4 or 5 buttons, which is used to cultivate children's interest in mechas. They can just poke 2 buttons and have fun. When they are 4 or 5 years old and sensible, they all clamor for sensor mechas. After all, holding a game handle is not as exciting as being in the real battle. Although the Empire has not eliminated manual mechas, due to the limitations of manual mechas, sensor mechas still dominate. Because manual mechas mainly rely on codes, this requires not only super fast hand speed, but also excellent memory. Remember which code represents which behavior of the mecha. If you mix it up, you may make a big mistake, such as bombarding the other party's nest with a particle cannon, but raising the white flag with a trembling hand. But the sensor mecha is different. As long as the physical fitness and mental strength can keep up, wearing a sensor is like wearing a layer of armor. It does not affect the action at all. You can rush forward with a gun. Although the first military academy emphasizes diversified development, there are still more people driving sensor mechas. Just look at the big heads and strong bodies of the freshmen. Instructor Joe finally stated his purpose. Use the mecha model in your hand to fight against the person opposite you. The loser is the one who dies together. The loser, You will be given 10 minutes of free time to get familiar with the operation. The official start will begin in 10 minutes. Instructor Joe did not mention the punishment measures, but the last sentence of humph on his lips made the freshman sweat. Although it is an educational toy, to be honest, there is a big difference between an educational toy with 5 keys and one with 30 keys. Instructor Joe patrolled with his hands behind his back, watching the small mecha on the ground in a hurry and occasionally tripping over his left foot and falling to the ground, and laughed mercilessly. Look at you, you still have the nerve to say that you are learning mecha. A 5-year-old child can play better than you. A freshman held the control panel and wanted to cry. Then you let the 5-year-old child go to the battlefield. Instructor Joe slapped him. If a 5-year-old child can go to the battlefield, why do you need to do it? Are you crying? Well, there is no way to respond to this. When Zong poked the control panel, she had a good memory and memorized most of the code in a short time. The small mecha split on the ground according to the command, and then a sweeping kick raised a little dust. The small mecha stood up and waited on the spot. When Zong sat cross-legged on the ground, put the control panel on his legs, and kept poking the buttons with 2 fingers. The little mecha raised his head and chest, put his hands on his hips, stepped his left foot shoulder-width apart, stretched out his hands, kicked his legs, bent his waist, and turned around, as if there was an invisible voice beating the rhythm. 12:34, 56:78. 22:34, 56:78. Here comes a set of extremely standard radio gymnastics. The student who was fighting against Wenzong on the opposite side was actually familiar with it. Just as he took a charged posture, he was hit by the enemy's radio gymnastics. Fuck. Instructor Joe's voice sounded above Wenzong's head. Yo, not bad, not bad. Then he turned around and started to shoot. You big boys are not as good as our only child. Wenzong's hand slipped, and the mecha bent sideways 90 degrees, like an old lady who suddenly had a stroke. All the boys turned their heads and stared at Wenzong. Instructor Joe was eager to watch the fun. Come on, come and see what is smooth and flowing. Wenzong, Hundreds of people immediately surrounded Wenzong in 3 layers. The people in front squat down. Leave some space for us behind. There's so much space next to you. Let me squeeze in. Oh my god, I'm our only rival, okay? Don't try to pick me up. You've been observing for so long, give us a chance to see it. I don't believe it. How can someone who transferred from the command department play mecha, and even play hand-operated mecha? Hearing this, Wenzong was unhappy. People from the command department really can't play mecha. Wenzong controlled the small mecha and let it stand up. Seeing that the voices of the people around him had become quieter, he slowly finished the next sentence. But I'm not from the command department. The mecha department mocked the command department for being a bunch of show-offs, who only knew theory but not operation. The command department ridiculed the mecha department for being big guys, who only had muscles but no brains. The contempt chain has a long history. Wenzong stretched out his 2 index fingers and poked the keyboard twice. The small mecha received the command. One hand was placed on the chest, and the other hand was naturally hanging down. Then, Wenzong's fingers poked the keys frantically. The small mecha moved instantly, and its footsteps seemed to have no friction on the ground. It floated within a specific range on the drum beats of nothingness. Yes, it floated. The little mech's hands also danced with the steps of its feet, turning around and kicking with a familiar rhythm. The little mech turned sideways as if running, but its feet were sliding on the ground. Then, the little mech changed its posture, did a backflip, and landed directly in a split position, raising a small cloud of dust. Looking at the strength, the boy's eyebrows jumped. The little mech supported himself on the ground with both hands, turned his body around and stood up, with one hand across his chest and the other behind his back, and saluted in 4 directions. Boys, fuck, this is Ghost Dance, right? Wenzong silently put the small mecha into a standing position, hiding his merits and fame. 10 minutes are almost up, right? Boys, fuck. Instructor Joe gloated at the light computer. 3 minutes left. Boys hurried back to practice. Oh my god, don't people have a way to survive these days? No, let's think about it this way. Are sensor mechas and hand-operated mechas comparable? We are warriors, and they are tanks. We are totally different. Yes, warriors are especially valuable, and tanks are even more valuable. Warriors cannot be missing limbs, and tanks can still be used even if they are missing limbs. I just can't remember the code. Can you please not dismantle it? Please don't dismantle it. Instructor Zhou had seen enough of the excitement and was looking for an opportunity to attack the boys. Why are you dithering? You will cry if you lose? Wenzong had the opportunity to observe her opponent carefully, and her opponent was scared by Wenzong's look. What do you want to do? Wenzong touched his chin and said, Classmate, you look very familiar to me. The classmate opposite pursed his lips, as if to say, you are a noble man who forgets things easily. You were looking at the tent I set up. Oh fate! Wenzong then remembered, I'm very sorry. I just turned around and couldn't recognize you. Wenzong stretched out his hand. My name is Wenzong. Wen for news, Zong for indulgence. The classmate opposite looked at the pair of white and tender hands, and suddenly felt that this unique person didn't seem to be particularly abnormal. Look at his attitude. So he held her hand, with a shy smile on his fair face, which made him particularly likable. My name is Ji Chio, Ji of the 4 seasons, Chio of autumn. Oh, what a good boy. Teacher Wen decided to be gentler in the future. The students were showing their deep affection, and the instructor's whistle had already sounded. Time is up. Everyone stand up. Wenzong picked up the game handle on his leg, patted his butt and stood up quickly. Instructor Zhou shouted, Everyone, the game begins. Chapter 3. As soon as Instructor Zhou finished speaking, Wenzong moved his fingers, and the small mecha received the command and instantly arrived in front of Ji Chio's mecha. Strike first, Ji Chio shouted. Brother, you are not a decent person. Wenzong turned a deaf ear to him, and his subordinates kept giving orders. The small mecha raised its arm and blasted at the opponent. Ji Chio was caught off guard, and then his fingers moved quickly. Ji Chio's small mecha squatted down suddenly, supported the ground with one hand, and attacked with a sweeping kick while Wenzong was unable to stop. Wenzong reacted quickly. His mech jumped up and landed behind Ji Chio's mech. While Ji Chio's mech was still standing, he kicked the opponent's knee joint at a tricky angle. Ji Chio's mech knelt on one knee under the attack. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of your weakness, Wenzong mercilessly controlled the mech to lean forward, stepped on Ji Chio's mech's calf, and strangled the opponent's neck with both hands. Wenzong held the control panel and pressed a few keys with a smile, and heard. Click. With a sound, Ji Chio's little mecha died gloriously. The body was torn apart. It was really tragic. Ji Chio held his little mecha in his arms and said sadly, My poor kid. Wenzong patted Ji Chio's shoulder and said in a heavy tone, Brother, do you know what happened? Ji Chio looked angry. No, I don't know. Wenzong, if you don't know, read more, be good. Ji Chio held on to his last stubbornness. After the military training, come to Xinguang and we fight it out. Teacher Wen was very kind. Okay. Ji Chio, What on earth is this inexplicable frustration? The quick ending of Wenzong and Ji Chio was actually due to Wenzong's tricks. However, the students around were still controlling the mechas, punching and kicking each other, and the keyboard of the control panel was too small for boys, especially strong boys, and one finger was enough to press 3 keys. Wenzong looked at the little mechas around him, which were not suitable for children, and he touched his chin and felt a little bad. Student Ji Chio, what do you think the instructor is planning? Ji Chio tried to put the head of his little mecha back on, and said in a frustrated tone, How do I know? It's definitely not a good thing. He tried and felt that he couldn't install it by himself, so he said, What are you afraid of? Anyway, you have entered the safety circle. Wenzong cleared his throat, raised his voice, and pretended to be confused. The instructor said that if we die together, we lose. You can obviously take me to die together. Ji Chio, fuck. Why didn't I think of that? The students who were in a stalemate suddenly had their eyes light up. Fuck. Instructor Zhou looked pleased. The boy is teachable. The boy is teachable. As soon as Wenzong finished speaking, the small mechas that were entangled around him hugged the enemy like chicken blood, scratching wherever they grabbed, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. It's better to die together than to die alone. Come on, brothers. 10 minutes later, the winner was decided. Instructor Zhou stepped on the wreckage of the mecha and sighed. I didn't know you had such potential. Dismantling the mecha with bare hands. Everyone said in unison, Report, it's all the instructor's good guidance. Instructor Zhou was not angry but smiled. It seems that everyone is in good spirits. Come, listen to my command. With me as the center, the winner is on the left, the loser is on the right, the short one is in front, and the tall one is in the back. For people in a row, each line up. After the cues were arranged, Instructor Zhou looked at the two groups with completely unequal numbers and said in an unpredictable tone, "Classmates, have you heard of eating chicken?" The students remained silent and said, "Report, I haven't heard of it." "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, I explain it to you." Instructor Zhou paced and said, "This is a game that was once popular on ancient Earth. The scientific name is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. 100 people are thrown into a specific scene. The one who survives in the end is the winner. The system will automatically allocate a chicken to the winner for the player to enjoy, which is the so-called eating chicken. I changed the rules. You are divided into two groups, the winner is the red team, and the loser is the blue team. The mecha field is the standard. If all members of one team are destroyed, the game ends. Each person in the winning group will be provided with an extra chicken leg every night. The students who successfully survived in the end will have special rewards. As for the losing group, Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and the fledgling student shuddered at the same time. Wenzong looked at his small body, and felt that this game was too unfriendly to him. Next, we can discuss the punishment of the loser group in the mecha confrontation just now. Instructor Zhou smiled in front of the loser group and said, "I give you a chance. Come up with 60 words to praise me in 1 minute without repeating them. I will deduct some points from you as appropriate." Loser group, Is there such a good thing? Winning group, This is not fair. In a split second, a student from the losing group said in a resounding voice, "Instructor Zhou, you are so handsome. You are so charming. You are a gentleman. You are so handsome. You are so brave." Wenzong swore that she had never heard such fake flattery in her 2 lifetimes. Instructor Zheng next door even leaned over to fear that Zhou would drive the students crazy if he was not careful. A minute later, the losing students looked weak and exhausted, but Instructor Zhou looked radiant and seemed to be unsatisfied. "Come on, students from the winning group, tell us whether we should reduce the burden on students from the losing group?" Instructor Zhou's bad taste came up again. Although they knew it was a trap, and although they knew the losing group said more than 60 words, the winning group would never give their opponents a chance even if they were shameless. "Report, we shouldn't." The losing group glared at them, and Instructor Zhou said calmly, "Why?" The winning group was silent for a while, and Wenzong said, "Report." Instructor Zhou was very impressed by Wenzong's series of tricks, so he said, "Speak." Wenzong stood still. "Report to the instructor." The students in the losing group did not shout report before speaking. Defeated group, What the hell? The winning group tried hard to hold back their laughter and silently gave Du Miaomiu a thumbs up. Well done. The angle was very tricky, but well reasoned. Instructor Zhou sighed. "I'm sorry to the students in the losing group. We failed at the last minute." Defeated group, If you, instructor, had restrained your gloating expression, we might have believed it. At this point, the students in the losing group also knew that they were fooled by the instructor, but they could not resist. After teasing this group of naive students, Instructor Zhou coughed and said, "Okay, organize the team and follow me." Instructor Zhou led the 2 teams of the mecha department to the base warehouse. Wenzong saw the freshmen being abused inhumanely along the way, and looked at them with endless envy. The base warehouse of the First Military Academy has at least 50% of the military's mechanical equipment, which are assembled by the seniors of the equipment department in their spare time. Military equipment cannot be bought and sold privately, and energy drive devices cannot be installed, so the seniors simply handed it over to the school. All guns can only fire special ordinary blank bullets, which are not lethal, but painful. Instructor Zhou asked the 2 teams to take their own colored armbands, and after seeing that they had put them on, he said, "Announce one of the punishment measures for the blue team. Everyone go get 2 gravity devices, and tie them on their legs." "Really, instructor? How many times do you want to increase the coefficient?" "One of the punishment measures? Instructor, please be kind." Instructor Zhou ignored the screams of the blue team. Go, hurry up. If you delay for 1 more second, the penalty will be doubled." The students of the blue team shut up instantly, and tied the gravity devices obediently. Seeing that the gravity device was tied, Instructor Zhou said with satisfaction, "Very good, now dismiss. You have 5 minutes to choose weapons." As soon as the voice fell, the students ran to the weapons area of the warehouse like they were having fun. Wenzong walked slowly behind, and picked up a pistol under the disgusted eyes of his classmates. The barrel of the pistol was 3 centimeters longer than the ordinary one, and the place where the energy tank was originally installed was replaced with a magazine of similar size, which could hold 10 blank bullets. Wenzong weighed the weight, and fumbled to dismantle the gun. This is how Wenzong got familiar with the equipment. She did it herself when assembling the fire cloud, and even polish some parts herself. Only when her fingers were familiar with every tiny part of the equipment could she exert the greatest power of the weapon. She was mainly afraid that the weapons here were inconsistent with the principles of her previous weapons, especially guns, where a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. But she was lucky. Wenzong successfully reassembled the disassembled pistol, and couldn't help but whistled silently. The mechanical manufacturing in this time and space was not much different from her previous time and space, and was even more sophisticated. Just as Wenzong was about to assemble the pistol for the second time, a black sniper rifle appeared in front of her. Wenzong looked up along the barrel of the gun, and their instructor Zhou smiled and handed her the gun and the tripod. I think this gun is very suitable for you. It has a long range, and does not require close combat. With your small body, using a close combat gun is no different from committing suicide. Wenzong's men did not stop, and after assembling the pistol, they looked at Instructor Zhou expressionlessly. Instructor, do you still know my small body? Don't you think I don't know anything? This is a heavy sniper rifle. I'm afraid I'd be blown away by the recoil the second I fired. Wenzong is very self-aware of her current body. Although she knows that sniping has more advantages, for her who has not received any training, the most important thing is to be suitable. What's more, most of the weapons in the warehouse are mechas, which are usually installed in mechas. In order to ensure that the power of the weapons is more compatible with the mechas, the energy output index will be added to the weapons, which means that the body can't bear the terrible recoil at all. Although the weapons in the base were scaled down a bit, and no longer had energy support, they used more energy-saving blank bullets, and their power was only 1/10 of the weapon itself, or even lower, so low that trained freshmen could use them with bare hands. But to be honest, it was really abnormal to let the human body use weapons specifically for mechas. Even if she could keep up with the physical fitness, she would not choose the heavy sniper, because she was not a sniper at all. Wenzong said angrily, I seriously suspect that you, Instructor Zhou, colluded with the blue team to kill me, the seed player of the red team. If you don't want it, don't talk so much nonsense. Instructor Zhou didn't fool anyone and put the gun back to its original position. You are the seed player of the red team. Thank God you don't hold back. Instructor Zhou, you are sexist. I call this a reasonable speculation based on facts. Wenzong said, Instructor, you didn't major in data analysis in college, did you? Instructor Zhou nodded. I majored in individual combat in the authentic mecha department. In terms of it, I am still your senior. Wenzong suddenly realized, I guess so too. With your analysis level, you can't graduate from the command department at all. Instructor Zhou, Ding 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 ding. The 5-minute time set by Instructor Zhou is up. He looked up and told Wenzong to return to the team quickly, and not get in his way. Time is up. Pick up your weapons, and line up according to the team just now. After Wenzong scooped up a dagger, and lined up with his classmates with satisfaction, Instructor Zhou led the 2 teams of students back to the mecha department's venue. Now I will announce the rules of the game. The 2 teams are divided into red and blue teams. You cannot take off your armbands. If you take them off, you will be eliminated. The simulator will automatically select the scene and movement area, but it will not exceed the area of the mecha department's venue planned by the school. You are not allowed to cross the scene range. Violators will be eliminated. Hitting the vital point, or hitting non-vital points 3 times will eliminate you. After being eliminated, you are not allowed to attack again. Weapons can be picked up. All angle monitoring will be implemented within the scene. After you are eliminated, someone will take you out of the scene. Now announce the second punishment measure for the blue team. Stand by for 30 minutes. It is now 2:50 p.m. Beijing time. The game starts at 3 p.m. and ends at 7 p.m., a total of 4 hours. The team will be wiped out within the specified time. If no team is wiped out within the specified time, the team with more survivors will win. Instructor Zhou turned on the simulator, and a forest slowly opened up. The simulated starlight changed its angle, and the breeze rustled the leaves. The sound and light and shadow exchanged as if playing a movement, and the movement outlined the whole world. It was incredibly real. The entrance is open, the blue team will stand by for 30 minutes, and the red team will enter. The game begins. Chapter 4. The red team entered the scene early, and as soon as they entered the simulation scene, they felt like they had entered another world, and the hustle and bustle of the base behind them was getting farther and farther away. Wenzong walked in the front, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the tree trunk. The skin under his hand felt the unique roughness of the tree, and some small and brittle bark could be removed by rubbing it carefully. The only difference from reality is that it will not leave dust on the human body. Wenzong looked at his clean palm, and the bark he just pinched off did not leave any marks on his hand. After the red team entered the venue, everyone started talking. Our team has too few people compared to the blue team. What if the other team doesn't fight us head on? The red team is indeed at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If the blue team enters the venue and hides behind the red team, there is really nothing they can do. Everyone be quiet. We only have a half-hour time advantage, which means we can lay the foundation for an ambush at the entrance first. What's more, there's a girl in our team who has not received any training. When Zong touched her nose, not knowing if she was caught in the crossfire, she looked up at the classmate who took the initiative to cue her. Compared with the others, he was a little thin, without very developed muscles, and had a delicate face, but he had a very mysterious and calm temperament. When Zong was very self-aware, and immediately added, "I'm sorry to hold you back. My name is Wenzong. Wen for news, Zong for indulgence." The classmate who took the initiative to cue Wenzong was blocked by Wenzong, paused for a while, and said, "I'm Lu Yiming. I suggest that you first establish a communication channel and share location to facilitate communication." They all had specially customized communicators from the school, which could only be used at the base, and retained only the original functions. The red team established a general command channel, and then simply divided into teams of 4 to establish branches. They simply and roughly named the teams in the order of 1, 2, and 3, and then turned on the positioning, changed the notes for each team, and gave the general command to Lu Yiming. In the end, there were only 3 people left, including Wenzong, one of whom was Lu Yiming. Wenzong looked at the 3 words Lu Yiming and his team, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Teenagers who say one thing and mean another. TSK. We use this 30-minute time difference to ambush and snipe at the entrance, and try to clear the first wave. Lu Yiming said slowly, "Disrupt their rhythm, disperse their team, and then we defeat them one by one." The students on the red team agreed, but when Zong raised his hand, "I have a question." Lu Yiming pursed his lips, seeming a little impatient, but looking at Wenzong, a fair-skinned girl, he still felt a little reluctant, and said, "What's the question?" Wenzong smiled. "Does anyone in our team know each other? Or, do we have 2 people in the Mecha department who know each other?" The students in the red team shook their heads. The Empire's star field is vast, and there are many galaxies, but only the top few people on the planet can enter our first military academy, and there are 16 comprehensive military academies in the Empire. Especially in our school's Mecha department, it is a blessing to find 2 people from the capital star. Wenzong couldn't help but narrow his eyes, as if a fox tail was shaking behind him. "Dear friends, I have an idea." Lu Yiming, 30 minutes later, the blue team entered. The simulator slowly opened the entrance, and the students of the blue team walked cautiously with weapons in hand. Obviously, they also expected that the red team might set an ambush at the entrance, but they did not have the time advantage, and did not know how the red team would appear. Fortunately, they also had their advantages. The number of the blue team was almost 1.5 times that of the red team, which meant that even if the red team set up an encirclement, they were not afraid of using the human wave tactics to rush out. At the moment the entrance to the simulator closed, a bullet that was barely noticeable, and at a tricky angle hit the heart of a person at the front of the blue team. The critical point was successfully identified, and the simulator automatically locked, accurately reflecting the eliminated personnel in the monitoring. Instructor Zhou's voice appeared instantly. "Please ask the eliminated students to turn around automatically, take out the armband and stick it to the entrance to automatically return to the city. It's such a short distance, so I don't need to pick you up, right?" The eliminated students left their weapons to their teammates with tears in their eyes, achieving 1 minute to eliminate. Achievement. Just as the blue team focused on the eliminated teammate, the red team fired the second shot. It was another tricky angle, but it was a completely different direction from the first shot, eliminating the second member of the blue team. Suddenly, a voice came from the middle of the blue team, northwest 45 degrees. The blue team sniper subconsciously fired a shot in that direction, and only heard a puff sound. The leaves shook violently, a human figure quickly rolled away, and then, "Hey, why is there a trap here?" Blue team, Red team, Instructor Zhou, who was watching the surveillance, said, "Students who have fallen into the trap, please return to the city automatically." Wenzong and Lu Yiming exchanged a glance, and Lu Yiming tapped the communicator to issue a few commands. As soon as the commands came down, bullets came from all directions. With the density of the blue team, the outermost ones would definitely not be able to dodge. The red team's bullets formed a circle one after another, and only the back of the blue team had a gap of nearly 60 degrees. Wenzong took the remaining person in the 3-man team, and sneaked over during the chaos. One person covered his mouth, and the other one finished off the enemy. The blue team member who was attacked? Wenzong found a dagger in the warehouse, which was retractable and not dangerous at all. For safety, Wenzong pressed the prisoner's heart 3 times and said, "Dead people can't make a sound." Prisoner, Frustrated, the blue team and the red team were fighting and had no time to take care of the rear. In addition, too many people were eliminated. Instructor Zhou did not broadcast, probably because he wanted to wait until this wave of fighting was over before unifying. "Please, return to the city." Wenzong tore off the prisoner's armband and pasted it on his companion's red armband, then rolled up the prisoner's trouser legs and removed the 2 gravity devices. Wenzong turned on the switch and found that the gravity devices had doubled the gravity coefficient. No wonder the blue team was a little staggering as a whole. It turned out that they had to get used to the gravity devices on their legs and the sense of balance of their limbs. Then Wenzong pressed the reset button and gave the gravity device to his companion and asked him to tie it himself. The companion decisively picked up the prisoner's weapon and pretended to be a member of the blue team and sneaked in during the chaos. The first undercover agent successfully infiltrated the enemy camp. Prisoner, Instructor Zhou, who was watching the surveillance, At the same time, 2 people came to Instructor Zhou, who was watching the surveillance outside the simulator. "Hey Lao Zhou, you are so relaxed." The 2 men were wearing the same blue camouflage uniform, tall and slender, and one of them had a baby face that was very pleasing. One was a little taller, with a smile on his lips, his hands in his pockets, and his waist straight, but for some reason he looked lazy, with only a hint of sharpness between his eyebrows. Instructor Zhou looked sour as soon as he saw someone coming. Go away, what are you doing here? Especially you, Qi Xiuyuan. Is there no room for you in the command department?" It was Qi Xiuyuan who spoke just now. He walked forward and took his hand out of his trouser pocket. He saluted Instructor Zhou with the baby-faced boy and nodded to the 2 students who were eliminated. "What kind of image do you have of me in your mind? Can't I come to see my junior brothers?" Qi Xiuyuan didn't despise it, and sat on the ground to watch the surveillance with Instructor Zhou. The monitoring is a huge light screen, which projects the scene in the simulator onto the light screen. When someone violates the elimination rules, it will automatically lock and separate a small screen to facilitate monitoring of violations. Instructor Zhou turned on the screen sharing mode, so everyone can see it. Instructor Zhou was very disdainful when he heard Qi Xiuyuan's words. "Your juniors in the command department are all next door." Qi Xiuyuan was unmoved. "There are juniors over there, and juniors over here." That's right. The military training of Qi Xiuyuan was led by Instructor Zhou in the command department when he entered school. Since then, the old and the young have been bickering until now. The baby-faced guy next to him said, "Old Zhou, are you ignoring me? I am a senior in the Mecha department, a direct junior from your alma mater, and I am more legitimate than old Qi." Instructor Zhou waved his hand. "You 2 are birds of a feather." Qi Xiuyuan choked the baby-faced guy. "Qi Zhao, you sold me out." Qi Zhao stuck out his tongue to cosplay as a hanged ghost. "Brother Qi, spare me." The 3 of them exposed each other's shortcomings for a while, but didn't go too far considering that there were juniors here. At this time, the red team where Wenzong was already preparing to infiltrate the 5th undercover. On the screen, the undercover left his equipment to his team, and then a man and a woman quietly slipped into the back of the blue team, one covering her mouth, and the other finishing off the enemy. The girl skillfully and fluently began to tear off the armband, stick on the armband, dismantle the gravity device, reset the gravity device, and throw it to the undercover, a series of operations in which the undercover took the blue team's weapons and infiltrated. Qi Zhao was a little surprised. "Wow, it's a junior girl." Qi Xiuyuan also raised his eyebrows and asked, "A freshman in the Mecha department?" Instructor Zhou replied, "Yes, Professor Wen's daughter. The father and daughter are cut from the same cloth. Maybe she came up with this idea." He turned on the surveillance projection only after the blue team entered the field, so he didn't know what strategy the red team had. Instructor Zhou stretched out his hand and operated a few times, splitting the light screen into a proportional split screen, and then adjusted the time to 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago. "Dear students, I have an idea." Wenzong smiled like a fox. "Are you interested in going undercover?" "Undercover?" "Yes." Wenzong organized the language. "The blue team has a much greater number advantage than us. Even if we can ambush at the entrance, the other side can rush through with numbers. In addition, it is too difficult to find them in this simulated forest. We can deliberately leave a gap behind them when ambushing, so that they will ignore it, And then we can take the opportunity to rescue them from behind, tear off their armbands, and cover them with ours. A classmate raised a question. Didn't the instructor say? Wenzong was calm and composed. The rule given by the instructor is that you cannot tear off the armband, but he didn't say that you cannot cover the armband. On the light screen, the girl looked fragile against the boy's background, but she shone with strong confidence. If the mountain is not me, I will be the mountain. Chapter 5. Qi Xiao, As a senior student in the Mecha department, he was heartbroken and wanted to lament that the original intention of the violent Mecha department was gone, but in the end, he could only hold back one sentence. Heart, the heart is really dirty. Qi Xiaoyuan nodded and expressed the same heartbreak. The Mecha department does not deserve to have a junior sister with such a dirty heart. Instructor Zhou sneered. It's really unfortunate that she transferred from the command department. Qi Xiaoyuan, Qi Xiaoyuan, I feel sincere regret for the command department, and express sincere joy for the Mecha department, and thank the junior sister for her great contribution to raising the IQ of the Mecha department on your behalf. Instructor Zhou, who has an average IQ in the Mecha department, smiled and said, I'm so sorry. I just need a coolie. How about I ask you to bring the junior out after she is eliminated? Qi Xiaoyuan was not panicked at all. Thank you very much, Instructor Zhou. Wenzong, who was in the simulator, touched her nose. She didn't know why she always felt that someone was saying bad things about her behind her back. Just a few minutes ago, the red team deliberately slowed down the pace of the attack, and let the blue team rush out on the premise of protecting themselves and causing casualties to the opponent to the greatest extent. After the eliminated students returned to the city automatically, the red team picked up the blue team's equipment and the blank bullets scattered on the ground and recycled them, making a small profit. After cleaning up the battlefield, the positions of the 5 undercovers began to disperse, and it seemed that the blue team also hit in groups. Wenzong only took 10 blank bullets and put them in his pocket just in case, then turned on the communicator and looked at the undercover positions that were getting farther and farther away. The command channel gave special permissions to the undercovers, and their positions were very eye-catching green. The students on the red team also divided the spoils and planned to divide into groups to block the blue team. In the end, only Lu Yiming was left. Wenzong looked at Lu Yiming and slowly smiled. Dear classmate Lu, I have an idea. Dear classmate Lu frowned, as if he felt that this sentence was familiar. Wenzong stared at the back of Lu Yiming, revealing a look of envy and pity. As the only weak girl in the Mecha department who can't lift or carry anything, I think the other party must think that my head is easy to take, and then my back will be left to classmate Lu. Lu Yiming tilted his head, following Wenzong's gaze, and saw the heavy sniper on his back, and understood immediately. Okay. Then, classmate Lu added, but I won't sacrifice myself for you. The implication is, if the other side has too many people, and I can't hold on, I will run away first. Take care of yourself. Wenzong spread his hands, of course. After all, being a bad player is the original sin. Wenzong casually pointed to the location of the undercover agent closest to the two of them. Let's go. The simulator randomly simulated a jungle, with trees and bushes interlaced, which gave people a very real sense of touch. Light, shadows, and even the degree of trampling of leaves can fully reflect the traces of people walking. A few minutes later, although they did not meet the undercover's location, they found the traces of a blue team. There was no telling how many people there were in that small team, hiding silently in a bush. If it weren't for Wenzong's amazing hearing, they would have been hidden perfectly. It was only a few minutes away from the simulator exit, but Lu Yiming was still concerned about Wenzong's leg strength, and didn't dare to take 2 big steps for fear that she couldn't keep up. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Wenzong quietly gestured to Lu Yiming, asking him to set up the heavy sniper. She lowered her waist like a cat, and quietly approached the bushes. After Lu Yiming made an okay gesture to her, she pretended to accidentally step on a branch, making a sound that would alert the other party. Click. In a place where Wenzong could not see, the blue team members in the bushes raised their index fingers to indicate silence, and then quietly looked towards the place where the sound came from. They saw their Mecha department's Du Miao Miao, who was particularly amateurish, turned his back to them, and slowly moved in another direction. A blue team member whispered, "Girls." The rest of the team said, "We eliminate as many opponents as we can." Who let Du Miao Miao bump into us? Wenzong's ears moved and heard the sound of bullets being loaded. She turned her feet as if unintentionally, and her body dodged according to inertia. A blank bullet hit the place where Wenzong was before accurately. She turned her body to the source of the blank bullet and took a defensive posture. Who? 4 people walked out of the bushes, one holding a gun, pretending to be sorry and said, "Sorry, classmate, it's a matter of position, we should be eliminated and rest early." Wenzong quietly grasped the retractable dagger in her pocket, slowly lowered her waist, bit one leg, stretched the other leg straight, and rushed up at the moment the other party fired. At the same time, the dagger in her hand was instantly unsheathed, at an extremely tricky angle, like a real murderous aura spreading silently, and before the other party had time to be terrified, she inserted the retractable dagger into the other party's neck. Then Wenzong quickly lay down, and Liu Yiming's heavy sniper roared, firing 3 times in a row, and each blank accurately hit the heart of the remaining 3 team members. Although the military training uniforms of the first hospital have protective functions, the 3 people were hurt by being sniped at this distance and cursed loudly. All eliminated. Wenzong sat up and took 2 deep breaths. The sudden outbreak of the battle just now made her heart beat faster. She clenched the dagger in her hand, calmed her heartbeat, and said lazily, "I'm sorry, classmates, I be eliminated early and rest early." This sentence is damn familiar. Oh, I forgot. Wenzong stood up. Dead people can't talk. Then Wenzong took off the other person's weapon very easily, threw it into Liu Yiming's arms, and said, "Thanks, brother." The 4 members of the blue team didn't know whether Wenzong wanted to thank her teammates for their good shooting skills, or thank them for sending weapons from thousands of miles away. This is an indescribable feeling of frustration. Does this skill look like it has not been trained at all? Wenzong watched the 4-man team return to the city automatically, and sighed hypocritically, young or too young. Young people who have never been to the battlefield are bold. Wenzong had suffered from a child on the battlefield. A little child of only 5 or 6 years old had nearly 3 kilograms of liquid explosives tied to his body, which almost blew her and her mecha into pieces. From then on, she never dared to underestimate anyone again. Looking back, Wenzong took a gun from Liu Yiming, studied it for a while, disassembled the gun, put the blank bullet in his pocket, and fumbled to assemble the gun again. Wenzong waited, and felt that the recoil was not within his tolerance. If he used it forcefully, his arm would probably swell, which was not worth the loss. So he threw it on the ground again. When he looked up, Wenzong found that Liu Yiming's expression was very complicated. "What's wrong?" Wenzong asked. Liu Yiming recalled Wenzong's decisive methods and his excellent explosive power in seizing opportunities. He remembered that he was still thinking about how to save her from being eliminated early, and he also remembered his previous evaluation of her. "No, nothing." Liu Yiming rubbed his face vigorously and asked the 4 members of the blue team dryly, "Have you really not received any training?" "No, I haven't received any systematic training for physical fitness." Wenzong corrected, "My physique is stronger than that of ordinary people, but it is indeed a bit difficult to keep up with your progress. But it should be no problem to keep up with the progress of the command department." "Yeah." Teacher Wen's daily diss of the command department's personality is not broken. Liu Yiming, That's true. I've rested. Shall we continue? The sudden outburst caused Wenzong's legs to cramp a bit, but he'd be fine after a break. Liu Yiming nodded, "Okay." Then the 2 of them started the sweep mode. Throwing out a white rabbit from Wenzong would catch a nest of big bad wolves. The big bad wolves never expected that there was a tiger under the skin of the white rabbit, and a lion that would eat people was following behind. Die! Without closing their eyes. In less than an hour, while searching for the coordinates of the undercover, Wenzong and Liu Yiming eliminated nearly 15 people from the blue team. It only took Liu Yiming an hour to go from being stunned at the beginning to getting used to Wenzong's ability to hit the vital points. Liu Yiming's shooting skills were very good, but Wenzong's physical strength could not keep up, and he was hit in the right arm in the last wave. Wenzong was injured in the area above his wrist, and it happened to hit his tendon. Although the blank bullet had no lethality, it was so painful that Wenzong almost couldn't hold the dagger. Wenzong gently rubbed the bruised area with his left hand, and couldn't help but sigh that he didn't even blink when he was pierced in the abdomen by the energy gun. Now it's just a small bruise, and the pain nerves are throbbing. "How is it? Can you hold on?" After Liu Yiming cleaned up the battlefield, the eliminated students had been taken away by a baby-faced senior. For some reason, he always felt that the senior's eyes looking at Wenzong were a little subtle. Wenzong repeatedly clenched her fists, trying to regain some strength, but as soon as she exerted force, her pain nerves jumped. Wenzong stretched out her hand, and saw that her fingers were shaking slightly uncontrollably. No problem. For Wenzong, as long as he was not eliminated, there was no problem. Wenzong put away the dagger, and took out the pistol that she had never used before, and carefully examined it. She held the gun with her left hand, feeling a little uncomfortable, but she repeatedly pressed the muscles of her left hand against the gun body, trying to find a sense of familiarity. Lu Yiming was stunned. Why do you hold two weapons? Wenzong asked in surprise. Did the coach say that you could only hold one? Lu Yiming, Yes, the coach did not say that. Wenzong said earnestly, don't be too honest. It is his fault that the coach did not explain the rules clearly, but it is your fault that you blindly follow the rules even though you know he did not explain them clearly. Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming, I've learned my lesson. At the same time, Wenzong's two almost sophistry sentences were accurately transmitted to Instructor Zhou's ears through the monitoring. The eliminated students looked at each other, as if they saw the black air on Instructor Zhou's body that was like a substance, and trembled. Some people laughed as if nothing had happened. Qi Shouyuan laughed inside. If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. The culture of the mother planet is not deceiving me. Old Zhou, you have come to this day. Instructor Zhou's forehead was throbbing with veins. Why don't you go back to the command department? Qi Shouyuan said righteously. I agreed to go to pick up the junior sister after she is eliminated. How can I leave easily before she is eliminated? However, junior sister Wenzong was indeed on the verge of elimination at this time. She met 6 people, one of whom had a little grudge against her. It was the opponent that Wenzong eliminated with his small mecha Jiqiu. Student Jiqiu looked down at her, pressing his finger joints with a click sound, and said the classic line in a cool and domineering way, Brother, you are finally in my hands. Chapter 6. The blue team that Jiqiu belongs to has only one theme, which is survive, whether it is a group of people or a person, in short, survive until the end of the game. Jiqiu's luck is better. His team has 6 people at the beginning, but they encountered 2 waves of 4 people from the red team. In the first wave, they took 4 heads by surprise, and the advantage of numbers, and lost 2 people on their side. In the second wave, they saved the individual members of the blue team who were besieged, and did not lose heads but added 1 more head. So their team reached 5 people. The remaining 1 ran into them by chance after escaping from the attack of the red team. Just as Jiqiu continued to move at a snail's pace, he happened to hear a very familiar voice. He quietly leaned over, and hey, wasn't it the old rival who eliminated him personally? Although he was eliminated because of his inferior skills, if he eliminated Wenzong, wouldn't he be able to get back on his feet? Looking again, there were only 2 people over there. Jiqiu couldn't help laughing twice. It was really God's help. So, Jiqiu relied on the fact that he had more people on his side, and came to speak harshly with his weapon raised. However, unlike what he imagined, Wenzong only paused for a while, and said in a serious tone, Student Jiqiu, do you know what the fate of those who said this line is? Jiqiu pointed the gun at Wenzong. Stop talking nonsense and throw the gun away. Wenzong looked at Lu Yiming and signaled the latter to throw away the weapon. Lu Yiming nodded and threw the heavy sniper at hand aside. Wenzong raised his hands high and slowly stood up. Jiqiu, hey, what are you doing? Wenzong threw away the gun in his hand and said, Classmate Jiqiu, there are so many of you. Are you afraid of a girl like me? No matter if you are a girl or not, you will be killed if you fall into my hands. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Wenzong turned on his communicator and showed Jiqiu the red positioning point. I think we can have a good talk. I don't want to be eliminated for the time being. How about this? I will take you to find the members of our red team. You 8 people don't have to be afraid of just 2 of us. Jiqiu smiled. How do I know if you have set up an ambush in advance? Wenzong pointed at Lu Yiming with a righteous face. To be honest, this is our commander-in-chief, a ready-made hostage, handed over to you. Lu Yiming, A member of the blue team behind Jiqiu spoke. What if you, the red team, are indifferent to sacrificing the commander? Wenzong said in an extremely kind tone. Don't you know how to ambush in advance? Members of the blue team, You are looking at me. I can't send them a message in advance. I tell you in advance that our red team is composed of 4 people in a group. You 8 people can't even beat 4 people, right? Wenzong turned on the communicator again and displayed the location. See, there are 4 red dots together. Jiqiu, wait, what is this green dot? Wenzong said nonsense seriously. It's the command, our tactics. In case of special circumstances, we will immediately gather at the nearest command. Isn't the green dot of our command also here? Lu Yiming, Yes, you are right. The green dot student who represents the undercover, I believe everything you said. Jiqiu always feels that something is wrong. No, we have more people than you originally, I don't have to. Why is it unnecessary? Wenzong tried to interrupt Jiqiu's thoughts. Do you know how many people are left in your blue team? Do you know how many people were eliminated when you first entered the map? Do you know the situation of other team members besides you? How can you be sure that the red team has fewer people than the blue team? Yes, you can't be sure. Jichio, What was I going to say? Wenzong gave Lu Yiming a look, and then continued to brainwash Jichio. Cooperating with me is your best choice, Jichio. The only member of the 8-man team holding a pistol said, I think it's okay. The situation is unclear now, and we must lay a good foundation. After a pause, he shuddered. I don't want to tie 2 gravity devices on my wrists again. This statement was highly agreed by the team members. Jichio took a deep breath. Let's discuss it. The team member holding the pistol stepped out. You guys discuss it first. I watch. If you need to vote, my opinion is to agree to cooperate with Du Miaomiao. The team member walked in front of Wenzong and looked at her. Jichio turned sideways. Now, Lu Yiming, who was completely ignored, quickly picked up the pistol that Wenzong had thrown down, rolled on the ground, and when he pressed the trigger, his wrist shook, and the blanks were almost in a row. Wenzong used his uninjured left hand to hold the dagger in his pocket, past the blue team member who was guarding him, and the silver-white tip of the knife flashed with a cold and ruthless look, and stabbed Jichio's back quickly and accurately. The team member with a blue armband, who was passed by Wenzong, turned around, raised his hand, and pointed the gun at his companion without hesitation. Almost instantly, the 6 people of the blue team, no, the 5-man team, were wiped out. Jichio died with his eyes open, and almost reacted instantly. Undercover? The undercover classmates smiled and nodded. The remaining members of the blue team were full of resentment. Wenzong shook his left hand, and the retractable dagger stretched out and retracted in rhythm with Wenzong, looking like a child's toy. Wenzong patted Jichio on the shoulder. Be good, the dead can't talk. Jichio was so angry that his face turned green. You are playing tricks, so I can't say anything? I don't like to hear that. Wenzong put the dagger back in his pocket. Our behavior fully respects the rules, and has made bold strategic designs within the scope allowed by them. Who do you think you can blame? Who would have thought of this? Jichio finally swallowed his curse words, and said bitterly, Don't be too proud. Who knows who will win? Teacher Wen praised Ji's spirit of not giving up, and said in return, It's not your hand anyway, I want to say something to you before you leave. Jichio subconsciously asked, What? Wenzong, villains die because they talk too much. Jichio almost pouted in anger. It was the babyface senior, who came to lead people back to the city. His expression was hard to describe. He wanted to say something to Wenzong several times, but he still said nothing. His back looked very vicissitudes. The undercover student watched the whole process, and gave a very high evaluation to Wenzong. Classmate, it's a pity that you don't go to the command department with your level of talking nonsense. Wenzong accepted the praise and refused. The command department is nothing, Mecha is my eternal destination. The undercover student gave a thumbs up. There is a future. Lu Yiming interrupted the undercover student's flattery, and returned the pistol to Wenzong. Clean up the battlefield. There was nothing to clean up on the battlefield. After all, the blue team didn't have time to fight back. Most of the blank bullets that fell on the ground were fired by Lu Yiming. He shook his wrist twice, and shook out all 10 blank bullets in Wenzong's small gun. Wenzong was sure that Lu Yiming had received professional training, and his path was quite upright, and he could see the traces of the military behind him. She put the blank bullets into the magazine one by one, and put them away. Who doesn't have some secrets in life? After cleaning up the battlefield, the undercover classmate came to Wenzong, and Lu Yiming also stood silently beside her, looking at her in silence. Wenzong was a little scared by the 2 people's gaze. What's wrong? The undercover classmate asked. Du Miaomiao, what should we do now? Unconsciously, Wenzong has become a half-baked commander. Wenzong looked at the undercover, was silent for a while, and asked, Haven't you asked for your name yet? The undercover patted his chest. It's not a name, Song Tao. Okay. Wenzong changed his words. Student Song Tao, I think I need to tell you a truth. Student Song Tao said naively, What? Wenzong clenched his fist. Mech combat, no gender. Song Tao, Song Tao, okay, Student 1. Wenzong nodded with satisfaction and asked, What's the plan for the blue team? The 3 of them sat on the ground, and Song Tao said, the blue team had too little time to prepare. After the ambush at the entrance, they were afraid that we would pursue them relentlessly and cause more losses, so they split into 3 groups and marched to 3 forks in the road, that is, hiding. I and another undercover followed the middle line. Later, our middle team encountered a fork in the road and continued to disperse, so I followed another undercover separately. After hiding for about an hour, the team I followed was ambushed by our teammates. I worked with them from inside and outside to kill the members of the blue team, but the red team also lost 2 people. Get rid of it. When Zone felt that this classmate Song's words were quite unconventional. Later, I turned to another team according to my memory, lied that I was ambushed, but fortunately I escaped, and then continued to cooperate with the outsiders. Song Tao raised 3 fingers. The team just now was the 3rd team I followed, and it was a complete coincidence that I met you. When Zone gave a thumbs up, dedicated. Song Tao modestly, you're welcome. Lu Yiming watched the 2 people bragging about each other's business with dead fish eyes, and simply explained the situation between him and Wen Zong, and then attracted the 2 people to repeat the rainbow fart endlessly. Lu Yiming, my hands are itchy. Wen Zong probably sensed the resentment of Commander Lu and took the initiative to stop the commercial bragging. The game has started for more than 2 hours now, and there is more than an hour left before the end, but we have a hidden danger. Lu Yiming, water. Yes. Wen Zong said, since the gathering, we have not taken any water, plus such a large amount of activities. In the later stage, we may not be able to go head-to-head with the blue team that has been hiding for a long time. Song Tao, so? Wen Zong, I have an idea. Here it comes, standard opening remarks. Wen Zong tapped the communicator. Why don't we start a group fight? Everyone present was a smart person in the Mecha department. Lu Yiming and Song Tao reacted almost at the same time. That makes sense. Lu Yiming opened the general command channel. So, we will use the current location as the center and notify all undercovers to lead their blue team here. Our team near the undercover will cooperate with the undercover, and the others will quickly gather here and ambush in advance. Song Tao continued, I will select another team to conduct undercover work and try to lead all the remaining blue team here. Even if we can't wipe them out, we must wipe out most of them. Wen Zong spread his hands. My ambition is very small. Anyway, time is almost up. At most, we can create a time difference, so that they have no way to fight back, and can only admit defeat. The 3 of them clapped their hands. Beautiful. Outside the surveillance, the resentment of the eliminated blue team students was almost condensed into substance, and the red team was happily watching the show with their faces in their hands. Oh, I'm so sorry, fellow students from the blue team next door. Who knew our team's do Meow Meow was so awesome? You can't judge a person by appearance. I decided to give my chicken legs to do Meow Meow every night. The blue team couldn't stand it anymore. You haven't won yet, and you're already thinking about eating chicken legs? The red team was so shameless. Blue team students, please face the facts. Winning is just a matter of time for us. Chi Shouyuan and Instructor Zhou were sitting in the front row. They couldn't help but say TSK when they saw the 3 people high-fiving in the surveillance video. He said, this class of Mecha department is amazing. Instructor Zhou was very arrogant. Humph, just trying to be clever. Perhaps because he felt that Instructor Zhou couldn't even suppress his smile, Chi Shouyuan put on a business smile. Old Zhou, I understand your feelings. After all, your class doesn't seem to have any cleverness to play. Instructor Zhou's raised mouth corners drooped instantly, turned his head and yelled, quiet, is there any organization and discipline? Classmates, didn't you say that we can discuss with each other? Chapter 7. There is still half an hour left before the end of the game. Yang Guang is the captain of an 8-man team. He firmly implements the plan of hiding and does not waver. However, he will not show mercy when encountering the red team. Relying on the increasingly skilled cooperation with his teammates, he has also solved 3 or 4 waves intermittently, but his team has been reduced from 16 to only 8 people. He glanced at the communicator, sat on the ground, rubbed his sore ankle, and said, it is 6:30 in the afternoon. There is still half an hour before the end of the game. Let's rest here. Yang Guang calculated the gap between the 2 teams. Although the blue team lost some people when they first entered the simulator, the red team also suffered losses. No matter how you count, their number is always higher than the red team. Moreover, after entering the simulator, both sides are fighting guerrilla warfare. In the absence of a map, it is obviously unrealistic to try to wipe out one of the teams. Most importantly, he saw his companions rubbing their legs with unskilled techniques. Each of them had a double coefficient gravity device tied to their legs. If they did not reduce the amount of exercise, they would only be killed by the red team in the later stage, such as now. At this moment, Yang Guang suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crushing dead leaves and branches. Be careful to hide. Then, he heard the sound of falling to the ground and heavy breathing. Yang Guang quietly poked his head out and saw a man lying on the ground, with his exposed armband reflecting a blue halo. He put away his gun and turned back to say to the team members, "One of us." Seeing that the team members suddenly relaxed, Yang Guang walked over and helped up his companion, who fell to the ground. The companion held a pistol in his hand, and his face was a little pale. After seeing Yang Guang's armband, he breathed a sigh of relief. Save people. It was Song Tao. What happened? Song Tao said, "We were ambushed by the red team. I estimated that they had more than 15 people. My companions helped me escape." Yang Guang was surprised. "So many people?" "Yes." Song Tao asked, "How many of you are there?" 8. Song Tao took a deep breath. "You and I have 9 people. We can definitely defeat the red team." Yang Guang hesitated. "This." Song Tao, "When I escaped, the red team was 15 against us 5. I guarantee that my companions can still hold on. If you join us, there will be no problem." Seeing that Yang Guang's attitude was gradually becoming firm, Song Tao struck while the iron was hot. "If we eliminate the people in the red team, we will be invincible. I don't want to fight with a gravity device tied to my body anymore." Yang Guang got a headache when he heard the word gravity device. "Let's go." Song Tao's plan was successful. I remember the way. Song Tao's so-called ambush point was actually the meeting point agreed with Wenzong. He deliberately set off 15 minutes later to give other team members enough time to react. He just observed some traces on the way and changed the plan temporarily. Unexpectedly, he really caught a big fish. The communicator on his wrist vibrated against his skin, which was the confirmation signal from the red team. As they got closer to the gathering point, they could already hear vague voices in front of them. Song Tao gave "Big fish" a look of affirmation without any guilt. "It's there." Then he ran over fiercely. Yang Guang, When Yang Guang got closer, he realized that there were more than 15 people, and the number had doubled. The person who brought them here had disappeared. Yang Guang looked carefully, and suddenly found that everyone was wearing a blue armband. "No, that person is not a member of the blue team at all. I was fooled." Yang Guang quickly fired a few shots into the air to attract everyone's attention. His face was a little ferocious, and he screamed loudly, "Trap!" But it was too late. The heavy sniper belonging to Lu Yiming roared and accurately hit the heart of a member of the blue team. It was like a horn that sounded, and the final ambush was fully launched. As the initiator of this group battle, Wenzong hid behind her companions to recuperate. She filled her pistol with blanks. The muscles of her left hand fit the gun more and more, and her right hand holding the dagger did not tremble. More and more people were led to the gathering place, and the blue team forcibly opened a gap, and the red and blue team battle was completely detonated. There were 10 minutes left before the end of the game. Wenzong tapped Lu Yiming's shoulder. "Brother, it's up to you." After that, she entered the battlefield silently like a ghost and turned on the assassination mode. Wenzong could always dodge the flying blanks and fists, accurately skip over teammates, and then send daggers or blanks into the vital points of the blue team members. She held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, like a Valkyrie in mythology. But she is not. Her name is Wenzong, and she used to be a member of the Empire's sharp knife, Dawn. Dawn is the sharpest knife of the Empire's vanguard army, and she is the tip of this knife. Suddenly, there was another person beside Wenzong. He held a pistol, and quickly shot at the place where Wenzong could not reach temporarily. Song Tao tore off the blue armband on the surface, revealing the original red. He smiled at Wenzong and said, "Brother, you are quite wild." Wenzong did not look back, but his voice was full of smiles. "Same here." She joined the Imperial Army at the age of 18, and in just 2 years she broke into the Vanguard Army with an unstoppable attitude. Dawn, everyone used to be curious about where she came from, but no one knew that before joining the army, she had been fighting in the underworld for 5 years, until the black market was closed down. She missed the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife, and even if she lost her legs, she wanted to return to the battlefield. Killing blood flowed in her bones. Wenzong's figure was like a ghost, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Her movements became more and more skillful, but her steps became heavier. She heard the sound of breaking through the air behind her, but her body could not even turn. The familiar sound of heavy sniper rifle roared out, and the danger suddenly stopped. It was Lu Yiming. Wenzong panted, and his smile became bigger and bigger. Yes, she had snipers behind her to protect her, and comrades around her to help her. She was not alone. "That's great." Wenzong looked around, but found that there were people lying around her, with very sad eyes. The students of the red team and the blue team looked at Wenzong with indescribable words. But one team was standing, and the other was lying, and there was silence. Song Tao couldn't help but sigh. Don't judge a person by his appearance. Don't judge him by his appearance. When Zong almost lost his balance, she said word by word, "Did we win?" Song Tao spread his hands, looking happy. Isn't this obvious, MVP? After hearing the answer he wanted to hear, when Zong's fingers loosened, the gun and dagger fell to the ground, and the whole person fell on his back as if he had lost his strength. Song Tao was frightened and her heart skipped a beat. When Zong was panting heavily, she could feel that every inch of her muscles were extremely tired, her hands were shaking slightly, and the muscles in her legs couldn't stop trembling, bringing endless pain. But when Zong seemed not to feel it, her eyes were bright, and she even wanted to laugh out loud. It's great to be here. The game ended at 7 p.m., capital start time. Instructor Zhou walked over slowly, followed by two people, one of whom was a babyface senior who had met several times. The remaining one was Qi Xiuyuan, who came in under the pretext of visiting a junior. Instructor Zhou looked at the students lying on the ground, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Get up, why are you lying down? Were you hit by our only child? The students stood up one after another, and when they heard what Instructor Zhou said, they looked bitter. Instructor Zhou knew what they were thinking from their expressions. Let's see if you dare to discriminate in the future. When Zong raised his hand weakly, his voice a little hoarse. Report to the instructor, I need to correct you on a question. Instructor Zhou was in a good mood. Speak. When Zong, I think the name Du Miao Miao is very discriminatory against me. There was a moment of silence, and then a loud laugh broke out. Okay, Du Miao Miao. Promise not to yell, Du Miao Miao. Forgive me this time, Du Miao Miao. Du Miao Miao, The distance seemed to be broken all at once. When the voice gradually died down, Qi Xiuyuan suppressed the overly obvious smile on his lips, walked in front of Wen Zong, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Well done, junior sister. Instructor Zhou, whose words were interrupted, noticed Qi Xiuyuan's actions, resisted the urge to take action, clenched his right fist to his mouth and coughed. Well, MVP. Wen Zong didn't know Qi Xiuyuan, but it didn't matter. She held Qi Xiuyuan's hand and stood up. Thank you, senior. Qi Xiuyuan touched his nose, and suddenly felt that the light index in the simulator seemed a bit high today, which made him feel dizzy for a moment. You're welcome, junior sister. Chapter 8. After the red-blue match, Instructor Zhou finally showed mercy, and stopped the evening training. The food in the base cafeteria is quite good, with a combination of meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition, and you can eat as much as you want, especially the big chicken drumsticks that the red team gave as an extra reward, which were spread with honey and baked until golden, and had the fragrance of some fruits. When they were taken out, the fragrance was overflowing, and the blue team was so envious that their faces turned green. After dinner, the instructor announced some precautions, and dismissed them on the spot to rest. The school issued uniform tents, which were not large in area, with built-in sound insulation and cleaning systems, which isolated the laughter and talking outside, and enjoyed a rare quiet time. When Zong lay on her back, her whole body aching. She thought she would be too excited to sleep, but she fell asleep in a short while. A dreamless night. When Zong was woken up by the alarm on the communicator, she couldn't believe it. Instructor Zhou didn't blow the whistle to assemble in the middle of the night. It was really considerate. However, when Zong raised her arm, feeling so sore. As soon as she thought of the enemy appeared. When Zong heard the whistle for assembly just after she finished packing, the students lined up according to the instructions of the first day. Instructor Zhou was in high spirits and clapped his hands. How are you, little ones? Did you rest well? Students, report good. Very good. Instructor Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Now I will take you to familiarize yourself with the venue, route, and training items. The whole training base looks crowded, but in fact there are 3.5 departments, the Mecha department, the reconnaissance department, the command department, and the Mecha maintenance major of the manufacturing department. The training intensity decreases in sequence, and the remaining logistics, semi-logistics, and other departments are all handled by the school. However, the base of the first military academy was so large that it could not be left empty, so the remaining half was rented to the third military academy next door. The Mecha department had the largest venue, and the most training facilities, including but not limited to physical training projects such as hurdles, parallel bars, and multiple gravity areas, shooting training projects such as shooting ranges, combat simulation projects such as weightlessness areas and space areas, and mechanical assembly areas. The entire area was filled with various parts, which looked quite spectacular. Instructor Zhou took the Mecha department to learn about various projects, and then took them to run 2 laps to familiarize themselves with the route. After practicing military posture and pace for a whole morning, he set a gathering time and dismissed them for breakfast. Wenzong walked at the back, stumbling with every step. She had a great time in the last wave yesterday, and her muscles had not recovered yet. The students in the blue team shared the same pain. They had tied 2 gravity devices on their legs yesterday. After removing them, they walked lightly, and could trip over their left foot if they were not careful. After dinner, Instructor Zhou showed mercy again and sat down for a get-together meeting. Everyone introduced themselves one by one. When it was Wenzong's turn, she didn't find anyone from the same planet. Except for Liu Yiming, he and Wenzong are both from the capital planet. When Wenzong finally stepped out, the whole audience of the Mecha department cheered. "We know each other. We are so familiar with each other. We are Du Miao Miao." Wenzong, first of all, I want to correct one thing. My name is Wenzong, one of news, Zong of indulgence, not Du Miao Miao. The students of the Mecha department have never been so harmonious. Got it, Du Miao Miao. Wenzong, Instructor Zhou also laughed. Okay, we all know each other, let's go back. A morning passed in a flash. When dismissing the group at noon, Instructor Zhou said meaningfully, enjoy this hard-earned morning, don't think about having a good afternoon. Students who feel uncomfortable can come to me to apply for a therapeutic device, so that you won't say I'm inhumane. Okay, dismiss. When Wenzong heard about the therapeutic device, his eyes lit up, and he followed Instructor Zhou as soon as the group was dismissed. Report to the instructor, I want to apply for a therapeutic device. With sore waist, legs and arms, without a therapeutic device, let alone this month's training, I'm afraid I can't even get through tonight. Instructor Zhou was very happy. Okay, follow me. After receiving the healing light of the healing device, Wenzong was fully revived and had great enthusiasm for the afternoon training program. And Instructor Zhou did not disappoint the students at all. For the afternoon training program, there were 4 projects set up in the outer circle of the Mecha department venue, including 300 frog jumps at the beginning, cross-country running, 1-kilometer high hurdles halfway through the run, and 300 push-ups at the end. All of them counted as one set, and there were 10 sets in total. After each set, rest for 10 minutes. There was no time limit for completion. Whoever finished first would rest first. Wenzong recalled the 2 laps in the morning and felt a bit of a toothache. Running alone is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in the continuity. Except for the last push-up, this group of projects is all about training the legs. Running only requires maintaining a good rhythm in breathing, but adding hurdles requires explosive power and jumping power, which will cause a great burden on the legs in the process. In addition, the land in the area assigned to the Mecha department is rugged and uneven. When you are tired and dazed at the end of the run, you may step on the air and get injured. But the students of the Mecha department are not afraid, and they are ready to fight for the first place. Wenzong, then I will accept the last place without hesitation. After doing frog jumps and squats, the students spread their legs and set off along the predetermined route. Wenzong followed slowly at the end. From the first step she took, Wenzong began to consciously adjust her rhythm and breathing. If someone carefully observed at this time, they would find that Wenzong's every lift of the foot and the pace were almost consistent. Even so, Wenzong was left behind by a lot. When Wenzong finished the second group, Song Tao quietly rubbed against her side and whispered, "Which group is it?" Wenzong's forehead was almost covered with sweat. He didn't say anything and held up 3 fingers. "No way, brother." Song Tao followed Wenzong's pace. "You are only in the 3rd group. Why do you look like you are about to collapse?" Wenzong didn't want to care about some of Song Tao's words, so he asked, "What about you?" Song Tao, to be honest, I am already in the 6th group. Wenzong silently raised a thumb. Good physical fitness. Song Tao was blunt. It's mainly because your physical fitness is too poor, dear. Wenzong, go away, thank you. Then Song Tao whistled and rolled away happily. When Wenzong started to jump over the hurdles, Ji Qiu followed him with a grunt. Ji Qiu was also one of the ones with poor physical fitness, but this poor physical fitness was relative to everyone except Wenzong. Wenzong slowly raised his leg to cross the railing and moved the other leg over. Ji Qiu laughed out loud when he saw this. How long will you run? Wenzong's expression did not change. I will definitely be able to finish it before going to bed. Ji Qiu followed her pace, feeling like she was taking a walk, not running. Which group? Wenzong was too lazy to answer the familiar question, and held up 3 fingers. Ji Qiu was stunned. This is only the 3rd group. Why are you sweating like you're about to die? Wenzong wiped the sweat off her face, and continued to hurdle slowly. She didn't want to talk, because talking would only disrupt her breathing rhythm. Jiqiu was so happy that he finally beat her. He patted Wenzong's shoulder and pretended to be an old cadre. This is my 5th lap, Wenzong, come on. Wenzong stretched out his hand and pointed forward. No need to see you off. Jiqiu waved his hand. See you in the next group, do meow meow. When Wenzong finished the 3rd group and started the 4th group of frog jumps, Lu Yiming came over again. Wenzong had dead eyes. The 4th group, I'm almost dead, but I can hold on. Thank you. Do you want to ask anything else? Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming, no more, come on. At 4 p.m. Capital Star Time, someone finished the 10th group first, and when he reached the finish line, he laid down directly, as if he had lost half his life. Wenzong had just finished the 5th set. Her military training uniform was almost soaked with sweat, her lips were pale, but her face was still rosy. Starting from the 6th set, Wenzong almost lost control of her pace. If her pace was messed up, it would mean that she would not be able to persist in the 10 sets of training, and if she could not persist in the first training, it would mean that her transfer to the Mecha department would be a joke. Wenzong knew clearly that she could drag her feet, exploit loopholes in the rules during the game, and even confront the instructor, but she absolutely could not say, give up. 2 words. At 4:20, Lu Yiming finished. At 4:40, Song Tao finished. At 5:30, Jiqiu finished. At this time, Wenzong was the only one left in the venue, doing the 8th set of frog jumps. The Mecha department ended training at 6 o'clock, started dinner, rested for an hour, and started evening training at 7 o'clock. Wenzong would definitely miss dinner. Her physical strength dropped rapidly. The sweat on her forehead almost flowed into her eyes, and she had no strength to wipe it off. Her face turned pale visibly, and her steps changed from the indiscriminate stride at the beginning to the chaotic one now. Tired. Pain. Wenzong beat the rhythm silently in her heart was beating violently, and every time she exhaled, she could feel the burning pain in her chest. She could hardly see the road with her eyes, but just relied on inertia to move forward. Lu Yiming, who was resting, drank the last sip of salt water, raised his footsteps, and caught up with Wenzong. Hey, wait for me. Song Tao tilted his neck to drink the water, jumped twice on the spot and followed. Lu Yiming and Song Tao ran to Wenzong's left and right. Wenzong tilted her head. She didn't have the extra energy to speak, just nodded as a thank you. Once there is one, there will be 2. Jiqiu, who had just finished 10 groups, was full of enthusiasm. Let's go, friends. The Mecha department stood up and couldn't help laughing. Let's go, let's go. There are 3 groups left, it's not a big deal. The last few who finish should take a break first, we will go first. Okay, let's go. With that, hundreds of people rushed to Wenzong. Instructor Zhou looked at his students and felt relieved. TSK, young, it's better to be young. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wenzong finally finished the 10th group. The last 2 groups took her nearly 3 hours, and the students from the Mecha department followed her, and did not eat until the end. When she reached the end, Wenzong's body swayed, and she almost fell down, but she still walked slowly for 2 steps to relieve fatigue. Instructor Zhou coughed twice, signaling everyone to be quiet, and he asked Wenzong, is it okay? Wenzong moistened his lips with saliva, and his voice was a little hoarse. Give me a treatment device, and I will be a brave man tomorrow. Instructor Zhou laughed. Okay. Instructor Zhou didn't let them line up. He looked at these energetic students and said, I only trained you for a month, and there is nothing to teach you, but now, I want to tell you what comrades are. After graduation, some of you may choose to change jobs, or be recruited by a certain galaxy unit, or join the military, but I want you to know that there will always be such a group of people behind you, and you will never be alone. Look at the people around you and tell me, do you understand? The young students have different backgrounds, but for the same dream, they are full of passion and enthusiasm, and they shout loudly with a desire for tomorrow. I understand. Very good. Instructor Zhou waved his hand, and said something like a devil's whisper. Now announce the punishment measures for the loser blue team in yesterday's red-blue match. The students with dreams have different expressions. The students of the blue team are choked in their hearts. Instructor Zhou seemed to have not noticed the strange expressions of his beloved students, and announced very straightforwardly, from today on, after the evening training every day, everyone in the blue team must perform the program designated by the red team until the end of the military training. Blue team, Blue team struggled desperately. No, instructor, if we can perform programs, we won't come to the Mecha department, okay? Instructor Zhou, now the red team can specify the program, and after the performance, it's time to eat and sleep. The red team rubbed their hands. The instructor is awesome. Instructor Joe added fuel to the fire. Come on, MVP, I give you a privilege, you choose first. When Zong was drinking water, he touched his chin and said, how about singing a song? The Imperial National Anthem will do. The students of the red team watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Oh, singing is too easy. Yes, at least it's a great relief. That's right. Nominate Thomas to do a 360-degree rotation without stopping. When Zong narrowed his eyes, don't worry, there are still more than 20 days, enough. Red team, that makes sense. Blue team, no. Then when Zong paid the price for his choice. No one thought that someone could sing the catchy and majestic Imperial National Anthem with a sense of twists and turns. The key is that the singer did not think that his singing was bad at all. It can be said to be max lethality, hurting others but not yourself, and the whole army was annihilated. When Zong slept, his head was still buzzing, and it was still playing in a loop until he fell asleep. The magic sound penetrated the brain, but that was just like that. Chapter 9. Since the first day of training, after experiencing the destructive singing of the blue team students, the whole Mecha department has been in a low mood for several days. The brain automatically plays every day and enjoys VIP surround sound. The red team is so scared that they never dare to let the blue team sing again. Military training is gradually intensifying towards the ideal rhythm of Instructor Zhou. Wen Zong is always the last in physical training, but it is congratulatory that he can complete the task within the specified time. It is worth mentioning that Wen Zong, the last in the mechanical assembly area full of parts, broke the record of freshmen in the Mecha department and shocked the audience by assembling 7 mechanical equipment in 3 minutes. The speed is still increasing. Wen Zong put the assembled machine aside, and when she stood up, her bones were crackling. She stretched her body and handed the assembled machine to Instructor Zhou. There are still 3 days before the end of military training. A month has passed, and the biggest gain for Wen Zong is this thin layer of muscle. His physical fitness has also been greatly improved. For example, from barely keeping up with the command department to being able to beat the command department. #daily disc command department. After dinner that day, Instructor Zhou did not start the evening training, but asked a question. Do you know that the other half of this base is the 3rd Military Academy? This is a well-known fact. The base is idle anyway, so why not rent it out to earn extra money? The landlord doesn't have any surplus food. Students, report, I know. Instructor Zhou looked at the freshman with a subtle expression. Then do you know that the final training assessment of the Mecha department is a battle with the 3rd college next door? The freshman's eyes sparkled. I know. Wen Zong, Wen Zong, wait. Why is there a final training assessment for the military training? Although she has never been to a military academy before, she has seen military academy students. Isn't the military training for freshmen used to show how resistant the steel flowers of the motherland are to falling? Why is there such a thing as an assessment, but no one explained her doubts? Instructor Zhou continued, since you all know, I won't say much. The old rules are that the whole star network will be broadcast live, and the simulator has a built-in face camouflage function. At that time, except for the Mecha departments of the 2 colleges, everyone else will withdraw from the base. The entire base will be covered by the simulator. The side with the most accumulated points will win. Any other questions? Freshman, no. Wen Zong, I do. Instructor Zhou didn't take it seriously at all. Okay, the game will be from 9 a.m. tomorrow to 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Have a good rest today, and gather as usual tomorrow. I will explain the rules to you. It's a small scene. Why are you so excited? Disband now. Wen Zong, no. Wait, there's another person who knows nothing. The students stood up one after another, and Wen Zong stretched out his hand and pressed Ji Qiu next to him. Ji Qiu was caught off guard and fell on his buttocks. What are you doing? Wen Zong was quite embarrassed, but she didn't have a computer and her communicator couldn't connect to the internet. Seeing that the students were going home, she could only intercept them halfway according to the principle of proximity. Hey, what is the military training assessment? Ji Qiu was shocked and forgot to get angry. Didn't you know the customs of the college before filling in the application? Wen Zong, I do understand. For example, my physical fitness is not enough to apply for the Mecha department. So I applied for the command department to save the country in a roundabout way. Ji Qiu, Ji Qiu recalled the scene of being killed in the red-blue battle, and his expression was hard to describe. You really know yourself. Wen Zong waved his hand. Thank you. Ji Qiu, I'm not praising you. angry as a pufferfish. After a moment of silence, Jiqiu accepted his fate and sat down. Okay, let me tell you about the love-hate relationship between our first hospital and the third hospital next door. In fact, the feud between the first military academy and the third military academy has a long history. The third military academy was not called this name 20 years ago. It was called Nanshan Mecha Academy, affiliated to the first military academy, but by chance, Nanshan Academy produced a young genius, Meng Sik-hin. After graduation, Meng Sik-hin broke into the military department with his outstanding military accomplishments, mecha technology, and extremely handsome face. When the Empire and the Federation went to war, he killed a team of the Federation with one mecha. After the ceasefire, Meng Sik-hin was awarded the rank of Major, and the video of the awarding of the rank flowed into the Star Network, setting off a nationwide craze and bringing countless students to Nanshan Academy. With more students, it is no longer like before when they had to cling to the first military academy. So the president of Nanshan Academy decided to kick the tree and make it an independent comprehensive military academy. It was renamed the 16th Military Academy in the order of the academies in the Empire. Nanshan Academy has bullied us right at our doorstep, and the first academy will definitely not accept it. The affiliation agreement has not expired yet. Don't blame us for being unjust if you are unkind. After negotiations failed, the first academy took Nanshan Academy to court. On the day of the trial, Major Meng Sik-hin personally supported Nanshan Academy. There were reporters in the court and fans outside. The result is predictable. The first academy won without a doubt, but was hit with rotten eggs and rotten cabbage when he left the house. After successfully terminating the contract, Nanshan College officially declared independence. It is said that the president sold everything he had, burned his boats, went bankrupt, and owed a lot of foreign debts. He lay dormant for a full 15 years, trained several batches of outstanding students, and then passed 5 levels, and cut 6 generals, upgrading from the 16th Military Academy to the 3rd Military Academy. There is also the 2nd Academy above the ranking. Seeing that the situation is not good, the president of the 2nd Academy took the initiative to use 1/6 of the students to form an alliance with the 1st Academy to jointly resist this behavior of using the Imperial heroes to build momentum for himself. The 1st Academy agreed quite readily. So the 2 military academies with profound backgrounds followed suit and started a war of public opinion with the 3rd Academy. After all, the 1st and 2nd Academy had a long history, and the 3rd Academy could not resist and could not go any further. But after a series of events, the feud between the 1st and 3rd Academy was established. Jiqiu stopped and drank a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Wenzong sighed and couldn't help but sigh. It's miserable. This Meng Sik-hin is really miserable. Jiqiu rarely resonated with Wenzong. It's really miserable. Isn't it miserable? Although the affiliated college has independent teaching qualifications, it still has to accept the help of the main college in terms of resources. The school's own teaching ability is very poor. In this case, Meng Sik-hin can stand out completely relying on his terrible talent. However, as soon as he got ahead, he was blamed by his alma mater. This behavior of using the celebrity effect to expand himself inadvertently gave Meng Sik-hin a lot of flags, which led to Meng Sik-hin's failure to make further progress after becoming a major, and he appeared more as a mascot of the military. A soldier, a talented mecha operator, can no longer go to the battlefield. There is nothing more sad than this. Wenzong then asked, "What does this have to do with our assessment?" Jiqiu took another sip of water. "Isn't this the background? I talk about it later." Although the 3rd Academy was expanding very fast, more and more students meant more and more resources. The area of the capital star was limited, and there was no extra land for the 3rd Academy, and the 3rd Academy had no money to buy it. However, students had to be trained. In the entire capital star, except for the military, only the 1st Academy had a separate base, so the 3rd Academy thought of leasing it for a long time. The 1st Academy was very familiar with the leasing business. After all, the 2nd Academy often came to borrow it, but the 1st Academy had a grudge against the 3rd Academy, so the 1st Academy offered a price 3 times higher than the market price, and the 3rd Academy had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept it. Wenzong clapped his hands. This principal is a capable person. He can bend and stretch. Jiqiu agreed. He is also a ruthless person, otherwise he would not do such a thing as using his own students as targets. Wenzong, then what? Jiqiu. Then, there was a class of freshmen in the 3rd college who were looking for death. They felt that their school was greatly wronged, so they had to compete with our school. The whole Star Network broadcast it live, and the title was Meng Sik-hin's alma mater. In the end, they lost miserably, and then someone challenged again in the next class. This has been going on for several years, and it can be regarded as a small tradition. Okay, I understand everything. When Zong touched his chin, how many people are there in the mecha department? Ji Chio fell into deep thought. According to my experience, they should not be killed by 3 times. When Zong looked at Ji Chio, are you serious? Ji Chio said confidently, we are elites, they are assembly line products, how can we compare? The next day, Instructor Zhou was in high spirits and changed into a brand new, knee training uniform. It looked like he could make a report directly in front of His Majesty the Emperor in the next second. Instructor Zhou stood on a slightly higher slope with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. The simulator will start in 2 hours, and global monitoring will start at the same time. The images will be directly transmitted to the Star Network. You can do whatever you want. No need to save face for them. The freshmen below were excited. Okay. Instructor Zhou was very satisfied. Now I will explain the rules to you. The competition is based on a point system, and the time is 48 hours. The side with the most accumulated points wins. After the simulator is started, your communicator will automatically receive a full view map with infrastructure coordinates, which is helpful for solving various physiological problems. No weapons are allowed to enter the venue, but equipment packages will drop in the venue. As for what is opened, it depends on everyone's luck. After all, some equipment will add points, and some equipment will deduct points. Everyone has 1 point when entering the venue. Attacks are allowed. If you are hit in the vitals, you will be eliminated twice. The killer will inherit half of the points of the eliminated person. The same applies to negative points. The same team is allowed to inherit points, but gifts are not allowed. Equipment is only allowed to be scored once, and transfers are invalid. Those who are eliminated will automatically exit the simulator system. After explaining the rules, Instructor Zhou continued, I will watch the whole process on StarNet. Don't embarrass our hospital. Do you hear me? Make sure you complete the task. Keep up the momentum. Instructor Zhou was very pleased. Military training was just the first step for these kids to embark on their military careers. He was lucky to be their guide. After the training, maybe they will meet again at the military headquarters. Just when Instructor Zhou was feeling very pleased and fantasizing about the scene of meeting again in 5 years, someone was spoiling the mood. When Zong silently raised his hand, report to the instructor, how many people are our opponents? Instructor Zhou was very casual. Not many, just 3 times as many as us. Not many. Just 3 times. When Zong slowly looked at Ji Chio, I didn't expect that classmate Ji Chio, you have this talent. Ji Chio, Listen to my explanation. Chapter 10. At 9 a.m. on the Capital Star, a post slowly appeared on the forum homepage. The assessment of freshmen in the Mecha department of the 1st and 3rd colleges has begun. Is there anyone who wants to bet on the winner? First floor, sofa, 2 indie floor, give me a handful of melon seeds and bet on the first college. 3 RD floor, then I give you a bottle of happy water and bet on the first college. 12 TH floor, why is no one betting on the 3rd college? 13 TH floor, don't ask above, if you ask, the 3rd college is dead. 21st floor, even if I'm a fan of Meng Sik Hin, the 3rd college is dead. 3 colleges have presidents, so bet on the 1st college to win. 22F, thank you for the above, but we in the 1st college don't dare to have a president who uses his students as guns. 25F, 22 is right, I can't afford it, I can't afford it. 30F, why not bet on whether there are any girls who mess with the freshmen of the Mecha department of the 1st college? 31F, I hope there are, only the junior sister can heal me. 35F, do you really expect the junior sister to heal me? It would be a great merit if the junior sister of the Mecha department of the 1st college didn't break your bones. 36th floor, who said that the Queen of Flowers is not considered a flower. 37th floor, please tell me your story, brother who broke his bones. 42th floor, I came too late. Why didn't you choose the 3rd hospital? There is a great god among the freshmen in the 3rd hospital, don't you know? 43th floor, who can be called a great god? 51st floor, the one who dominated the Star Network Mecha arena for a year, Chen Feng. 56th floor, damn, Chen Feng, isn't he 30-something according to the internet? How could he be a freshman? 74th floor, I said it was just an internet rumor. I am the only one wondering why he went to the crappy 3rd hospital. 79th floor, it's 9 o'clock. Both sides are entering. 80th floor, let's see if there are any junior girls in my Mecha department. 86th floor, yes, it's a junior girl. It's a cute junior girl, 90th floor. My left leg hurts when I see the junior girl, 93th floor. What happened upstairs? 96th floor. Although there is a phase simulation system, the back of the girl in the first courtyard is too familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere. 99th floor. Wow. I remember it. 100th floor. I compared the photos. Isn't that the girl who stole my junior champion in the calligraphy competition last year and left me with her back? The former junior champion of the calligraphy competition is looking at the map. This time, the simulator randomly assigned a map of an ancient battlefield, with sandstorms everywhere and broken walls and ruins everywhere. Some hands reluctantly stretched out from the yellow sand, which was the unyielding struggle of the soldiers, but they could not resist the erosion of time and became the nutrients of the earth, leaving only bones that never left. The broken red flag hung on the broken flagpole, becoming the only color on this map. When Zone looked at the map, and the Mecha department members were ready to fight, each with their own opinions. Song Tao asked, Wen Zong, what do you think? Wen Zong raised his head, a little puzzled. Well, the map is good? Song Tao, okay. Wen Zong also said helplessly, I don't know how to command. The last time the red and blue battles, I could only play dirty because I couldn't compare with my physical strength. This time, I can't just strip people's clothes and break into the enemy's interior, right? As the steel flowers of the motherland, using strategies can't show the strength of their mecha department at all. Ji Chio on the side really thought for a while. It's not impossible. The military training uniforms of the first and third colleges are different. If you want to go undercover, you really have to take off your clothes. When Zone, you wake up, the All-Star Network is live. Are you really not afraid that the third college will come to your door to fight with real people? When Zone put away the map and said, our ultimate goal is to get more points. The more points each of us has, the greater our chances of winning. I think we can treat this as an individual competition, protect ourselves, and eliminate the opponent. It's best for us to split up. I suggest at least 3 people in a group, with a more balanced combination, such as reconnaissance, long range, and close combat. When Zone shrugged, be optimistic. The more people on the other side, the more points they will get. Except for me, you are the elite among the elites. Hack them. Yes. Hack them. The Mecha department is fearless. The first academy is fearless. Almost everyone dispersed, leaving only Lu Yiming and Song Tao, who had cooperated happily with Wen Zong in the red-blue battle. Ji Chio teamed up with others. In his words, 2 physical noobs should not hold each other back. Among the 3, Lu Yiming is responsible for long-range combat. Song Tao and Wen Zong are better at close combat, but both of them know that the other party is very wild and has a very sensitive intuition about danger. As long as there is someone behind him, he will not be afraid. So we should find a sniper for Lu Yiming first. The 3 of them set a target. Wen Zong opened the map and pointed to a place and said, this is an ancient battlefield map. I have seen it in 3-dimensional mode before. This should be a siege battle, and the defenders failed. The walls at that time were high and thick, which is most suitable for long-range attacks. Let's go there first. The city wall on the map was not far from them, and it took about 20 minutes to get there. The city wall was about 10 meters high, and the decayed city gate was crumbling. When he touched it, his hand was covered with rust. When Zong looked at the rust on his hand, and was a little surprised. Is the simulation very high this time? She still remembered that when the red and blue teams played against each other before, she had twisted a little bit of fragile bark, and it didn't leave any marks on her hand. Lu Yiming also reached out and touched it. He seemed to be very familiar with the simulator. He could tell the exact value with just a slight touch. The simulation degree is about 90%. The last time it was about 75%. The 3 entered the city gate, found the stairs to the city wall, and found a large rectangular box on the observation tower of the city wall. Song Tao wished he had a pair of perspective eyes. Judging from the size, there may be a sniper, but... When Zone continued in a deep voice, classmates, it's time to test your bloodline. Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming stretched out his hand. Then I go first. Wait, don't you pray before opening a game box? It can be seen that Song Tao is a person with rich gaming experience. Lu Yiming frowned and said, although I don't know what you are talking about, I am an atheist. As he said that, Lu Yiming stretched out his hand to open the box. When Zong and Song Tao didn't blink. The box was opened, and it was a black heavy sniper. At the same time, the communicator on Lu Yiming's wrist vibrated, and a message came. Congratulations to Lu Yiming, a student of the first college, for obtaining epic equipment, plus 50 points. The current score is 51 points, and the current overall ranking is first. Wow! Song Tao couldn't help but touch the heavy sniper rifle, and his envy was beyond words. What kind of luck is this? The game has not started for 20 minutes, and the first and third hospitals enter from different entrances. It will take at least an hour for them to meet each other. In this hour, they can only increase their points by using equipment. This heavy sniper rifle also has an instruction manual. This is a piece of equipment with almost unlimited use. It is filled with special energy that is harmless to the human body, rather than blank bullets with a limited number. Song Tao, who had read the manual, was even more envious. I hope I can open one too. When Zong pushed the box back to its original position, pretending that it had never been opened, and waved his hand proudly, let's search this place. When Zong's three-man team was lucky enough to find another box under the stairs of the city wall. The box was not very big. It was obvious that it was made of the same material as the one that Liu Yiming opened before, but it was only half the size of an arm. When Zong picked up the box and asked Song Tao, "You open it or I open it?" Song Tao rubbed his palms and shook hands with Liu Yiming again, trying to get some fairy spirit. My hands are not my hands now, but the hands of a person with max luck, so of course I am here. As he said that, he slowly opened the box with an extremely pious attitude. At the moment of opening, Song Tao's communicator sent a short message. Congratulations to Song Tao from the first college for obtaining useless equipment, -5 points. The current total score is -4 points. The current total ranking, negative points are not included in the total ranking. Song Tao looked at the equipment he opened. It was a blue and white gun. The gun body had smooth lines and perfect design, but it could not hide the fact that it was a water gun. Liu Yiming, When Song Tao showed the text message he received to Liu Yiming, and Wen Zong with a look of despair. So negative points don't show up in the rankings. Wen Zong lowered his chin silently, as if he had a devil's horn on his head. How about this, Song Tao? I have an idea. A familiar opening line. Song Tao held the water gun expressionlessly. What? Wen Zong smiled. I suggest that Song Tao, you try to accumulate negative points. If our three-person team encounters a crisis and has to sacrifice one person, you can deal a heavy blow to the third hospital. I think you are fully capable of this great mission. Song Tao rolled his eyes, and finally realized what Wen Zong said. He picked up the water gun and sprayed water at Wen Zong without any threat, like a cat with its tail stepped on. No, can. At the same time, in the indoor training room of the base, Instructor Zhou and the instructors of the third hospital were also monitoring in real time on the Star Network. On the screen of the Wen Zong trio, the comments were in full bloom. Ha ha ha, is that girl from the first hospital a devil? Ha ha ha. Junior, I can't, Junior, you can. This operation of accumulating negative points, I've never seen it in military training assessments for so many years. Ha ha ha. I was wondering why the first place jumped so fast. It turned out to be because of the epic equipment. Mom, I want this pair of fairy-like hands. Are all the girls in the Mecha department of your first college so unconventional? Go back upstairs. Girls who follow the ordinary path will not come to their first college, okay? Although what the above said makes sense, I don't allow you to discriminate against our first college, Junior. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the junior who fired the water gun? That was my pair of black hands. Suddenly, the real-time score of the Star Network changed. Kong Yenchen of the 3rd Military Academy ranked first in real time with a total score of 61 points. The instructor of the 3rd Academy was very proud. His back, which had been stiff since the beginning of the competition, finally relaxed. He still looked straight, but he was no longer so stern and nervous that he seemed to explode at the next moment. There was no way. The freshman assessment of the 1st and 3rd Academy had been carried out for 6 years. This time was the 7th year. In the past 6 years, the 3rd Academy had only won once. The 3rd college always had more people than the 1st college, but they always lost to the 1st college. They were unwilling to accept this. Fortunately, they had a trump card this year. The instructor of the 3rd college said casually, "You are indeed our future star. It has only been half an hour, and you have already ranked first in points." Instructor Zhou then saw the changes in the real-time ranking and looked down on the 3rd college instructors boasting. They in the 1st college could not afford to lose. Besides, you have 3 times the number of us to kill our freshmen, so it is not shameful for us to lose. Although he thought so, Instructor Zhou's expression did not change at all, but his tone slightly rose. Oh? Instructor San Yuan was a little proud, pointing to a certain screen, revealing the thin, but aggressive side face of the boy. He held the heavy sniper in an unusually correct posture, and his eyes were firm, as if nothing could stop him from attacking. Suddenly, his hand moved slightly, and the heavy sniper made a dull sound. At the same time, his score increased by 1 point. That's the future star of our third academy, Kong Yenchen. Chapter 11. Wen Zong had no idea what was being discussed on the StarNet, and her worldview had been refreshed by Song Tao. She never expected that there was someone as ruthless as Song Tao in the world. They opened 3 more boxes. Wen Zong insisted that Song Tao open them, and Song Tao also didn't believe it, thinking that he would not be so ruthless after having touched the aura of the gods. However, the fact was that Song Tao accumulated -19 points, and all the equipment he opened was useless. The description of one of them was actually a belt left behind by a soldier. Wen Zong held the belt and exclaimed, "Amazing, Lu Yiming's hands are blessed, and your hands have been used to dig coal." Song Tao, who used to dig coal, He curled up in a ball in grievance. They had searched 1/3 of the city, and had not encountered an enemy yet. Apart from the points he got from opening boxes, Wen Zong still had a single point, and was wandering around. The houses in the city were already in tatters, and dust fell down when the wind blew. Wen Zong had good eyesight, and fished out a box from a house that was about to collapse. The box was not big, rectangular, and was still made of the black composite material that was wholesaled uniformly. Wen Zong weighed it, and it was not very heavy. The box had a soundproofing function, so he could not tell what was inside. Song Tao stretched out his coal-digging hands without giving up. Wen Zong dodged quickly. "Student Song Tao, I'm doing this for your own good." "Song Tao, I am very willing to save negative points for everyone." Wen Zong handed the box to Lu Yiming, silently made a wish with the help of this pair of blessed hands, and then suddenly opened the box when no one was paying attention. Seeing what was in the box, Wen Zong picked it up with satisfaction. "It's what I want." At the same time, Wen Zong's communicator received a message. "Congratulations to Wen Zong from the First Academy for obtaining ordinary equipment. Plus 1 point. The current total score is 2 points, and the current total ranking is 312th. It was a short military bayonet, only a little longer than an ordinary dagger. The blade was silver-white throughout, and there was a blood groove in the middle, but the sharpest part was ground into a round head to avoid accidental injuries to the greatest extent. So, among the 3 people, Song Tao, the only one without a weapon and with a negative score, was mentally broken. Why? Lu Yiming, how about I open it for you next time? Song Tao, I think the one you open is definitely not for me. Wen Zong practiced with the bayonet for a while to get familiar with the feel, and turned around and said, "Then don't open it, just grab someone else's." Song Tao suddenly reacted, and the gloomy atmosphere was swept away. "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" Lu Yiming said openly, Wen Zong opened the map and zoomed in on a certain place. "How about going to the oasis? There must be people there, but I don't know if they are friendly or enemy. Purposeful actions are always better than wandering around." Song Tao, whose health has been restored, led the way ahead with unparalleled momentum. This small city has been almost plundered by them, and the most valuable heavy sniper is now on Lu Yiming's back. The oasis is a bit far from the city where Wen Zong is. The 3 of them walked for more than half an hour. In the middle, Lu Yiming almost fell flat on the ground, and then dug out a small box where he stumbled. The blessed hand once again showed its powerful power, which was 2 very small smoke bombs. A must-have weapon for murder, arson, and robbery. 30 minutes later, Wen Zong and his 3 companions arrived at the edge of the oasis. The oasis is not large. After all, the base also has a fixed area. It is impossible to restore it 100%, and it can only be scaled proportionally. Wen Zong tiptoed and quietly walked in from the edge. The short green grass absorbed the tiny footsteps. Before he reached the center, Wen Zong heard the voice of someone talking. She listened carefully for a while, and caught the words "our third hospital." Just in case, Wen Zong also looked over and caught the black military training uniforms of the third hospital. After getting the correct information, Wen Zong gestured to Lu Yiming and Song Tao behind him. After seeing the response, Wen Zong then pulled the safety pin of the smoke bomb and threw it over from the ground. The smoke exploded in an instant, and the thick and pungent smoke enveloped the sky and the earth. Wen Zong held the bayonet, and his leg muscles were tense. The people in the smoke suddenly woke up. "Enemy attack. Gather, retreat back to back." "Where are you?" "To your left." The person who spoke suddenly felt a different breath behind him, as if the hairs on his body exploded uncontrollably, and his entire back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He wanted to remind his companions of the enemy's coordinates, and wanted to raise his arm to shoot behind him, but the people behind him did not give him any chance. The hard weapon pierced his heart, with a force that could not be underestimated. In an instant, he seemed to see the blade piercing his chest and the gurgling blood. The communicator on his wrist vibrated for the last time, and the simulator system determined that the attack was successful. He stretched out his hand in vain in the smoke, but he could only see his hand gradually disappearing. Exiting the simulation system meant that his assessment this time was completely over, and his points would become a stepping stone for others. In a trance, he heard a female voice with a rising tone. "Goodbye, classmate, thank you for your points. Get eliminated early and rest early." His first reaction was not that there was a girl among the freshmen in the first college, but why did this voice sound so annoying? Wenzong certainly didn't know what his opponent was thinking, let alone that he felt that he deserved a beating because of a sentence. But even if he knew, Wenzong's reaction would probably be to deserve a beating even more. The smoke bomb is only effective for 2 minutes. Song Tao has no weapons, and the smoke from the explosion will completely block Lu Yiming's sight and affect his attack. Wenzong's gesture before was, "3 people, I can do it alone." 2 minutes later, the smoke slowly dissipated, and the oasis returned to its original appearance. Only the weapons that fell to the ground showed what had happened here. Wenzong looked at the points in the communicator and expressed great pleasure. In the first few hours, she finally got a lot of points. After the smoke cleared, Lu Yiming and Song Tao also came over. Song Tao couldn't wait to search the ground for weapons that he could use, but he only found a short knife. He was not very good at using cold weapons, but at this moment, he could only make do with it. It's better to have it than not to have it. Song Tao comforted himself. Judging from the one-sided assassination just now, the oasis probably only had those people from the 3 colleges before they arrived, otherwise those 3 people would not be so leisurely surrounded by Wenzong. Song Tao leaned against a tree, wiping the small dagger pitifully, and couldn't help sighing. Wenzong and Lu Yiming were looking for boxes all over the oasis, and this guy was just lazy because he was a black hand. Wenzong quietly walked behind Song Tao's tree and kicked it. Song Tao jumped up suddenly and found the culprit in an instant. "Ah, who, Wenzong? Why is it you again?" Wenzong retracted his foot. "You should at least pretend. But I think it's better for me not to touch it," Song Tao said confidently. "Your kick almost gave me a heart attack." "I didn't mean it." Wenzong spread his hands, pointed at the tree, and lied. "I suspect there is a box on the tree. Give it a kick. Maybe your life weapon is on it." Song Tao, Song Tao, can you find a better excuse to bully me? As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from above Song Tao's head. Crack, crack, crack. Looking up, he saw the familiar black box was pressing down on a branch and was about to fall. The branch finally couldn't bear the weight, and after a click sound, it pulled the box down with it and fell to the ground quickly. Song Tao was stunned for a moment, and only reacted when the box kissed his head. He turned around and dodged, letting the box fall to the ground, and rolled over before stopping. Song Tao was stunned. "I believed your lies." Wenzong, I believed it too. Song Tao didn't dare to move the small box, and turned around to call Lu Yiming over. "I think this is my destined weapon. I pray to the gods to show their power." Lu Yiming, Okay, I can't change teammates for the time being. I don't know if it's because Song Tao is too resentful or too unlucky, but with the blessing of Lu Yiming's European emperor, the small box carrying his deep expectations finally opened a pistol. Congratulations to Lu Yiming from the first college for obtaining the epic equipment Lost Treasure 1, plus 25 points. After opening so many boxes, Wenzong understood that ordinary equipment includes cold weapons, plus 1 point. Rare equipment is a hot weapon with 10 blank bullets, and includes auxiliary equipment such as grenades and smoke bombs, plus 10 points. Epic equipment is a mechanical weapon with unlimited energy slots, plus 50 points. Useless equipment with no use and entertainment effect is useless, minus 5 points. This epic equipment only adds half of the points, which means the other half is not found. Yes, this is a pistol without an energy slot. In short, it is no different from a toy model. Miserable, really miserable, like Song Tao. Wenzong patted Song Tao on the shoulder. Lu Yiming has tried his best. Song Tao, I hate it. So the 3 of them quickly searched the oasis while they were free. Probably because the people before them had searched it, they did not get much, and they also did not find the remaining energy slots. Wenzong, on the other hand, had a different harvest. She opened a double-edged laser sword. The handle could be ejected from the front and back, very flexible, and it would not hurt people, only things. Wen Zong, who was tired of the old and loved the new, threw away the bayonet immediately. Wen Zong carried the laser sword and put all the weapons together, and quickly dismantled them into parts, except for Song Tao's half-gun. The 3 people who were eliminated did not leave any usable equipment. The heavyweight one was a machine gun, which used shuttle-shaped bullets instead of standard round blank bullets, plus a pistol without bullets. Blank bullets can be recycled, but there are too many vegetation in the oasis, and after the previous melee, they have been scattered to who knows where. In addition, there are 2 flash bombs, 2 newly found grenades, and a box of snacks. The most important thing is a light rifle with almost full energy. Wen Zong held a snack in his mouth, and Lu Yiming held a laser sword for her to cut at any time. She used to pick up the discarded and scrapped weapons of others in the black market and assemble them into new ones. At that time, she didn't have a cutter, so she could only use a dagger and a stone to grind them bit by bit. After retiring, she started to pick up scrapped mechas and parts that others didn't want to use to assemble Fire Cloud. At that time, she had a cutter, a die press, and various techniques and knowledge learned from the Vanguard army, but she had to start from scratch. Fortunately, mechas and machines are something engraved into her soul. As long as they are in her hands, she can assemble what she wants. An hour later, Wen Zong moved her neck, and the joints made a protesting sound. She moved her fingers a few times, and assembled the parts flexibly. She changed the structure of the ordinary pistol magazine to match the half of the gun body, and cut the rifle's energy slot to a suitable length to fit. It's not a lot of work, but it requires extremely high precision and highly concentrated mental power. Wen Zong spent an hour to transform an epic equipment that meets the rules, although it only adds an energy slot. After trying it, and finding no problem, she threw it to Song Tao, who was looking at her eagerly. When Song Tao got it, he almost cried with joy. "You are simply my golden finger. Pistol, epic, unlimited use. My hands are not black at all. No, black." Wen Zong straightened his waist with a grin and pretended to be calm. "Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." She sat there for an hour without changing her posture. Lu Yiming was just holding a sword, and she had to concentrate her mental power. When she relaxed, she found that her legs were numb and her waist was almost unable to straighten up. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the oasis. "Look, it's the oasis. Let's be careful. There may be someone in such a place." Wen Zong and the other 2 looked at each other and exchanged glances. "I heard the girl's voice. It must be someone from the 3rd Academy." Song Tao held his freshly made pistol in an extremely standard posture, and smiled excitedly after seeing the black military training uniform belonging to the 3rd Academy. "The weather is getting cold. It's time to use a wave of points to sacrifice the gun." Chapter 12. There were 7 people on the other side, 5 boys and 2 girls. It was one of the girls, who started to shout loudly at the beginning. They formed a formation before approaching the oasis, with 3 boys in the front, 2 girls on the left and right wings, and the remaining 2 boys in the back. The 7 people walked into the oasis with caution, and what caught their eyes were the dismantled mechanical parts and half-eaten snacks. The leading boy whispered, "Someone has been here before, and may have left, but the equipment cannot be taken away, so we can only dismantle it and leave it for the people behind. This is really a huge misunderstanding." Wen Zong, who was hiding somewhere, raised his eyebrows. "We still have to be careful. I'm afraid someone is ambushing here." The leading boy said, "Keep the formation, back to back, and shoot around." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, and blank bullets flew past in different directions, and sank into the vegetation of the oasis. There was only the sound of grass and trees, and there was no notification from the communicator on the wrist. Safe for the time being. The 7 people breathed a sigh of relief, and the leading boy turned around and faced his companions. "Now we will act separately. Remember to press the communicator if there is any situation. The light in the simulator is loaded with sunlight from the ancient Earth for calculation and transformation." It was just past noon, when the light was the strongest. The silvery white light suddenly flashed across the speaker's eyes, causing him to close his eyes subconsciously. "No, that's not ordinary light. It's the reflected light from the gun. Everyone, attention! Take cover." Before he finished speaking, he heard a gunshot, and a blue light entered his forehead. At the same time, the system determined that the attack was successful and automatically exited the simulator. Only the equipment fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Ambush in the tree. Everyone realized it, and they picked up their weapons and attacked the people in the tree. An ambush can never be carried out by only one person. When Zong slid down from the tree on the other side silently, the laser sword flashing with a bright white light, almost invisible in the sun, and the ghostly weapon instantly pierced through the enemy's chest. Successful judgment. Immediately afterwards, she kept walking, lowered her head to avoid various attacks, and with a slight movement of her wrist, the laser sword was like a white snake spitting out its tongue, biting the enemy's neck. Success. Then, when Zong turned his wrist, and the laser sword popped out from another direction. She didn't even look at it, and just handed it back. Success. At the same time, all 7 people were wiped out. With a bang, Lu Yiming's heavy sniper made a dull sound, as if venting his anger. The energy bomb accurately passed through the gap between Wenzong and Song Tao, and rushed to a person outside the field who had not entered the oasis at all with unstoppable force. That was the 8th person who was hiding. Success. The 3 of them stood in silence for the equipment that exploded on the ground. The 3 of them, who were used to seeing good stuff, picked and chose the equipment. The last one took 2 flash bombs and a grenade. Song Tao sat cross-legged on the ground and turned on the communicator to count how many points he had just earned. The vibration of the communicator would affect the stability of the wrist. Before the ambush, they turned the communicator to silent mode. The moment he turned on the communicator, Song Tao turned into a stone statue. When Zong couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Are you too excited to speak?" Song Tao, "I'm really too excited." He spoke each word with gritted teeth. Song Tao showed them the text message, which read, "Congratulations to Song Tao from the first college for eliminating 1 person and getting minus 22 points. The current total score, minus 20 points. The current total ranking, negative points. Ranking is not displayed for the time being." Song Tao just eliminated 4 people, and the scores of 3 of them were raised to positive numbers for him, but the last one was beaten back to negative numbers for him. Even Lu Yiming couldn't help it. "How about you save up some negative points?" Song Tao said expressionlessly. "Save? When he saves up 100 negative points, let's see who dares to eliminate him. Then let's go to the cafeteria next." When Zong opened the map, the cafeteria was directly north of the oasis. It was very far away. It took more than 2 hours to walk there, and they had to cross a small river in the middle. Behind the cafeteria is the instructor's dormitory. There is only 1 instructor's dormitory in the entire base. Whether it is the 3rd or the 1st academy, there will definitely be people staying there for a night. I'm sure this is a good place to brush up points. Let's go! Theoretically, it takes 2 hours to get to the cafeteria. In fact, it was already evening when Wenzong and his 3 friends arrived at the cafeteria. The light was setting in the west, and the sky was reflected in a fiery red, which was very beautiful. The cafeteria of the base was simulated to look like a wine shop. The words on the flags flying outside were blurred. It was barely recognizable that it was a word wine in an unknown font. It was a long story for them to talk about this journey, and the time was mainly wasted on that river. There was a water monster in that river. God knows why there was a water monster on the ancient battlefield map. In short, there was an octopus-shaped water monster NPC there. The water monster would randomly issue tasks, and there would be special rewards for completing the tasks. The random task assigned to them is this: "Dear warriors, I know you have a brave heart, but in addition to bravery, you also need optimism on the road of life. The path I guide you is to laugh as much as you want. When the gatekeeper is infected by you, it is the moment when you understand the truth. Don't pay attention to the way the task book is expressed. Translated into human language, it means telling a joke. If you make the NPC laugh, the reward is yours. Just ask, who can laugh? The past is unbearable to look back on." After nearly 2 hours of tossing and turning, 3 waves of people were eliminated in the middle, but the NPC remained unmoved. Until the exhausted Wenzong asked, "What is the name of your river?" The NPC answered, "Junhe." Song Tao replied, "Can negative numbers be crossed?" Then, the NPC laughed to death. It was so funny. After the death, a small healing device was dropped for the 3 people, and it can only be used 3 times. Can mental damage be cured? No. 3 people, Okay. In short, the healing device extended their lives once, so they could see the cafeteria alive. The canteen is a small dungeon map, with no limit on the number of participants. A random food will be refreshed on the table in the middle of the canteen every 90 seconds. The food has its own positive or negative effects, all depends on luck. When Wenzong and the other 2 entered, there were already 2 groups of people fighting each other. One group occupied the only table in the middle, wearing black military training uniforms. Another group surrounded the table in the middle in a half-moon shape, wearing ordinary camouflage uniforms. The two sides were engaged in a primary school-level verbal battle. First courtyard, come down if you have the guts. The third hospital, if you have the guts, come up. It was so childish that I couldn't bear to watch it. Wenzong nodded to Lu Yiming, and Lu Yiming made a gesture. Under the cover of the students in front, Lu Yiming set up a heavy sniper. Wenzong laughed loudly. The student from the third hospital, we from the first hospital won't go up. Who knows if you have your own virus? Do you dare to take the supplies refreshed from under your feet? The student from the third hospital who was chewing chicken legs at the table. The student from the first hospital who was caught off guard by the mouth cannon nuclear weapon. Do meow meow, you are finally here. Wenzong, don't be polite, fight them to death. The first courtyard was jubilant, while the third courtyard was gloomy. Looking at the faces of the students around him, the man who sat cross-legged with one foot on the table turned pale. Who do you say has the virus? Wenzong walked from the back to the front, leaving a small passage in the middle, and shrugged. Whoever responds is responsible. The man was big and strong, with an arrogant look, as if he had never been scolded like this in his life. He pointed the weapon in his hand at the table under his feet. Little girl, be careful when you speak, otherwise no one will have any supplies to take. Destroy the table? Wenzong was not afraid of being scared. If you have the guts, then destroy it. Do you believe that if you destroy it 1 second, you will be forced to exit the system the next second? Do you think I haven't read the rules? I think you have never played the game. Wenzong blew on his fingertips. If you destroy the balance of the game, banning your account is the least of your punishment. He hesitated for a second. In just this second, a blue energy bomb passed through the small passage that Wenzong walked through, and quickly hit the man's heart. He opened his eyes wide, but could only watch his body disappear and exit the simulation system. Wenzong's laser sword was unsheathed instantly. As she turned around, she saw a boy in a black military training uniform standing in the window. He was thin, lowered his head, and wiped the black sniper rifle in his hand with a white handkerchief. He seemed to be very unconcerned about his teammates' elimination, and he didn't even mess up his movements. Calm and terrifying. Wenzong defined it as follows. Regardless of her past and present lives, she had a good habit, that is, threats must be cut off early. As the sky gradually darkened, the light emitted by the laser sword became more and more conspicuous. Inside and outside the star network, everyone was looking forward to whether the sword's light could overwhelm this future star. Kong Yanchen raised his head, revealing a pair of almost emotionless black eyes. He threw away his handkerchief, and was ready to fight when Wenzong saw him. Wenzong met those extremely dark eyes, frowned fiercely, and held the hilt of the sword. The laser sword instantly doubled in length. She swung it vigorously, and the force almost penetrated the wall. Kong Yanchen climbed down the window holding the heavy sniper, and set up the gun when he landed. Once Wenzong appeared at the window, he pressed the trigger without hesitation. What a fast gun! Thanks to her dancing experience, Wenzong dodged the energy bomb with an incredible posture. Then, 3 more energy bombs locked her in all directions. Wenzong bent down, and stepped on the window frame with 1 foot to gain leverage. She dodged all attacks very accurately. With the help of the force just now, she held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and twisted it hard. The hilt split into 2 short swords. Kong Yanchen would not watch her approach. He made a quick decision. The finger that pulled the trigger moved almost lightly. He picked up the gun and drew it. Countless energy bombs appeared. 1. The font flew out. Genius-like skills. Wenzong's purpose remained unchanged. She rushed forward quickly, as if she didn't see the attack in front of her. When she was about to be shot into a sieve, she rolled on the ground, and her long ponytail was swept by the energy bullet, breaking off and scattering on the ground. Kong Yanchen looked at the tip of the sword close to his eyes, and a rare excitement appeared in his eyes. He threw away the heavy sniper in his hand, and pulled out an energy dagger from his pocket. He is not good at close combat, but it doesn't mean he can't do it. Very good. Wenzong's hands did not stop. The sword that emitted white fluorescence lost its ghost-like invisible function against the background of the sky, but her sword was fast and her hands were accurate. It was so fast that only the afterimage of the sword could be seen, and even the afterimage could not be captured. Only the blocking sound of dang, dang could be heard. It was so accurate that as long as the sword was struck, it would be fatal. There were no unnecessary moves. Only Kong Yanchen's footsteps could be seen retreating. The star network was shocked, and a barrage of 6666666 flashed. Oh my god, are all the girls in your first courtyard so cool? I'm sorry, I can only see 2 people fighting. I can't see what they are using. You are awesome, junior sister. Come on, junior sister. Is that the same Kong Yanchen who was harvesting points all over the field before? Kong Yanchen is not good at close combat. Isn't it normal for him to be suppressed? That's right. I believe Kong Yanchen must have a way. Go, junior sister. Come on, Kong Yanchen. There are not many people who can play laser swords like this now, right? More than not, I used to think of laser swords only when I was suppressed to no avail. I didn't expect that one day laser swords could also suppress people. Why are you so excited? This is a fight between real people, not mechas. If it's a mecha, laser swords are useless. The key is that the junior sister can assemble weapons by herself. Fuck, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it before. What kind of fairy junior sister is this? She takes care of both the forward and the logistics. I bow to you. The discussion on the Star Network was in full swing. Wenzong had a small problem. She was not an endurance player. Since entering the first academy, physical fitness has always been a lagging project. Even after nearly a month of training, she still couldn't surpass those classmates who had trained for more than 10 years in such a short time. Although Kong Yanchen looked frail, his strength should not be underestimated from the heavy sniper rifle he used. If Wenzong had not received the holy light of the healing device in advance, he might not have been able to hold on for so long. This would not work. Wenzong's hand was a moment slower in swinging the sword. Kong Yanchen seized this moment, and his dagger stabbed Wenzong's heart with unparalleled momentum. Wenzong also seized this moment, and she quickly put the hilts together, and the two swords instantly merged into one, becoming a long sword, and slashed at Kong Yanchen's neck with a shrill sound of wind. Boom! The sound of an explosion suddenly came from behind, and the light as bright as day spread out in all directions with a surging air wave. Wenzong was flashed by the white light, and was pushed forward by the air wave without warning, and in front of her was the tip of Kong Yanchen's knife. Shit! Wenzong quickly calculated that under the influence of the air wave, she couldn't even drag Kong Yanchen to death, so she decisively cut off the power of the laser sword, then quickly bent down to avoid the fatal knife, and did 2 backflips along with the force of bending down, pulling the distance between the two sides. Another wave of air waves pushed in. Wenzong squinted her eyes, and when she opened them again, Kong Yanchen's figure was no longer in front of her. Lu Yiming walked from behind her. Wenzong's heart was as calm as water. Who opened the big one just now? Chapter 13. Wenzong took a deep breath and felt calm. Who fired the big shot just now? Lu Yiming's military training uniform was gray, and even his hair was covered with fine yellow sand and sawdust. He was silent for a while, and said, "A freshman from the 3rd college threw a high-risk bomb." Wenzong looked at the cafeteria that was bombed into ruins. Some classmates came out one after another with dusty faces. Only a few people were left from the 2 teams, and most of them were from the 1st college. Where are the people from the 3rd college? Lu Yiming, we both died together. Wenzong, where's the one who opened the big one? Lu Yiming, he was forced to quit because he destroyed the balance of the game. Wenzong was shocked. Isn't this a battle? How can there be a forced quit? Lu Yiming was even more surprised. Didn't you know it a long time ago? Wenzong said sincerely, do you believe me when I say I'm making it up? Lu Yiming, eh. She opened the communicator, and opened the map. After looking at it for a while, she found a few incised words at the bottom of the map. No damage to public facilities. Violators will be forced to quit. Sure. Wenzong asked again, what about the points? Lu Yiming, no more. Very good. She came back from a fight, and her points were gone, the duck that was about to be in her mouth was gone, the canteen was gone, and the food was gone. Teacher Wen's mood at this moment was simply indescribable. Autistic. Song Tao ran over happily waving his arms, smiling extremely brightly. Guess how many points I have? Wenzong looked at his excited expression and guessed, -100? Song Tao stretched out 2 fingers and raised his head slightly. Whose hand do you think this is? This is a hand that has dug coal. -200. Is it surprising or unexpected? Wenzong applauded. Surprising, unexpected. How did you do it? Song Tao, who had received hundreds of negative points, was very Buddhist. It's nothing. During the melee, a positive effect happened to appear. If the score is less than 5 points, it will be multiplied tenfold. Well, -20 is also less than 5 points. Everyone gained a lot, only Wenzong was miserable. But my dear classmates, who can tell me what I want to eat today? Song Tao took out 2 bottles of nutrition and threw them over. 1 bottle can last a day, just make do. Wenzong opened a bottle and drank it. He endured the sticky taste of the nutrition and swallowed it with difficulty, then sighed. Can I go back to the oasis to pick up my half box of snacks? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Carefully putting the remaining food in his pocket and buttoning it up with great care is a very VIP treatment. When Zong patted his pocket, let's go and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. Don't mention it, she actually found it. When Zong picked up a communicator in the ruins under the sacrifice table, there was a silver pattern on the strap of the communicator, which was the school emblem of the Third Academy. The communicator can only be used in the base, and can only be connected to the regional network in special occasions, such as combat exercises. The only function is to establish a communication channel, collect maps for assessment, and report points, and it has inheritance. In short, as long as it is not broken, it will be passed down from generation to generation. If you are lucky, you may even be able to use the communicator of a star senior, which is really wonderful. Therefore, the communicator is not private and can even be used as a trophy. After listening to Liu Yiming's explanation, Wen Zong turned on the communicator and directly clicked on the team channel. Looking at the names on it, she wanted to laugh 3 times. Wen Zong picked up a light sniper from the ground and carried it on his shoulder. Dear classmates, I have an idea. 11 o'clock in the evening, the instructor's dormitory. The sky was covered by clouds, and only a little light came through the window of the instructor's dormitory, making the outside even darker. The instructor's dormitory was simulated to look like an inn, with a hall on the first floor and guest rooms on the second floor. There was no light in the hall on the first floor, but the door of the inn was always open, and from a distance it looked like a giant beast that wanted to eat people. Someone entered the hall, and after a door slammed, voices could be heard faintly from upstairs. Hey, isn't this our only son? How come you have time to compete with us for points? Don't you have 2 bodyguards? Do you think it's too little? Oh sorry, I forgot. You don't have a bodyguard now, right? The voice sounded full of sarcasm, as if the malice towards this so-called lone seedling was almost bursting through the sky. Some people laughed along. That's right, you ran very fast during the melee in the cafeteria. How dare you come to the dormitory? A female voice that sounded a little hoarse said, I didn't run. The first person who spoke was relentless. Do you think I'm blind? I ran up and said a lot of things. Yes, the one who took the lead in grabbing tables in the 3rd hospital was eliminated. He forced him to do something desperate, otherwise our first hospital wouldn't have lost so many people. The female voice continued, the 3rd college didn't increase its points either. You're right, aren't you? You're so proud of all those points gone. It wasn't me who started the bomb. The fuse is even written into history books. The quarrel went from being low voices to getting louder and louder. The student from the 3rd college wearing a black military training uniform under the window sneered. The female student above is amazing. She's still undefeated in a 1v1 match. The companion nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to keep his voice down. Pay attention. Nearly 100 people came this time, except for those who were too far away to make it. The rest basically came. The person upstairs was probably tired of the noise, and the mocker, TSK, said, since you are so powerful, you can keep watch tonight, but don't cry without the protection of the royal bodyguard. After that, the lights in the room upstairs, pop, turned off. The sky and the earth were dark. The students from the 3 colleges hiding downstairs began to act. They established a communication channel to share information before the game started, and this night's hunting operation. It was because a teammate accidentally heard the plan of the first college to gather in the instructor's dormitory that the plan was made. During the ambush, they also watched the first college students enter the dormitory one after another, until the quarrel broke out when the last girl entered. The right time, the right place, and the right people. After the lights were turned off upstairs, the students of the 3rd college gathered together from all directions. They were afraid of damaging public facilities and being forced to leave. They symbolically picked a small bomb with a loud sound and threw it into the hall. Boom! A loud noise broke through the sky, and the 2-story building was shaken a little by the impact. The model of the 3rd college is different from that of the 1st college. The military training assessment of the 3rd college is linked to resources. The higher the score, the more outstanding the performance, and the more generous the resources the college will give to individuals. So they have to lead everyone down, so that they can share the points to the greatest extent. They took their weapons, and stared at all the exits of the dormitory, like a tiger staring at a rabbit nest, opening their mouths wide, and waiting for the fat meat to fall into their mouths. Pop! The window upstairs suddenly opened. In the dark, it was unclear who it was. I could only hear a crisp girl shouting, "Who's there?" Discovered. The third student subconsciously looked for cover. Suddenly, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly exploded in the sky, illuminating the world clearly. The third student was caught off guard by the light, and could feel the physiological tears flowing down the moment he closed his eyes. It took only 3 seconds for the flash bomb to fall from the highest altitude. It was enough to see the position clearly. When Zong set up the light sniper she had picked up before on the window, she squinted her eyes, and the blank bullet accurately fell into the heart of a third student. The judgment was successful, and the points were credited. Gunshots came from different directions, and one after another, the students of the third college disappeared in the simulator. They tried to open their eyes, but the sequelae made them see nothing but white at night. We've been tricked. Who still remembers the direction? Run! Shoot back to back. Don't hurt your own people. Get out of the way, they can't see. When Zong's men kept going, she had a good memory, and could accurately find the positions of those people with her eyes closed. Coupled with her familiarity with the machinery, she could fill the magazine in half a second. Changed position? It doesn't matter, the ear is still there. When Zong listened to the sound to determine the position, and the finger holding the trigger did not pause for a moment. Her ears moved, and she heard a sound of breaking through the air. She decisively put away the gun, picked up a black object and flipped out of the window. Boom! The fire flashed for a moment, blowing up the room on the second floor. When Zong took advantage of the momentary fire, and fired a few more shots after landing. Judge successful, when Zong changed positions after firing a shot, as flexible as a night elf. The night did not give her any obstacles, but allowed her to hide herself better, and hit the enemy head-on. She walked lightly, and suddenly, she noticed a bright light behind her that cut through the dark night. It was a laser sword, when Zong bent down to avoid it, but the light sniper in his hand was not so lucky, and was directly cut in half. When Zong threw the remaining half towards the light, and left quickly while there was no time. Using a laser sword in such a dark sky, it was because he was afraid that he would not be eliminated quickly enough. As expected, the familiar sound of gunfire cut through the sky, and the man holding the sword cursed in pain, and gradually disappeared from the spot, leaving only the hilt of the sword falling to the ground powerlessly. When Zong silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, then turned on the switch of the small black box he fished out and threw it out. The sound of hissing electricity came, and after a pause, a familiar voice came from the black box. Hey, isn't this our only seedling? How come you have time to compete with us for points? Don't you have 2 bodyguards? Don't you think it's too little? Oh sorry, I forgot. You don't have a bodyguard now, right? It was a very, very old-fashioned recording box. The air was silent for a moment. Someone from the third hospital squeezed out a sentence. Fuck. Everything was clear now. The so-called quarrel was just a recording. Everything that happened in the room was a one-man show by the girl who entered last. Even the intelligence they received was false. It was a trap set by the first hospital. Hunting operation. Who is hunting whom? When Zong took something out of his pocket and threw it hard at the place where the small black box was, shouting, "What is that in the sky?" The people from the third hospital had been fooled once, so how could they be fooled again? They closed their eyes reflexively, and a bright light flashed again. After the flash bomb failed, they opened their eyes and said disdainfully, "TSK, I thought there was something new." Puff. The person who spoke seemed to hear the sound of a sharp knife entering the flesh. He felt something sharp on his back against his heart. The system reacted quickly, and his body gradually disappeared in the simulator, unable to utter a word. The instigator held her military dagger that had been covered in dust for a long time, and said with a slightly regretful tone, "I'm so sorry that I didn't let you finish your last words. The flash bomb was thrown just to see your position clearly, silly kid. You knew it was a flash bomb, and didn't hide. You're still giving yourself away." It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The hunting was over. Nearly 80% of the 100 freshmen from the 3 colleges gathered here were lost. And there were only 10 people in the Hunter College. These 10 people, except when Zong, in order to pretend that there were many people, they would jump out of the window in a direction where no one was, enter the dormitory, take different weapons, or wear 2 more clothes, and then jump out of the window again. The ambush was not complete until when Zong entered the dormitory, and the recording was finished. When Zong turned on the switch of the laser sword and stood the hilt on the ground. The white light was extremely soft. Suddenly, there was a sound of bang. When Zong moved her ears, and quickly dodged. The blank bullet sank into the sand. When Zong did not give the attacker a chance. She hooked a sniper rifle with her toes, and decisively pulled the trigger in the direction of the trajectory. Judge successful. Wenzong blew happily at the muzzle of the gun, then whistled, and the remaining 9 people in the first courtyard gathered towards the bright light. 10 people sat down around the laser sword, looked at each other, stretched out their hands to high-five the people next to them, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, Wenzong's idea is great. I pretended to be the other party, and sent them a message. I didn't expect them to believe it. If they don't believe it, wouldn't we have run back and forth so much for nothing? That's right, this wave of points is so cool. Wenzong also laughed. Thanks to the recording box opened by Song Tao, this -5 points is worth it. Song Tao opened the treasure box frantically to accumulate negative points. Although his luck was still bad, he finally got something useful. Wenzong turned on the communicator, and the score text messages quickly popped up and filled the entire screen. Wenzong marked all of them as read and clicked on the last one. Congratulations to Wenzong from the first college for eliminating one person and getting 75 points. The current total score, 602 points, the current overall ranking, 5th. Among their group, Lu Yiming had the highest score. Opening the treasure box laid the foundation for his initial score. With this wave of shooting, the overall ranking jumped directly to 2nd place. Everyone, take a break for a while. When it's daybreak, we can go somewhere else. Each person will work 1 hour of night shift. I do it first. Wenzong said after turning off the communicator. No. One of the classmates waved his hand. You take a break. You haven't had a good rest until now. I do it. Wenzong was not polite. Okay, it's all up to you. The whole plan was made by her. In order to implement it smoothly, her few brain cells died completely. She really needed to calm down and have a good rest. They were in a happy mood, but the instructor from the 3rd Academy, who was watching the surveillance outside the simulator, didn't look very happy. Instructor Zhou crossed his legs and yawned quite comfortably. After seeing the instructor from the 3rd Academy with a dark face, he said in an embarrassed tone, Hey, don't be angry. This is all normal operation of my student, normal operation. But his expression didn't show any embarrassment. The instructor from the 3rd Academy was so angry that his liver hurt. Humph! What kind of student of the Mecha department is it to win by trickery? Instructor Zhou adjusted his sleeves and said, That's your fault. The students of the Mecha department will go to the battlefield in the future. They can't act recklessly on the battlefield. The instructor of the 3rd Academy was not to be outdone. On the battlefield, strength should be considered. Instructor Zhou sneered. You have to obey orders on the battlefield. Your students took a message seriously. Even if they have strength, they have been turned against, right? This is too heartbreaking. Instructor Zhou didn't give him face. What's more, even if it's a one-on-one confrontation, my students are afraid of no one. Don't forget that your future star was beaten back by my students. The instructor of the 3rd Academy was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Instructor Zhou won the first time with his mouth cannon, and he felt very happy from the inside out, and even couldn't help humming a little song in his heart. Wenzong, his student, made him proud. Wenzong naturally had no idea that Instructor Zhou was secretly praising him. At this time, everything was quiet in the simulator. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a buzzing sound came from a distance, and the sand and stones on the ground also bounced slightly. Wenzong suddenly opened his eyes, put his ears on the ground, and heard boom boom. The sound. Her heart skipped a beat, her face looked uglier than ever. She shouted, Get up, run. Everyone was awakened by her voice, and the students who were on night watch who were tired and squinted for a while also opened their eyes. The sound became louder and louder, and everyone could feel the ground shaking. Wenzong turned on the laser sword and pointed it in the opposite direction of the sound. Quick, in this direction. Run. Chapter 14. Wenzong patted his head, feeling the tingling pain in his nerves, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Why did a tornado appear in the middle of the night, at 3 in the morning? Yes, a tornado. Such a big tornado whizzed and moved rapidly in their direction. Although Wenzong had given an early warning, his 2 legs really couldn't outrun the one with the mobile buff. When he was blown into the sky and spun in circles, Wenzong almost thought he had to go back to the city directly. Fortunately, Wenzong turned on the communicator and found that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Looking around, none of her companions were around. Wenzong clicked on the unread message. Congratulations to Wenzong from the first college for entering the dungeon Luan Kingdom. In the distant legend, Luan had the most brave warriors, the most beautiful flowers, the most shining gems, the most enthusiastic people, and the most dreamy home. But one day, the Iron Cavalry of the Federation trampled the peace here, flattened Luan, turned the people into slaves, and plundered all the wealth. Wenzong, Does the Federation know that you are so bad-mouthing him? You are the surviving warrior of Lulan. You will fight the enemy with all your strength with the glory of Lulan. The enemy who falls under your gun will give up everything he has. That is the capital for you to rebuild your homeland. A copy map with self-positioning was also attached with the text message. The red dots represent the enemy, and the blue dots represent teammates. Wenzong counted them, and found that the red and blue dots added up to less than 50. Got it. Wenzong put away the text message and automatically translated the task book into human language. If you exceed a certain score, you will enter the Luan copy. The copy has a hostile system. Eliminating one person can inherit all the points. What a great place. Wenzong sighed silently. She looked at the moving red and blue dots on the map, two of which were constantly moving in her direction. It was difficult to set up an ambush, and there was no time and tools to dig traps, so she could only fight head-on. Wenzong gripped the hilt of the laser sword tightly, and rarely looked excited. She sat calmly, one leg crossed and stayed in place, one hand holding the laser sword. From a distance, she really looked like a hermit. The two students from the third college, who came from afar, were also scared. The Luan dungeon is called a dungeon, but it is more like a large arena. The visible area is all sand, and everyone's movements cannot be hidden. Wenzong raised her eyes, and stabbed the laser sword in her hand into the ground fiercely. She jumped up with this force, and rushed forward quickly. All those who can come to this dungeon are the best on the list, and none of them are easy to deal with. The two people from the third hospital seemed to have a tacit understanding. One of them did not hesitate, and rushed towards Wenzong at the same speed. The remaining one took out the scope and installed it on the sniper rifle, lying down to calibrate. Wenzong narrowed her eyes, held the sword across her chest with her right hand, and pulled out the bayonet from her belt with her left hand at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. She rushed forward and threw the bayonet at the calibrating sniper at an extremely tricky angle. The bayonet came with a sound of breaking through the air, and the sniper was subconsciously stunned for a moment. His scalp suddenly exploded, and then he rolled on the ground holding the gun, and the bayonet seemed to be inserted into his back with a force of 10,000 pounds where he was originally. The sniper's heart suddenly stopped, and he couldn't believe that this was the strength of a girl who looked quite thin. He raised his gun and recalibrated it, only to find that his hands were shaking slightly uncontrollably. That was the instinctive fear when he brushed shoulders with the god of death for the first time. The student from the third hospital, who was fighting with Wenzong in close combat, was sweating coldly. He thought he was invincible in close combat in the third hospital, but facing the not-so-sharp attack of the girl from the first hospital, he felt at a loss, as if every time he made a move, the person on the opposite side knew what his next move, the next move, and even every move would be. He hadn't felt this kind of oppression without blind spots among his peers for a long time. Wenzong had no intention of fighting, but after being forced to sleep for a while, she needed to fight more with others to find that subtle feeling that would not leave a psychological shadow on the children. She had no expression on her face when she attacked, but she always gave people a sense of ease. She pressed forward step by step, and the laser sword was almost invisible to the naked eye in the sunlight. The students of the third college, who kept taking the attack, retreated again and again. Suddenly, a blank bullet hit Wenzong's feet, and made a puff sound after falling into the sand. The sniper felt a little regretful, and clenched his fists hard to try to calm himself down. But the blank bullet seemed to have turned on some kind of switch, and Wenzong's attack became fiercer. She held the hilt with both hands, splitting the laser sword into two. Her hands seemed to be controlled by different brains. One hand held the third student's continuous attack, and the other hand went straight to the vital point. It's over. This was the last thought of the third student before he disappeared on the spot. After dealing with one, there was still one left. Wenzong didn't seem to feel the threat posed by the sniper rifle to himself, and ran straight forward. The sniper accurately captured the moving figure in the scope, aimed at the head, and pulled the trigger. The moment the blank was ejected, the sniper could almost feel the heat and vibration generated by the gun body, with the rhythm of the heartbeat. For a second, he thought he was going to merge with the gun in his hand. In just 1 second, the figure in the scope disappeared. Then, the god of death came behind him. Wenzong accurately stabbed the laser sword into the sniper's heart from the back, and showed a rather relaxed smile. As a warrior of Lulan, I will not let any enemy go with peace of mind. Go, and have peace of mind. Bullshit. The sniper angrily gave Wenzong a middle finger before disappearing. The points were credited. Wenzong hummed a little tune happily while holding the text message, put the bayonet on the ground back on her belt, and then called up the map. She roughly browsed and found that the points on the map were decreasing. The battle was quite intense, and the friendly blue point closest to her was being besieged by 3 red points. Grabbing heads. No, she liked helping teammates the most. Wenzong calibrated the direction and ran towards the friendly forces. The straight line distance between the two sides was no more than 800 meters, and it took Wenzong more than 3 minutes to run. When Wenzong arrived, he found that the people being besieged were still familiar people. Song Tao fought 1 against 3, and he was not at a disadvantage at all, although he could not do anything to the 3 opponents. This was the first time Wenzong saw Song Tao take action. She had no energy during the red-blue battle, and she could not be in the military training. When they were ambushing before, they also had their own tasks. Song Tao is not like Wenzong, who can hide and fight hard, nor is he like Liu Yiming, who knows how to endure. He is more like a slippery loach, with terrifying agility. If the other 3 were not so well equipped, 1 punch could not beat 4 hands, then Song Tao would definitely win. Wenzong admired for half a minute with great appreciation, then held the hilt of the sword with 1 hand, and put on the bayonet with the other hand, preparing to quietly outflank from the side. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Wenzong picked a blind spot and kept moving forward. As long as she wanted, she could become a shadow without any sense of existence. After entering a safe distance, the bayonet in the left hand suddenly attacked. The silver blade reflected a dazzling light under the light, as if no one could stop it from entering the enemy's heart. The third-year student, who was stabbed in the vitals, felt the dull pain from the back and the gradually disappearing body, and couldn't help showing a stunned expression. Judgment success. At the same time, everyone realized that while they were fighting, someone had quietly approached them without any obstacles. The remaining 2 students from the 3rd hospital seemed to feel a basin of ice-cold water poured over their heads in broad daylight, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Only Song Tao was unaware and felt nothing. Seeing Wenzong was like seeing a relative. If there hadn't been someone around, he would have given Wenzong a bear hug on the spot. "I miss you so much." Wenzong, please be reserved. Song Tao, I can't hold on any longer. The tacit understanding of the 3rd hospital team dropped sharply after losing 1 person, and Song Tao, and Wenzong sent them back to the city 1 by 1. The 2 looked at each other. Wenzong put the bayonet back on his belt and broke the silence. She was a little confused. I had thought that I could enter the Luan dungeon only after I got a certain score, but the moment I saw you, I couldn't help but doubt it. Song Tao turned on the communicator and showed her the text message. In fact, your inference is correct. My mission is probably different from yours. Song Tao's mission book read, "Congratulations to Song Tao from the 1st college for entering the dungeon Luan Kingdom. You are a hidden thorn hidden in the enemy camp. Your homeland was destroyed by the Federation, and your comrades in arms shed blood in the front. You gave up all honor just to rebuild your homeland. The god of Luan gave you glory, and your blood is the price the enemy has to pay." Translated into human language, it roughly means, if an enemy accidentally eliminates you, don't be sad, don't hesitate, your negative points can give the enemy a head-on blow. Wenzong asked, "What is this honor given to you?" Song Tao spread his hands. "It's negative points x2. Wenzong, how to play. Song Tao continued, "There were actually 4 people in that wave, one of whom was eliminated by me, and that person was a negative point." He pulled out the text message, and the obvious negative 400 points still shocked Wenzong. Then the remaining 3 probably guessed that my score should also be negative, and they didn't want to eliminate me, but I was very unhappy about being framed, so I wanted to drag the 3 of them to either wait for rescue or die together, but in the end they waited for you. Wenzong couldn't help but applaud. "I'm impressed." Song Tao raised his eyebrows, revealing a mouthful of shiny white teeth. "Although I accidentally eliminated a positive number just now, I still have points left." Before Song Tao finished being proud, he saw Wenzong on the opposite side stretched out his hand to press his shoulder, and pushed him aside, and a small hole appeared where he was originally. "This is the trace left by the energy-type heavy sniper," Wenzong shouted. "Get out of the way." Song Tao was about to hide, but suddenly staggered, as if a pair of hands pushed him to the ground. He couldn't help but cover his heart. Although the school uniform blocked part of the impact, he could still feel the pain radiating throughout his body. What a pity, Song Tao thought. But when he gets out, he will know which fool eliminated him. In the distance, the foolish sniper received a system notification. Congratulations to the 3rd college student Kong Yanchen for eliminating 1 person and getting a negative score of 333 points. The current total score is 2,500 points, and the current overall ranking is 5th. Chapter 15. The moment Song Tao's body disappeared, the pistol in his hand also fell to the ground. Kong Yanshin in the distance did not give Wenzong time to react. The previous battle gave him a very good understanding of her close combat ability. Absolutely, absolutely, never let the girl get close. Bang! The blue energy particles were ejected at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Wenzong rolled on the ground and reached out to pick up the pistol that fell to the ground. Then, Wenzong put the hilt of the sword into his trouser pocket, pulled out the bayonet with one hand, and threw it in the direction of the trajectory. Kong Yanshin's pupils shrank slightly. In that moment, he only saw a whistling bayonet in his sights, which made him retreat to avoid the fierce attack. No! Kong Yanshin suddenly realized that at this distance, with the girl's strength, the bayonet could not get close to him. Wenzong certainly understood this truth. What she wanted was never to hit the target with the bayonet, but the opponent's momentary doubt and pause when facing danger. Taking advantage of the gap of only 1 second, Wenzong quickly approached with a pistol in one hand and the hilt of the sword in the other. Kong Yanshin's fingers moved slightly, and he once again exerted his genius control. 3 rows of energy bombs moved horizontally up and down, blocking Wenzong's forward route. Wenzong narrowed his eyes, and the laser sword in his hand split into 2 blades. Wenzong put the pistol back into his pocket, then held the hilt with both hands and swung it around. In the simulator system, the energy-type heavy sniper and the laser sword are both epic equipment, which means that, to some extent, the energy bomb and the laser sword are essentially the same thing. Use the enemy's spear to attack the enemy's shield. Beautiful. Even though Kong Yanshin was not emotional and had a hostile stance, he could not help but admire it in his heart. But that's it. Kong Yanshin pulled the trigger and aimed at Wenzong's head the moment she dodged the 3 rows of energy bombs. The hairs on Wenzong's body stood up in horror. The awareness of danger engraved in her bones made her body act instinctively, overriding the reflex nerves of her brain. She spun on her toes to avoid the fatal energy bomb. At the moment of turning around, Wenzong pulled out the pistol in his pocket and slashed his arm up and down, and a piece of energy bombs attacked Kong Yanshin in a cross shape. Although the range of the pistol is not as good as that of the sniper rifle, the few hundred meters that Wenzong ran forward had already entered the range of the energy gun. Kong Yanshin quickly retreated with the gun in his arms, and immediately supported the butt of the gun with his shoulder after he stood still. Wenzong took the opportunity of his retreat to approach, holding the pistol in one hand with a straight and murderous posture. They were all waiting for a chance to kill with one blow. Suddenly, Wenzong felt the ground under his feet tremble slightly. The feeling of vomiting dominated by the tornado came over him. The shaking of the land became more and more intense, and even Kong Yanshin on the opposite side frowned. But neither of them moved during the confrontation, and the more this time, the more it tested people's psychological quality. Wenzong already felt his body sinking a little. Then, a wave of gravity came, smashing the land where the two were confronting straight down. Wenzong, Kong Yanshin, shit. Before the two could react, they only heard thump. 2 bangs and they all fell down. Wenzong quickly adjusted his movements before landing, and rolled twice with the force after landing to avoid damage to his body due to improper posture. Although it doesn't matter if you get injured in the Interstellar era, a tiny difference during the battle can lead to 2 completely different results. The sand and dust fell, turning people into 2 piles of dirt. Wenzong stood up and jumped twice after stopping, shaking off all the sand on his body and head. She raised her head slightly, intending to observe what this place was, but her eyes were attracted by the huge monster in the middle, and she didn't even care about the big threat Kong Yanshin next to her. This is an underground warehouse, which seems to have just been built. There are no decorations, only bare walls, and nothing else. There is only a tall steel giant in the middle. It is a humanoid mecha. The mecha is silver gray and about 3 meters tall. The proportions of the whole body are not much different from those of a real human. There are 2 thrusters in the hips and feet, and the key parts such as elbows, shoulders, waist, and back are all equipped with heavy firepower. The most important chest and abdomen are where the cockpit is located, with the strongest defense system. Although the time and space are different, the technology level is similar. With just one glance, Wenzong knew that this was the most basic combat mecha. She could see through all the equipment systems of this mecha, which made her very excited. Entering the mecha cockpit again was something she had dreamed of in her past and present lives. She had never felt so real before. She was really alive, with all her legs and feet intact, and everything went smoothly. Even if this was just a freshman competition, she would try her best. If there was only one mecha in the entire simulator, it was destined to be her, Wenzong. Wenzong jumped forward, Kong Yanshin also reacted at this time and ran forward at the same time. When Zong noticed that Kong Yanshin didn't take his heavy sniper rifle, probably because it fell down unexpectedly when falling, so she narrowed her eyes and shot at Kong Yanshin's legs with the pistol in her hand. Kong Yanshin dodged, and the energy bomb left a small radial pit on the ground. Kong Yanshin, despicable. When Zong sneered, "Same here. Why are you pretending to be so high-handed? You were the one who attacked Song Tao. So what? Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. This square warehouse is really suitable for the use of short guns." When Zong's 2 or 3 shots crippled the heavy sniper rifle that fell on the ground and completely broke Kong Yanshin's arm, Kong Yanshin was able to tie with Wen Zong in close combat. He was not a pushover. He was thin, with long legs and arms, and his muscles were very tight under his black military training uniform. He had been training for many years, and his body coordination was better than Wen Zong, who had not received systematic training at this time. Kong Yanshin kept dodging the energy bombs. Although he felt a little tired under Wen Zong's interference, he kept moving forward and sometimes even surpassed Wen Zong. It was really difficult. Wen Zong frowned slightly, and the energy bombs were fired in a row, hindering Kong Yanshin's progress. But it was not enough. Wen Zong had no shortage of skills, and no shortage of combat experience, but her physical fitness was too poor, which made her unable to use many of her skills. Strength can defeat skill. She thought for a moment, took out the only grenade she had to save her life, pulled the safety pin and threw it over. The moment he saw the grenade, Kong Yanshin ran away. Boom! The grenade exploded, and a pit was blown out of the land. In an instant, dirt and dust were blown up, burying Kong Yanshin underneath. Without the threat of Kong Yanshin for the time being, Wen Zong walked to the side of the mecha in 2 or 3 steps, and put his palm on the leg of the mecha. The mental tentacles entered the mental perception system throughout the mecha through his palm without any obstacles. At the moment when the two touched, the eyes of the mecha lit up red. Connection successful. The tall steel giant slowly knelt on one knee under Wen Zong's shining eyes, stretched out his palm in front of Wen Zong, and opened his private cockpit to her. Congratulations to Wen Zong from the first college for obtaining the legendary equipment, plus 1,000 points, the current total score, 3,612 points, the current overall ranking, first place. Chapter 16. The moment the mecha started, the entire StarNet was in an uproar. This was the first time that a real mecha appeared in the freshman competition between the first and third colleges for so many years. People who often play mecha games on the StarNet should know that the name of the mecha is Fighter Number 1, which is the most basic type of humanoid combat mecha and the one with the most complete data among the mechas released by the military. It is infinitely close to a real mecha, and players who just entered the game will be given one. It's a mecha. Is the first and third hospitals going to such a big game this year? They even have mechas. This familiar figure is Fighter Number 1. I used Number 1 for my first fight in the ring. Although I lost miserably, this is my first humanoid mecha. This is my original intention. I will always remember the first words Number 1 said to me. I will fight with you to the end, until the energy is exhausted and you are shattered to pieces. Don't say it before. My Number 1 has been in the warehouse for a long time. When I go back, I will take it to the ring for another round. Although I have feelings for Number 1, Number 1 is really only suitable for novices. Slightly more complicated movements will cause wear and tear on the joints, not to mention that the firepower standard and agility are lower than other models of mecha. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Kong Yanshin? He only lost twice in the whole game, and both times he lost to his junior. It was 3 times. Have you forgotten that he went directly from first place to 5th place after eliminating one person? The more I talk about it, the more I feel that Kong Yanshin is really miserable. Since the mechas are out, there should be no suspense in this game, right? Not necessarily. It depends on the driving skills of the junior sister. What if Kong Yanshin has a high-risk bomb? That makes sense. Am I the only one who thinks the junior sister is good? When the junior sister saw the mecha, her eyes lit up. I think the junior sister will dominate the whole field. Wen Zong didn't know what the Star Network was discussing. The chair in the cockpit was facing the hatch at first. After sitting on the chair, it would automatically turn back to the control desk, and the hatch would slowly close. The cockpit of this mecha is not very big, about 1.5 meters high. After sitting down, people can only stretch their arms and legs, and they can't even stand up. Snap, the warm white light came on. 5 viewing screens automatically lit up. The main screen was the largest, located in the middle, and the remaining 2 sides had 2 side viewing screens and a rear viewing screen. The main screen automatically popped up a question. Please select the driving mode. 1. Manual mode. 2. Neural sensing mode. 3. Mental sensing mode. Wenzong put on the sensor helmet and decisively chose 3. Although she was obsessed with the hand-operated mode, she didn't have time to familiarize herself with the code. In addition, the neural sensing mode needed to withstand the gravity of the mecha, and her small body couldn't bear it at all. The mental sensing mode was turned on, and Wenzong could feel that her perspective was slowly rising until it was level with the eyes of the mecha. In an instant, through the mental sensing system throughout the mecha, Wenzong seemed to feel that she was holding countless wires in her hand, and the ends of the wires were immersed in every piece of metal and every joint of the mecha. As long as she moved slightly, this steel killer would be used by her, just like using her arm. The feeling is completely different from the neural sensing mode. This is the difference between the mental sensing mode and the neural sensing mode. The former is control, the latter is become. The moment he took over the control of the mecha, Wenzong heard the mecha's greeting in his ears. Its voice was synthesized, but it was no different from a human voice. Its voice was steady and seemed to carry endless momentum. I am fighter number 1. I will fight with you to the end, until the energy is exhausted and I am shattered to pieces. Wenzong followed silently. Until the blood runs out, we will be buried together. Then, Wenzong controlled the mecha to stretch out his arm, and there was a small firepower in the palm of the mecha, and he fired in the direction of Kong Yenchen. At that time, Kong Yenchen had just come out of the pile of rocks that buried him, and turned around to see the muzzle of the gun pointed at him. Kong Yenchen, The energy bomb whistled. Kong Yenchen gritted his teeth, turned over and hid in the pit that was blown out before. Then he took out a round metal ball from his pocket and threw it towards the mecha. Wenzong instinctively felt something was wrong and activated the thrusters on the hips of the mecha. With a boom, the mecha flew high into the sky. The next second, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. Wenzong immediately activated the mecha's protective measures. The light instantly turned gray in his vision. Then, there was a loud bang, and the sand shook twice, and then the entire warehouse collapsed. Wenzong suddenly felt the fear of the cafeteria being destroyed yesterday. The students from the first and third colleges, who rushed over, were almost knocked over by the blast. Oh my god, I almost died a heroic death. Does this count as destroying infrastructure? As soon as the man finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from the collapsed warehouse. Without giving the freshman any time to react, 2 energy bombs fell from the sky, hitting the outstretched arm accurately one after another. If the non-vital parts are hit twice, the person will be eliminated, and the judgment is successful. Kong Yenchen, who is exiting the simulation system. Don't ask, it's just aggrieved. The outstretched hand unwillingly gave Wenzong a middle finger, but no matter how unwilling he was, he could only slowly disappear with the middle finger. The freshmen who just arrived saw a mecha appearing above their heads. Too much. System, I want to report, someone is cheating. Wenzong in the cockpit showed a devilish smile. Students from the first college, pay attention, leave quickly, I'm going to go all out. The students from the first college fled the scene of the crime quickly, and the students from the third college were confused. Fighting with a mecha is simply bullying, but Teacher Wen has no sense of bullying. He drove the mecha around twice, shot one kid at a time, and sent all the people from the third college back to the city one by one. Wherever he went, the first hospital cheered and the third hospital cursed. At 10 a.m., Capital Star time, the freshman competition ended ahead of schedule. The simulator exited, and the live broadcast was closed. Instructor Zhou was refreshed. When Wenzong got the mecha, he knew that he had won the competition. Long face, really long face. Looking at the face of the instructor of the third hospital, who was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Instructor Zhou was in a good mood. The competition is over, let's go together. The instructor of the third hospital gritted his teeth and spit out 3 words. No, it's not necessary. Instructor Zhou's acting was exaggerated, and he suddenly realized, yes, your third hospital and our first hospital have different gathering points. Sorry to bother you, but you really need to be taught well. Your combat quality is not good enough. The instructor of the third academy walked faster and faster, his face getting darker and darker. The 2 of them were going in different directions, so Instructor Zhou could only shout the last sentence with regret. Welcome to the third academy to communicate with our academy again. Exchange. The instructor of the third academy was almost so angry that he had a real-life fight with Instructor Zhou. He took 2 deep breaths and silently said, violation, 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 to barely suppress his anger. He was also very confused. Where did the girl from the first academy come from? Even Kong Yenchen, who they were most optimistic about, fell into her hands. When Instructor Zhou arrived at the assembly point, the students of the First Academy gathered together and threw Wenzong into the sky. The only one in their family was not shy at all, and challenged the people below in midair. Not high enough. Song Tao shouted, "Why do you ask so much?" Then he honestly followed the boys, and held his breath, and threw Wenzong up hard when he fell. "It feels great." When Wenzong fell again, Instructor Zhou said, "Ahem." Hearing the familiar cough, everyone subconsciously adjusted their posture and quickly lined up according to the formation. Instructor Zhou said, "Everyone, applaud." The freshmen stretched out their hands and clapped vigorously. Although there were not many people, everyone used their best strength and the applause was thunderous. After a few seconds, Instructor Zhou stretched out his hand to signal to stop, and then said, "You performed very well. You are the first batch to finish the confrontation before the end of the semester. I am proud of you." The freshmen shouted, "Thank you, Instructor." Instructor Zhou, "Wenzong, step out." "Here." Wenzong trotted from the end of the team to the front of the team. Instructor Zhou did not rush to talk to Wenzong, but asked, "In fact, there is a mecha placed underground during the military training assessment every year, but no one can trigger the conditions for opening the warehouse. Do you know why?" Report, "I don't know." Instructor Zhou then asked Wenzong, "Do you know why?" Wenzong smiled. Report, "Thank the opponent." "Yes, the opponent." Instructor Zhou said, "The conditions for triggering the warehouse must be that both sides are hostile and have the same number of people, the combined points exceed 5,000, and the confrontation lasts for more than 1 minute. The number of opponents is not a problem. The problem is what you can get from the opponent. On the first day, I taught you what comrades are, and on the last day, I taught you what opponents are." Instructor Zhou looked at them, as if he saw himself many years ago. "I can only accompany you here, there is nothing to say, I am waiting for you at the military headquarters." The students cried and shouted, "Thank you, Instructor." "Look at you, you are so cowardly, why are you crying?" If there is any disadvantage in leading military training, then Instructor Zhou hates this moment the most. All the 1.9 meter tall guys are neatly arranged, and it makes him feel uncomfortable whether to cry or not. "Come on, Wenzong, you transferred from the command department, the military training is over, do you have anything to say?" After a month, Instructor Zhou really liked this student, and the entire Mecha department freshmen were convinced by her. When Zong stood straight, she looked at the mecha parked in front of her, and said firmly, "I will fight with you to the end, until the energy is exhausted and the body is broken into pieces. This is the greeting of fighter number 1. When Zong's eyes were bright, "I will fight with you to the end, until the blood is shed and we are buried together." This is the most beautiful love words between a mecha operator and a mecha. Chapter 17. The First Academy was rich and powerful, so it sent a military passenger aircraft to pick up the students. There were 2 projects left in the school, the commendation meeting and the welcome party. Although the list had not yet been released, Wenzong had surpassed the others with his outstanding performance in the military training assessment, and he was guaranteed to be the best freshman. When the mecha department returned to school, many seniors from different majors and classmates of the same grade came to greet them at the school gate. This was a traditional project of the First Military Academy. They watched it together during the competition, and after watching it, the teacher brought a group of people to the school gate to pick them up. Professor Wen Yi is definitely indispensable. I really don't want to say that when Wenzong was in the limelight in the competition, Professor Wen's face was full of pride, and he almost rushed to the projection to show off to Wenzong's image. "Did you see it, my daughter?" People who graduated from military academies have their own aura. Their bodies are straight, and their movements are very neat. When Wenzong and his group got off the aircraft, everyone was wearing the uniform of the academy, and saluted in unison without any orders. The mecha was so scared that it staggered, and even Instructor Zhou felt a little embarrassed. "What are you standing there for?" "Salute." With a swish sound, the mecha department all saluted back. The person was received, and it was time for gossip. Student Wenzong was surrounded by green, and received almost everyone's gaze. "Look, it's a junior. I heard she transferred from the command department?" "Yes." At the mobilization meeting, she stood up and interrupted the instructor's speech, saying, "Instructor, I want to learn mechas," which confused the instructor. To be honest, it's a pity that such a strong junior girl stays in the command department. That night ambush was also organized by my junior sister. It's a pity for her to go to the mecha department, okay? In fact, I think neither the mecha department nor the command department is suitable for my junior sister. Look at her skilled assembly and modification skills. She should be from my equipment department. You are all bad. Remember the Luan dungeon? My junior sister approached the target quickly in the open field without alarming anyone. This is the realm that my reconnaissance department dreams of. You guys wake up. Hey, why did Professor Wing go after my junior sister? Is he trying to poach people from the command department? You should be more sober. Think carefully about what your junior's last name is. Zong? Sorry to bother you. I'm scared. I don't dare to offend Professor Wen. Professor Wen, who didn't dare to offend, was asking his daughter about her well-being. Professor Wen, are you tired? Are you injured? Zong, it's okay. It feels like normal training intensity. I'm not injured. Our instructor will open the treatment device. Professor Wen, is the food in the cafeteria bad? Zong, it's not bad. On the first day, we won the red-blue game, so we had a chicken leg every night. It tasted great. After several rounds of back and forth, Professor Wen finally got to the point. Well, you did very well in the competition. I'm proud of you. Zong looked up and smiled. Thanks, Dad. The commendation meeting was at 2 p.m. and took about an hour. There was a break in the middle, and the welcome party started at 6 p.m. The dormitory of the first college does not allow cross-disciplinary students. Since Zong is the only girl in the Mecha department this year, it is not appropriate to arrange a separate dormitory for her, so Zong lived with the only senior sister in the senior year. When Zong first stepped into the dormitory, the senior sister of the senior year was inexplicably excited and said in a leisurely tone, Junior sister, I finally waited for you to come. When Zong finished the military training and returned to the dormitory again, there was no one in the dormitory. The senior sister was probably training. Zong threw the military training clothes into the washing machine, took a shower, changed into the uniform and prepared to eat. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by someone as soon as he went downstairs. It was an acquaintance. Qi Zhao, the babyface senior, who helped instructor Zhou lead people out during the red-blue game. Zong has a good memory, and is not blind to faces. He recognized the person at first sight. Senior? When Qi Zhao saw Zong recognized him, a smile immediately appeared on his baby face. Hello, junior sister, I am Qi Zhao, I have seen him before. Zong nodded and asked, I am going to have dinner, do you want to join me? Qi Zhao thought about it, and felt that it was better to talk about things at the dinner table. Okay, if you don't mind, can I call someone else? Zong agreed. Senior, please feel free. When Zong arrived at the cafeteria, he realized that he was an acquaintance again. It was Qi Shouyuan. When serving food, Qi Zhao was very enthusiastic, and he picked the best food and competed to pay Zong for his meal card. Yes, he needs my help. Zong came to the conclusion. When they actually sat down, Qi Zhao was silent. Qi Shouyuan said sarcastically, Student Qi Zhao, don't be a coward. Qi Zhao sighed, with a worried look on his face. Junior sister, I don't want to trouble you, but I really have to. Zong swallowed a mouthful of food, silently praised the school cafeteria, and said, Senior, just speak your mind? Qi Zhao said, I heard that the junior sister performed a ghost dance while controlling the mecha on the first day of military training. Zong vaguely guessed it and nodded. She is ignorant, sorry for making fun of her. Don't make fun of me, after all, there are really not many people who play hand-operated mecha now. Qi Zhao was probably really embarrassed, so Qi Shouyuan said it for him. At the welcome party, the mecha department's program was Mini Mecha Street Dance. We had been rehearsing for half a month, but when the performance was about to start, the mecha operator had his entire arm shattered during a training session. Even if he soaked in the treatment device every day, he would have to rest for a week to fully recover his previous flexibility. With Qi Shouyuan's introduction, Qi Zhao followed suit and said, I heard that my junior sister showed off her skills during military training, so I wanted to ask her to help save the situation. Zong put down his chopsticks and asked, Don't you have a backup plan? Qi Shouyuan spread his hands, really not. Zong finally noticed this senior from the command department. Senior, are you from the command department? How come you are so familiar with the mecha department's program? Qi Shouyuan, to be honest, I planned the mecha department's program. Zong, as a commander, don't you have a backup plan? The implication is that you are a bad commander. Qi Shouyuan was wronged. I have been in school for 4 years, and I have planned programs for the mecha department for 3 years, including but not limited to the welcome party, commendation party, holiday party, etc. Qi Shouyuan said sincerely, Junior sister, you should understand my difficulties. Zong, I understand. The mecha department is not afraid of tough battles, but no one can show off their talents in art. It is very hard for Qi Shouyuan to have no repeated programs for 3 consecutive years. When Zong asked again, "Can't you find someone who can play hand-operated mecha?" Qi Zhao also felt wronged. "Yes, there are, but they have to learn again, but..." The welcome party is about to start. When Zong looked at the 2 seniors opposite who had infinite hope for her, and said in a deep tone, "Seniors, you must know that this is a welcome party." Qi Zhao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I know. And I am a freshman this year." Qi Shouyuan, "I understand." When Zong, "I am a freshman participating in the welcome party to perform a show, I welcome myself?" Qi Zhao's eyebrows were about to fall down with worry. "It's not impossible." "Okay." When Zong turned on the light brain and said, "There is still an hour before the commendation meeting. We need to gather half an hour in advance. The commendation meeting will end at about 3 o'clock, and the welcome party will start at 6 o'clock. I have 3.5 hours to get familiar with the operation as much as possible. Is it okay?" Qi Zhao, What did I hear? Qi Zhao, of course. Lest Wen Zong run away, Qi Zhao turned on the light brain and showed Wen Zong a video. One side was real-life street dance, and the other side was mecha street dance. The movements were very similar, but the reaction was half a beat slower, and it was not as flexible as human joints. The video is less than 5 minutes long, but the movements are rarely the same, which means that there will be a lot of keyboards to type on. Do you have a keyboard blueprint? The mecha models sold on the market are different from the military ones. The operating keyboards in military mechas are of a unified standard, while the ones on the market depend on the designer's preference. Qi Zhao very reliably called up a manual. The size of the keyboard could not be seen. There were a total of 108 keys, corresponding to the 108 bones and joints in the mecha model. When Zong compared them carefully and said, "I think we can give it a try." Since she agreed to help, Wen Zong asked for an instruction manual and started to memorize the keyboard. As a result, when she was awarded the best freshman at the commendation meeting, Wen Zong almost memorized the instruction manual as her acceptance speech. As soon as the commendation meeting was over, Qi Zhao couldn't wait to take Wen Zong to the rehearsal venue. When the two of them arrived, there were still a few people in the room. When they saw Wen Zong, their eyes lit up. "The junior sister is really here. Thank you for saving the day." Wen Zong also smiled. "Thank you for your trust, senior." Then she walked to the keyboard and asked, "Is the receiving device connected?" "Okay." "Senior Qi Zhao, please project the original video." "Received." "Senior, please clean the ground." "Okay." Everything was ready. The mecha, which was only half a meter high, stood quietly on the ground, and the music started. The first time, Wen Zong could only stumble and follow, and the second time, he barely reached the level of the previous rehearsal. During the third and fourth repetitions, Wen Zong was not in a hurry. His slender fingers pressed lightly on the keyboard and began to play the music like crazy. The controlled mecha seemed to be no different from human joints. It followed the original video seamlessly without even a pause. When the music ended, Wen Zong pressed a few keys, and the mecha stood up from the ending pose, covered his chest with his right hand, and bowed forward. The seniors of the mecha department were stunned. This level of completion is even better than what they had rehearsed before. "Qi Zhao, how did you do it, junior sister?" Wen Zong waved his hand. "I spent an afternoon memorizing the keyboard, and I'm not very familiar with the dance, so the connection of some movements is still a bit awkward." Everyone, No, we didn't see any awkwardness, we just saw some sloppiness. Wen Zong, "The most basic joint techniques, don't you want to learn?" Everyone, Learn, but we don't need to learn with the keyboard, thank you." Wen Zong looked at the half-meter-high small mecha on the ground and suddenly asked, "Are there other mechas of the same model?" Yes, the brand was having an event at the time. Buy 2 get 1 free, there were 3 in total. Wen Zong placed the 3 small mechas back to back in a triangle shape, and asked, "Do we have red fluorescent paint?" The mecha department seniors looked at each other. "We must have it even if we don't have it." At 6 p.m., the welcome party opened. The mecha department's program was in the 7th place, which was neither good nor bad. Before going on stage, the mecha department seniors represented by Qi Zhao and the program planner Qi Shouyuan cheered Wen Zong. "Keep going. Now please enjoy the program brought by the mecha department, match." Wen Zong's heart beat a little faster as she sat in front of the keyboard. It was her first time to experience the student days. She was a little nervous to perform in front of so many people, but when the curtain was opened, Wen Zong calmed down strangely. The prelude sounded, and it was the sound of gears turning. The lights above were not turned on. On the dark stage, only the mecha painted with red fluorescent paint was slowly moving along with the gears. The red fluorescent paint only outlined the outline of the small mecha, which looked like a hollow person dancing. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the accompaniment, and 3 small mechas fell to the ground in 3 directions, and the stage lights suddenly lit up. The girl with a ponytail sat in front of the keyboard, and the white skin of her hands formed a striking contrast with the black keyboard. There were 2 girls in the mecha department. One was a freshman, who was very popular, and the other was the freshman's roommate. The roommate was a senior who everyone knew, so the one on the stage could only be a freshman. The music started. Wenzong's fingertips moved slightly, and the small mechas lying on the ground stood up one after another. In order to control 3 mechas at the same time, Qi Zhao specially asked the seniors of the equipment department to modify the keyboard and the receiving equipment in the small mechas. The effect was very good. The 3 small mechas moved harmoniously and rhythmically. Sometimes they moved in unison, and sometimes they interacted with each other. If they were not so small, the audience would think that they were real people pretending to be real people. The rhythm of street dance was fast, the movements were short but not flustered, and each movement seemed random, but was carefully designed. In order to maintain that flavor, Wenzong's hand speed almost flew at the climax. The dance was about to end, and the familiar sound of gears rang again. This time the stage lights were bright, and the 3 small mechas came together with the accompaniment. Their heads were on their shoulders, their hands were around each other, and they formed a solid arch structure. Click! The gears in the accompaniment closed, and the mechas on the stage also closed together. The air was quiet for a moment, and then the next second, the applause and cheers almost overturned the dome, and even the leaders sitting in the front couldn't help but express their praise. It was a perfect performance, and it was completely hard to tell that this was a program that had only been rehearsed for 3 hours. Wenzong tapped the keyboard, and the 3 small mechas waved to the audience, and then bowed 90 degrees together. Wenzong also stood with the small mechas, and bowed in the same way as the mechas to express his gratitude. The curtain was drawn, and Wenzong was typing away on the keyboard with 3 followers, preparing to go backstage to have a good rest. As soon as she got off the stairs, she saw Qi Shouyuan giving her a thumbs up. Qi Zhao was so excited that he went to the bathroom after seeing your performance. That's great. Wenzong accepted the compliment without hesitation. Thanks, senior. Chapter 18. After the welcome party, Wenzong not only made a splash with the mecha department, but also gained a group of sparring partners. Yes, a group. Classmate Qi Zhao was so happy that he directly pulled Wenzong into their small group of 5. Wenzong looked at this small group called Pirate Ship. The seniors are really casual. Qi Zhao, you're welcome. I promise to help you become the king. Wenzong, thank you. After the welcome party, Wenzong did not return to the dormitory. The good thing about the capital star is that the road is close, so he took Professor Wen's car back home. Professor Wen turned on the autopilot mode and made small talk with his daughter. The program has a good meaning. Wenzong was browsing the sensor cabin online. Unlike the sensor helmet, the sensor cabin can identify the human joints and nervous system to the greatest extent. It is the most respected sensor machine for players of mecha games and mecha actual combat. Hearing his father's question, Wenzong replied, actually, there is no meaning. I just want to show off my skills. Doesn't the outline drawn by red fluorescent paint represent the mecha? Doesn't the light represent the mecha operator fighting side by side with the mecha? Isn't the meaning of the program name match that the mecha and the mecha operator are the most complete match? Professor Wen, who was tearing up in the audience and rehearsing the 3,000-word reading comprehension in his mind, choked and silently changed the aircraft to manual driving mode. He didn't plan to talk again until he got home. Wenzong? Wenzong, who had no idea that he had hurt his father's heart, scratched his head and posted a few pictures in the pirate ship group and asked, Picture, how are these 3 sensor cabins? Qi Zhao will never die easily. 13 is the latest model, and its functions are better than 2. I am the commander, listen to me. I suggest buying 3, his quality is good, and 1's new products have too many problems. I really want to spend another 50 years. I have placed an order, thank you senior. Qi Zhao will never die easily. Play a ranked game tonight. I really want to spend another 50 years. No problem. I am the commander. Listen to me, your whole family is the department flower. Are you free tonight? Your whole family is the department flower. Say it. I am the commander. Listen to me. I will take my junior sister to a group battle later. Your whole family is the most beautiful girl in the department. I won't take any junior girl who is not from the mecha department. Qi Zhao will never die easily. A junior girl from the direct lineage, for sure. I really want to spend another 50 years. Hello, senior sister, I am your roommate. Your whole family is the most beautiful girl in the department. Hello, junior sister. Welcome, junior. I promise to take her to the top. Your whole family is the most beautiful girl in the department. She is Shenlai, in the same grade as Chi Xiao, and the only girl in the Mecha department. As mentioned before, the most beautiful girl in the department is re-elected. Shenlai has a bad temper and gets angry when she hears the word beauty. She is looking forward to a junior taking over her job every day. Finally, one day, her empty dormitory finally waited for a junior. Shenlai was so happy that he bullied the noobs in the training room for 3 days. What is the king? Even if the junior wants a star in the sky, she can buy one and hand it to the junior with both hands. When Wenzong got home, the sensor cabin had just arrived. The deliveryman installed it skillfully and gave detailed instructions on some precautions and after-sales issues before leaving. The sensor cabin was placed in the bedroom to replenish energy, and Wenzong finally had dinner during this time. She had been squatting in the backstage to familiarize herself with the keyboard since the commendation meeting, striving to make her movements smooth and unobstructed. When she was familiar with it, the evening party began to rehearse. Chi Xiaoyuan carefully bought food for everyone, but unfortunately everyone was busy, and no one had time to eat. Professor Wenyi cooked 2 dishes, and a soup for Wenzong himself. The quantity was not large, but the food was delicious. Wenzong ate, and gave Wenyi a thumbs up. Dad, your cooking skills are much better than those in the cafeteria. Professor Wen's wounded heart was finally healed. He adjusted his glasses, and couldn't help but curl up his lips. Just kidding, I used this to pursue Ms. Lin. Wenzong was very supportive, and ate all the dishes. He cleaned up the kitchen and digested the food himself, and then went back to the bedroom. Pirate ship. In the group, Chi Xiao was madly at ing her. Chi Xiao will never die easily, yet I really want to spend another 50 years. Have you finished eating, my junior sister? I really want to spend another 50 years. Immediately. After sending the message, Wenzong lay down in the sensor cabin. The sensor device automatically turned on, connected to the star network, and identified the identity information. Wenzong's eyes gradually became brighter, a blue light ball kept flashing, and a soft female voice uttered, "Welcome to the holographic star network world. You can set your own nickname. Please note that once the nickname is set, it will be used throughout the network and cannot be changed." Wenzong didn't even think about it and typed, "I really want to spend another 50 years. Nickname set successfully. Please select a virtual image or scan a human image." Wenzong was in a hurry, so he randomly selected a default face, skipped all the face-shaping procedures and novice guidance, and went straight into the star network. I really want to spend another 50 years. Coordinates. Chi Xiao will never die easily. 1556-1207. I really want to spend another 50 years. Received. Wenzong clicked on the mainboard page, entered the coordinates, and teleported over. Chi Xiaoyuan, Chi Xiao, and Shenlai stood at the entrance of the game center wearing the same red cape. They attracted a lot of attention. Wenzong ran over with a tacit expression. "Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time." When Wenzong arrived, the 3 of them took off their red capes and put them in their backpacks in a quick manner. Wenzong, so skilled. Chi Xiaoyuan briefly introduced Wenzong. "I've seen them all before. That one is Shenlai, and this is Wenzong." Shenlai's virtual image is a 1.8 meter tall red-haired queen, wearing a neat outfit, showing Wenzong a mouthful of shiny white teeth. "I've been looking forward to seeing my junior sister for a long time. I also watched the freshman competition. My junior sister simply beat everyone else." Wenzong also followed suit with a flattery. "Senior sister's name is well known." Shenlai, "Senior sister is polite." Wenzong, "Senior sister is modest." Chi Xiao, Chi Xiaoyuan, Chi Xiaoyuan had a blank expression. "Can we go in?" The game center is a huge hall, where all the games with holographic mode on the entire star network can be found. Chi Xiaoyuan and the other 2 were familiar with the place, and took Wenzong to find a game called Mech Glory. While Wenzong was getting familiar with the rules of the game, Chi Xiaoyuan explained, "This game has dominated the Mecha game ranking since its release. It includes nearly 10 modes, including arena competition, individual 1v1 competition, 2v2 team competition, 4-person team competition, and 10-person team competition. The game's publishing company has some relationship with the military. There are several mecha models whose data is infinitely close to real combat mechas. We can try which one you are good at first." Wenzong is still a novice. After entering the game, he only has a fighter number 1 given by the system. Qi Xiuyuan transferred 10,000 game coins. You buy a better mecha. When Zong returned it intact and waved his hand. I have only driven the fighter number 1. I need to be familiar with other models. Qi Xiao also advised. The three of us are too high in level. When we rank, we are likely to be ranked in the King's division. When you use the fighter number 1, they will definitely focus on you first. When Zong shook his head, I think you have some misunderstandings about the fighter number 1. It has balanced performance, and its data is still the basis for various models of mecha. It can be said that to some extent, the fighter number 1 has been perfected. Qi Xiuyuan thought about it. Anyway, he was just helping his junior to get familiar with the game. The level thing had to be achieved step by step, and the same was true for the choice of mecha. Thinking of this, Qi Xiuyuan nodded. Okay, it's just a practice, when Zong just needs to follow us. When Zong moved his hand joints. I'm not afraid of being targeted, I'm just afraid that they don't target me. Let's use this game to let the opponent see the true strength of fighter number 1. Qi Xiuyuan recalled when Zong's operation in the red-blue battle and the freshman competition, and couldn't help but want to overturn his previous idea that it was just a practice. He was a little expectant. Let us see it too. The 4 people entered the game room at the same time and started waiting for the ranking. In just a few seconds, the ranking was completed. The opposite commander saw that one of the opponents was a stubborn bronze player who was driving a new mecha, and he was overjoyed and shouted in his own communication channel. Did you see the bronze player on the opposite side? Focus on that fighter number 1. Chapter 19. All team battles in Mech Glory are decided by the last surviving mech. If both sides perish, the final damage of the mech will be used as the standard, and the one with the least damage will win. In other words, as long as one side is wiped out, the other side wins. It is a choice that everyone will make to lay the foundation by losing one opponent at the beginning. The map that both sides randomly get is Arctic Icefield. This map has a debuff that will reduce the movement speed by 5% every minute until it drops to 0. After the speed drops to 0, the mech will be unable to move and become a huge fixed target. The match will definitely end within 20 minutes. The two sides have basically the same configuration. The commanders each drove a command-type mecha. Qi Xiao chose the sniper-type mecha with a short-term function, the Wind Hidden, and Shenlai chose the most violent attack-type mecha in the game, the Thunder. Only when Zong was dragging his feet. The opponent has the best configuration, the commander stabilizes the rear, the sniper appears and disappears, the attack attracts hatred, and the heavyweight provides protection. No wonder the opponent's commander gets excited when he sees fighter number 1. It's a waste if he doesn't take the head. Boom! A mortar came roaring. When Zong was quick-witted and decisively pressed the protection button, a shield was deployed from the chest cockpit, barely blocking the attack. A message popped up on the main screen. Shield lost 20%. In the communication channel, Qi Xiuyuan was calm. Qi Xiao, lower right, Shenlai, back, when Zong, retreat. It was the first time when Zong worked with Qi Xiuyuan, and he didn't understand other commands, just retreat. Without thinking, when Zong decisively controlled the mecha to retreat. At the moment she retreated, a sniper bullet came from nowhere and accurately hit the right knee joint of the opponent's heavy mecha. Then, the thunder dropped from the sky and a thunder cannon rushed towards the commander. Boom! The thunder roared down, and the joints of the heavy-duty mecha were damaged, and there was no time to rescue. They watched helplessly as their commander was directly drowned by thunder and lightning. Beautiful, when Zong sighed silently, using her fighter number 1 to attract the opponent's attackers. Qi Xiao's Feng Yin No turned on the stealth mode and unexpectedly blocked the heavy-duty's ability to move. Then Shenlai opened his big move and hit the target directly. It was really tacit. However, in order to ensure the central position of the commander, the defense of the commander-type mecha was extremely abnormal, and a thunder cannon could only break its skin at most. Qi Xiuyuan was a commander himself, so he was aware of all the functions of the command mecha. He continued to speak on the communication channel. Wen Zong, attract firepower. Qi Xiao, focus on the attacker. Shenlai, hold down the heavy type on the other side. After the order was issued, Wen Zong rushed out in one step, and the commander on the other side also said on the communication channel, ignore the others, focus on the bronze first, and get one head. All the gun barrels were aimed at Wen Zong. Boom! 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 Wen Zong controlled the mecha to half-crouch and dodge a sniper bullet. While half-crouching, the two medium-sized firepowers from his elbows collided head-on with the other two. Bang! The shells exploded in the air. Wen Zong took 2 steps back, and then sprinted quickly. The iron-gray fighter number 1 looked very clumsy. When Zone controlled the mecha to bend down, and the heavy firepower on the back was fired, and the direction was exactly the right knee of the opponent's heavy-duty mecha, the speed of the heavy-duty mecha was originally low, and Arctic ice field. The map's debuff made him feel 2 or 3 times the normal gravity every time he moved. With a sniper bullet stuck in his knee, it was even more difficult to dodge this heavy artillery shell. Boom! The right leg of the heavy mecha was completely scrapped and fell face down. The commander on the opposite side raised his eyebrows and had a bad premonition. Heavy type, turn on the protective shield to reduce the loss index. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that fighter number 1 bent over with one hand on the ground and did a beautiful forward flip. Fighter number 1 landed on one knee, and 4 small firepowers on the shoulders and wrists fired at the vulnerable parts of the joints. The other commander, This flexibility is definitely not the fighter number 1. The reason why fighter number 1 is a must-have mecha for novices is that it has stable performance and low fault tolerance, and can better master various functions during training, but also because of balance. Fighter number 1 has a very high wear rate of joints. The actions that other models of mechas can easily do are extremely difficult for number 1. Over time, number 1 has also become the most basic mecha with the highest elimination rate. And now, someone has used fighter number 1 to dodge several shells, do somersaults, and break one of their heavy-duty legs. 5 minutes into the game, all mechas have slowed down by 25%. Chi Xiuyuan's mentality was as steady as an old dog after seeing Wen Zong's performance. Wen Zong, attack type, Chi Xiao, should like command type, I cover. Wen Zong stood up, spun his feet, put away the small firepower on his shoulders and wrists, pulled his hands behind his back, and 2 red laser swords came out of their sheaths as if carrying endless killing. No one dared to compete with Wen Zong in close combat. Wen Zong waved his long sword, and the 2 laser swords locked the route of the attack-type mecha. The small firepower in the palm of the attack-type mecha opened instantly, and shot towards the direction of the cockpit. Local defense is activated. Wen Zong opened the protective device of the mecha cabin, and slashed the opponent's head with the double swords in his hands. Mechas are like military machinery. One can do 100 things. Wen Zong has countless mecha wreckages. Although she has been retired for a long time and her hands are a little rusty, it never prevented her from being a killer in the Starry Sea. The head is a vital part of the human body, but not a vital part of the mecha. However, when the head is attacked, people will subconsciously hesitate and dodge. The attacking mecha ducked its head to dodge, and Wen Zong raised his left foot, and a sharp knife tip appeared at the knee, stabbing fiercely into the abdominal connection of the opponent's mecha. Sizzle. The sharp metal collision sound passed through the shell of the mecha and scratched the attacker's eardrum. The screen in the middle flashed red. Warning, warning. The cockpit is damaged. The damage is 30%, and the leg sensor is damaged. The damage is 50%. Wen Zong did not give the opponent time to react. The red laser sword flashed a brilliant light and pierced the cockpit from the back. The driver is game over. The other side's commander, As soon as the attacker died, Chi Xiuyuan's team launched a full-scale counterattack. 3 minutes later, the game was over. For a clock victory, Chi Xiao was amazed. Did you really use fighter number 1? Wen Zong, it's the real deal. Shen Lai's eyes sparkled. Do you want to play a doubles match with me? Wen Zong shook his head, with some anticipation. I want to fight in the ring. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a post slowly floated to the front page of the game area. Chapter 20. Thread that. I really want to spend another 50 years. Who is it? Win 20 games in a row with a fighter number 1. 0th floor. Video. Cheating also needs to follow the basic law, right? 1 SE floor. Watch quickly. 2 ND floor. I was the 15th at the scene. 3rd floor. Please tell your story. 2nd brother. 4th floor. After watching the video, I just want to at the official. Is this really not cheating? 5th floor. After watching it, help 4th brother at the official. This cheat is too much. Solve it in 5 minutes. Qian Junho. Are you kidding me? The Qianjun is a heavy-duty mecha, and even the Thunder, a strong attack type, can't handle it in 5 minutes. Okay, 6th floor. As we all know, fighter number 1 is a new mecha with a very low tolerance rate. Any improper operation will easily cause damage to the mecha joints, so the wear rate is very high. Looking at the flexibility of the mecha in the video, it is definitely impossible for fighter number 1 to make it. 7th floor. It looks familiar. Isn't this the bronze who used 2 laser swords to blow up our attacker? Attached is the battle video. 8th floor. And 2 laser swords blew up the attack mecha. 9th floor. Is this bronze? Isn't this a small account opened by some big guy? 10th floor. No big guy uses fighter number 1, thank you. 11th floor. I am the second brother, I used the thunder, I lasted for 10 minutes, and was pierced through the chest by a laser sword. Let me tell you how I felt. I didn't notice the cheating, his movements were smooth, and his awareness was first class. If anyone matches him, please remember my advice. Never fight in close combat. 412th floor. I should be the first one at the scene. I submitted a report after the game. This is the official response to me. Screenshot. For 13th floor. Question mark. 414th floor. Operation is normal. No cheating behavior. 666th floor. What a joke. When Wenzone had enough food and sleep the next day and logged into the Star Network to continue the ring game, she found that her ring, which was deserted yesterday, was surrounded by many people for the first time. There are 2 modes in the ring game of Mech Glory. One is the matching mode, and the other is the defending mode. The former has no winning rate requirements and is played in a public ring. The winner replaces the loser to continue defending the ring. The latter requires 20 consecutive wins to have his own ring and become the champion. Wenzone played until the early morning for the champion, accumulated 20 consecutive wins, and had his own small territory. There is a ranking list for the ring competition. The higher the number of consecutive wins, the higher the ranking. The current champion is Chen Feng, who has won 1,322 consecutive games. Wenzone walked through the crowd with a default face and walked to the ring. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you want to fight?" Everyone, Someone rubbed his hands. "I do it." Wenzone made a gesture of please, and the man jumped onto the ring with a running start. The moment he jumped onto the ring, Wenzone received a system prompt, "Dabaikai challenges you." Nicknames are also very eclectic. There is no rejection in the defending mode. No matter who challenges you, you must accept it. If you win, it counts as a winning streak. If you lose, you give up the arena and the title of champion to others. Of course, you can win it back. Dabaikai is eager to try. Are you still using fighter number 1? Wenzone nodded. I haven't accumulated enough points to exchange for other mechas. She has her eyes on an attack-type mecha. Not many people have exchanged it, but the points are very high. She won 20 games in a row yesterday, but the points are still not enough. After that, the 2 summoned mechas at the same time. Dabaikai used a sniper mecha. He followed the post in the early morning. A buddy said that he couldn't follow the close combat, so he deliberately chose the wind hidden number. The short-term invisibility ability was enough for him to fly a kite. Wenzone had a little impression of the wind hidden number. It was a sniper mecha used by Chi Zhao in team battles. It was elusive and very difficult to deal with. Dabaikai turned on the stealth mode as soon as he entered the mecha. The huge mecha disappeared instantly. Wenzone did not hesitate. After selecting the manual operation mode, his fingertips touched the keyboard lightly, and the 2 small firepower on the shoulders extended, one muzzle forward and the other backward, his arms stretched out, and the 2 small firepower on the wrists were always ready. Sniper bullets came silently from behind. Wenzone subconsciously controlled the mecha to move slightly. Bang! A sniper bullet hit the shoulder joint of fighter number 1. If Wenzone hadn't moved that time, it would have hit her head. The small firepower of Wenzone's shoulder counterattacked in the direction of the trajectory, while the small firepower of the wrist hit the opposite direction. Thump, thump, thump! A few times, a horizontal line was cut. Dang! With a crisp sound, one of the bullets hit a certain part of the mecha. After receiving the attack, the stealth mode was automatically released. Wenzone squatted with his right foot, and the heavy firepower on his back roared away. The cabbage was not really a vegetable. He activated the defense device the moment the stealth mode was lifted. Then, the thrusters on his hips started up, and the shells hit the edge of the ring. Boom! A wave of air pushed the Fengyin in the air, and was pushed a little. Fighter number 1 suddenly appeared behind the Fengyin, drew out the laser sword on his back, held the hilt with both hands, and swung it in the air. The head of the Fengyin was cut off, revealing the part shining with energy light. The head of the mecha was equipped with a visual device, and the main screen in Dabaikai's cockpit went black instantly. It was a prediction. Fighter number 1 predicted the landing point of the heavy firepower and his reaction, and even the point where he was pushed out by the air wave was within the man's expectations. He was still careless. Dabaikai raised a small white flag. Please spare my life. Wenzone cooperated and stopped the attack and inserted the laser sword back into the back of the mecha. The onlookers were stunned throughout the whole process. What a quick reaction. Fighter number 1 can actually rotate 180 degrees in the air? Will the waist joint really not get stuck? The prediction is great. The moment the heavy firepower on the back was launched, fighter number 1 was lifted off. It completely guessed the action of the wind hidden. Stupid. Dabikai got off the mecha and put the headless mecha into the warehouse. He scratched his head and asked with a red face, "How did you do it?" Wenzong had just jumped off the mecha and didn't hear the other party's words clearly. How did you do it?" Dabikai gestured to fighter number 1. "That's right, fighter number 1 is famous for its low fault tolerance and high wear rate. How did you manage to be so flexible?" Wenzong did not answer directly, but asked, "You know that fighter number 1's performance is the most stable among all humanoid combat mechas, so it is more suitable for novices, right?" Dabikai and the onlookers nodded together. Wenzong then asked, "Then you also know that in order to pursue the prominence of certain functions, various models of mechas have abandoned many basic indexes, resulting in obvious weaknesses, but the prominence covers up this weakness." Dabikai nodded hesitantly. "Since the weakness is covered up, what's the difference between having no weakness?" Wenzong, "The difference in the level of mecha operator operation." Dabikai, "It hurts." Wenzong asked the last question, "Tell me, what are the weaknesses of fighter number 1? Dabikai, "Low tolerance, high wear rate, inflexible joints." As he was talking, Dabikai got stuck. He remembered Wenzong's operation just now, and the series of videos he watched yesterday. Joints are not flexible. You are kidding. Wenzong made the final decision. Low error tolerance, then I just don't make mistakes. Then, Wenzong accepted wave after wave of challenges with such an arrogant attitude, and practiced what she said above with one mecha after another that was broken by her. Fighter number 1 was as flexible as a human body in her hands, and her performance of winning 15 games in a row completely overturned the theory that fighter number 1 was only suitable for novices. The post slowly floated to the front page of the forum again. Hot topic post. Shocked, the driver of fighter number 1 made another crazy statement. 0th floor. Video. I really want to spend another 50 years. Low error tolerance, then I just don't make mistakes. However, Wenzong didn't know that she became popular on the forum again, because she was going to start classes. Chapter 21. The first military academy of the Empire adopts semi-military management. Students are not allowed to go out except during holidays. There are morning training in the morning and evening training in the evening. Students are allowed to connect to the internet, but are not allowed to disclose the secrets of the academy. Friendly exchanges and free creation are encouraged. The most important thing is to abide by the school rules. Wenzong returned to school a day in advance to move the censor cabin back to the dormitory. By the way, he queued up several 4-person team battles with Chi Xiuyuan and others, and several 2-person battles with Shenlai. Pirate ship. There are 5 people in the group, including Wenzong. Since she joined the group, the other 2 seem to have never been online. Chi Xiuyuan explained, "The one from the data analysis department is doing closed experiments with the professor, and the one from the manufacturing department is doing graduation projects in seclusion." Wenzong was surprised. Doing graduation projects right after the start of the senior year? The first academy uses a 5-year system. From the freshman year to the first semester of the senior year, basically spend time in school, and start to enter the military training in the second semester of the senior year, and wait until the 5th year for graduation assessment. Chi Xiuyuan said, "Yes, the manufacturing department and the equipment department are all doing graduation projects in the 4th year, and the graduation assessment in the 5th year is a practical mission. There is no time to think about graduation projects on the battlefield." Wenzong understood. If inspiration came to him on the battlefield, it would not be a question of whether he could graduate or not, but whether he could graduate alive. The next day, Wenzong yawned and walked towards the classroom. Probably to give the freshmen a warning, the wake-up whistle blew 3 times in one night. The seniors were used to it, and went downstairs to assemble without any confusion. Some of the freshmen did not tie their uniform belts, or put on their shoes properly, and were scolded by the teacher in charge. The second time was much better because of experience. The third time, they ran around the school for 3 hours until breakfast time. The first class was Mecha Theory. The total number of students in the 2 majors of the Mecha department was less than 200, which could not even fill a large classroom. As soon as Wenzong entered the door, Song Tao pulled him over and asked mysteriously, "Have you been to the forum?" Wenzong called up the textbook in the light brain and answered, "What forum?" Song Tao showed Wenzong the bold title of Hot. "This is it. It's too crazy." Wenzong had a bad feeling in his heart and slowly read out the title. Shock, the driver who controls fighter number 1 is talking nonsense again? Song Tao lightly swiped and drew the main text. Low error tolerance, Then I should not make any mistakes. One zone, ? Why do this nickname and this word sound so familiar? Song Tao automatically completed the melon. The operator of this fighter number 1 is called I really want to spend another 50 years. With a system default face, and the operation is vigorous and resolute. He won 35 consecutive games in the ring competition, all using fighter number 1. I heard that he also fought several group battles and double battles yesterday. It's a pity that I also had a challenge yesterday, otherwise I would have applied to watch. Wenzong, The premonition came true, and it was not good. Song Tao was very excited. I have a suspicion that this is a small account from a big guy. By the way, have you played Mech Glory? That big guy is also very good at using laser swords. I think you can give it a try. Wenzong was silent for a while, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Still, let's forget it. She thought that her heroic figure should appear on the battlefield to scare the enemy and run away when they saw her, instead of appearing on the game forum and being treated as a melon and a skyscraper was built. Teacher Wen has been a tough guy for half his life, and this is the first time he feels so ashamed. Song Tao is eager to try. I don't know when this big guy will be online. I also want to challenge him. Wenzong, come on. Is it too late to change the name now? Before Wenzong can find out whether he can change his name, the theory teacher comes. After saluting each other, the teacher introduces himself. My last name is Zhao. You can just call me Teacher Zhao. I will be in charge of your mecha theory course this semester, and I will start calling the roll now. Teacher Zhao was wearing a neat military uniform. Judging from his shoulder straps, he should be a major. He wore a pair of round-framed glasses on his nose. He looked gentle, but he didn't drag his voice when he spoke. He was very efficient. After calling the roll, Teacher Zhao turned on the public projection. A scaled-down mecha appeared in the center of the screen. Lesson 1, Mecha and Mecha History. Mecha are divided into civilian mecha and military mecha are divided into combat mecha, reconnaissance aircraft, logistics aircraft, medical aircraft, large siege aircraft and other types. Combat mechas are divided into humanoid, pseudomechas and composite mechas. Humanoid mechas are similar in proportion to the human body, and have the most complete functions. They are also the most commonly used mechas by the military of various countries. Pseudomechas are often used for reconnaissance, raids, and remote control. They are mostly animal-like. Composite mechas have both and provide transformation services, but they are larger in size and more complicated to operate. Teacher Zhao put all types of mecha models into the projection, and while talking, he rotated the mechas to show them, and made small videos of the most basic movements or transformations. In the year 2100, the Uri's people living in the Green Galaxy developed the first humanoid combat mecha, the Tomorrow. Teacher Zhao turned a page of the teaching plan, and a huge and bulky mecha appeared on the projection. This mecha could only be vaguely seen as a human figure, with very uncoordinated limbs, 2 gun barrels erected on the shoulders, and the body in the middle was 2 meters high. The Tomorrow uses a human motion capture system, with a complete capture device in the body part, with an accuracy of up to 90%, and can even capture the slightest muscle twitching. It is precisely because of this accuracy that the driver must concentrate highly and keep his limbs coordinated. Once a certain action is wrong, the entire Iron Giant will be unbalanced. In the year 2110 of the star calendar, the Empire developed neural sensors and operating keyboards based on the Tomorrow and made the first humanoid combat mecha, named Fighter 1. It is the first mecha equipped with 2 operating modes in the entire history, and it is also the basic model of the current humanoid mecha. The data of many current models of mechas are tested on Fighter 1. It can be said that Fighter 1 is the ancestor of all humanoid combat mechas. Teacher Zhao made a joke and continued, in the year 2135 of the star calendar, the Federation developed a new type of intelligent mecha, which established a connection with the mecha through brain waves, and implanted artificial intelligence in the mecha, which has the function of evolution. The intelligence can understand instructions, and has high loyalty, which is equivalent to a mecha with 2 people operating it. The highly evolved artificial intelligence can even choose its own master. At this point, intelligent mechas have entered the mainstream. Wenzong, who listened carefully, took notes. She had read her mother's mecha notes, but did not see any words about intelligent mechas, and there was no intelligent implantation in the current mecha driving mode. Something must have happened in the middle. As expected, Teacher Zhao flicked across a photo. It was a group of soldiers lying flat, their eyes closed, their mouths slightly raised, as if they had entered a sweet dream. In the year 2285 of the star calendar, the Star Network Guardian Zero evolved into a super intelligence. He had human thinking but no human emotions. He was like a king, and could easily invade all intelligences. So the Federation and the Imperial Academy of Sciences noticed the crisis, and prepared to join forces to destroy Zero. As a result, Zero noticed it, and cut off the brainwave connection of the entire star network, leaving more than 1/10 of the entire interstellar population in the star network forever. The intelligence in all mechas was controlled by Zero, and the Empire Federation suffered countless losses. The intelligent riot kicked off. Intelligent riot, no wonder. Wenzong sighed silently in his heart. This was like being betrayed by the most trusted comrade in arms, and there was no way to fight back. In the year 2330 of the star calendar, the Imperial Academy of Sciences discovered the existence of mental power, and developed mental power sensors based on this, which made up for the shortcomings of the neural sensing mode. As a result, the mental power sensing mode came to the stage. After the intelligent riot ended, intelligent mechas withdrew from the stage of history, and mechas with neural sensing mode, manual mode, and mental power sensing mode became the mainstream. Teacher Zhao paused for a while, letting the students digest the information, and then asked the first question: does anyone know the difference between these three modes? Wenzong raised his hand and said report. Teacher Zhao was amused by this report. In my class, you don't need to say report, just raise your hand. I can see it. Wenzong, am I right? Wenzong stood up and nodded, answering, I think hand exercise is creation, mental sensing is control, and neural sensing is becoming. Teacher Zhao motioned her to sit down and said, a needle hits the mark. Song Tao winked at Wenzong quietly and lip-synced. A needle hits the mark. Even without making a sound, Wenzong could feel the last wave. The former teacher smiled. Listen carefully. Teacher Zhao seemed not to notice the movement here and continued. The advantage of manual operation is that it has no limitations, and can perform all kinds of incredible movements within the range of the mecha. The disadvantages are also known to everyone, memorizing the keyboard and hand speed. The mental sensing mode is to transfer your mental power through the sensor helmet to the mental sensing system throughout the mecha, thereby achieving the effect of control. The advantage is that it is not controlled by human defects and can be observed better, but the disadvantages are similar. It is not easy to get rid of the limitations of human movements, and you cannot be distracted. The neural sensing mode is to match your nervous system with the mecha through sensors. After the connection is established, you can become both a human and a mecha. The advantages are fast response and high sensitivity. The disadvantages are that the driver's hands need to bear the gravity of the mecha, and the body cannot be disabled. After 3 hours of mecha theory, Song Tao was exhausted. I just know how to drive a mecha. Why do I have to learn so much theory? Wenzong's eyes were dead. Without theory, there is no mecha, thank you. Song Tao didn't argue with Wenzong. I don't have classes in the afternoon. Do you want to make an appointment with Star Network? Wenzong shook his head, and pulled out his own schedule to show him. I took the mecha assembly theory of the manufacturing department, which happens to be in the afternoon. Song Tao was stunned. Can't the theory of the mecha department satisfy your desire to learn? Wenzong raised his eyebrows. It's not the same thing, but I suggest you listen to it, and your understanding of mecha will change greatly. Song Tao ran quickly. Thanks for the invitation, but no need. In the afternoon, the mecha assembly theory class of the manufacturing department. The teacher projected a battle video. The fighter number 1 in the video was flexible and responsive, causing exclamations. Wenzong in the audience, It looks damn familiar again. The teacher was very excited and disassembled the projection of fighter number 1 into a pile of parts. In this class, I will tell you the assembly principle of fighter number 1. And use the operation of I really want to spend another 50 years as a template to explain the so-called zero error. Wenzong, Report to the teacher, I want to withdraw from the class. Chapter 22. Time passed slowly. Wenzong borrowed the training room from Qi Zhao when he was free. Freshmen mainly lay the foundation and theory, and practical courses will be offered in the second year. Similarly, only in the second year can you apply for the training room. The training room of the first academy has a wide range of projects, including dozens of projects such as shooting, physical fitness, assembly, and pain resistance, and even equipped with various types of mechas, striving to provide students with the best resources. Qi Zhao whispered to Wenzong, I can borrow it, but I have to queue, right? I tell you a shortcut. Go ask Lao Qi to borrow one. He has a separate training room, and some of the equipment is even better than the school's. Wenzong was a little confused. Why does Senior Qi have a separate training room? Did he donate a building to the school? This is the first for the first college. Qi Zhao gave her a popular science. Do you know that there is a little conflict between our school and the third college? Wenzong nodded. That's not a conflict, it's a grudge. Qi Zhao, when we were sophomores, the third college held a 100-man command competition and invited students from all military academies in the empire. Each commander had 100 people under him. The finals were also a big melee of 100 commanders. The goal was to get the heavily guarded red flag. There were a total of 10,000 people in the entire simulated battlefield, and the soldiers under his command were randomly assigned. Old Qi was unlucky, and 60 of his 100 men were from the Third Academy. Wenzong could probably imagine what would happen next. Did the Third Academy students under the senior pass on the news? Qi Zhao slapped his thigh. That's right. The purpose of the Third Academy holding this competition was to suppress us, but old Qi didn't give up at all, and used 60 spies and 40 soldiers to survive to the end, and got the little red flag. Wenzong, what does that have to do with the training room? Qi Zhao said proudly. The prize for that game was a training room. You don't know the look on the faces of the presidents of the 3 colleges. It was really nice. Wenzong felt that Qi Shouyuan would not easily swallow this breath with his personality. Sure enough, Qi Zhao said again. When accepting the award, Lao Qi's tone was very sincere. Wait, I have a video. As he said, Qi Zhao turned on the optical brain and played the video for Wenzong to see. Qi Shouyuan in the video already looked lazy and sloppy now. His facial features were sharp, and his eyes seemed to be filled with endless affection. He said to the president of the third college, I feel extremely terrified to accept the award here. I would like to thank the 60 students of the third college for their diligence in delivering the news, and for their loyalty and the strange eyes of others. Only then did I win this time. I will share this trophy with the students of the third college. The friendship between the first and third colleges will last forever. Wenzong looked at the headmaster of the third academy, who was trying to smile in the video, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy. Great job. The most basic principle of a soldier is loyalty, loyalty to the country, loyalty to the people, and loyalty to the command. Not to mention that the enemy is just a classmate. Even if it is a teacher, you must not hesitate when you need to shoot. Qi Zhao said, no matter how angry the third academy is, they have to build a training room for Lao Qi. So he became the only student in the first academy who had a separate training room. Later, Lao Qi even paid out of his own pocket to upgrade all the equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the most advanced training room in the first academy. The best training room. Wenzong couldn't help but feel a little moved, but I don't seem to be so close to Senior Qi. Qi Zhao smiled. You want to escape after you boarded our pirate ship? Pirate ship? Qi Zhao patted Wenzong's shoulder. You know, we are just short of an attacker. Wenzong, I know. When Wenzong successfully borrowed the training room, Qi Shouyuan was smiling and sending a message to Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao, the organization didn't make a mistake about you. Qi Zhao sent a salute emoji. Report to the commander, the mission has been successfully completed. Qi Shouyuan closed the chat page, touched his chin with one hand, and smiled like a fox who had stolen some fish. TSK, such a good attacker, if not now, when will it be snatched? Thanks to the training room, thank you to the third academy, January 1st, 2495, Star Calendar, New Year's Day. The holiday of the first academy is only 1 month, from December 15th to January 14th, and school starts on January 15th. New Year's Day is a big holiday, and the whole empire is in a festive mood. When you open the Star Network, you will either see a discount at a merchant event or the economy is very good. Even Mech Glory launched a 3-day New Year's Day points doubling event, and Wenzong was so happy that he harassed the people in this small group every day. What is missing 3? Is there anyone to join us? Your whole family is the most beautiful in the department and Qi Zhao will never die easily. Let's line up for the doubles match. The 5-person team battle has a huge score, friends. Do you want to join us? On the eve of the holiday, Wenzong finally met the remaining 2 people in the group. The senior in the data analysis major is Shenlai's twin brother, named Shenning, who is completely the opposite of Shenlai in terms of personality. The senior in the manufacturing department is named Liang Jiuan, who is said to have registered with the Imperial Academy of Sciences. I don't know how he was fooled by Qi Shouyuan. January 5th is the anniversary of Ms. Lin's death. Wenzong, and when he came to the martyr cemetery early, and gave Lin Yunhe a bouquet of thorn flowers. This was Lin Yunhe's favorite flower when he was alive. The martyr cemetery is located in the northernmost mountain of the empire, where the stars rise. The dazzling light will guide the lost soldiers home. There is no such thing as a cemetery in the interstellar era. Countless soldiers were left forever in the sea of stars and strange planets, and no trace can be found. It is said that the emperor pointed at the nose of the minister of finance and scolded him, and his saliva sprayed 2 meters away. This is my soldier, this is the guardian of the empire. I don't care if you have such a saying or not. My soldiers must go back to my home. Do you hear me? No matter how tortuous the process was, the martyr cemetery was built. Under Lin Yunhe's tombstone was only a set of military uniforms she wore during her lifetime. Just after New Year's Day, she just took an ordinary mission, and was caught off guard and stayed forever on that familiar yet strange planet. Before she left, she kissed Wen Yi and the babbling Wen Zong, saying, "Wait for me to come back." But she never came back, not even a piece of the Mecha wreckage. Wen Yi squatted down and stroked the photo of the woman on the tombstone. She was so young, laughing freely and energetically. He also smiled like the photo, but there were fine lines at the corners of his eyes. I'm old. Wen Zong suddenly wanted to cry. Wen Yi talked about what happened this year, big and small, funny and sad. Finally, he laughed and said, "You are right, Zong is the most like you. She applied for the command department of the First Academy without telling me, and then transferred from the command department to the Mecha department. She performed very well, and she was just as flamboyant as you. Are you happy?" Wen Zong couldn't help blushing when she heard Professor Wen praising her. While Wen Yi was taking a break, Wen Zong also said, "Mom, I will become an excellent mecha operator like you." She had no parents in her previous life, and had been living in the shabby black market since she could remember. Some things, if you envy them for a long time, you don't know how to envy them. Maybe she lacks such a person in this life, but she will not lack this love. When Yi turned around, touched his daughter's head, and said, "No, you will be better than your mother." This is the most sincere blessing and expectation of parents for their children. On January 15th, the first college started school. After signing up, Shenlai, who shared the same dormitory, showed Wen Zong a poster. "Will you come?" It was a concept poster for the annual Mecha competition jointly organized by the 16 comprehensive military academies of the Empire. Chapter 23. The annual Mecha competition is jointly held by the 16 comprehensive military academies of the Empire. It is open to all military academy students in the Empire. Once they graduate, they will lose their eligibility to participate. Each game is open to the military internet for tracking and live broadcast. Many military academy students have gained the recognition of the bosses through this competition and were directly selected to join the army. The competition started on February 1st. 100 people were selected through the preliminary round. 50 people were eliminated in the preliminary round and entered the semifinals. Then they continued to compete one-on-one until the champion was decided. The prizes for the champions are different every year, but they are all opportunities and resources that all military academy students dream of. With only half a month left before February 1st, the Mecha competition began to warm up, sending concept posters to various schools and opening the registration channel. The poster is very simple, with a pure black steel giant half kneeling, stretching out a mechanical arm, and punching with the silhouette of a military academy student in uniform. The contrast in size is very strong, but it reveals an incomparable harmony. How could Wen Zong not participate in such a good thing? Wen Zong quickly opened the campus network, clicked on the link and signed up. She asked Shenlai, "Will you join senior?" Shenlai waved his hand. "I joined when I was a sophomore. Besides, we seniors will enter the military for training in March, so we won't be able to catch up in time." Wen Zong's eyes lit up. "How are your grades, senior?" Shenlai blushed at the bright eyes of the junior. "Well, it's okay, I barely won the second place." Wen Zong clapped his hands like a seal. "Senior, you are modest." "Ahem." Shenlai wiped his face, a little embarrassed by the praise, cleared his throat and said, "The champion of our session was a junior from the 2nd Academy's Mechatronics department, and I was the runner-up. Guess who was the 3rd place?" Wen Zong knew only a few seniors. Qi Zhao? You guessed it right." Shenlai clapped his hands. "Don't look at Qi Zhao's baby face. He's very fierce in a fight." Wen Zong felt the same way. She had been sparring with them from time to time, since she'd borrowed Qi Xiuyuan's training room. Shenlai was as good as his name, good at frontal confrontation, and his technical awareness could be said to be first class. Qi Zhao was the complete opposite of Shenlai. He was a sniper, elusive, and his presence was almost zero when he entered the state. He had excellent dynamic vision, and was born to do this job. What was the prize for senior sister's class? Shenlai thought for a moment and said, "The champion prize is a customized mecha. Qi Zhao and I were each awarded a piece of equipment, but the prize is not the point. The point is that the best performers in our class were basically booked by major legions. Shenlai suddenly became serious. Although the competition is held entirely on the Star Network, it is only connected to the military internet. The data of all mecha models is provided by the military, and all your performance will fall into the eyes of the big guys watching the game. The prize is not important. What is important is your performance. You can be tough, you can lose, but you can never retreat. Wenzong has been in the Starry Sea for so many years, of course he knows. Mecha operators have no way out. Shenlai nodded with satisfaction. Her junior sister's awareness and skills are beyond the level of school students. If she hadn't known Wenzong's physical shortcomings, she would have almost thought that this was a warrior who walked out of countless mecha wreckages. The oppression in the battle was so strong that her scalp numbed. Anyway, we have nothing to do. How about helping the junior sister to exercise her physical fitness? Shenlai flexed her fingers. To be honest, she had been looking forward to seeing her junior sister in such a mess for a long time. Wenzong certainly didn't know what kind of Shura field would be waiting for her later, so she readily agreed. Thank you, senior sister. Bang! Wenzong couldn't count how many times she had been thrown down. She turned over, her body and face were all sweaty, and her hair stuck to the corners of her mouth. Wenzong didn't have the strength to take it off, so he could only blow it symbolically, and it might not be able to blow it off. Every muscle in the body was shaking in dissatisfaction, sending signals to the brain nerves that it was about to reach its limit. Shenlai and Qizhao, the two culprits, sang in unison beside him. Oh, junior sister, you can't do it? Junior sister, stand up, you can do it. Wenzong rolled his eyes with difficulty, raised his middle finger with both hands trembling, and then couldn't control it, and fell down powerlessly. Shit, I don't even have the strength to raise my middle finger. Wenzong had 5 gravity buckles tied to his body, 1 on each limb, and the remaining 1 on his waist. He could bear it with only double gravity, but this training room also had double gravity. Under quadruple gravity, let alone fighting, even taking a small step would be under terrible pressure. As for why Shenlai and Qizhao were not affected, it was because they both had anti-gravity devices, and throwing Wenzong was like playing. Qi Xiuyuan watched the fun from the side. How can you two talk, Wenzong? I turn off the gravity in the training room for you, and teach them a lesson. Wenzong opened his mouth. Excuse me, give me a bottle of water. Qi Xiuyuan was quite considerate, and after turning off the gravity, he handed Wenzong the salt water that had been prepared long ago. Wenzong trembled and picked up the bottle, and touched it to his mouth tremblingly. Qi Xiuyuan slapped his head. Look at my memory. He took another straw and inserted it into the bottle. You're welcome. Wenzong took a sip of water from the straw to moisten his throat, and then said, You guys in the command department are all dirty-hearted. He said you're welcome, but in fact he was the one who watched the fun the most. After regaining some strength, Wenzong took off the 5 gravity buckles on his body, and suddenly felt as light as a swallow. She touched the smooth muscle lines on her arms, and couldn't help but burst into tears. It was almost time to regain the familiar feel of the past. So good. The 4 people sat down in a circle on the ground, and Qi Xiuyuan said, All permissions in this training room are open to you, but don't miss us in March. There are still 3 days before the mecha competition. Wenzong plans to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and conserve his energy in these 3 days, striving for the first place and ensuring the top 3. Qizhao also said, The mecha competition does not limit repeated registration, which means that those who participated in the previous session may participate again in this session. There are always 1 or 2 seats in each military academy, so we can't be careless. Shenlai agreed. Yes, I almost lost to a junior in the 6th college that year. He participated for 3 consecutive years, and was very familiar with the data of various mechas. Qi Xiuyuan was very confident in Wenzong. Show your Star Network ID, and I guarantee that 1/3 of the people will withdraw from the competition. Wenzong instantly remembered the post still floating on the game forum and covered his face. Don't say it, I'm afraid I will be besieged. Qi Xiuyuan smiled and stretched out his right hand. Junior sister, this prize is very special. I wait for you at the military headquarters. Qizhao and Shenlai also put their hands up, and all 3 of them looked at Wenzong. The prizes for the mecha competition were announced only in the finals. Wenzong blinked, and didn't ask Qi Xiuyuan where the information came from. He just put his hand up. Then you won't wait too long. 8 hands stacked together, and waved vigorously. Come on. 3 days later, the mecha competition officially began. Wenzong lay in the sensor cabin, and entered the login entrance. Every cell in his body was clamoring with excitement. While waiting, his eyes were dark, and a voice rang in his ears. Identity authentication is successful. Welcome to the Mecha Competition Audition site. Now let me explain the rules of the competition to you. Chapter 24. The Mecha Competition auditions have begun. The number of people entering has been completed. There are 2,853 people, and 100 people have advanced. All contestants are equipped with the same model of mecha, and those who are eliminated will immediately exit the system. The mecha equipped in the system is the fighter number 3 from the same fighter series. Compared with the Big Brother, number 3 has a higher fault tolerance rate, is more convenient to operate, and the mecha is equipped with more diverse equipment of all sizes. The 5 minutes before the game is the time to get familiar with the mecha. When Zong moved his fingers, selected the manual mode, and used the 5 minutes to write a few quick codes. He didn't know the map, didn't know the elimination rules. The mecha was only equipped with small firepower, no big firepower, no mecha cabin defense devices, and even the thrusters were removed. There were nearly 3,000 contestants, and only 100 qualified. This nearly 1/30th promotion rate was really terrible. After the 5-minute countdown, the 5 screens in the cockpit suddenly showed the surrounding scenery. Nearly 3,000 mechas gathered together, and the distance between every 2 mechas was no more than 1 meter. When Zong turned the head of the mecha around, and he had a rough idea in his mind. This is a coliseum. The coliseum is huge, shaped like a basin, surrounded by high-rise viewing platforms, with a dozen people sitting on the viewing platforms. When Zong didn't even need to zoom in to observe, and immediately thought of the military boss mentioned by Shenlai. It was exciting. When Zong was eager to try, everyone here had a passion for mechas, and was looking forward to joining the Legion to realize their ambitions, and at this moment, the opportunity was right in front of them. The inorganic voice of the system resounded throughout the Colosseum. The game begins. The moment he finished speaking, when Zong reached out with his big hand, and pulled the mecha next to him hard, and with his other elbow, he hit the mecha's head hard. The mecha was probably stunned and didn't react at all. When Zong didn't give him a chance to react, he pushed his knee in the same direction, and the sharp knife at the joint pierced into the connection between the head and the cockpit. The collision of metal and metal made a teeth-grinding sound. The lights in the eyes of the mecha's head flashed twice, and slowly turned off the head visual system. Destroyed mechas have more than one visual device, but the visual device on the head is the most important. Humanoid mechas follow the human nervous system. Once the visual device on the head is damaged, the mecha operator will have great errors in psychology and touch. If the driver uses the neural sensing mode and mental sensing mode, the moment the head is injured, the mecha operator will think that his body is injured. Therefore, in training, the instructor will deliberately strengthen this kind of vital reflex of the human body. The purpose is that on the battlefield, any slight hesitation will bring life-threatening danger. When Zong did not stop, she drew out the laser sword on her back. A red light flashed, and a mechanical arm fell to the ground. Another flash, and another mechanical arm appeared. But the opponent's mecha still did not disappear. The sword light and when Zong's hand slashed again, and the 2 mechanical legs were cut off at once, leaving only a cockpit with a precarious head rolling on the ground. It still doesn't disappear like this. When Zong pursed his lips, and the laser sword slid into the cockpit from the broken arm. The last blow was judged as a success. The damaged mecha disappeared from Wen Zong's sight. She silently apologized in her heart. Generally, she would start to consciously train the vital response in her sophomore year, but when she attacked the head just now, the mecha operator did not fight back at all. She guessed that it was a freshman. Alas, I got used to it after being chopped a few times. It will not be bad for the future. When Zong figured out the judgment rules, and his hands moved quickly. The system did not explain the elimination rules, which meant that she needed to explore. At first, when Zong thought that she would be eliminated if her vitals were attacked. After she attacked the head, there was no reaction. Later, she thought that it was according to the actual combat standard, and she would automatically exit as long as she lost the ability to move. She was slapped in the face again. Finally, she tried to attack the driver, and was judged to be successful. Yes, attack the driver, not the cockpit. The system is automatically equipped with 50% pain perception, and when the driver is attacked, he will really feel pain. When Zong smacked his lips, this is not an ordinary game, this is clearly a standard battlefield exercise configuration. It's cruel, too cruel. Most of the Junior Military Academy students' experience in mecha battles comes from the Star Network game, but for the sake of fun and the physical fitness of ordinary players, the game is different from actual combat in terms of mecha data and judgment methods. In the holographic mode, even if the driver is attacked, there is no pain at all, and the protection system will even be activated to protect the player's mental state from damage. And just one audition broke this balance and protection. No wonder the military would come to snatch people. Under this model, those who perform well do have the capital to enter the military. When Wenzong lamented that the military and military academy were not human, someone was also evaluating her. On the viewing platform, a middle-aged man said wow, and called out to his old comrade next to him, "Old Joe, is this the Wenzong you told me about?" If the students of the First Academy of Mechatronics had time to look at the stage, they would find that this was their instructor Joe. Instructor Joe stretched his head and saw the video on the surveillance camera. The ordinary mecha was marked with the words First Academy, Wenzong. It moved freely among a bunch of steel giants without any unnecessary movements, directly targeting the weaknesses of the mecha, almost achieving the legendary realm of killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. It looked quite pleasing to the eye. Oh, she really participated. Instructor Joe gave up his own screen and turned to watch with his old comrade. "I was just about to look for her, and you targeted her." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "You have to pay attention. Do you know what your student did at the beginning?" "What?" In order to understand the elimination rules, she dismantled a student's mecha. Instructor Joe quickly played back the surveillance video and sighed after watching it. "Oh my god, how much psychological trauma will this leave on people?" That being said, there was no blame in Instructor Joe's tone. Instead, he appreciated it. As military school students, we have to find an opportunity to let them feel what the battlefield is, so that they don't become so crazy after learning something. The middle-aged man saw that he was protecting his child, so he didn't refute him, but just nodded to show his agreement. Times are different now, and the students of these years are indeed too impetuous. In the picture, Wenzong's mecha was attacked from behind by two people, and there was another one opposite her. With three sides attacking, one of them must be unable to dodge, so Wenzong turned her body and slashed forward with a laser sword in her right hand. The person opposite didn't seem to expect that she would not dodge and confronted head-on. Facing this great opportunity, he hesitated for a second. In this second, Wenzong's mecha's left arm was cut off, but she did not stop at all. She swung her remaining right hand to chop at the head of the opposite mecha. The moment the head fell to the ground, Wenzong spun with her left foot and kicked one of the mechas in the abdomen with her right foot. The mecha retreated 2 steps. Wenzong's small firepower from her wrist. Bang bang. All hit the connection between the head and the mecha cabin. The energy bombs all hit the same position, and Wenzong opened a small hole. And that small hole was the connection position of the visual device. There is one left. Wenzong held the laser sword in his backhand and cut a large hole in the body of the remaining mecha. Then, Wenzong used the same trick again, aiming the small firepower of his wrist at the hole, and fired energy bullets into the cockpit one after another until the last energy bullet sank into the chest of the mecha operator. Judgment success. Wenzong broke out of the encirclement, and the remaining 2 mechas without visual devices were not to be feared. Instructor Joe, who was watching, couldn't help but applaud. Beautiful. The middle-aged man also admired. This student's fighting consciousness is too strong. He is decisive when necessary. This energy is not inferior to the Vanguard Army. Instructor Joe laughed and said, "Speaking of the Vanguard Army, do you know whose child Wenzong is?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. Wenzong, the last name is one. Could it be? Instructor Joe knew he had guessed it. A child of Ahi and Old One can't be too bad. This? The middle-aged man paused and whispered, "Didn't Old One not let his daughter join the army?" Instructor Joe narrowed his eyes. The child is grown up. What can Old One do to stop her? I can tell you, Wenzong has caught Old Chi's eye. If you want to snatch her, you better hurry. The middle-aged man looked around. Old Chi didn't come today. How did she catch Old Chi's eye? Think about it. Chi Xiaoyuan is close to Wenzong. That guy is sharp-eyed and quick-handed. He probably pulled her into the team a long time ago. How could Old Chi not know that she is a talent that Chi Xiaoyuan likes? Middle-aged man, The middle-aged man slapped his head, his tone a little frustrated. Can I compete with the First Army for people? Can I win? He and Lao Wen were originally from the First Army. Can that man's daughter abandon the First Army and join our Third Army? Just think about it. He sighed. How come the good seedlings I have my eyes on have been reserved by the First Army in advance? Instructor Joe poured cold water on the side. Didn't the champion last year be snatched from the First Army? The middle-aged man became more frustrated after hearing this. Don't say it. The runner-up and 3rd place were all snatched by the First Army in advance. Tell me, I just need a sniper. What is the name of the 3rd place? Yes, Chi Zhao. What a good seedling. At this time, In the Colosseum, Wenzong instinctively felt something was wrong. She decisively controlled the mecha to take 2 steps back. At the moment she retreated, a blue energy bomb fell where she was before. If she didn't hide, the energy bomb would penetrate her damaged mechanical right arm and enter the cockpit. Wenzong turned her head to look in the direction of the energy bomb. Of course, she could only see one steel giant after another, but she subconsciously felt that this familiar cold gun posture was very similar to a person she had eliminated a long time ago. Outside the surveillance, Instructor Zhou pursed his lips. Look, a good sniper. Then, another energy bomb hit the mecha next to Wenzong. Wenzong dodged the attack of the mecha, and watched 3 exclamation marks slowly appear on the energy bomb on the ground. This familiar timely rain looks like a person. Instructor Zhou, outside the surveillance, slapped his thigh. How could I forget that he is in the first hospital? The owners of the 2 gun barrels that slowly stretched back had 5 big characters on their heads. Third hospital, Kong Yanchen. First hospital, Lu Yiming. Chapter 25. Wenzong took 2 steps at a time and dragged the mecha with one arm missing towards Lu Yiming. No one could see the name above their heads in the Colosseum, but the shot came so timely that Wenzong subconsciously thought it must be Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming didn't say anything. In fact, he couldn't hear him. He just nodded to Wenzong. The 2 mechas stood back to back, and the small firepower on their shoulders suddenly rose, and then they fired crazily. Lu Yiming not only raised the small firepower on his shoulders, but also the firepower on his wrists, leaving almost no blind spots. Wenzong's mech lost an arm, which caused a moment of gap, so she adjusted the firepower of her left shoulder to replace her left arm, and the remaining hand held a laser sword and kept swinging it at the mech in front. Bang! 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 The sound of energy bombs colliding with metal was endless, and wherever the blue passed, a mech would fall down. This was not the first time Wenzong and Lu Yiming cooperated, and they were very good at cooperating. In addition, in a multi-person melee, almost no one could think of cooperating, which meant that before the 2 of them cooperated, everyone was in a state of balance, and after the cooperation, this balance was instantly broken. The system prompted, 1,000 people are left on the field. You only need to kill 900 people to advance. This thought crossed everyone's mind. It has been an hour since the start of the game. Every mecha in the Colosseum has been damaged to some extent. The high-intensity battle lasting an hour without stopping will inevitably reduce attention. After only 1,000 people were left on the field, the elimination speed became faster and faster. Seize the opponent's momentary chaotic state, and then hit him with a fatal blow. Wenzong had already switched to the mental sensing mode, doing 3 things at once. Staring at the opponent's flaws, moving his sore fingers, and sighing in his heart that this game was really well-intentioned. Endurance, stamina, reaction to danger, cognition of mechas, initial experience of the battlefield, etc., were all fully demonstrated in this district audition. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the screen behind Wenzong's side. Without thinking, Wenzong pushed Lu Yiming away, stretched out his laser sword, and directly blocked the laser sword that was ready for a sneak attack. Lu Yiming reacted quickly, and 4 firepowers were aimed at the mecha cabin of the sneak attacker at the same time, sending the attacker back to the city almost instantly. At this moment, a gun barrel quietly aimed at the head of Wenzong's mecha. Bang! Hit the target. Wenzong was sitting in the cockpit, and saw the screen flash twice and suddenly black. This is a familiar posture of shooting from behind. Wenzong immediately activated the backup visual device, and the screen flashed twice and recovered again, but the perspective was lower. Wenzong made 2 chopping movements to determine the height, and then she quickly moved towards the mecha that shot from behind. It was Kong Yanchen who fired the cold gun. He was an opportunist, or rather, every sniper was an opportunist. He was good at catching one person in the crowd, killing him with one shot, and then hiding in the crowd and leaving quietly. But he never expected that his 2 failures were all due to this broken arm mecha. The first time he aimed at the gap in the broken arm, but she dodged it and noticed his position, so he had to give up. The second time was this time, he cut off the visual device of the mecha, but she didn't stop and rushed directly to his position. This strange feeling of oppression made Kong Yanchen frown. It reminded him of the girl in the freshman competition, but she was just a freshman, while the girl's reaction to losing the head view was like that of a veteran. The laser sword was coming in an instant. Kong Yanchen gave up the gun fight and drew the laser sword on his back to fight. A truth, never let Wenzong get close to you. The laser sword was blocked, and Wenzong slightly adjusted the angle of the shoulder barrel, and the blue energy bullet shot out, aiming at the connection of the head visual device. Kong Yanshin would not sit still and wait for death. He held the laser sword in one hand and protected his head with the other. After hearing a few bangs, all the energy bombs were embedded in the mechanical arm. Small firepower at the wrist, scrapped. Then Wenzone lowered her body, stepped forward with her left foot to close the distance, and then she raised her right foot, unsheathed the sharp knife at her knee, and stabbed it hard into the joint of the opponent's left leg. Left leg, scrapped. Kong Yanshin's pupil shrank, and his body could not help but lean to the left. Then he moved his knees slightly, knelt on one knee, and supported the weight of the mecha with his knees. Only his left leg was broken. Kong Yanshin held the hilt with both hands, and slashed at the body of Wenzone's mecha with an unstoppable momentum. Wenzone was not to be outdone. He held the laser sword in one hand, and attacked directly with the same posture. A red light flashed in front of his eyes, but the next second, the mecha was suddenly locked. Wenzone, ? The system's voice sounded in time. Congratulations to all students for advancing. Waiting for the system to exit. Please wait. Looking at the gradually darkening screen in front of him, Wenzone couldn't help but sigh. This guy is too lucky. Every time, it's just one step short. TSK. When Wenzone climbed up from the sensor cabin, Shinlai hadn't left yet. She was eating in the small living room while browsing the Star Network. I don't know what information she found, and she laughed from time to time. Seeing Wenzone coming out of the room, Shinlai looked at the time and asked, "Advanced?" Wenzone nodded. "I met an acquaintance, but unfortunately he escaped the announcement of promotion at the last minute." Shinlai almost laughed out loud. "Is this a grudge?" Wenzone touched his nose. "Well, not really, he just plotted against me a few times before, and attacked me twice today." Wenzone sat opposite Shinlai and asked, "Senior, you should know this person. He is the one who competed with me for the mecha in the freshman competition. I didn't review the game, so I still don't know his name." Shinlai showed a knowing expression. "Kong Yanshin." Wenzone, "Kong Yanshin?" Shinlai is very good at gossiping. "Kong Yanshin from the 3rd college. He has a vest that you must know. The one who ranks first in the Mecha Glory Champion ranking, Chenfeng." Dust sealed. Wenzone had heard of this name before, but due to some well-known reasons, and the fact that she had a training room, except for the days when the points doubled on New Year's Day, Wenzone gradually rarely went to the ring. The last time she participated in a competition was to try out the mecha she had been dreaming of for a long time, so she did not challenge it, and she did not get to participate in other matches. However, since he was the first champion, his skills should be very good, so Wenzone asked, "I feel that his skills are okay." Shinlai almost spit out a mouthful of water. "What do you mean by okay? You guys are using the same mecha in the qualifiers, right? You can choose any mecha you want in the preliminaries. He is best at sniping. Once he gets away from him, he will basically be a kite." Wenzone was a little embarrassed. She couldn't say that she had more than 10 years of experience than him. That would be too bullying. Shinlai continued, "He is also a big shot in the 3rd college. Their principal is very optimistic about him. He has boasted about him more than once and called him a future star." Future star? Wenzone raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of someone. Ming Sik-hin? Shinlai hummed and shook his head. The principal of the 3rd college has ambition and ability, but no vision. 15 years ago, he relied on Ming Sik-hin, and 15 years later, he put a freshman on the fire. Wait, in a few years, the ranking of the 3rd college will change. Wenzone didn't know much about these things, so he didn't express his opinion and changed the topic. "What were you looking at just now, senior sister?" Shinlai. Ouch. She laughed so hard. "Just now I was browsing the campus forum, and there was a poor guy who also participated in the audition. He was first cut off half of his head by a laser sword, and then his limbs were cut off. Finally, he was sent back to the city. He was so angry that he complained on the forum. I saw his ID and found that he was a freshman in the equipment department. No wonder he had no experience at all." Ha ha ha. Caring for the younger generation, what is that? Wenzone felt something was wrong as he listened, and his expression became more and more subtle when he heard the last part. "This world is too small." Shinlai finished laughing and found that the schoolgirl didn't get it at all, but there were so many people at that time, it's normal that you didn't see it. "No." Shinlai's smile gradually froze. "It can't be you." Wenzone looked at the ceiling helplessly. "There are so many military academies in the Empire, I just picked one nearby. Who knew that I would pick a classmate from the same school? It's normal. Every year there are people who try the system's judgment, but the methods are different. For example, there was a classmate in Shinlai's class, who directly broke the mecha cabin and took the pilot out. shocking him so much that no one dared to fight him for the first 5 minutes. After chatting for a while, Shenlai looked at the time, said hello to Wenzong, and went to training. Wenzong watched her leave, then turned on his laptop and sent a message to Lu Yiming. You were the one who got selected in the audition, right? Lu Yiming was busy with something, and after a long while he replied, yeah. One word, concise and to the point. Wenzong also knew Lu Yiming's speaking style, so he asked directly, how did you recognize me? After a long while, Lu Yiming replied, I can't think of anyone other than you who put away hot weapons, and only liked laser swords. Wenzong, Are you all so direct when you're expressionless? Then, another message came, ring match, do you want to have a match? Wenzong and Lu Yiming have always been in cooperation, and they have never been scheduled to fight each other during military training. Because the physical difference between the two is too large, there is no comparison at all, it's too cruel. So she replied, okay, house number 1165. Give me 2 minutes. Wenzong lay down in the sensor cabin again, and entered the star network. He entered the game hall with ease, and found room 1165, which was Lu Yiming's ring. The name was very simple, called Yiming. As soon as he entered, Wenzong was shocked by the warm atmosphere on the stage. The seats around the stage were full of people. On the stage, a silver-white mecha was equipped with a gun. At the moment of distance, the energy bomb accurately embedded into the cockpit of another mecha. The mecha raised a small white flag to surrender, and a faint voice came from the silver-white mecha, next. I don't know who recognized Wenzong's tacit face and shouted, brothers in front, don't come up yet, I really want to spend another 50 years to mess up the place. Wenzong, ? Come out, what do you mean by messing up the place? Chapter 26. When Wenzong walked slowly toward the ring along the path that everyone in front of her made way for her, she seemed to see 3 question marks pop up on Lu Yiming's mecha head. Wenzong opened the chat interface and sent a message to Lu Yiming, it's me. Then the 3 question marks slowly turned into ellipses, and then into exclamation marks. Lu Yiming, It's been a long time since he felt such a big ups and downs in his emotions. He always said in class, I really want to spend another 50 years. Operation as an example. When they were all guessing which military boss had opened this small account, they were now told that this boss was a classmate. Or a classmate who had worked with him many times. This world is really too small. Wenzong continued to send messages to Lu Yiming. How about starting? Lu Yiming pursed his lips, and replied to Wenzong with a okay. Wenzong raised his hand and summoned a mecha. No longer the usual fighter number 1, but another one. This mecha was all black, without any patterns, and was nearly 1 meter taller than the ordinary model of mecha. Its back was wider and thicker, as if covered with 2 wings. Just standing there was an indescribable pressure. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Is this the 1,000 changes? The boss is worthy of being the boss. He has even brought out the 1,000 changes. I can't even remember how many transformations the 1,000 changes has. This is too ambitious. The 1,000 changes is notoriously difficult to operate, and it ranks first in the mecha difficulty rankings. So far, no one has brought out the essence of the 1,000 changes. That's right. Do you really think that you can operate the 1,000 changes just by operating fighter number 1 perfectly? Funny. No comment, but I don't want to be slapped in the face. Screen recording is ready, God's fight. No loss anyway. Lu Yiming certainly knew the black mecha. The mecha's full name is 1,000 changes, abbreviated as 1,000 changes. It is a composite mecha, different from ordinary composite mechas. Any part of this mecha can be transformed into different weapons. It sounds cool, but it is extremely difficult to operate. The operation of mental power, the reaction of the nervous system, the combination of different keyboards. Any driving mode has unspeakable operational difficulties. The reason why it was difficult was that the Qianbian had too many transformations. So many that even a finger had a transformation mode, and each piece of metal could be arranged and combined. So many that even the driver couldn't react in time to which transformation to use, which led to a low fluency in mecha driving. In a fast-paced battle, a hesitation would be seized by the opponent and then defeated. But Wenzong didn't have this problem. Because her fire cloud was also a composite mecha to a certain extent, with the same transformation ability, it was a private customized mecha she personally built according to her actual situation. But the origin of the fire cloud was unknown, and it couldn't be taken out openly. So when she saw this 1,000 changes, when she got it, she was so happy that it was tailor-made for her. It was just that the redemption points were too high, and it took her half a year to save enough. However, Wenzong was also very interested in Lu Yiming's mecha. She was sure that there was no mecha of this model in the mecha database, so it was certain that this was a customized mecha. In fact, it was indeed a customized mecha. The name of this mecha was Silver Moon Blade, abbreviated as Silver Moon, and the mecha was directly imported into the Star Network from real data, and it was exactly the same as the real mecha. In terms of function, this mecha can be said to be one of the most advanced mechas in the entire empire. Wenzong entered the cockpit and selected the manual operation mode. This mecha had dozens of shortcut codes written when she first got it, so she was not afraid even when facing a customized mecha. Lu Yiming took the lead in launching the attack. He still held the sniper rifle, and the blue energy bullets were fired. When the bullets were fired, he stepped back and pulled away. Wenzong tapped his fingers lightly, and the mecha received the command from the keyboard. The entire forearm turned into a small shield to block the bullets, and then the metal on the other arm surged, and the parts kept changing under the command until the entire arm turned into a large cannon barrel. Boom! Lu Yiming did not dodge or evade, but activated the defense device and retreated further with the force. The ring was cracked by the aftermath of the shells. Wenzong turned the barrel into an arm and quickly moved forward. Lu Yiming's bullets came one after another, and the energy bombs were arranged in a straight line, aiming at the right knee of Qinbian. Wenzong activated the local protection to protect the knee, but the next second, another row of energy bombs quickly shattered the left knee of Qinbian. What a trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west! Qinbianho seemed to have not expected this situation, and fell forward directly. At the moment when the mecha was about to land on its face, a metal ball rolled directly to the feet of Lu Yiming's mecha. Hiss! The familiar sound echoed in Lu Yiming's ears. Sizzle! The metal ball suddenly cracked, and the blue-white electric current was like a spider's flexible web, directly fixing the mecha on the ring. This is a feint to the east and attack in the west. Wenzong supported the ground with one hand, and Qinbianho jumped up with the power of his arm. The broken knee joint was repaired by metal from other places, and it looked intact. The blue-white electric current was unbridled, entering the room along the metal veins. Lu Yiming felt the slight current under his fingertips and lifted his foot hard. At the moment of breaking free from the electromagnetic bullet, the black mecha was close to him. Lu Yiming saw the intact knee at a glance. His energy bullet should have destroyed the connection between the knee and the cockpit. Logically, the part below the knee joint should be scrapped. No, that's not right. I was almost fooled by her. As a sniper, Lu Yiming believed in his eyes very much. He caught the slight unnaturalness of the right foot of Qinbian and confirmed that the knee was just a cover-up. But what if it was hidden from the public? Wenzong's right arm transformed into a long metal blade, and the dark light slashed directly at the silver moon in front of him. Bang! The metal collided with the protective shield, and Lu Yiming activated the thrusters on his hips and took off directly. Boom! The silver-white mecha turned over in the air, and the shells on its back came roaring. Boom! A big pit was blasted out of the arena, and the dust dispersed. The Qinbian number 1 disappeared. Lu Yiming controlled the view to rotate a circle, but did not find any trace of the black mecha. Someone in the audience said sharply, "Up there!" Lu Yiming's pupils shrank, and he turned the mech over. When he looked up, the black mech spread its wings, like a demon that brought death and misfortune in mythology, cold and emotionless. It turned out that the broader back of the Qinbian number 1 actually hid a pair of wings. The wings could almost wrap up the entire mech, and the wings were dotted with feather-shaped metal materials, which looked quite spectacular. Lu Yiming put the sniper rifle back to his waist and fixed it. He stretched his hands to his back and pulled hard. A huge electromagnetic cannon was in his hand, and the energy in the barrel flowed, as if it could destroy the world in the next second. Wenzong narrowed his eyes, flapped his wings behind him vigorously, and the metal feathers were fired together, shedding their feather coats in the air, revealing their original ferocious shapes. Those were small shells. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon collided with countless small shells, making a deafening sound. The onlookers covered their ears one after another, but the huge sound directly resounded through their nerves and brains. The dazzling light rose, and the air wave exploded, pushing the two mechas away. Bang! The silver-white mech landed on its back, smashing a small pit on the ring. Dust scattered, and tiny electric currents flashed on the surface of the mech. The originally smooth and neat mech shell cracked a few small holes, and the black marks looked like patches, adding a touch of funniness to the mech. Wenzong retracted the big wings used for showing off, and the intact left foot drove the thrusters, and approached Lu Yiming step by step. There was no other way. In order to ensure the integrity of the transformation, the Qinbian number 1 directly removed the thrusters on the crotch. leaving only the feet. The big wings could only fly with feather bombs. Without feathers, it could not support the weight of the mech. Lu Yiming looked at the champion number 1, which was looking down from above, and tried to get up, but didn't. When Zong turned his arm into a long sword, stood on one foot, and pointed at the cockpit. Do you admit defeat? Lu Yiming moved his arm, held the disabled foot of the champion number 1 with one hand, and turned over with all his strength, throwing Wenzong out. Wenzong was caught off guard by the fall, and his head hit the screen. Sure enough, people shouldn't talk too much. Wenzong shook his head, propped himself up, and staggered back, without even asking, and directly stabbed into the cockpit with his sword. I really want to spend another 50 years. Challenge successful. Room 1165 automatically changed the nameplate to Wenzong's nickname, when Lu Yiming was judged to have failed. Wenzong rubbed his head and came out of the cockpit, walked to the side of the silver-white mecha, and patted it hard. Hey, it's out. The door slowly opened, and Lu Yiming lay on the seat, his hair soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead in strands, looking a little silly. Wenzong stretched out his hand. Come on, the champion is here, welcome to take it anytime. Lu Yiming shook his head, and refused Wenzong's help. He held the hatch with both hands, and moved himself out little by little. After playing with mechas for so many years, this was the first time she was forced to this extent. From the moment she hit Wenzong's right leg joint, she forced herself to fly step by step, because only by flying could the disability of her right leg not affect the combat. When the two stood on the ring together, warm applause rang out around them. Gods fighting. Wonderful. My life is worth it. I confess, I really confess, the boss is the boss. How can a mere champion account not be operated well? Yiming Liupi, even if defeated, still honorable. Yes, at worst we can take the stage back. Lu Yiming coughed twice, and said to Wenzong, You are very powerful. Wenzong turned his head and said, without any modesty, I think I am very powerful too. Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming, it is better for us not to compete in the mecha competition. He was afraid of being angry to death. On that day, the traffic leader of the game area reappeared. Hot, 1165 was shocked to see the gods fighting. Why did the big bully the small, 0th floor? Damn it, the big guys went out to bully people. 1st floor. God, the big bully the small. 7 days later, the preliminaries officially began. 100 students competed in pairs, and 25 advanced. Wenzong looked at the mechas that could be selected at will in the database, and her heartbeat quickened. In the end, she chose the Thunder, which was known for its strong attack. 1v1 can see the opponent's name. As soon as the match was made, Wenzong was happy to see the name. Oh, classmate Jiqiu, it's fate. Chapter 27. When Jiqiu saw that his opponent was Wenzong, he felt very strange. In the freshman competition, he was eliminated early. He watched Wenzong perform all the way. Thinking of the first day of military training, when he said harsh words to her, he couldn't help but feel sad. But when he saw her kill the annoying sniper with 2 shots, he felt a very subtle sense of pride. Look, the people in our first academy are so bad. Hearing Wenzong's words, Jiqiu felt that he might fail in the preliminaries. He rolled his eyes. If I can transfer this fate to someone else, the believers are willing to not eat meat for 3 months. Wenzong, that's unfortunate. You're going to eat meat in the next 3 months. Jiqiu was controlling a speed mech called Movement. Compared to the Thunder, this mech was thinner and looked quite small. It was a light mech suitable for assassination and displacement. The mech was ready, tested, and the pre-match talk was over. The system gave an order. The game begins. Jiqiu was also good at manual operation. With a press of his finger, the mech disappeared in front of Wenzong. Wow, what a fast speed. Wenzong sighed, took a step forward with his right foot, and then rotated half a circle with the sole of his foot as the origin, and fired the small firepower of his elbow forward. Bang! The energy bomb hit the light machine accurately, making a muffled sound. Prediction: Jiqiu's heart tightened. The speed of the transformer was proud of its speed. If it was seen through, all its advantages would no longer exist. Routine. Wenzong raised his eyes. Freshmen without any experience would have this problem. They knew what the next move would be by lifting their feet. The only advantage of speed-type mechas was that they were fast. When they were fast, they were almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The first move for most people using a speed-type mecha is to go around its back and attack at close range to gain an advantage, and then they can start to find blind spots and perform various one-hit escapes. If a speed-type mecha is caught, Wenzong raises the Thunder Cannon, and the next second, the Thunder Cannon roars out, and completely covers the mecha that has just appeared. Boom! The mecha completely loses its ability to move, and the game ends in 3 minutes. After Wenzong confirmed that he had advanced, he hummed a song and logged off, and then he was bombarded with text messages from classmate Ji Chio. "Ah, how did you find me? 3 minutes, it's the shame of my life. It's only been half a semester, what on earth have you done to improve so quickly? Thinking back then we were holding hands, but you left and never looked back." "Woman," Wenzong replied, "who would hold hands with you?" Ji Chio said confidently, "During military training, weren't we the last in physical fitness?" Wenzong, Wenzong, "I'm sorry, I worked hard without permission." Ji Chio said a pitiful expression. "So do you have any secrets?" Wenzong remembered his fear of being dominated by 4 times gravity, and replied, "Why don't you try to open 4 times gravity, and maybe you will understand after being thrown 1,000 or 800 times. Ji Chio, I'm young, don't make a fool of me. Teacher Wen's conscience is not hurt at all. Believe me, I'm such an upright person. Some experiences will naturally be taught by teachers and instructors in the sophomore and junior years, and some things can only be understood on the battlefield. But before that, physical fitness is the top priority. If one day your mecha can't hold on, you have to accompany yourself." In one day, all 52-on-2 duels were over, and the remaining 50 people were confirmed to advance. 7 days later, the top 25 promotion match started, and Wenzong was matched with a student from the 10th college, and the battle ended neatly. Another 7 days, the top 13 promotion match started. Due to the number of people, one of them was directly promoted. Wenzong was matched with a student from the 7th college. Judging from his experience, he should be a senior in the 3rd year. He took a little more time and advanced. The next game, the top 7 promotion match, Wenzong was lucky enough to be given a bye and directly promoted. On March 6th, the top 4 were announced. Military Headquarters, Conference Room. Instructor Zhou was wearing a neat military uniform, and his rank was colonel, just 1 step away from the rank of general. He projected the photos of the top 4 on the wall, and the big guys in the seats fell silent for a while. They were Wenzong, Liu Yiming, Kong Yanchen, and Song Tao. This was the first time since the mecha competition began that the top 4 were all freshmen. The mecha competition was nominally jointly organized by the 16 comprehensive military academies of the empire, but in fact, the military had always provided technical support. The military took this opportunity to inspect the students and add fresh blood to their corps in advance, and the students also took this opportunity to show themselves and add a strong weight to their future. This is a win-win situation. In previous years, due to the lack of experience of freshmen, the systematic training of military academies has not kept up. Coupled with various problems such as psychological quality, most freshmen stopped in the preliminaries, and only a few entered the top 25. This year's situation is really unprecedented. The general at the top said slowly, "I won't say anything else. My first corps has taken a fancy to Wenzong." The middle-aged man who had watched Wenzong's audition couldn't help but retort, "You took a fancy to him because you know who he is." General Chi looked at him. "Then do you know who she is? Then you can snatch her from me." The middle-aged man tried to hold back his words, but couldn't say anything. He turned his head away angrily. He just knew who this person was and couldn't snatch her. A man next to General Chi looked up at the projection. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. "That Song Tao, my Ghost Back Corps wants him." The middle-aged man hurried to catch up. There were 4 of them in total. If they didn't grab them, they would be gone. Wait, I just need a sniper. I don't want the others. I take Kong Yanchen from the 3rd Corps. Someone laughed and said, "TSK, you dare to take someone from the 3rd Hospital." The middle-aged man also remembered something, and his face looked a little ugly. "Humph, if he can help him, I'm afraid of him from the 3rd Hospital. If he can't help him, let him accompany Ming Sik in. Isn't the propaganda department always saying that there are not enough mascots?" General Chi said again, "Liu Yiming. I won't be polite." Everyone waved their hands. "Yours is yours." Seeing that the big guys had grabbed all the people, Instructor Zhou said, "The date of the semifinals is on the 13th. It is temporarily planned that Wenzong will play against Liu Yiming, and Song Tao will play against Kong Yanchen. No, change it." General Chi thought for a while, and said, "Change it. Wenzong will play against Song Tao, and Kong Yanchen will play against Liu Yiming." Instructor Zhou frowned. 2 snipers? General Chi was quite relaxed. "I have watched the battle videos of these 4 people. A good opponent can inspire a person's potential. Wenzong is flexible, Song Tao is cunning, Kong Yanchen is patient, and Liu Yiming is proud. They are all good seedlings. Instructor Zhou suddenly realized and saluted. Yes. On March 13th, the semifinals began. Wenzong looked at the opponent's inky black mecha and slowly smiled. Student Song Tao, please give me more advice. Chapter 28. Starting from the semifinals, the viewing area is open to the public, and students can watch through the campus network. Since the top 4 this year are all freshmen, many people come to join in the fun. In the observation room farther away, the bigwigs of the military sit neatly to evaluate the steel flowers of the motherland. The competition venue is very much like a ring, with a huge circular platform in the middle, and a circle of step circular seats around it as a viewing area. Now, there are nearly 100 people sitting on it, and the number is still increasing. All the semifinalists this year are freshmen? You didn't let them win, did you? You are insulting my competitive spirit. Do you want to bet on the champion? 2 spicy noodles, I bet on the first college. The first college is still the biggest winner. Who is the winner in this game? It's a fight between Wenzong and Song Tao in the first college. Fuck, that Wenzong is really strong. I, a senior in the 3rd year, was beaten in 5 minutes. You are not the only one who was beaten in 5 minutes. And me? To be honest, Song Tao is also very powerful. I didn't even touch his mech in such an open field in a 1v1 match. Add me as one of the ones who didn't touch it. To be honest, some of Song Tao's methods don't seem like someone who graduated from a regular military academy. They're too wild. Here we go on the field. What mech? What the hell? 2 assassin-type mechs? What are they for? Should we hug each other back to back? Are you trying to make me laugh so that you can inherit my mech account? That's not how you play the backflip, but when I think about it, the scene is really pretty. Stop talking, it's about to start. In fact, when the 2 identical assassin-type mechas faced each other, Wenzong and Song Tao were both confused. They both knew that the other was wild, good at close combat, and had never used the assassin type in the whole competition. When they met, all the plans made in the previous review had to be scrapped. Okay. Teacher Wen was surprised for a second, and then his heart was as steady as an old dog. Student Song Tao, please give me more advice. Song Tao, Wenzong, come on. Time is up, the system prompts. The game begins. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 mechas disappeared at the same time, and in the next second, the collision between bullets suddenly sounded. Bang! 2 identical black mechas streaked across the red light in motion, without any fancy movements, and hit the weak points directly with a raise of the hand. The assassin mecha is a very special one among many mecha models. It is fast, basically not equipped with large firepower, and the stealth function is more powerful than the sniper mecha, which is a great test of the basic quality of the mecha operator. At the beginning, the 2 of them chose to temporarily hide, and then use the super high speed of the mecha to move. After roughly determining the opponent's position, they chose to shoot without hesitation. Facing the assassin mecha, Wenzong certainly did not expect to solve the battle with just 1 shot. She moved slightly, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and quietly unfolded a small shield. Sure enough, the blue energy bomb hit the shield of the arm accurately. Wenzong's eyes lit up, and the remaining mechanical arm seized the opportunity, and the pawn shot out suddenly, grabbing the opponent's gun barrel before Song Tao made the next move. The dark chain was stretched straight. Wenzong did not dare to be careless. The firepower of his wrist was shot out suddenly with the chain as a reference. Bang! Bang! Song Tao pulled out the laser sword on his back, and cut the chain off at the root. At the moment the chain fell to the ground, his perspective screen was half black. That energy bomb was embedded in one of the eyes of the mecha. Damn! Song Tao did not activate the backup device. The backup visual device was below the head, which would result in one perspective being high and the other low. Not only would it have a great impact on the mecha hand, but in serious cases it might completely unbalance the mecha. 1 hand for 1 eye, this deal is worth it. When Zone did not take back the chain, she just waved her hand. The heavy chain made a swishing sound in the air, grabbed the blind spot of the eye, and whipped it hard. Snap! Song Tao moved his feet and dodged the fatal whip. The chain was thrown to the ground, and the huge force directly made a shallow crack on the table. The chain did not stop, and swept along the ground. Seeing this, Song Tao took a step and ran directly towards Wenzong. Wenzong retracted the chain, and the 2 firepowers on his wrists were like fierce raindrops, all hitting the running mecha. Bang 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 bang. Song Tao activated the defense device, and all the energy bombs could not get close to the mine pool. When there was only 1 meter left from Wenzong, the running mecha suddenly disappeared. Behind, Wenzong pulled out the laser sword with one hand, spun his feet, and drew a brilliant red light. However, the sword only hit the air, and there was no figure of Song Tao. No, it was above. Boom! Fierce firepower came from above. Wenzong opened his defense, and rolled on the ground to avoid the wave of attacks. Song Tao did not hesitate to fight, and broke away with one blow, activated the stealth function again, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wenzong's ears moved, activated the thrusters, and suddenly took off. Then, the two identical mechas fought fiercely in the air. Flanking, backstabbing, knee strike, throat lock. The endless fighting skills made the two steel giants show flexibility that was completely inconsistent with their size, causing the audience to exclaim, "Is this really what a mecha can do? How can metal joints be as flexible as human joints? Don't you consider the wear rate and fault tolerance? Is this really a freshman? Is it true that someone who is a big shot has opened a small account? I think someone will recognize it." The various discussions in the battle area, the two people in the air naturally have no idea, but Wenzong, who is fighting with Song Tao, gradually feels powerless. Use the most focused mental power and the fastest hand speed, and you never know in which direction the opponent will catch your weakness and hit you with one shot. No, it shouldn't be like this. Wenzong's eyes lit up, and suddenly she knew where the discrepancy was. She was the one who initiated the attack. As a result, in the continuous exchange of moves, Song Tao used the cunning of the assassin-type mecha to the fullest, resulting in the two sides switching between offense and defense. As the defending party, she needed to pay more attention to deal with the various attacks. What a terrible opponent! After figuring out the whole story, Wenzong quickly moved his sore fingers, and the mechanical arm without a palm stretched out, and the heavy chain popped out again, and then Wenzong quickly spun in the air. The metal chain made a terrifying sound like air bursting when it rotated. Wenzong rotated faster and faster, and the thruster kept moving slightly with each rotation. Until, snap! A sound, Wenzong directly stood horizontally in the air, and the chain quickly bound the mecha under the action of inertia. Wenzong pressed with her right hand, and the mecha passed through the circle formed by the chain like a gymnast. Then, she swung it hard, and the chain with several layers of power was pushed out in a certain direction. Bang! Boom! The chain hit the invisible mecha accurately. Such heavy force and unexpected prediction made Song Tao's pupil shrink. His body hit the hatch by inertia. Then, the flexible mecha was thrown from the air to the ground, and a big hole was directly knocked out. Instantly, the audience applauded like thunder. A beautiful counterattack. My God, it's so exciting. But the game was not over. Song Tao shook his head that was hit hard. After regaining consciousness for a moment, he cut off the visual device on his head without hesitation and turned on the backup device. He propped up his hands and prepared to stand up, but found that Wenzong had raised the laser sword above the cockpit without knowing when. Song Tao let go of his hands and let the mech fall to the ground. Then, he made a crazy move. The black mech lying on its back drew out the laser sword on its back and placed it across the connection between the cockpit and the head. He exerted force on his hands and cut off the entire head. Fuck? Is he committing suicide? It's a werewolf. While the cadets in the battle observation area were sighing, Wenzong broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't even have time to put away her sword. She took 2 steps back and turned on all the thrusters on the mech to the maximum and flew upwards. Song Tao grabbed the head of his mech with both hands and threw it out like a shot put. The eyes of the mech's head flashed with a strange red light, which Wenzong thought was a terrible countdown. The red light suddenly went out. Boom! The ordinary head exploded in the air, making a deafening sound. The orange-red light wave reflected the entire venue like a flame. Then, a terrifying air wave surged in. The mech in the air barely avoided the center of the explosion, but was pushed by the aftermath. The energy device seemed to be damaged, causing Wenzong's mech to sway left and right uncontrollably. Bang! Wenzong's thrusters suddenly misfired, and the entire mecha fell to the ground. The burned energy on the head of the mecha also fell bit by bit, like a gorgeous firework. This is the only heavy firepower in the assassin-type mecha, right in the head. At the critical moment, it can self-destruct and die together, or it can win a glimmer of life, like Song Tao. The air suddenly became quiet. I don't know who shouted, "Awesome! Jedi counterattack. Too exciting. The winner is not decided yet, come on." Wenzong stood up with a dusty face amid cheers, and walked towards Song Tao step by step. Song Tao was unable to stand up after all. The connection device on his leg was hit by Wenzong's chain. The assassin mecha was too fragile, and could only lie in the pit like a headless warrior. Wenzong also limped. The connection device on his foot was broken. He couldn't jump and could only move forward bit by bit. This battle has come to an end. Wenzong raised the laser sword with both hands and stabbed it into the opponent's cockpit. The judgment was successful. Wenzong won. At the moment of announcing the victory, Wenzong clicked the keyboard a few times, controlled the mecha and sat on the ground, and finally exhaled a breath. The battle between the same kind is the most terrible, because you don't know when you will step into the opponent's trap and then be defeated. It's a pity that Wenzong is no longer the boxer standing in the black market waiting for weights. Song Tao's mecha cabin slowly opened. He flipped out of the cabin door and lay directly on the ground, then hooked his finger at Wenzong. Wenzong also walked down. Song Tao rolled his eyes at Wenzong and spoke breathlessly. When he turned from defense to offense, he also spent a lot of mental energy. I look forward to fighting with you, but I hate fighting with you. You are too difficult. Wenzong nodded and agreed. Who said it wasn't, but classmate Song Tao, let me remind you. Song Tao made a gesture of listening attentively. Some of the marks on you are too heavy. This is just a game, not a battlefield of life and death. Song Tao grinned. TSK, why didn't I see it before? You are like a chatterbox when you preach. The theory teacher's face darkened. Song Tao supported himself and stood up, saying, My life is a battle after another. I enjoy this process, but you hate this process. Yes, no matter how long it is. Wenzong hates that dark time that seems to have no end. But no matter which way we go, we will be friends, right? Song Tao raised his eyebrows and stretched out a palm. Wenzong shrugged and clapped his hands with him. If you don't break the law, of course. Song Tao waved to the audience and received a warm response. He whistled, crossed his hands behind his head, and left the stadium leisurely. Wenzong laughed and waved symbolically. After receiving a response, he also exited the system. Coming out of the sensor cabin, Wenzong took a shower and turned on the optical computer to review this game. As a result, a bunch of pop-up windows popped up, accompanied by crackling system sound effects, which directly blocked the optical computer into a ghost animal. Wenzong was stunned for a moment, and waited until the message calmed down before clicking Ignore All. As he swiped his finger, he saw all the friend requests. A rough estimate was that there were hundreds of them. Ding. Song Tao suddenly set a sad face emoticon. I will never pretend again. Followed by seemingly endless friend requests, and a screenshot of a crowd. I don't know who leaked Song Tao's Star Network account. He lost the game and just wanted to surf the Star Network, but ended up with a group of tourists following him. Text bubbles popped up one after another, all of which were, God, please guide me. And, watching the God, it was quite spectacular. Teacher Wen sighed in his heart that his vest was covered tightly and deliberately provoked him. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight, Song Tao. Song Tao was angry. Are we still friends? Wenzong set a smiling emoticon and mocked. Not now. Song Tao, goodbye. Wenzong, I'm sorry I can't see you off. Click. Song Tao's avatar immediately turned gray, and it looked like he was so angry that he went offline. Wenzong smiled and opened the flashing pirate ship group chat box. Qi Xiuyuan, in order to congratulate the junior sister for entering the finals, and to send off our group of old people who will leave the campus at the end of this month, how about we have a meal together on the weekend, at all members? Chapter 29. The semifinals and finals were held on the same day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. In the morning, Wenzong and Song Tao finished their match, and in the afternoon, Kong Yanchen and Lu Yiming played. When the match time came, Wenzong logged into the internal network and entered the viewing area. No matter who won, they would be her opponent in the next match. As expected, Lu Yiming and Kong Yanchen both chose sniper mechas. Since the private mecha was not in the military database, Lu Yiming chose Finjianho, and Kong Yanchen made the same choice. A classmate next to Wenzong complained, What's wrong with this class? Did you discuss with your opponent to choose the same mecha? This is really a huge misunderstanding. Wenzong coughed and turned his attention to the arena. All snipers are opportunists. They are bold, careful, have excellent dynamic vision, can take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away, and are more suitable to be a lurker than a charge. And on this empty arena, the two of them went back and forth, attacking and defending perfectly, and they were extremely good at grasping opportunities and blind spots. The one who knows snipers best is always the sniper. This game lasted for nearly an hour. It was not as intense as the last one, but it was also exciting, and we couldn't relax. In the end, Lu Yiming was one step behind, and was completely blocked by Kong Yanchen. Wenzong had fought with Kong Yanchen more than once, but only now did he realize that Kong Yanchen, who had a sniper-type mecha, was the real threat. The winner was determined. Thunderous applause rang out in the viewing area. This was a duel between snipers. It might not be a fistfight, but every step was full of sniper wisdom. After the semifinals, 7 days later, on the 20th, the finals were held, with one match in the morning and one in the afternoon. The morning match was between Liu Yiming and Song Tao to decide the third and fourth place, and the afternoon match was between Wenzong and Kong Yanchen to decide the first and second place. Wenzong had a plan in mind, and he was preparing for the competition while attending classes, and he would also have a party with the people in the pirate ship on the weekend. When the weekend came, Shenlai and Wenzong had already applied and rushed to Qi Xiuyuan's house together. The courses of each department were different, and the seniors were about to leave school, so the school had already left them alone. When they arrived at the apartment, Qi Xiuyuan and the other three were already in the living room, eating melon seeds and chatting. Wenzong greeted everyone one by one. This should be a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom apartment. The decoration was very simple, but everything was there. Since the first hospital was forced to live on campus, the house lacked some traces of life. It was the first time that Wenzong met Shen Ning and Liang Jiawen in real life. One of them was busy with graduation project, and the other was doing experiments with a professor, so they took the time to go to Xingwang for a simple meeting. Shen Ning and Shen Lai are twins. They look exactly the same, but their temperaments are very different. If Shen Lai is passionate, Shen Ning is calm. Liang Jiawen wears a pair of silver-framed plain glasses. He looks very majestic, but once he smiles, he looks very honest. Wenzong scratched his head. Aren't we going to have a dinner party? Qi Xiuyuan stretched and stood up from the sofa. Yes, today I will let you taste my cooking skills. Qi Xiao immediately spoiled the show. Is it edible? Liang Jiawen adjusted his glasses. Be ready to call an ambulance at any time. The doorbell rang. Qi Xiuyuan slapped everyone on the head, then went to open the door. The uniformed deliverman checked the order with Qi Xiuyuan, put down 2 large bags and left. Qi Xiuyuan held a large bag in each hand and shouted into the house. Someone come and carry it for me. Wenzong came out of the living room and took one of the bags. Qi Xiuyuan closed the door and shouted to the living room. Look, the junior sister is still the most sensible. Wenzong weighed the bag and said, Senior, your strength? Everything is self-explanatory. Qi Xiuyuan's face darkened. Wenzong, I need you to understand one thing. Wenzong said he was all ears. Qi Xiuyuan, I'm just a fragile conductor. Qi Xiao poked his head out of the living room. Don't listen to his nonsense, he is just lazy. Qi Xiuyuan put the bag in the kitchen. Come out and work. So the people in the small living room went to the kitchen one after another. Qi Xiuyuan's kitchen is not small, but it still looks a bit crowded when 6 people stand there. Qi Xiuyuan assigned tasks one by one. Qi Xiao, pick the vegetables. Shen Lai, peel the vegetables. Shen Ning, watch your sister peel the vegetables carefully, and don't peel all the vegetables for me. Lao Liang, wash the vegetables. Wenzong. Wenzong, here. Qi Xiuyuan waved at her. Come and help me. Although Wenzong can't cook, he has helped his father at home and has plenty of experience. Qi Xiuyuan didn't seem to be bluffing. He put on an apron and knew all kinds of dishes like the back of his hand. He was also quite familiar with the addition of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and spices. He picked up a potato that was peeled by Shen Lai but was actually peeled by Shen Ning. He cut a thin slice with his hands and used the cut side as the base. He cut all the potatoes into slices with a few clicks of the knife. Then he cut it into thin strips of uniform size with a few clicks of his hands. The crowd who were ready to watch Qi Xiuyuan's embarrassment were stunned. Fuck, you can actually cook. Qi Xiuyuan put the potato strips on an empty plate. Nonsense, this is my family's teaching. The dishes were ready, and Qi Xiuyuan started to chase people out. Go, eat some melon seeds. Sit at the table. I bought some orange juice. There are cups in the living room. Remember to pour it. Wenzong. Here comes Senior. Come and work. Okay. Qi Xiuyuan only knows how to cook home-cooked dishes, so you can't expect him to make a full banquet, but he did his best to make 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 cold dishes. The dedicated assistant chef sniffed, and his eyes lit up. Senior, your cooking skills are pretty good. Qi Xiuyuan snorted and picked out a piece of ribs for Wenzong to taste. How is it? Wenzong swallowed the rib meat, thinking that although he was on a pirate ship, the benefits were still very good. At least, he would not have to worry about food when he went on missions in the future. I want to hire you as my personal chef with a large sum of money. I wonder what you think. Qi Xiuyuan knew what Wenzong was thinking with his eyes closed. He sprinkled a circle of sesame seeds, took the food out of the pot, and put it on a plate, then handed the plate to Wenzong. Eat more, and don't think about useless things. Although the nutritional supplement is unpalatable, it will fill you up. The last dish, sweet and sour pork ribs, was served. When Qi Xiuyuan took off his apron and sat down at the table, the 5 people who were eating and drinking for free applauded in unison. Qi Zhao, although you are cruel and poisonous, I forgive you. Shen Lai, virgin. Shen Ning, great. Liang Zhouan, I think you can also take care of the logistics. Wenzong, I second the motion. Qi Xiuyuan, I don't want to hear rainbow farts today. Then he raised his glass and said, today, I will use juice instead of wine. First of all, congratulations to my junior sister for successfully entering the finals. 6 transparent cups filled with orange juice clinked in the middle of the table, making a crisp sound. Congratulations, junior sister. Wenzong drank all the juice. Thank you, seniors, you can wait for me in the military. Okay, then wait for junior sister. Qi Xiuyuan raised the second glass of juice. The finals will be on the 20th, and we will also leave school on the 20th. I can't cheer for the junior sister who will go there, but drinking this glass of juice is an advanced blessing for the junior sister to win the championship. Wenzong, you really have confidence in me. The seniors in the 4th year said in unison, definitely. Qi Xiuyuan raised the third glass of juice. This last glass is for us old people to do our best for the motherland, and no one can be left behind. Yes, no one can be left behind. Taking advantage of youth, dedicating one's blood to the motherland, this is the initial dream of every military academy student. The 6 people raised their heads and drank the juice together, raising a similar smile. Fuck Shen Lai, a girl, can you not eat so fiercely, elegant, understand? Qi, can elegance be eaten as food? Sister, try the potatoes you peeled. Shen Ning, ask yourself who peeled the potatoes. Strictly speaking, my sister and I are identical twins, and there is no difference between you and me. Lao Liang, you can't expect a sister control to have a conscience. Come on, Junior, don't be polite to me. Thank you, Senior, but it's really too much. I can't finish it for the time being. Where's the juice? Come on, cheers, I wish you a bright future in advance, and see you in the military. See you at the military headquarters. On March 20th, the finals officially began. Since Wenzong's match was in the afternoon, she saw Qi Xiuyuan off in the morning. When she entered the viewing area again, she found that the match between Song Tao and Lu Yiming had come to an end. As Wenzong expected, the winner was Lu Yiming, who was good at seizing opportunities. The black assassin-type mecha was covered with bullet holes. Perhaps because he had seen the match between Song Tao and Wenzong, Lu Yiming did not give Song Tao the opportunity to throw a suicide bomb and directly penetrated the cockpit with an energy bomb. At this point, the 3rd place winner Lu Yiming and the 4th place winner Song Tao have been decided, and everyone is focused on the last match. Wenzong did a set of stretching, and then moved his fingers as usual, and chose 1,000 changes in the database without hesitation. This is the first time that Wenzong and Kong Yanchen have played such a game face-to-face. Fin Jianho is as still as a clock, and Qian Bianho is treacherous and unpredictable. No one will know the outcome of this game until the end. The system gave an order. Game start. Chapter 30. What is the first element to deal with a sniper mecha? Don't let him pull you away. Kong Yanchen fired a shot at him, and Wenzong didn't dodge. He immediately used the small firepower in his palm to attack, and ran straight at the opponent with a small protective device. Bang! In the first confrontation, the energy bombs met in midair, and the blue light burst out in the collision was fleeting. The next second, Kong Yanchen was no longer there. It was the cloaking device of the Fengyin that was activated. Wenzong stopped and looked around, as if he was considering where the opponent would appear from. Suddenly, a blue light flashed through the corner of his eyes. Wenzong opened the shield on his arm to block the bullet, and threw a small bomb in the direction of the trajectory with his other hand. Boom! A pit was blown out on the ring, but there was still no trace of Fengyin Hao. The cloaking device will automatically be removed when it encounters an attack, and no trace means that it has not been hit. Slip without mercy. Wenzong came to the above conclusion in the initial trial. But it doesn't matter, Fengyin Hao's cloaking device has a time limit, just like the skills in online games, and it will read after the time is up. Kong Yanchen certainly would not sit still and wait for death. During the time of invisibility, he quickly established an opening advantage, trying to cut off Wenzong's arm in the shortest possible time. Bang! 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 The blue energy bombs were fired from different directions, without any pattern at all. The black mecha in the middle seemed to have lost its ability to react, allowing the bullets to scratch scars on its body. In previous games, Wenzong was active, offensive, and flexible. He had never been like this today, as if he had changed into a different person in the mecha, clumsy and passive. Even the audience was a little anxious. What happened to the Qianbian? Why didn't it move? Is it confused by the Qianbian's transformation? No way, it's the finals. They must choose the mecha they are comfortable with. Brother, tell me honestly, who would use the Qianbian as a mecha? It's not that there is no one. There is a big guy in mecha glory. His name is something like I really want to spend another 50 years, and directly use the Qianbian to grab Yiming's stage. You said you are the boss, but the one on the stage is a freshman. The people in the spectator area certainly didn't know that Wenzong was not doing nothing, but was counting seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the time was up, the Fengyin's cloaking device was turned off, and it was forced to show up. The moment the Fengyin showed up, Wenzong's full counterattack began. Buzz. The two wings on the back of Qianbian were raised, and the two small blocks under the wings fell down and stopped suddenly at the knees of the mecha. Then, the black metal on the surface of the two small squares fell off, revealing 16 golden beetle missiles of the same size and shape. That was honeycomb tracking. Buzz buzz buzz. Wenzong tapped the keyboard, and the small golden missiles were like arrows from a bow, drawing golden and gorgeous trajectories in the air, coming from all directions, and the target was Kong Yanchen. Honeycomb tracking is a tracking missile that is extremely difficult to control. Each missile is equipped with a tracking device, and the running trajectory is completely different. The tracking will not stop until it explodes. This requires the mecha operator to have excellent control, and be able to control each missile to fall where she wants. However, while Wenzong was passively being beaten, he typed a code to one of the hives, setting the Fengyin directly as the attack target, and the other one was controlled by her personally. Boom! 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 Layers of explosions followed one after another, and Kong Yanchen detonated the small missiles one by one in advance. But 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, let alone a full 16 missiles. Every time a missile exploded, it would produce a small air wave and a thin layer of smoke. Kong Yanchen retreated and fought, while Wenzong was getting closer and closer to him. Boom! The last missile exploded, and Wenzong was already close to him. The honeycomb tracking was not a blockade at all, but a containment. The containment of Kong Yanchen had no way to effectively move. As long as it didn't explode, the golden honeycomb tail missile would entangle him to the end. First-class awareness, first-class operation. The moment Wenzong approached, applause broke out in the viewing area. Beautiful. The next second, Wenzong's mechanical right arm instantly transformed into a long sword, and the tip of the sword was exactly where the Fengyin's head and the mecha cabin were connected. Swish. Kong Yanchen opened his defense at the critical moment and blocked a missile to avoid the fatal sword. Warning. Defense damage is 50%. The black long sword slashed across the back of the Fengyin, leaving an ugly mark on the mecha. The collision between metal and metal made a sharp sound that made people's hearts palpitate uncontrollably. Although the attack did not reach the ideal position, Wenzong did not stop at all. His long sword instantly transformed into a gun barrel and blasted towards Fengyin's head. Kong Yanchen quickly retreated and barely avoided the shot. But what he did not see was that a round metal ball rolled to the feet of Fengyin. Wenzong pressed the keyboard. Pop! The metal ball exploded like a flower, and the high-intensity current went up along the conductor, directly fixing Fengyin on the round table. Wenzong had used this trick when he was fighting against Liu Yiming. Now he used it again and still hit the target. Kong Yanchen was caught off guard by the electric current. He felt the entrusted current coming from the mecha cabin and pulled out the laser sword on his back with a hand that was not holding the sniper rifle, directly destroying the electric current device in the metal ball and releasing the control. The moment Kong Yanchen released the control, Wenzong's electromagnetic gun had been buffered. A dazzling light gradually appeared from the barrel. Boom! The heavy recoil made Wenzong step back a few steps, and with one shot, he directly surrounded the Fengyin. At the moment when the lightning disappeared, the Fengyin also disappeared. Calculating the time, the cloaking device has been buffered and can continue to be used. Bang! The familiar sound of gunfire came from behind, and Wenzong put the wings on his back together, turning them into a medium-sized shield, blocking this energy bomb. Energy bombs attacked from all directions, and the scene at the beginning seemed to be staged again. When Zone narrowed his eyes, tapped the keyboard with his fingers, and the two mechanical arms instantly transformed into huge electric drills. The black conical electric drill made a booming sound, and then the two huge electric drills detached from the mecha and began to rotate around the arena. Boom! Bang! The electric drills rotated around the arena at the fastest speed, destroying the entire arena. Huge pieces of soil flew around, and in the end, only the platform under Wenzone's feet was left intact. The spectators were stunned, looking at each other for a moment, not knowing what to say. This is too violent. It's the first time I've seen someone destroy the arena in all the years since the mecha competition started. Is it really not against the rules? There are no rules, so where is the violation? Isn't this destroying public property? This should be called reasonable tactical use. Right? Yes, it can barely be considered a tactic. Kong Yanchen, don't you want to be invisible? Then I destroy the arena and see where you can hide. Actually, it was still possible to hide in the sky, but the moment Kong Yanchen turned on the thrusters, a piece of the arena debris hit Feng. Paw. After being attacked, the stealth mode was lifted. Kong Yanchen, ? Kong Yanchen. This luck. Of course, it was not luck. From the beginning, Wenzone's purpose of using stones to test the position of Feng was to use stones to test the position of Feng. With so many stones flying randomly in the air, there would always be one that could hit it. When Feng showed up, the two large drills that destroyed the arena into ruins returned to Qianbian and turned into normal mechanical arms. The thruster started, and Kong Yanchen took off. At the moment of taking off, dense energy bombs fell from the sky, like a violent storm, directly hitting the Qianbian. Anyway, the competition stage is gone, and I can't land, so you can't hide. Wenzone certainly didn't hide. Two black wings spread out from behind, and the Qianbian lowered its body. The huge wings protected the mecha inside, and the pieces of energy bombs left bullet marks on the wings. Wow! The huge wings spread out, the foot thruster started, and the black mecha rose into the air against the rain of bullets. Then, the black wings trembled lightly, and countless feather bombs flew out in an instant. Boom! The feather bomb exploded, Qianbian stretched its body straight, retracted its wings, and moved forward along the trajectory of the feathers. Feng changed various actions in the air to avoid or counterattack the small and numerous feather bombs. Suddenly, a shadow came from above. Bang! One of Qianbian's legs turned into an extremely huge hammer. The people in the spectator seats could see clearly that in order to kill Feng with one kick, Qianbian also spun 360 degrees in the air, trying very hard and showing no mercy. The Feng was caught off guard and was hammered down from the air, creating a big hole on the arena full of rocks. Kong Yanchen in the cockpit also saw stars in his eyes. He looked up and saw the Feng in the air holding a huge gun barrel and charging. The sniper mecha is mainly equipped with various types of sniper rifles, but it also has its own killer. Kong Yanchen controlled the mecha to stand up. Buzz! The back of the Feng quietly cracked, and three huge conical missiles flew up from the back, protecting the Feng. The electromagnetic cannon of Qianbian has been fully charged. Kong Yanchen gave an order, and the defense device on his chest was activated at the same time. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and invisible air waves pushed open layer by layer, and the dazzling white light almost covered the entire arena. The explosion lasted for a full minute. 1 minute later, the white light dispersed, and there was no trace of Qianbian in the air. Has the winner been decided? The audience wiped the physiological tears stimulated by the white light and asked vaguely, "Did Feng win?" "No, that's not right." Someone nearby said with a trembling voice, pointing at the Feng, which was still standing still, "The Qianbian won." "How is it possible?" "The Qianbian has lost its mecha." "Oh my god!" On the competition stage, the girl turned her back to the Feng. Against the backdrop of the huge mecha, she looked fragile and small, but no one looked down on her, because the girl raised a laser sword with both hands, and the laser sword was completely immersed in the cockpit. No mecha? It doesn't matter. As long as I'm still here, I can win. The big screen began to replay. The huge cannon blocked the cockpit. Wenzone quietly opened the cockpit and climbed onto the shoulder of Qianbian. At the moment when the cannonballs met, she pulled out the laser sword on her back, grabbed the chain formed by the big wings, and quickly swung to the side of Feng. The white light disappeared, and Qianbian also turned into ashes. The defense device of Feng was completely destroyed. At this moment, the scarlet laser sword fiercely pierced into the cockpit behind. Wenzone let go. Successful judgment, the winner is decided. The applause from the audience was thunderous, and the roars continued. Champion! Schoolmate is awesome. Kong Yanchen came out of the cockpit. He was pale, his lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were very light brown, revealing a cold taste. He walked in front of Wenzong, a head taller than Wenzong. Wenzong raised his eyebrows. Anything to say? This guy had plotted against her several times, and the new and old hatreds were offset in this game. Kong Yanchen nodded. You are very powerful. Wenzong straightened his back. Of course. Kong Yanchen's face tightened. I won't lose to you next time. Wenzong smiled. Then I have to give you a piece of advice. Once you get close to me, you will have nowhere to escape. So far, the Mecha competition has ended, and the champion is Wenzong, a freshman in the Mecha department of the 1st Military Academy. Chapter 31. At the moment when the victory or defeat was decided, the central arena was restored to its original state, and the Mecha also turned into a data stream and entered the warehouse. The lift slowly descended from a high altitude, and 3 middle-aged men in imperial military uniforms walked out, 2 of whom were generals. Well, that colonel looked familiar. The moment they saw the 3 people, everyone stood up, straightened their backs, and saluted in an extremely standard military manner, with a uniform and deafening sound. Hello, Chief. The 3 people also saluted in return. Hello, students, please sit down. It was General Qi, the commander of the 1st Army, the commander of the 3rd Army, and Instructor Zhou. General Qi smiled and asked, Are Lu Yiming and Song Tao here? His voice was not loud, but he used a loudspeaker to transmit the sound to the whole audience. Song Tao and Lu Yiming, who were watching silently in the viewing area, stood up subconsciously, trotted down and stood in a row with Wenzong to salute and report. General Qi sighed. There are talented people in every generation, right, Lao Xiao? Lao Xiao was the middle-aged man who had watched Wenzong's operations before. He was the commander of the 3rd Army and a general. That's right. General Qi asked, Do you want to know what the prize is this year? The young freshman was tense, but his eyes were bright. General Qi said calmly, I keep you in suspense for now. Have a good rest today. Someone will pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Then the 4 of them disappeared on the spot. Before leaving, Instructor Zhou patted Wenzong on the shoulder and said something meaningful. I finally have a champion student. Don't be scared. Wenzong stood at attention and looked forward. Yes. By now, the Mecha competition has come to an end. The battle videos during the competition will be made public. What remains is the winners. As soon as he got off the sensor cabin, Wenzong received an old age emoticon package from his father. Professor 1, congratulations on winning the championship. Can you take a leave to go home for dinner this weekend? Wenzong stared at the colorful fireworks emoticon package for a long time. He was very worried about his father's aesthetic taste. He picked and chose among the pictures he stole, clicked on an emoticon package of a little man lifting weights, and replied, Okay, Professor 1. Not long after, the students of the command department suddenly found out that Professor 1 had finally abandoned his eye-catching emoticons. It was a cause for celebration. Then Wenzong replied to all the messages that congratulated him on winning the championship, and finally clicked on the chat box of the pirate ship group. Good news, the championship is in hand. No one in the group replied, and it seemed that the laptop was probably confiscated. In fact, there are 3 waves of awards and honors. The first wave is for the top 4 to receive the awards at the military headquarters. The second wave is for all military academies to issue documents for public praise. And the third wave is for the school to hold a meeting to award again. It can be said that it is a great honor. In fact, it is also a test for the military. If someone gets lost in this kind of vanity, even if they are the champions, they will not hesitate to mark them out and send them to a new planet to open up wasteland. The next day, the military's low-key aircraft arrived as scheduled, and the person responsible for the pickup was a 2nd lieutenant. Although the military is located on the capital planet, due to security considerations, there is no specific location on the capital planet map. The aircraft made a big circle before slowly landing. What came into view was a Loki gate, with the imperial flag and military flag raised in front of the gate, and 2 guards. Both sides saluted each other, and showed their credentials before entering the gate. In fact, the military is not as solemn as imagined. When there is nothing to do, some people will go out to eat with their arms around each other. When they meet acquaintances, they may just throw them over their shoulders as a greeting. On the way, more than one person asked the 2nd lieutenant, Hey, this year's top 4? The 2nd lieutenant nodded. They are all freshmen. Wow, amazing. It took about 10 minutes to reach the destination, which was a small conference room. The seats were all filled with school-level officers. When Wenzong and his 4 companions came in, they all saluted. Wenzong's expression was subtle. She understood the meaning behind this look. When the new soldiers were recruited into the vanguard army, the old soldiers also had the same look. The new soldiers were almost disbanded and reassembled during the training period. This reward gave me a bad feeling. General Qi, who was in the first position, did not give Wenzong a chance to think about it. He called the 4 people forward and said, "This is the first time that all the new soldiers have come to receive the award. I am proud of you and the Empire." Instructor Zhou brought a tray with a piece of red velvet on it, on which 4 medals were neatly placed. The medals were different colors, but in the same position, they were all engraved with an eagle with its wings spread, which was the flag of the Empire. The medal for the champion was gold, the second place was silver, the third place was brass, and the fourth place was rust. General Qi personally put medals on the 4 people. "Salute." General Qi gave an order, "Stand at attention. This year, the military department will give you a reward of 3 months of training in the Corps after the holiday. Everything will be communicated between the military department and the school. Do you understand? Listen carefully. Entering the Corps training is like a pie in the sky for the military academy students. The atmosphere of the Corps is completely different from that of the military academy. It is a real soldier who has fought on the real battlefield, with the most iron-blooded means, the most indestructible soul, and the most kind heart. That is the place that every military academy student yearns for the most." Wenzong suddenly remembered the special reward mentioned by Qi Shouyuan. After taking a closer look, this General Qi seems to be a little familiar? Very good. Seeing the unique vigor of young people, General Qi smiled slightly. "Wenzong, Lu Yiming. Here. You will join the 1st Legion." "Yes." "Kong Yanqian. Here. You will join the 3rd Legion." "Yes." "Song Tao. Here. You will join the Ghost Bat Legion." "Yes." After distributing the positions, General Qi patted the shoulders of the 4 people and said, "The Empire will be the empire of the young in the future, and the military will also be the world of the young. Don't let us down." The tone was very gentle, but the listener suddenly broke out in a sweat. The ominous premonition seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. After the military issued the rewards, and the remaining 2 days of commendation, Wenzong could get a lot of challenge letters when walking on the road. "Wenzong, I can fight, but not the Star Network. No one can make me fall." Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was July 10th, and the first hospital was on vacation. After this vacation, Wenzong can be called a senior sister. Applause. In addition to theory, the Mecha department's final examination also includes basic physical fitness. There are few subjects, so it will be over quickly. When Wenzong packed up his things, when he was still invigilating in the command department, Wenzong sent a message to his father. "Want to come together?" Professor Wen sent a message after a while. "I just started here. How about you take a taxi?" Wenzong had no objection. "Okay." The first hospital is located in a remote area and has a cordon. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission, so if you want to take a taxi, you have to walk for more than half an hour to a crowded place. The taxi is a ground-running energy vehicle, and the aircraft cannot be parked on the roadside. The most important thing is that you can't see anyone waving on the ground. Wenzong wanted to buy a means of transportation, but she didn't have a license, so she couldn't even get on the road. After waiting for a while, no one stopped the car, so Wenzong turned on the light brain and prepared to call one. At this moment, a black license plate energy car stopped in front of Wenzong. "Classmate, do you want a taxi?" Wenzong didn't wear a school uniform. The school uniform of the First Academy is almost the same as a military uniform, which is more ostentatious, but her face is tender, and when she stands there quietly, she looks like a literary youth who just graduated from an art college. It's almost the same. Before entering the First Academy, she was really an art student. Wenzong nodded and told him the location. The driver opened the back door. "Get in." Wenzong got in the car, and the driver shouted, "Let's go." Click. The door locked, and Wenzong raised his head and saw an unnatural smile on the driver's face in the rearview mirror. Then, a faint fragrance spread in the car. Wenzong sniffed twice, and a strong sense of dizziness hit her brain. She twisted her arm hard and forced herself to wake up a little. "Is it kidnapping?" Wenzong turned on the optical computer. As expected, there was no signal. It seemed that there was a shielding device in the car. Well, in broad daylight, they did such a wicked thing. Wenzong kicked the steering wheel from the gap between the seats. Squeak. The car body shook violently. Wenzong took this opportunity to grab the driver's neck with both hands and pressed him on the driver's seat. Little guy, today I will let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. Chapter 32. The driver was stuck, and his upper body leaned back by inertia. He stretched out his toes to turn on the automatic driving mode, then hit back with his elbow, grabbed Wenzong's arm, and pulled it away. Hiss. Wenzong's arm was hit by her elbow, and the strong force made her arm numb instantly. The driver was wearing a relatively loose sportswear and looked a little thin. I didn't expect him to be a martial artist. Wenzong stretched out his hand to press the switch next to the seat, and directly laid the driver's seat flat. With his other hand, he locked his throat with a 9-in white bone claw. The driver was not willing to be outdone, so he raised one leg and hit with his knee. Wenzong turned his head to avoid it, and then the driver rotated his whole body on the flat seat with his waist as the center, swept his other leg in the air, and half raised his upper body, hitting Wenzong's head. Bang! The collision caused the whole car body to shake violently. Through the window, he could vaguely hear the people behind him shouting and cursing, but the driver turned a deaf ear to it and took the opportunity to change the destination. The energy vehicle turned quietly and drove towards a remote place. Wenzong was kicked, and her head hit the car window. Her pain nerves jumped wildly, and her mind, which was controlled by drugs, barely regained some clarity. Vile. Wenzong hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time, let alone so embarrassed. The little girl is not big, but she is quite violent. The driver's voice was abnormally hoarse, as if his vocal cords were injured. He rubbed his neck and coughed hard a few times. In just a short while, a half circle of red marks appeared on his neck, which showed that Wenzong didn't hold back at all. Wenzong almost laughed out of anger. Everyone has the responsibility to fight criminals. The driver's expression was subtle, and he went straight to the point. But you can't hold on any longer. Wenzong clenched her fists, and her short nails sank into her palms, causing waves of pain. She narrowed her eyes and punched him. Go to hell, I can't hold on any longer. The driver exclaimed, and seemed to have no effort, and stretched out her hand to hold the punch. TSK, 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 little girl, you are not strong enough. Damn it! Wenzong walked straight forward, kicked the driver on the knee, and when they were face to face, he hit him with a head but without hesitation. Then Wenzong twisted the arm that was captured and hit the driver's Adam's apple in a weird posture. The driver's hand trembled and released Wenzong's fist under the unexpected counterattack. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. The space of the energy vehicle is not large, but it is enough for Wenzong to play. She stuck one leg on the driver's seat, raised the other knee, and pressed the driver's head with her free hand. Bang! The collision between the skull and the kneecap made a loud noise in the small space, and even the bones could be heard. Click! The driver almost thought he was going to die here. Damn, who taught this freak? The next second, Wenzong held the driver's head with one hand and wrapped one arm around his neck. This was a not-so-standard strangulation posture. The driver's face turned red. He grabbed Wenzong's hand, which was constantly exerting force, and smiled. It's useless. Even if I die here, someone will help me. What's more, you are almost dying, right? Wenzong was indeed not doing well. The faint aroma in the car continued to anesthetize her nerves. With the previous burst, every muscle in her body could not help but tremble. But Teacher Wen was a man who had seen all kinds of storms and waves. If it wasn't just a harsh remark, who wouldn't say, so what? As long as I exert force before this, there will be no such person as you in the world. The driver laughed, and he kicked the center of the steering wheel directly, and the colorless gas spread in the car. Wenzong's pupil shrank, and he released his hand that was clamped on the driver and covered his nose fiercely. The gas seemed to enter the body through the pores of the skin instead of being transmitted through the sense of smell, and the effect was quite fast. Gradually, Wenzong felt that the strength of his whole body was dissipating, and even his eyelids could not hold up and closed. Wenzong's lips moved. You are too rude. The driver didn't hear clearly. He stopped the car, opened the door, and fell directly to the ground. The person in charge of the response was startled and quickly helped him up. What happened? Were you attacked? The driver nodded weakly. I almost broke. The man's face tensed. Where are the students? Are they okay? The driver responded with a series of earth-shaking coughs. The driver said in grief, I was beaten like this by the students. The man, puff. The driver, you laughed. The man opened the back door, carried the unconscious Wenzong down, and put him on the aircraft. Okay, get up quickly. You have the nerve to say that you were beaten like this by the students. The driver, how about I wake her up and you two fight? The man spread his hands. Forget it. Then she kicked the driver again. Don't waste time, the show is about to start. When Wenzong woke up, her mind was still in a mess. The driver had no idea and shoved a lot of drugs on her face. The dosage was enough to knock out a 6-person team, not to mention she was the only one. When she opened her eyes, Wenzong found that this was a somewhat simple house. The house was empty, with only a little starlight coming through the broken windows. There was no one in the house except her. Wenzong tried to move, but her hands and feet were locked tightly, and the light brain on her wrist disappeared. She looked down and saw that it was probably a fingerprint lock. Trouble. Wenzong listened to her heartbeat, and while recovering her strength, she began to guess what happened. This should be a training base. When she got on the car, Wenzong really didn't react that it was someone from the military. Later, after 2 moves, she suddenly realized it, but not only did they not admit it, they also kidnappers. This character was very into the play, and she didn't expose him. Anyway, she knew what to do, and his weak limbs couldn't cause any harm to him. He could be alive and kicking again after 10 minutes of treatment. Thinking about it again, the reward for the Mecha competition is to enter the 1st Legion for 3 months of training. According to Wenzong's experience, if she guessed correctly, there should be a classic red-blue battle outside, and she herself would have an identity, but she didn't know what it was. Ding. The notification sound of a message came from outside the door. Wenzong immediately closed his eyes, and pretended not to wake up. Squeak. When the door opened, there was a slight sound, and a voice said, "The hostage is not awake, everything is normal." Hostage. The 2 words turned around Wenzong's mouth, and the identity information was roughly confirmed. Now the only question was which side. She was a hostage. The moment to test her acting skills has come. Wenzong's eyelids moved, and he let out a low moan as if stimulated by the light. The guard, who had not yet completely left, paused, opened the door, and walked in front of Wenzong. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wenzong slightly opened his eyelids, and saw a pair of camouflage shoes approaching from the corner of his eyes. The man squatted down, as if to hear clearly what Wenzong was saying. Now, Wenzong took his shoulders as the center, and the whole person flew into the air. His feet with buckles hit the guard's cheek and kicked him out. Paw. The communicator in the guard's pocket fell to the ground, and Wenzong rolled on the ground for a few times, kicking the communicator farther away. What the hell? The guard was kicked unexpectedly. He reacted quickly and grabbed Wenzong, ready to chop him unconscious with a knife. Wenzong pulled the corner of his mouth at him, clasped his locked hands together, and raised them upwards. The metal lock hit the man's chin directly. He heard a muffled groan, and 2 teeth fell to the ground. Huh? Wenzong exhaled, removed the thumb joint of one hand directly, and barely broke free from the metal lock, then pressed his fingers back. Wenzong, who had freed his hands, was even more powerful, and a fierce throat lock appeared again. Fortunately, the lock is not memory metal, otherwise it would be troublesome. Click. Wenzong patted the guard's shoulder. Sorry, you're dead. Guard, I will die with my eyes open. Wenzong took the guard's hand and began to test fingerprints. Click. With a sound, the metal buckle on the foot fell off. Wenzong jumped twice on the spot and poked him. Hey, what's going on with you? The guard closed his eyes, blindly ignoring the truth. Wenzong poked again. You should be playing against the red and blue teams, right? Are you the red team or the blue team? Whose hostage am I? Can you please say something? The man said angrily. Dead people can't talk. There was still some air leaking out, and the man covered his mouth and turned his back to Wenzong. Wenzong, Okay, I won't be polite then. Fuck, what are you doing? You won't even let a dead person go. Let me go. When she pushed open the door and walked out, Wenzong had already changed into a camouflage uniform. Yes, she had just taken it off. Fortunately, the pants she changed into before leaving school also had a camouflage feel. Otherwise it would be too immoral to take off the pants. Teacher Wen still has at least some moral integrity. The guard in the hut had his hands and feet locked, and his fingerprints were forcibly wiped off by Wenzong and replaced with his own. After doing all this, Wenzong said earnestly, Don't worry, come to the 1st Military Academy to find me about the teeth. I promise to compensate you. And you just have to bear with the lock buckle. I will open it for you when it's over. Thank you for the communicator and camouflage uniform. The guard was so angry that he almost died, and he probably couldn't get over this hurdle. The communicator beeped twice, and a message came. A small team of the red team broke through Hill 125, and is approaching the hostages. The hostages are approaching. The hostage is me. Wenzong searched the message records, and did not find any words about the mission. He could only conclude that the place where she was should belong to the blue team. But she was still not sure which side she belonged to. The message only said that the red team was approaching. Was the red team coming to rescue her? Not necessarily. When Zong tapped the communicator, replied with a received, and squinted his eyes to look ahead. I have an idea. 30 minutes later. When Zong quietly twisted a man's neck, show you're dead, don't talk. Then he picked up the other person's equipment very skillfully, took out the communicator, and started to swipe. Got it. It was a mission book. Now is a time of war. There is a doctor on a certain planet. She has weapons of mass destruction. As long as we have the hostage, we will definitely get the red side's territory, but they are also looking for her. If we don't get it, no one else can. Translated, it means that the red and blue are fighting. Judging from the words, it should be blue attacking and red defending. When Zong is now the doctor who was forced to upgrade her academic qualifications, and has weapons of mass destruction in her hands. However, the current situation is that she has nothing on her, but if she runs away, she will be hunted down by the blue team. When Zong, why am I so miserable? In the past 30 minutes, when Zong was not only looking for the task book, but also observing the terrain. The place she walked through was rocky, with sparse vegetation and very strong starlight, but following the traces of people walking forward, she found that the land was getting more and more moist, and plants on the surface also emerged. This is not the capital planet, but a small, uninhabited planet used for fighting and training. Bad news came one after another. There are only two ways to go now. One is to form an alliance with the Red Party, and the other is to go back to the cabin and be a quiet hostage. The former has a lot of room for operation, but she has no map and can't find where the Red Party is. The latter is better not to mention. If the guard's teeth are knocked out, it is impossible to be quiet. Suddenly, there was a voice, and when Zong's ears moved, and he dodged and hid behind a boulder. Here is one. This year's newcomers are very powerful, almost sneaking into the core area. When Zong, who was eavesdropping, caught the key words, this year newcomers? Yes, the other side's commander is really a genius, and he demonstrated what it means to attack is the best defense. Let's go, I'm looking at the footprints, the sneaking team should be nearby. The conversation gradually faded away, and when Zong raised his foot to catch up. Paw! The sound of a stone falling to the ground was accurately captured by Wenzong. Who? Wenzong suddenly turned his head and saw a figure flashing through the stone forest in front of him. Wenzong raised his foot to chase him, but when he reached the bottom of the boulder, someone covered his mouth and pulled him back madly. Don't talk. Wenzong subconsciously fought back, elbowing the opponent in the abdomen. While he was relaxed, Wenzong stepped back, grabbed the opponent's arms with both hands, and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Hiss. Wenzong pinned the man to the ground and twisted his head to see. Senior Qi Zhao? It was Qi Zhao's baby face. Wenzong raised his hands to prove his innocence. I was defending myself, not attacking. Qi Zhao stood up and said, your gift is really too big. Shen Lai, who was watching the whole process, poured cold water on him. Yes, someone wanted to scare you, and he deserved to be thrown down. The three of them sat cross-legged under the stone, and began to exchange information. When Zong asked, are you the red team? Qi Zhao nodded. For the first assessment, we are the newcomers on the red team, and the old hands are on the blue team. The blue team will attack, and the red team will defend. If one of the command posts is lost, the winner will be determined. By the way, schoolgirl, how did you suddenly appear? When Zong was unable to put it into words, and told his experience along the way. I thought someone was kidnapping in broad daylight, so I fought with him, and was finally knocked unconscious and said here. Shen Lai expressed his understanding. No wonder you fell so hard just now. Qi Zhao's baby face collapsed all of a sudden. When Zong continued, the current situation is that I should be hunted down by the blue team, but I locked up the guards before leaving, and the communicator is also in my hand. It depends on when someone finds him, and when the arrest warrant is issued. Qi Zhao interrupted, wait, are you the hostage? When Zong nodded, yes, you don't have a mission to rescue me, do you? Qi Zhao, yes. Qi Zhao showed the mission book. It is a time of war. There is a doctor on a planet. She has weapons of mass destruction, but she is being held hostage by the enemy. As long as we rescue her, we can drive the enemy back and protect our homeland. When Zong took a look and was a little surprised. What am I your cheat? Shen Lai made the final decision. Who cares? We are on the same line anyway. When Zong clapped his hands. That makes sense. Seniors, What is your mission? Xinlai also briefly explained their purpose: destroy the signal tower. Wenzong, who is in charge? Qi Zhao, old Qi. As expected, Wenzong touched his chin and raised his eyebrows. Seniors, are you interested in doing something big with me? Alliance established. Night gradually fell, and the red and blue battle had lasted for nearly 5 hours, and it was still deadlocked, with no winner. But when the light gradually fades, a full-scale counterattack should come. Wenzong and Xinlai stood in front of an open space under the cover of darkness and obstacles. Behind the open space was a wall. Inside the wall was a bungalow that looked like a warehouse. It could be seen that it was built with a hard special alloy. The camera above the warehouse flashed red. There were 2 groups of people patrolling non-stop with weapons. There were also 2 artillery turrets in the open, and countless machine guns were mounted on the wall. It was unknown how many weapons there were in secret. Next to the warehouse, there is a tall silver signal tower. In the center of the tower there is a lookout tower with 2 dazzling lights flashing alternately. In the dark night, all intruders will be nowhere to hide. And that piece of open space, if nothing unexpected happens, should be a line of defense, in short, a minefield. This is either the headquarters or the logistics equipment area. Wenzong took out 4 grenades from his pocket, nodded to Xinlai on the other side, and then the 2 threw them at the same time. Boom! 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 The endless flame shot up into the sky, and the entire minefield turned into a sea of blue fire. At the moment of the explosion, a sharp whistle came from the signal tower. Enemy attack! The red light representing danger exploded in the air, and the 2 artillery positions were quietly calibrated. The machine guns on the wall were all loaded, and the patrolling personnel entered the combat readiness mode, and quickly took up various weapons to prepare for counterattack. Wenzong and Xinlai threw a handful of mines and ran, using the headlights to cross the darkness at that moment, and quickly approached the base of the wall. Xinlai pulled the safety pin and threw the grenade up. Boom! The gun barrels of the people who were hit sank into the wall. The enemy is in Area B2, aim. Wenzong stepped on Xinlai's shoulder and turned over. She grabbed a gun stuck on the wall and fired a few times. Taking advantage of the chaos, she slid down the wall and stepped on a slightly soft platform. Something seemed wrong. Wenzong lowered her head and looked at the person under her. Brother, you are so dedicated. Boom! Another explosion was heard. Wenzong pretended to be shot and covered his chest and fell backwards, then flexibly turned over and got down to the ground. Relying on Xinlai's guerrilla warfare outside to disrupt the line of sight, the people inside were too busy to watch her movements as a soldier, and she bit over and sneaked into this heavily defended place. The lights on the signal tower were still flashing, and the communication sounds inside the wall, the footsteps coming and going, the sound of loading, the sound of explosions, and the sound of gunfire seemed endless. Wenzong crawled on the ground, pretending to be dead when he saw people and lights. I have to say, it was really useful. Wenzong didn't dare to relax as he got closer and closer to the signal tower. Signal towers can't be blown up during exercises. First, it's troublesome to repair them, and second, those big guys will make trouble for you. So you can only enter the signal tower and cut off the communication fiber. The place where the fiber is placed is at the top of the signal tower, and there is also a guard there. There is no elevator in the middle, only a lift, and the lift is in the hands of the blue team. Wenzong rolled on the ground and reached the bottom of the signal tower. She took out the communicator and said, "Warehouse." As soon as she finished speaking, a small ball flashing with white light fell on the roof of the alloy warehouse. It was Qi Zhao, who was responsible for remote support. Boom! The white light exploded, and even the ground shook slightly twice, but the warehouse was not damaged at all. Someone on the ground shouted, "Warehouse." The target is the warehouse. Pay attention to return to defense, guard the warehouse. The sound of chaotic footsteps sounded. In addition to the fixed defenses on the wall, almost 2/3 of the more flexible guards inside the wall returned to defend the warehouse. It can be confirmed that this is the logistics equipment depot. The plan worked. Wenzong took a deep breath, entered the signal tower, hooked a metal bar with both hands, kicked his feet, and climbed up quickly. The signal tower is about 100 meters high, and the place where the communication fiber is connected should be about 80 meters. Wenzong had injuries on her body. When she climbed the signal tower, she was not careful, and the sharp bar cut a hole in her palm, leaving a few marks on the silver signal tower. Very close. 10 more meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Wenzong grabbed the last beam and flipped out flexibly. She pulled out the pistol from her waist with one hand and suddenly fired in a mid-air posture. Bang! 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 The sound of the small gun was covered by the gunfire outside. A blue flower of pigment popped out on the chest of the person guarding the signal tower. This was the gun that Wenzong had disarmed and belonged to the blue team. It was most suitable to use it on the blue team. The guard was stunned. Wenzong turned over and entered the signal room, took out the communicator in his pocket and asked, "Did Qi Xiaoyuan say which one is the main optical fiber?" Qi Xiao took a break from his busy schedule. "The red one." "Okay." Wenzong stared at the line. "My communicator belongs to the blue team. I won't be able to receive your messages after the signal is interrupted. I will count to 1, and you and Shenlai will retreat immediately. Wait for me at the old place for 20 minutes. If I don't arrive in 20 minutes, you don't have to worry about me." Qi Jiao said concisely. "Got it." Shenlai panted. "Got it." Wenzong was relieved, picked out the red light, and then took out an eyebrow razor from his omnipotent pocket. It was said that Qi Xiaoyuan gave it to Qi Xiao. As for why Qi Xiaoyuan brought an eyebrow razor, we don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Wenzong turned on the communicator and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. The optical fiber was cut, and Wenzong's communicator was silent instantly. Someone was shouting under the signal tower. "Received, please reply. Received, please reply." No signal. We've been fooled. Their target is the signal tower. We can't let them escape. Gather. Wenzong put the guard on the lift platform and sat cross-legged. The guard resolutely followed the basic training of a dead man and was very uncooperative. Wenzong, too much drama, too much. The guard reluctantly leaned on the edge of the lift platform and sat still. The lift platform slowly descended, and many people under the signal tower had surrounded the guard. Wenzong took this opportunity to climb down from the inside of the signal tower along the original route. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and Wenzong couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to the guard. She walked straight to the warehouse along the dark place without stopping. The warehouse was made entirely of special alloys, which were extremely hard and could not be blown open. The door could only be opened with a key or password. Wenzong slowly moved inward along the blind spot of the surveillance. There were a total of 8 guards at the door of the warehouse, and there was a gun barrel above the door, always threatening intruders. Weighing the last grenade on his body, Wenzong squatted down, pulled the safety pin, and sent the grenade forward along the ground. Boom! Half of the 8 guards were gone in an instant. The remaining 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. Disperse, watch out for enemy attacks. The explosion had already attracted some people's attention, and Wenzong showed up without hesitation, slashing the pistol in his hand horizontally, splashing blue marks on the hearts of 4 people. Wenzong ran to the door, and as expected, it was a password lock. The password was a total of 12 digits, and the gun barrel above would automatically lock if entered incorrectly 3 times. What to do? As a person with a built-in plug-in, Wenzong held the space button on his chest, blocked everyone's eyes behind him, and whispered, "Fire cloud, start decryption mode." Buzz. The sound so small that only Wenzong could hear it started, and the eyes of the mecha in the space button shone with red light, directly penetrating the space button to scan the password lock. This function was taken out by Wenzong from a supercomputing robot. He originally planned to use it to open the safe after defeating the Star Pirates, when he returned to the Vanguard army. Things are unpredictable. 3 seconds later, the correct answer came from the fire cloud, and Wenzong immediately entered it, and the warehouse door slowly opened. The people watching the excitement behind him. What the hell? Wenzong tapped the space button. Fire cloud, hibernation. The warehouse was filled with various mechanical equipment, and the one that attracted Wenzong the most was the small fighter in the center. It was a high-altitude fighter named J, with 48 small missiles, and a floating gun. The floating gun is a weapon that can float outside the body, easy to carry and powerful. The pursuers have arrived. Wenzong did not hesitate, jumped onto the plane in 2 steps, and opened the cabin door. The lights of the fighter plane came on. Wenzong put on his headphones, and pushed the handle to slowly lift the plane into the air. Then he rushed out of the warehouse at the maximum speed and flew into the sky. Wenzong let out a breath. Only when the tension was over did he feel the pain in his palms. Since the holiday, Wenzong's palms were first pinched by himself, and then cut by climbing the signal tower. Now they have white edges, and the flesh has turned up. Wenzong tore off 2 pieces of cloth, and hastily wrapped his palms. Anyway, there will be a treatment device after the end, so it's not a big deal. With this in mind, Wenzong controlled the steering handle to fly to the agreed place. Shenlai and Qi Zhao had been waiting for 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, they reported to the command room that the mission had been completed, the hostages had been found but were trapped in the enemy camp. Qi Xiuyuan was so angry that he almost cursed out loud, and the final order he received was to stay on standby after hearing Wen Zong's words. Qi Xiao had been providing remote support, but Shenlai was a bit miserable. Her clothes and hair were covered with dust, and one of her arms was shot. According to the rules, this arm was not allowed to be used again. When retreating, this shoulder was also shot. Before the end of the battle, Shenlai could only be a one-armed hero. Can the junior come out? There are so many people on the other side. After we retreat, they will definitely go after the junior. Qi Xiao sat on the ground, with a regretful tone. Why did I agree so readily? Shenlai kicked him. Our heads combined are not as good as Wen Zong. It's right to listen to her. Suddenly, two beams of light shone over. Qi Xiao turned over, his muscles tensed, as if he was going to enter a fighting state in the next second. What is that? The lights gradually descended and finally stopped on the ground, revealing their true appearance. Wen Zong opened the cabin door and jumped out of the plane. I'm back. Qi Xiao stumbled, opened his mouth wide, and almost spit a mouthful of mud. Wen Zong? Shenlai pointed at the plane and stammered. You. Where did you get this from? Wen Zong. I broke into the warehouse and drove it out of the warehouse. Qi Xiao, you bastard. Wen Zong showed his 8 big white teeth and smiled very brightly. How about we go blow up the headquarters? Shenlai and Qi Xiao looked at each other. Their eyes became brighter and brighter, and their voices became lower and lower. How about we report to the commander? Wen Zong nodded. Of course, I still know that we can't act without authorization. After that, Qi Xiao opened the encrypted channel to contact Qi Xiuyuan. This is Qi Xiao, report to the command room. Qi Xiuyuan's voice sounded a little tired. This is the command room, talk. Qi Xiao, we successfully reunited with the hostages and brought back a fighter. The team requests to bomb the Blue Command Center. There seemed to be chairs falling all over the floor, and Qi Xiuyuan's voice immediately became higher. Tell me again, what did you bring back? Wen Zong added, J-type fighter jets, equipped with 48 small missiles and a floating gun. Qi Xiuyuan's excitement came through the communicator. Very good. Listen, before the reconnaissance team is captured, send me the coordinates of the other party's headquarters. I will send the coordinates to you now. Do you have the confidence to blow up the other party's headquarters in one fell swoop? The 3 people answered in unison. We guarantee to complete the mission. Qi Xiuyuan calmed down. I wait for you at the headquarters. After hanging up the communication, Qi Xiuyuan sent the coordinates. The 3 people took the communicator to determine the position, and found that the headquarters was not far away. God's will. This must be God's will. Wen Zong said, there is only one co-pilot left on the plane. I will take the senior sister, and you can walk forward on foot. Keep in touch with the communicator at any time. Qi Xiao said that everything was fine. Okay. The plane started. Wen Zong dimmed the lights, pulled the handle, and flew out instantly. Shenlai leaned back due to inertia. Do you have a driver's license? Wen Zong. No, this is my second time driving. Shenlai, may I ask about the first time? Wen Zong. The first time when I drove it out of the warehouse. Shenlai was sweating. School sister, do you want to drive more steadily? Wen Zong gave her a reassuring look. Believe me, senior sister, flying a plane is similar to driving a mecha. Once you learn one, you will learn 100. Shenlai, we are different. The plane is fast and reached the coordinate point in less than 2 minutes. Wen Zong zoomed in on the picture below. It was a huge energy vehicle with a communication device on the roof. The back door was open. The big guys in military uniforms, and with military ranks, were standing and sitting. They looked very leisurely. Shenlai. Wow. Squeaked. They are the ones who know how to play. They moved the headquarters directly to the car, and can run away at any time. Wen Zong turned on the communicator and asked, where is the senior? Qi Xiao was in the early stages of running. His breath was a little messy. About 3 minutes. Wen Zong gave him instructions. Senior, don't get too far ahead. When you are almost there, observe. There is a commanding height not far away. Occupy it. Qi Xiao got it. 2 minutes later, Wen Zong saw Qi Xiao set up a sniper rifle at the commanding height, and then sent a message to the 2 people flying in the sky, arrived at the designated location. Very good. Wen Zong chattered on the keyboard on the control console, clicked a loudspeaker button, and cleared his throat. Listen, people inside, you have been surrounded. Put down your guns, and don't resist, otherwise we will be rude. I repeat, you have been surrounded. Put down your weapons, otherwise, I will blow up your headquarters. Otherwise, I will blow up your headquarters. The bosses in the car looked at each other. Children of the red team? One boss became childish and turned on the loudspeaker. Listen, people over there, your headquarters has been attacked by our side. As long as you surrender, I will never treat you unfairly. Oh, when Zong felt that he was provoked. Senior, do you see that car door? Shoot it. Bang. An energy bomb hit the heavy car door, punching a hole in it. A big man stretched out his hand and gestured, sniper. Bang. The same energy bomb hit back along the trajectory, hitting Qi Zhao's right shoulder. Qi Zhao reacted quickly, picked up the gun and rolled to the side twice. Shen Lai slapped the armrest. This is a provocation. When Zong nodded heavily. A small hatch opened under the plane, and a small missile stretched out. When Zong calibrated the direction and clicked to launch. Boom! A huge noise exploded 100 meters away from the energy vehicle. The blue light spread like fireworks, and a deep pit was directly blown out on the ground. The bosses were unable to avoid it, and were hit by the flying dust. But they no longer cared about the image problem. This is not the equipment equipped for the exercise. The signal tower and the warehouse are together. Who broke into the warehouse? It was the J-type fighter in the warehouse. Then they heard the female voice that spoke a little lazily. You have been surrounded by us, surrender quickly, otherwise the next bomb will be your headquarters. Bosses, You freshmen are so good at operation? Chapter 33. When Zong refused to give in, pretending to be an emotionless repeater, you have been surrounded. One of the big guys was so angry that he pressed the loudspeaker in the energy car and shouted, Get down. When Zong was very shameless. Surrender? If you surrender, I will get down. The big guys, The big guys gritted their teeth. You won, okay, get down. When Zong was satisfied, pressed the horn twice to show his agreement, and pushed the handle to slowly descend. The strong light flashed twice, signaling the people below to pay attention and avoid. The fighter plane was not big, all black, with sharp edges and corners. The two red warning lights in front were on for a long time during landing, which brought a chilling sense of oppression for no reason. The door opened, when Zong and Shenlai jumped out of the plane, trotted a few steps and saluted. Report. The colonel with the highest rank asked, There is still a sniper left, let him come out too. Shenlai took out the communicator. Come out and assemble. 2 minutes later, Qi Zhao ran over with a gun on his back, stood at attention and saluted. His movements were standard and skillful. Report. The colonel's surname was Qian, and he pointed at the fighter and asked, Okay, you are really good, come, tell me, what's going on? When Zong pretended not to understand. Report, it's a fighter. Colonel Qian stretched out his hand, and retracted it several times, wanting to hit him but couldn't, and finally clenched his fist behind his back. He raised his voice, as if he was deliberately covering up something, and spit flew everywhere. How could I not know that this is a fighter? I'm asking you where you got this thing. When Zong was so shocked that he closed his eyes. The report was issued from the warehouse. Nonsense. Colonel Qian took a few steps on the spot. Come on, tell me, how did you know the password? Everyone present was very interested in this question. When Zong pursed his lips, looked at him carefully, and asked, Do you really want to hear it? Colonel Qian was angry. Speak louder, why can't I hear it? After receiving a positive answer, When Zong said loudly, I don't think it's difficult to have a password of 012345678910. That's right, the password that Huosheyan deciphered was the one above. When most people knew it was a 12-digit password, they would subconsciously think about it in a complicated way, but Lan Fang did the opposite and deliberately made a simple password. Before scanning, When Zong thought of at least 10 ways to deal with it. After knowing the password. What is a way to deal with it? Not necessary. Puff. Cough cough. The coughs and forced laughter came into Colonel Qian's ears. His face turned black, and he rushed to When Zong again. Why are you so loud? When Zong, When Zong continued to shout. You told me to speak louder. Colonel Qian, Colonel Qian changed someone and shouted. Where's the communicator? Give it to me. Qi Zhao was stunned by the shouting and handed over the communicator subconsciously. Yes. Colonel Qian turned on the communicator and connected to the command room skillfully. Where's Qi Xiuyuan? Qi Xiuyuan's somewhat lazy voice came from the other side. Report to the instructor, I have been waiting for your communication for a long time. After being confronted several times, Major Qian was completely furious. Wait, you're still proud. Qi Xiuyuan was quite single. That's true, the first exercise was a great success, It's inseparable from the training of the instructors. Thank you instructors for delivering the hostages to us. The instructors have worked hard. Crack. The communicator broke into 3 pieces, and Colonel Chien laughed in anger. Come on, set off some fireworks to announce the end of the exercise. The quality of these newcomers is really good. I think it's no problem to double the training, right? As soon as the words double the training came out, Qi Xiao, who was next to Shenlai, shivered twice at the same time. Wen Zong asked in a low voice, what kind of training is there? Colonel Qian's ears were sharp. What are you talking about? Ask me if you have anything. Wen Zong straightened his face. Report to the instructor, I just came today, and don't know the training program. As soon as the voice fell, all the instructors looked straight at Wen Zong. Just arrived? There were only 2 people who just came to the entire training base. One of them directly airdropped to the Red Army headquarters. The other one didn't need to be asked who it was. In addition, Qi Shouyuan said, send the hostages here. Wow, it's wonderful. Hostage? Oh my god, our headquarters was bombed by hostages? Wise and wise. This year's newcomer is amazing. This year's Mecha competition champion, I've seen her play, her operation is always very cool. I'm really not surprised after knowing who she is. The instructors whispered, and their words were full of admiration. Someone poked Colonel Chien. Old Chien, are the fireworks going to explode? Colonel Chien, A group of divine beasts rushed through Colonel Chien's heart. Explode? He would let the guard run 10 laps when he got back. He couldn't even watch a little girl. Bang! The fiery red fireworks exploded, indicating the end of the exercise, and the victory of the red team. The fighter was sent back by an instructor, and Wen Zong and the other 2 followed the blue team's headquarters, which was the energy vehicle. The sky was slightly brighter, and the night on this planet seemed particularly short. Qi Shouyuan led the red team to the headquarters to welcome the instructor. When Wen Zong got off the bus, everyone gave her a warm welcome, and some excited seniors burst into tears. Wen Zong was flattered and confused. The number of trainees this time, including the 2 airborne ones, was exactly 100 people in total, with 6 instructors, 5 of whom were responsible for training in different projects, and the remaining Colonel Chien was the chief instructor, all of whom were affiliated with the First Corps. The system adopted in the training camp was a 100-point system, that is, everyone had 100 points, and the instructors would deduct points based on personal performance and various weird reasons, and those who were deducted to 0 points would be eliminated. This training camp is aimed at all senior military academy students, and the old hands of the blue team are all from the neighboring planet, who come here for training and fun. It can be said that this is an extremely unfair exercise. The coach did not want to give the newcomers a chance to win. Unfortunately, Wen Zong suddenly appeared in the middle and disrupted all plans. This is the internal selection of the First Corps. Elimination does not affect the assignment of students after graduation, but the First Corps is the best corps in the entire empire, with outstanding military achievements. It can be said that it is the dream of every military academy student. Internal selection is the closest opportunity to the First Corps, and everyone wants to grab it. What Wen Zong didn't know was that in this exercise, as long as the red team wins, everyone's score will return to 100. This means a new chance. After 4 months of training, everyone's score is almost gone. What a great temptation to return to 100. After the red team assembled, the venue was handed over to the old hands of the blue team to clean up. Colonel Chien walked around twice with his hands behind his back and stopped. What is your mission? Without giving the newcomer a chance to answer, he continued, it's to rescue the hostages and defend the position. Qi Shouyuan, you are the commander, tell me, which one did you do? Qi Shouyuan did not answer directly. Attack is the best defense. Colonel Chien was merciless and pointed out, if it weren't for the hostages saving themselves, your headquarters would have been captured long ago. Even if we lost the signal tower, it doesn't matter. One of my people can beat 10 of you. Qi Shouyuan thought to himself that you are bullying the weak, but he calmly refuted, we have no chance of winning, so we can only take them by surprise. No matter how the process is, we won in the end. Colonel Chien felt that he had been in a bad mood these past 2 days. Everyone had learned to talk back. Very good, now I declare that the exercise is officially over. The red team won, but one of the 2 tasks was not completed. Everyone will be deducted 50 points. Do you have any objections? No. Well, half of the 100 points just received were gone before they even had time to warm up. The reason why newcomers are newcomers is that they are too impetuous. The instructor saw everything very clearly. Qi Shouyuan was too smart. When Lu Yiming parachuted into the red team's headquarters, he guessed that the hostage was Wen Zong. He believed that Wen Zong would not sit and wait for death, so he simply cut off the rescue line and focused on attacking the blue team's headquarters. He is a qualified, even excellent commander, but he is still too young. It is good to be confident, but too confident is not good. When Zong shouted a report in the back row, Colonel Qian motioned her to step out. When Zong stood at attention, report to the instructor, I disagree with your decision. All the freshmen couldn't help looking at when Zong with surprised eyes of the brave man is going to leave, and some even couldn't help closing their eyes. For a while, the expressions in the team were all kinds of strange. Colonel Qian was very calm at this time. Tell me. When Zong said, the instructor should know all my information. The man who sent me here will naturally say that I beat him up as a kidnapper, but what he doesn't know is that if I hadn't discovered his identity in time and showed mercy, he would have died in my hands on the way to pick me up. All the instructors' faces changed slightly. When Zong also saw it, and she continued, when you arranged me as a hostage, the instructor should have predicted that I would not sit and wait for death. It was your underestimation that caused the failure of the blue team this time. The battlefield changes rapidly, and sometimes only one person can change the entire battle situation. The instructors are confident in their own strength, but Qi Xiuyuan, as a commander, turned all disadvantages into advantages, so I disagree with your decision. It's good to be confident, but it's not good to be too confident. When Zong said this sentence without missing a word. In her opinion, an excellent commander should not only have a big picture, but also trust his soldiers. As a mecha operator, when Zong appreciates this kind of commander, who has an accurate understanding of her ability, and can give her freedom to roam around. She will feel this trust, and thus inspire greater energy. Qi Xiuyuan in the front row couldn't help but feel a sharp jump in his heart. Colonel Qian's face remained unchanged. You said that our assessment of you was wrong? Then I will give you a chance. If you win, I will withdraw the decision to deduct points. How about it? When Zong was not afraid at all. In terms of experience, she was as confident as any other instructor present. Colonel Qian turned around and said, "Wrong you come." She was the only female instructor among the 6 instructors. It was said that she was from the Vanguard Army. The instructor named Arong stepped forward. She had a gentle face and wore a training uniform, but there were 2 kinds of intertwined flowers embroidered on her shoulders, like a logo. When Zong looked at the intertwined branches for a few more times, for some reason, she always felt that the logo was particularly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Colonel Qian took a step back to make way. Your instructor Rong is the only female instructor here, so you won't say I bullied you if you lose. The seniors behind Wen Zong stared with their eyes wider than each other, wanting to remind the junior girl not to believe the nonsense of Instructor Qian, but they could only stare without orders. Rong clenched his fist and made a starting gesture. Please. Chapter 34. When Zong took off his loose camouflage uniform, threw it aside, and made the same starting move, Instructor Rong, I'm sorry. Just as he finished speaking, Rong's fist was in front of Wen Zong's eyes. The sharp wind of the fist brushed past the tip of Wen Zong's nose. Wen Zong held her wrist with one hand, turned his feet, and pressed his elbow against Rong's shoulder. The 2 of them were almost face to face, and then her other hand hit the other's heart hard. Rong reacted quickly. She protected her heart in this position, lowered her body, and attacked Wen Zong's lower body with a strong sweeping kick. Wen Zong's elbow was relieved of force, and she dodged the kick by rolling over. Rong leaned forward, stretched out her hand, grabbed Wen Zong's ankle and pulled hard. Wen Zong countered the moves, not giving in at all. The 2 of them exchanged several moves, and neither of them took advantage of the other. The instructors and newcomers who were watching were surprised. Bang! Wen Zong and Rong bent their right legs at the same time, and the sound of bones colliding with each other made the newcomers shudder. It hurts just to hear it. Wen Zong's eyes were sharp. She stood on tiptoes, and quietly moved her numb right leg. This instructor Rong looked gentle, but she was not ambiguous when she attacked. She would hit the vital points whenever she attacked. There was a hint of murderous aura in her moves, which meant that she was a real warrior who had shed blood in the sea of stars. Little did she know that Rong was also surprised. She was from the regular Vanguard Army, and each move was refined in the battle with the enemy. It can be said that every time she punched and locked her wrist, there were countless scars behind her. However, this student could accurately find the response to each move, and then seize any possible opportunity to make an effective counterattack. Difficult. Having such sophisticated skills without any experience in the battlefield, she is really gifted. The knee strike just now made both of them step back a few steps. They looked at each other with endless fighting spirit in their eyes. The next second, both of them moved at the same time. Choke, wrist grab, back throw, elbow press. Every move was neat, and all the landing points were on the vital points. For a while, only the sound of swishing could be heard in the air. If both sides had not held back a little, they would look more like enemies who would never stop fighting, rather than opponents who respect each other. Rong threw Wenzong to the ground with a shoulder throw. Her 4 fingers became blades, and she chopped directly at Wenzong's neck as if carrying the power of thunder. Wenzong narrowed his eyes, and she kicked with her legs, hitting Rong in the abdomen, but she seemed to be unaware and not affected at all. Wenzong bent his knees and pushed, wrapped his hands around Rong's arms, and used the force to flip backwards. The positions of both parties were reversed instantly. Wenzong's legs were wrapped around Rong's waist, and the 2 bodies were very close. Wenzong crossed his hands and stuck them on Rong's neck, and exerted force on his waist, and the 2 instantly flew into the air. It's a soft technique. Bang! When the body landed, a small cloud of dust was raised. Everyone widened their eyes and stretched their necks, wanting to see who the winner was at the first time. The dust dispersed. Wenzong was panting heavily. Her hair was a little messy. She held Rong's neck with one hand, and her knees were pressed tightly on Rong's waist. This was an absolute victory posture. Is there really no reversal of position? Their instructor Rong, who was ruthless and merciless, and would send people to the treatment room whenever he took action, failed like this? Or was he beaten down by a sophomore? This is really refreshing. The newcomers were clapping and cheering crazily in their hearts, but they couldn't show it on their faces. For a moment, the expressions of the newcomers were all kinds of weird and distorted. Not to mention the newcomers, even the expressions of the instructors watching were distorted. They knew Rong's strength better than anyone else. She was a famous killing god in the Vanguard army. Although she always smiled with squinting eyes and seemed to be easy to talk to, once she entered the fighting state, there were really few people who could stop her. And now, he was pinned down by a newcomer. The instructors looked up and took in the expressions of all the newcomers. Those who were familiar with Wenzong were just surprised and immediately showed an expression of as expected, while those who were not familiar with Wenzong dropped their jaws. The instructors couldn't help but wonder, is the quality of this batch of newcomers really that good, or are there only a few who are good enough to lead the whole team? Wenzong turned her head and spat twice to the side, spitting out all the sand that fell into her mouth. She could feel that her joints were a little stiff, and her voice was a little hoarse. It was probably because she was scratched on the neck at some point. She was so excited when she was hit that she didn't feel anything. Once she relaxed, all the muscles in her body were screaming with soreness. What do you think, Instructor Rong? Do you admit defeat? When the outcome was decided, Rong's temperament softened. She curved her eyes, coughed a few times, and said, I admit defeat, you get up first. Wenzong didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she heard her say that she admitted defeat. She stood up shakily. She stretched out her hand and felt a little black in front of her eyes. I'm sorry, Instructor Rong. Rong held her hand, but before he could use any force, she fell straight down with her eyes closed. She was so scared that she opened her arms and hugged Wenzong in her arms. Before she could stand up, she was pressed to the ground again. Everyone was so frightened by Wenzong's sudden fainting that their hearts skipped a beat. Qi Xiuyuan, who was in the front row, strode over, held Wenzong's wrist to check his heartbeat, and then opened his eyelids to check his pupils. His heart, which was about to reach his throat, finally dropped heavily. In just a few seconds, his forehead was covered with a layer of tiny beads of sweat. He sat down on the ground and said, It's not a big deal. She fainted due to overwork. Let her sleep a little longer. The instructors were slightly stunned by Qi Xiuyuan's neat movements, thinking that this was the first time they saw this smart and calm commander so flustered. It was rare. Colonel Qian, who had already prepared for first aid, paused, then his face darkened, and he hid the small treatment device behind his back with his hands behind his back. Qi Xiuyuan, who allowed you to leave the team without permission. Qi Xiuyuan stood up subconsciously, and then backed away little by little to the team. Report to the instructor, the situation is urgent, and the safety of comrades should be the first priority. Colonel Qian cursed. Do you think we are dead? After the end, we will circle the training ground 15 times. Do you hear me? Running around the training ground is a common occurrence. Qi Xiuyuan has no objection. Make sure to complete the task. Colonel Qian's expression eased a little. Okay, let's disperse now. Qi Xiuyuan, go run laps, number 3. Shenlai responded and stepped out. Here. Colonel Qian said, Wenzong is in the same dormitory with you. I will ask Instructor Rong to take her there. You keep an eye on her. When she wakes up, take her to the medical room, talk to her about the rules and basic training, and take her to familiarize herself with the base. Do you understand? The small treatment device has a limited range. Colonel Chien thought about it, and decided that it would be more convenient to wait for Wenzong to wake up, and go to the medical room himself. Although it was expected to share a dormitory with Wenzong, Shenlai was still very happy to hear the instructor assign him. Report to the instructor, I promise to complete the task, and you can relax. Rongrong helped Wenzong stand up, and held him horizontally. After that, he weighed him, and was a little surprised. Hey, old Chien, she is so light. How can she punch so hard with such a light weight? Colonel Chien was a little helpless. Then you can ask her when she wakes up. Rongrong nodded. That's for sure. Colonel Chien was still a little worried, and quietly warned, control yourself, don't do it again. If Old Wen knew that we bullied his daughter like this, he would kill us himself. Rongrong couldn't help but straighten her back, as if she was thinking of something in the past that she couldn't bear to look back on. She held Wenzong's hand tighter and whispered, don't worry, I promise not to do anything except during the training period. After walking for a while, they arrived at the dormitory. Shenlai lived on the first floor. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and she was the only one lying there. After Wenzong came, she had someone to chat with every night. The dormitory was very convenient, with a bed and a desk. The bedding was prepared, and you just had to shake it out and lay it. It was equipped with an independent bathroom, and there were 4 well-packaged toiletries in the bathroom. It was very convenient. Shenlai skillfully spread the bed. Rongrong put Wenzong on the bed. Wenzong, who was stained with soft quilt, rubbed him unconsciously, and his eyebrows relaxed. She didn't have the sharpness to confront the instructor when she was asleep, nor did she have the fierceness during the battle. She really looked like an ordinary and pretty girl. Rongrong stared at Wenzong's face for a long time, as if she had gone back to a distant time through Wenzong and saw another person. That person would also deliberately smile, and say sorry after pushing her down, then shake her hair, and reach out to pull her up. Instructor Rong? Instructor Rong? Shenlai couldn't understand Rongrong's eyes. She just felt an inexplicable sadness rising from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to disturb him, but... Instructor Rong, you really looked at him for too long. People who didn't know would think you had some thoughts about Wenzong. Only after hearing Shenlai's voice did Rongrong come back to her senses. She tucked Wenzong's back corners, adjusted the air conditioner to a suitable temperature, and said, please take care of Wenzong. I'm leaving first. Shenlai patted his chest. Don't worry, instructor. Goodbye, instructor. After seeing Rongrong out, Shenlai saw Colonel Chien leaning against the wall at the door. Colonel Chien said nothing, but nodded to Shenlai as a greeting. Rongrong walked to Colonel Chien, lowered her excited voice, and her eyes sparkled. Old Chien, Wenzong really looks like Ahi, not only in face, but also in temper. The 2 instructors walked further and further away, and Shenlai only heard the 2 words Ahi. She shook her head to shake these things out of her mind. After closing the dormitory door, Shenlai jumped onto the bed on the ladder and rolled over on the not-so-big bed. I finally have roommates again. Wenzong was awakened by a burst of fragrance. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shenlai shaking a chicken leg in her face, mumbling as he shook it. If he jumped a few more steps, he would look like a witch in a documentary. Junior sister, wake up. Junior sister, why haven't you woken up yet? Junior sister, smell this chicken leg. There are still a lot of chicken legs underneath. They are all taken out of your own rations by your group of reincarnated hungry wolves to repay you for saving their lives. Isn't it very fragrant? Junior sister, you have slept for a long time. It's time to wake up. Seeing Wenzong open his eyes, Shenlai was so happy that he almost cried. Junior sister, you know, you slept for 12 hours. If you sleep any more, I will ask the instructor to carry you to the treatment room. Wenzong's whole body ached, and the veins in her head were throbbing, and she was a little dizzy. She raised her hand to signal Shenlai to come closer. Please help me get a glass of water. After drinking a glass of nutritious water, Wenzong finally felt alive. She sat on the stool, eating chicken legs to fill her stomach while listening to Shenlai explaining the rules. The 2 of them sat facing each other on the chairs. Shenlai crossed his legs and counted on his fingers. First, regardless of rank, everyone in the base is collectively called an instructor. The colonel you provoked this morning is the chief instructor here. His surname is Chien, and the one you fought against is the combat instructor. His surname is Rong. Second, the base implements a 100-point system. Everyone has an initial 100 points. The instructors will deduct points for any reason you can't think of. I had no hope at first, but I didn't expect you to come and start a big move. Saving me was like saving a dire situation. I can only repay your great kindness with a chicken leg. Third, The instructor's words are the rules here, and you cannot refute them. If you can refute them, you must defeat the instructor first. Of course, you have already done this, junior sister. I am afraid that the Chien guy will not give up, so you have to be careful. Fourth, the newcomers here don't have names, only numbers. My number is 3. You don't have to remember it specifically. Anyway, you will know each other in 2 days. Wenzong threw the bones into the trash can and asked, "That's not right. Why do I hear that Instructor Chien called Qi Xiuyuan by his name?" Shenlai couldn't explain it in one sentence. You may not believe it, but Qi Xiuyuan played rock paper scissors with the instructors for 10 rounds, and then he won all of them, and from then on he got the privilege of keeping his own name. Wenzong, it's the style of the senior. Shenlai continued, this is the internal selection of the first corps. After enduring this training period and completing the final assessment, you can enter the first corps. The specific assignment depends on the instructor's evaluation, but after this, I guess you have entered the list of candidates for the Vanguard Corps. Speaking of the Vanguard Army, Wenzong suddenly remembered something. Senior, do you have any impression of the logo embroidered on Instructor Rong's shoulder? Shenlai thought for a moment. You mean the 2 intertwined branches? Wenzong nodded. Yes, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't quite remember it. Shenlai clapped his hands. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if with endless expectations. That's my ultimate dream, the Thorny Rose. Chapter 35. Wenzong tilted his head. Thorny Rose? Shenlai held his hands to his heart, and every word was full of hope. Yes, the symbol of Thorny Rose is entangled thorns and roses, representing the 2 captains who created the team. Thorny Rose is a team of the vanguard of the 1st Legion, a total of 12 people, all composed of female mecha operators. They are the sharpest knives, able to cut through all obstacles ahead, and bring the dawn of victory to the Empire. Wenzong swore that this was the first time she saw Shenlai so girlish. Shenlai was almost unable to control his longing. Instructor Rong is the captain of Thorn Rose now. She has been in the army for nearly 40 years. However, there are rumors that she will be preparing to retire in the next few years, and is looking for new people to join the team. Shenlai's tone became heavier as she spoke. She looked at Wenzong with a sad face. I think you will definitely join Thorn Rose. After all, you beat Instructor Rong to the ground. Wenzong did not comment. She had a guess in her heart, but it was difficult to say it out loud. After Shenlai's explanation, she also became interested in Thorn Rose. She was the best mecha operator, so of course she had to join the best team. Teacher Wen's narcissistic personality was not broken. After eating and drinking, Wenzong asked Shenlai to take her to the treatment room. The treatment room was not far from the dormitory, and all kinds of treatment machines were available. After all, these were the steel flowers of the motherland. It didn't matter if they got injured, but it would be bad if they were broken. When Wenzong and the others arrived at the treatment room, there were already many people queuing inside. The seniors were lame, broken, or lying dead, grinning, panting, and swearing, and the whole treatment room was filled with a lively atmosphere. Not a surprise. Squeak. The door of the treatment room opened, and the seniors' eyes looked over like laser searchlights. Seeing that it was the junior who saved their lives, they all closed their mouths, tidied their appearance, and showed 8 teeth in a standard smile. Wow. Wenzong took a step back. The seniors came over. Is Junior okay? Are you hungry? Thank you for saving my life, Junior. I will do anything for you. Thank you, Junior. My chicken legs are for you every day. Wenzong hugged Shenlai tightly and waved his hands. Seniors are too polite. If I offend you in the future, please don't be angry. Don't be angry, Junior. You just came. If you are unfamiliar with anything, just come to us. Shenlai was unhappy when he heard this. This is my roommate. Why should I look for you? Get out of the way. Junior's sister is not here for sightseeing. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside the crowd. Who is here for sightseeing? Wenzong raised his hand. Senior, it's me. Qi Xiuyuan had just come out of the treatment cabin, and when he looked up, he saw a group of people gathered together and chattering. He couldn't hear what they were saying. He heard Shenlai's voice when he got closer. Qi Xiuyuan pushed the onlookers away. Junior's sister is still injured. Why are you all here? When everyone heard this, they quickly made way. Those in the front line, please make way. Let the junior come first. Wenzong looked at the seniors, who were injured and badly beaten, and quickly shook his head. I can still hold on. Seniors, please go first. Looking at their bruised faces and fractures and dislocations, Teacher Wen really couldn't do anything to cut in line. After pushing back and forth several times, Qi Xiuyuan finally spoke. Everyone, just hurry up, the junior is fine. So everyone lined up again, but they stood properly, and didn't swear casually. When Zong found a place to sit down and teased, "Senior is very majestic." Chi Xiuyuan touched his nose, and felt a strange sense of pride in his heart. "Well, it's okay." Shenlai added, "More than that, this is our commander-in-chief." When Zong asked, "Where are the other seniors on the pirate ship?" Chi Xiuyuan pouted and pointed to the 3 treatment cabins in the middle. Chi Zhao had 3 ribs broken by Instructor Rong today. Shen Ning's gun went off and pierced his arm, and Lao Liang hit his head on an obstacle and had a big cut on his forehead. When Zong, may I ask what you trained for? The injury rate is too high. Chi Xiuyuan crossed his arms. First, we do 50 laps with weights in the morning, then we do fighting, mechanical assembly, weighted obstacles, simulated battles, extreme conditions, nerve reflexes, sniping and shooting in different modes, etc. If the instructor is in a good mood, he will organize a hunting activity. When Zong applauded, "Excellent." While talking, the remaining 3 people had already come out of the treatment cabin. When Chi Zhao saw Wen Zong, he rushed over like a weak little white flower in a romance drama. "Schoolmate, you made us suffer so much." Wen Zong, ? Wen Zong, what do you mean? Chi Zhao started, "As the saying goes, no practice, no success." Shen Ning followed up, "You new guys are just spoiled." Liang Jiaowen started, "You can't even endure a little hardship, and you have to teach a single move several times." The 3 ended in unison, "You're not as good as the new school girl." Wen Zong, "I'm sorry for my mistake." The 3 looked resentful. Wen Zong felt guilty. "Why don't you wait until I recover and then fight with Instructor Rong?" The 3 of them shook their heads immediately. Chi Zhao covered his repaired ribs, as if he could still feel the pain of the break. No, junior sister, you don't know. After you pinned Instructor Rong down, his whole face began to glow, and he was even more ruthless than before." Shen Ning added, "Not only that, she also said that she had miscalculated us before, and it was wrong for her to show mercy." Liang Jiaowen concluded, "So she decided to use all her strength to leave us no regrets." The 3 of them cried and said, "It's a pity that we did something wrong. Isn't it better to leave it?" When Zong said without any hesitation, "You should think like this. At least the score is saved. This is the only good news." The number of people in the medical room gradually decreased, and when Zong also lined up. The treatment cabin equipped in the base can be said to be the most advanced product in the entire empire. Except for missing limbs, there is no way to create something out of nothing. Under normal circumstances, as long as you still have a breath left, enter the treatment cabin to hibernate, and you will be a hero again in 1 or 3 years. Such a treatment cabin is very expensive, which shows that the instructors are quite confident. 10 minutes later, when Zong was revived with full health, Teacher Wen was kicked in the head by the driver who sent her here, and was forced to take a bellyful of drugs. Just as she recovered, she encountered the red and blue battle. After a lot of hard work to cut off the communication fiber, she finally grabbed a fighter jet to show off, and then fought with Instructor Rong. Rong was from the regular Vanguard army. Although he lost in the end, Wen Zong didn't gain much advantage. "Is there training tonight?" Chi Xiuyuan nodded, then shook his head. "Not necessarily, it depends on the instructor's mood." Chi Zhao added, "I think the chief instructor is definitely not in a good mood." When Zong cheered him up, "In the face of absolute strength, all monsters are fearless." Shen Ning raised his hand silently. "As a logistics person, I refuse to have this kind of consciousness." When Zong insisted on brainwashing him, "As a logistics person, you should have the consciousness that when there is not much left on the front line, you are the last line of defense." Shen Ning looked at her. "Even if it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot?" When Zong firmly said, "Maybe it's unexpected." Shenlai secretly gave Wen Zong a thumbs up. Her brother is good in every way, smarter and more far-sighted than her, but there is one thing, he will never do things beyond his responsibility. If he hadn't joined the army, he would definitely become an excellent scientist, but once he joined the army, what awaits him will be endless confusion. On the battlefield, no one can stay out of it. Speaking of logistics, when Zong finally remembered one thing, "Hey, Senior Chi, there is something I want to ask you." Chi Xiuyuan looked at Wen Zong and felt that her eyes were a little strange. "What's the matter?" Wen Zong raised his eyebrows. "Why do you carry an eyebrow razor with you? Do you remember the eyebrow razor used to cut optical fiber?" Puff cough cough. The friends covered their mouths, laughed secretly, and watched the fun without minding the big deal. All of them pricked up their ears. Chi Xiuyuan, Okay, I see through you. Wen Zong added, "The eyebrow razor is in the pocket of the camouflage uniform I took off before." If you need it, I will go back and get it for you. Qi Shouyuan, no thank you, Junior. Wen Zong said hypocritically, how can I do that? Qi Shouyuan, really, I didn't need it. Do you believe me when I told you that I found an eyebrow razor in the warehouse? Wen Zong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 of course I believe it. Qi Shouyuan, You really don't look like you believe it. Qi Shouyuan tried to save his precarious command image. Really, you know, the razor used in the exercise is either a fake razor or an energy bomb. The fake knife can't even cut the skin, so don't expect it to cut the optical fiber. The energy bomb can be used, but one bullet will paralyze half of the signal tower, and the chief instructor will beat me to death. Just when I was looking for equipment, I don't know whose eyebrow razor fell. As the commander-in-chief, I have to make the best use of it. Everyone nodded, but the eyes revealed something completely different. Qi Shouyuan, Okay, I take the blame. It's late at night, and it's time for a good dream. Suddenly, a shrill whistle sounded across everyone's eardrums. Wen Zong opened his eyes suddenly, put on his training uniform in a few seconds, folded his quilt, and jumped down from the upper bunk directly by holding the railing at the head of the bed. Shen Lai, who shared the same dormitory, also had his reflexes honed. He quickly completed a set of movements and lined up with Wen Zong. 100 new recruits lined up in 5 neat rows, but they did not wait for the instructor's order, and even the instructor did not appear. At this moment, the air surged like waves, and the next second, the sky suddenly became brighter, and the surrounding scene turned into a forest. It's a simulator. Boom! It seemed like something was coming towards them, making a rumbling sound. Following the direction of the sound, Wen Zong looked up and saw a pure black steel giant appearing above their heads, raising its gun barrel and silently threatening. Newcomers, What the hell? Wen Zong made a quick decision. Run! The team instantly dispersed and looked for cover. In a trance, Wen Zong seemed to hear Qi Shouyuan's voice, distant and terrified, be careful. Wen Zong's hair stood up, and the line representing danger instantly tightened. She took a big step, covered her head with her hands, and hid under a small ditch. Boom! The shell exploded, rumbling a few times, and the trees were blown off waist high. Wen Zong was buried in the mud, and a lot of MP whistled through her heart. She was sure that the shell was aimed at her. Okay, very good. Teacher Wen narrowed her eyes, and the joints of her fingers cracked. Today, let you open your eyes, and see how Teacher Wen dismantled the mecha in his heyday. Chapter 36. The mecha must be dismantled, the question is what to use. The black mecha stopped moving after firing a shot, as if to give the newcomers time to react. Qi Shouyuan ran over and dug Wen Zong out from under the dirt. Don't ask anything, just run. Everyone ran as fast as they could until they could no longer see the mecha. Qi Shouyuan leaned against a tree to calm his heartbeat. Wen Zong jumped twice on the spot, shook off the dirt on his body, and asked, What's going on? Qi Shouyuan replied, This is the hunting activity I told you about. The instructors will hold emergency gatherings from time to launch hunting activities. The instructors and newcomers are divided into 2 camps, and the hunting activities will not end until one of the camps is wiped out. As he spoke, the small group of people on the pirate ship gradually gathered together, and everyone nodded as a greeting. Wen Zong was still a little confused. No, what about the equipment? Fighting against mechas with bare hands? This is no longer called bullying. This is called bullying. Qi Shouyuan said, There is still equipment, and it mainly depends on finding it. Wen Zong understood. Just like the freshman competition before? Qi Shouyuan nodded. Yes, but this is the first time to use a mecha. I guess there is only one instructor in this chase. Shen Lai complained. Who knows if the instructors have reached menopause? If the mecha is so easy to be defeated, then why do we still learn mecha? Can't we just wear protective clothing and fight against each other? Wen Zong slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. She tapped the ground with one toe, and suddenly found that the hardness under her feet was a bit wrong. She lowered her head, and used her foot to push away the dirt on the ground, revealing a brown box. Qi Shouyuan was surprised. Junior sister is lucky. Wen Zong squatted down, dug out the box, and tested the weight. It was a bit heavy. Opening it, there was a pile of large and small parts. Liang Jiawen just glanced at it, stretched out his hand to pull the parts, and concluded, the M18 sniper rifle is missing a key part and cannot be assembled. Wen Zong closed the lid, and picked up the box. Senior Liang is amazing. Liang Jiawen modestly said, Professional skills, junior sister, you are too polite. Qi Zhao, a sniper, was in a state of ups and downs. It's thanks to the instructor that we can install the parts. What if we are unlucky and always lack parts? Speaking of luck, Wenzong suddenly thought of someone. She looked around, and saw the target she was looking for looking up at the tree. She threw the box into Qi Shouyuan's arms, and shouted in that direction, "Lu Yiming." Lu Yiming turned back subconsciously. Wenzong ran over and asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu Yiming pointed to the crown of the tree. "There seems to be something stuck there. It looks like the box we used in military training." Wenzong looked carefully, and found the familiar box. The color of the box was similar to the bark. If it weren't for Lu Yiming's good eyesight, he might have overlooked it. "I take it down for you to have a look." Before Lu Yiming could refuse, Wenzong climbed up skillfully, and took the box down. "Student Lu, it's time to verify your blessed hands again." Lu Yiming, Okay. The blessed hand is indeed worthy of its reputation. When the box was opened, there were 2 grenades. After taking them out, there was a small part in the corner. Wenzong called the pirates over, picked up the parts and asked Liang Jiawen, "Senior Liang, do you think this is the part you are missing?" Liang Jiawen identified it, and smiled. "Yes, this is it." After saying that, he snatched the box from Qi Shouyuan's arms, and assembled a sniper rifle with his fingers. After the assembly was completed, Wenzong took the sniper rifle and handed it to Lu Yiming. "Student Lu, are you interested in walking with us?" Lu Yiming was silent for a while, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the sniper rifle and decided to get on the boat. "Okay." Then, the people on the pirate ship had the opportunity to see how terrifying the blessed hands were. With a stumble, a flying bomb was in hand. After a careful search, it was a heavy sniper. In the last second, he thought he was still missing a pistol, and in the next second, a box fell from the sky. They hid all the way, but it was not only that they were not embarrassed, but they also upgraded their weapons, which was amazing. Shenlai sighed, "This is the son of the god of the universe." Qi Zhao sighed, "It's a pity that the optical brain was confiscated, otherwise I would ask my junior to help me draw cards, and I guarantee that it would be super rare." Lu Yiming moved his ears, and pretended not to hear the card drawing. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy footsteps came, and the hearts of several people tightened. When they looked up, they saw the looming figure of the black Mecha. Then, a series of gunshots rang out, and the firepower was so strong that the blue light of the energy bomb could be seen from such a long distance. As if seeing something, the Mecha's red eyes looked in the direction of Wenzong and the others, as if being stared at by the god of death. The Mecha took another step and pushed all the way in their direction. Fuck! Run, run, run! How could a human's legs outrun a Mecha? The trees behind him were broken by the hard Mecha and fell to the ground with a boom. The sound was getting closer and closer, and they could almost feel the cold breath of the Mecha. Boom! Energy bombs swept over in pieces, sinking into the trees behind them, and shooting into the mud at their feet. Wenzong and his group ran in a Z shape, which could minimize the accuracy of the opponent's shooting. The Mecha seemed a little impatient, and a small turret suddenly rose on its arm, and a shell was fired directly. Boom! Wenzong went around a tree, and the shell exploded at her feet again, smashing her head and face with dirt and branches and leaves. What is tolerable, and what is intolerable? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Back then, Wenzong also drove a Mecha and shot a kid in the military training competition. Now, the situation has changed, and she has become that kid. The idea that had been dormant for a while came to mind again. Wenzong shouted, "Senior Liang. Here. Can you help me identify what type of Mecha this is?" Liang Jiawen looked up while running. Fighter 311, the latest basic combat mecha developed by the Academy of Sciences. It seems that the thrusters have been removed. Yes, if there were thrusters, the mecha would be launched directly, and the 100 of them would be dead in less than 1 round. Although Wenzong took a semester of mecha assembly theory, there are so many mecha models in the military. The number of models of the fighter alone is over 300. This 311 model really touches Wenzong's blind spot in knowledge. But as long as the general direction does not change, it is still worth a try. Wenzong stopped and turned around suddenly. Qi Zhao, who was running, wanted to shake her desperately. "Oh my god, junior sister, wake up and run." Wenzong made a gesture. "I have an idea, and I need the seniors to cooperate with me." Qi Shouyuan was the first to react. "Qi Zhao, you and Lu Yiming are about 60 degrees apart with the mecha as the center. Find the commanding heights, and cooperate with Wenzong remotely. Shenlai, Shenning, you two play guerrilla warfare and cooperate with Wenzong's actions at any time." Lao Liang, Qi Shouyuan held a weapon in his hand, and said in a deep voice, I will protect you, and you will instruct the junior sister. One command, one action, in just a few seconds, everyone was in place quickly. Wenzong made an okay gesture. She didn't expect that she only said one sentence, and Qi Xiuyuan completely understood her meaning and gave a complete instruction. How important it is to have a good commander. With the support of everyone, Wenzong said, "Please tell me all the connections and weaknesses of this 311 later, Senior Liang." Liang Jiawen, leave it to me. After receiving a positive reply, Wenzong threw the pistol in his hand to Qi Xiuyuan. After seeing him catch it, he turned around, bent his knees, made a running start, and rushed towards the energy bomb of the mecha. The instructor in the cockpit saw the newcomer running over on the screen without dodging, and was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with this newcomer? Is she crazy enough to dare to fight a mecha 1v1? She has to be crazy to fight a mecha 1v1. There are people behind her to support her. Wenzong kept walking. When approaching the mecha, he kicked with a shovel kick, lowered his body, passed through the legs of the mecha, and came behind it. Then, Wenzong grabbed the protruding part of the mecha, used her skilled tree climbing skills, and climbed to the back of the mecha in a few steps, hiding behind the head. This is a very safe position. Even if the mecha turns on defense, it will keep Wenzong inside the defense and cannot expel her. The instructor in the cockpit felt his scalp tingling, and he stretched out his arm, trying to grab the intruder above his head. Qi Xiuyuan also saw it, of course. Shenlai. Shenlai took out a grenade and handed it to the mecha. Got it. Boom. The grenade exploded, and the mecha shook a few times. The instructor aimed one hand at Shenlai, and stretched the other hand directly behind his head. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle sounded, and the mechanical arm was accurately hit. Wenzong shook her hands, and the fork was twisted on the head of the mecha as a fixed point. She clenched her hands, exerted force on her waist, and leaned back with her whole body, pulling hard. A laser sword flashing with scarlet light was pulled out from the back of the mecha. She pressed the button on the handle to shrink the laser sword to normal size, and stabbed it fiercely into the connection between the head of the mecha and the cockpit. Sizzle, beep, beep. The mecha's eyes flashed twice and went out, but the mechanical arm still accurately grabbed the person who was making trouble on his head and squeezed hard. Jung. The laser sword flashed red and cut off the mechanical arm at the wrist along the metal weld. The mechanical arm fell to the ground without energy support. When it was grabbed just now, the suffocation and pain rushed straight to the brain. Wenzong felt as if one of his ribs was broken. Liang Jiawen said, "There is a junction with the arm half a meter below the shoulder." The laser sword instantly sank in, and the mechanical arm that was raised upward fell powerlessly. Shenlai and Shenning on the ground moved flexibly and in perfect harmony. Qi Xiao and Lu Yiming in the distance fully utilized the characteristics of a sniper. If they didn't shoot, it would be fine. If they did, they had to hit the bullseye. For the steel giant, they were very small, but small people have their own small ways of dealing with it. The energy bombs of the four people seemed to be interwoven into a large net, covering the mecha in the middle. The instructor adjusted the backup perspective, stretched out his intact arm, and a small turret rose up, aiming at Liang Jiawen. As a commander, Qi Xiuyuan had to keep an eye on all directions. When the turret was raised, he grabbed Liang Jiawen's arm and ran in the opposite direction. Wenzong. Wenzong's eyes were stern, and he inserted the laser sword in a symmetrical place. A second before his arm was scrapped, the shell in the turret shot out and turned towards Qi Xiuyuan and the others. This shell was equipped with a tracking device. Liang Jiawen thought she was going to die, and she shouted heartbreakingly, "Sister, extend it upward along the line outside the leg and the triangle junction with the waist." Wenzong's legs wrapped around her head, and she hung upside down on the mecha. She seemed to be unable to feel the pain from her body. She accurately found the intersection of the three lines and raised the laser sword to stab it. The mecha instantly knelt down. At the same time, Qi Xiuyuan pushed Liang Jiawen aside, raised his pistol, and three energy bombs from different directions hit the shells. With a boom, the air wave pushed away and blew away the branches of the surrounding trees. The smoke dissipated. Qi Xiuyuan, who was closest, was directly blown back to the city. Wenzong's pupil shrank, and a nameless fire suddenly rose in his heart. The commander disappeared in front of him. What a shame for a mecha operator. Wenzong stepped on the mecha's shoulder, holding the hilt that was a bit wide for a normal human with both hands, and the laser sword drew a brilliant light in the air. Clang! The head of the mecha fell off, revealing a complex circuit that flashed with special energy light. Wenzong's hands did not stop. She waved the laser sword, and scratched the metal at the connection of the mecha with force. 2 ugly scars appeared on the back of the mecha, and the mecha that was perfectly welded fell apart, and the metal cover was directly removed. Then, when Zong jumped off the mecha, cut a square in the mecha without the back cover, and dug out the cockpit in the center. Buzz! The sound of the machine running became louder and louder, permeating the air. The instructor turned his head, with a confused look on his face. When Zong smiled sinisterly, speaking word by word, like an angry killer, "Hello, instructor." Instructor, Chapter 37. The instructor was pulled out of the mecha by a freshman 2 hours after the start of the game. This was the first time in history. Colonel Chien had a dark face and spit 3 meters away. "What's wrong with you today? You can still lose while driving a mecha." The instructor put his hands behind his back, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, and raised his head to welcome the double attack of Colonel Chien's saliva and spirit. "Report, I'm afraid that if I'm too harsh, I hurt the freshman." "Hurt a fart." Colonel Chien walked back and forth a few steps. "Did you lose count, or is the treatment cabin at the base not working well? Use your hands to show mercy." Rong Rong said, "Okay, old Chien, isn't old Wu also inexperienced?" Who would have thought that when Zong would directly dismantle the mecha? Colonel Chien immediately shifted his firepower. "What do you mean by inexperienced? How many newcomers has he led? And you still tell me that he has no experience?" Rong Rong spread his hands. "Have you ever led a newcomer who could beat me down before?" Colonel Chien, Instructor Wu added with a righteous look. "This newcomer can even drive a fighter jet to blow up the headquarters." Colonel Chien, Colonel Chien was like a punctured ball. He took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. "Okay, I can't argue with you, old Wu. You have to write me a 3,000-word self-criticism tonight. Not a single word less." Instructor Wu said bitterly. "No way, old Chien." Colonel Chien, "Add 500 words for each extra word." Instructor Wu, "I guarantee to complete the task." After Instructor Wu left the meeting room, Rong Rong also stretched. "Okay, I go and revise the training plan, old Chien. You should also save some money. Don't think I don't know that you specifically told old Wu to target Wenzong. You're so stingy." Colonel Chien was stubborn. "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Do I have to target a little newcomer?" Rong Rong couldn't bear to watch. "Isn't it just that I guessed the warehouse password and embarrassed you? How old are you? Are you childish?" Colonel Chien's ears blushed quietly. "Who is childish? I am a chief instructor. When I target someone, it means I respect that person. Do you understand?" Rong Rong was coaxing a child. Okay, respect, go back and rest. I stay for a while to improve the training plan." Colonel Chien was awkward. "I'm with you. I don't believe I can't control Wenzong." H.U. Wenzong sneezed loudly as soon as she came out of the treatment cabin. She rubbed her nose and felt that someone was saying bad things about her behind her back. Qi Xiuyuan stood with Wenzong waiting for someone. "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold?" Wenzong shook his head. "It's okay. I just received the healing holy light, and I'm fully revived." Qi Xiuyuan looked at her. "I heard Qi Zhao say that when you pulled the instructor out of the cockpit, the instructor was shocked." Wenzong recalled the scene when Qi Xiuyuan disappeared in front of him, and said, "I was just too excited. I couldn't bear to see the commander die before me." Qi Xiuyuan's heart skipped a beat. "What? Finally no." Wenzong seemed to have not heard. "That's really a shame for a mecha operator." Qi Xiuyuan silently swallowed the second half of the sentence, revealing a complicated look. "I admire mecha operators, like Junior Sister the most, giving me an unparalleled sense of security." Wenzong also felt the same. "Thank you for the compliment, Senior." Qi Xiuyuan, Qi Xiuyuan, you're welcome, Junior. The new students who died early had the opportunity to see the seemingly weak Junior brutally dismantling the mecha on the instructor's monitor. When they saw Wenzong, they couldn't help trembling, and finally couldn't resist the temptation and went over to talk. "Junior, can I interview you about what it feels like to dismantle a mecha with your bare hands?" The seniors in the treatment room quietly moved towards Wenzong, while pricked up their ears. "Wenzong, I didn't dismantle it with my bare hands, I grabbed a laser sword. The laser sword is also very powerful. How did you think of directly attacking? It's really proud of us newcomers. Since the junior sister came, I can eat 3 bowls of rice just by the instructors' faces. You didn't see the face of the chief instructor, black and green, very beautiful. Seeing the instructors get embarrassed, this trip is worth it." Wenzong was repeatedly retreated by this enthusiastic atmosphere, and blamed, "I can't complete this operation without my teammates, right, Commander?" Qi Xiuyuan, who was watching the fun, was suddenly called out and reacted quickly. "They are coming, we will leave first. See you at the training ground tomorrow." Chi Zhao and the others were dragged away by the two men before they could react. When they arrived at the dormitory door, everyone decisively parted ways. Before leaving, Qi Shouyuan gave Wenzong a shot of prevention. You have to be prepared. I guess this matter is not over yet. Qi Shouyuan's estimation was indeed correct. During the shooting training, Instructor Wu had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and looked at Wenzong expressionlessly. You come and demonstrate. Wenzong, Wenzong, yes. This shooting training includes 21 fixed targets, and 10 moving targets. First, you need to break through the 10 fixed targets, bypass a metal net and a minefield, then hit the 10 fixed targets, then enter an abandoned 10-story building without an elevator, climb to the rooftop to seize the commanding heights, hit the last fixed target, and finally 10 moving targets of different shapes and different bull's eyes will appear on the opposite side. Hitting all of them is considered excellent. The meaning of hit all is that the target must be hit exactly. The whole process must be completed within 10 minutes, and the minefield cannot be detonated. If the time is exceeded or the target is not completed, all the targets must be returned and started over. Instructor Wu handed Wenzong a gun and started the timer. Start. As soon as the voice fell, 10 fixed targets rose up. They were 10 standard targets with a red dot in the middle. Generally speaking, the fixed targets in the first level are used to familiarize the hands. Wenzong ran from the beginning to the end at the fastest speed, and all the bullets hit the bull's eye. The first round of fixed targets were knocked to the ground. Wenzong kept walking, put the gun on his waist, reached out to grab the metal net, and stepped on the mesh with his feet, and climbed up the metal net flexibly. Wenzong did not rush to land, but stayed on it for a while. She was observing. The minefield is not very large, but the difficulty is that you never know where a mine is buried, which will blow you up directly. Although it is basically a star sea battle now, which can minimize casualties and actual losses, the different environments and races of each planet will lead to different combat methods. Therefore, in training, every combat method, including sea, land and air, must be very familiar. The metal net is made of a special alloy. It looks thin, but it is actually very strong. Wenzong didn't feel any shaking when she climbed up. Wenzong carefully made a pose on the metal net. She kicked her feet, and the whole person shot out like an arrow. The onlookers were stunned. Fuck fi. It's so sexy, so sexy. Is this okay? Of course it's okay. Due to the effect of gravity, Wenzong fell rapidly. She adjusted her posture in the air, curled up, protected her joints and head, and kept her balance and stabilized her body at the moment of landing. Just a hair's breadth away from the minefield. As soon as they crossed the minefield, 10 fixed targets attacked again. All the fixed targets in this wave were humanoid, with only a red dot in the center of their foreheads. Wenzong raised his gun and shot, and in just a dozen seconds, all the humanoid targets fell to the ground. Hit the bull's eye. Beyond the humanoid targets was an abandoned 10-story building. The elevator in this building was abandoned, so one could only climb up the stairs to the rooftop with 2 legs. Would Wenzong take the usual route? Of course not. So she went around the back of the building, stretched her body briefly, and chose to climb the wall. Wenzong stepped on the balcony on the first floor, grabbed the security net on the window, and climbed up 1 floor at a time without any protective measures. Her movements seemed very skilled, and the high floors did not seem to cause her any difficulties, as if she were walking on flat ground. Instructor Wu looked at the timer. His face was a little proud, but under the dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he was emitting black air. The newcomers trembled, and could not help but light a candle for Wenzong. There was one last floor. Wenzong grabbed the edge of the rooftop, used her arms to prop up her upper body, and put her legs on it. She shifted her body's center of gravity, and rolled onto the rooftop. The last fixed target was a gangster in black clothes, lying on the ground with a sniper rifle under him, and a red dot behind his head. Wenzong fired and killed him, kicked away the dead gangster, human-shaped target, and took the sniper rifle for himself. 10 moving targets appeared on the opposite side instantly. This is the essence of this shooting training. The 10 moving targets were all human-shaped targets, but they were all in different shapes. Some were gangsters in black holding hostages in front of them as shields. Some hid their bodies behind cover, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, and some were surrounded by a group of innocent people and trying to blend in. The shooter had to kill with 1 shot without hurting innocent people. It was very difficult. Wenzong was not a sniper, so her dynamic vision was not top-notch, but there was one thing that all the newcomers present could not match. She had a lot of experience, steady hands, and didn't know what nervousness was. The first one swayed left and right, and when the distance between him and Wenzong became a straight line, she decisively pulled the trigger and hit him. The second one held a child in front of his chest and hit him right between the eyebrows. The third one. The criminals on the moving target never changed, but there were more and more people around, which made the original target smaller and smaller. But Wenzong didn't panic at all. When the last moving target came over, she narrowed her eyes and hit the criminal's big mouth with the energy bomb. Completed successfully. Instructor Wu cut off the timer. 8 minutes and 18 seconds. When Wenzong walked back along the normal route, everyone cheered enthusiastically. Beautiful. Perfect. Oh my god, this is a textbook-level operation. Wenzong immediately became a model. Be quiet, give the instructor some face. Instructor Wu, who was about to praise him, no more praise. Chapter 38. After Wenzong finished the standard demonstration, he saw all kinds of weird failure postures. Some students jumped down from the metal net, but failed to adjust in midair and fell directly to the ground in a big shape. The fake mines roared with sound effects, accompanied by the scolding of Instructor Wu without any repetition, forming an especially ear-piercing symphony. There were also newcomers, who failed repeatedly on the last moving target and received rounds of saliva attacks. I told you to fight the kidnappers, but you fought the hostages? Are you blind? I've marked the vital points for you, but you still can't see it? The hostages are so unlucky to have a rescuer like you. Shaking, why are you shaking? I can see your hand shaking from 800 meters away. What, you are just a logistics maintenance person? I tell you, the First Corps has no so-called logistics. If the front line collapses, you are the last line of defense. Wenzong, who was fine after the demonstration, nodded very sincerely beside him. Among this group of people, the most outstanding ones are Qi Xiao and Liu Yiming. Let's not talk about Liu Yiming. He has a strong military flavor, and some of his movements are more standard than Wenzong, who is used to wildness. Qi Xiao's dynamic vision makes everyone, including the instructor, sigh. Talent. He wastes more time in the minefield, but when shooting at moving targets, he can do it in one go, almost without pausing, and all hit the center of the bull's eye. This is a natural sniper. What Wenzong was most amazed about was Qi Xiaoyuan. As a fragile commander, when he was in the right state, he was like a nimble cheetah, and his explosive power was not even inferior to any mecha operator present. Wenzong poked Qi Xiaoyuan. Senior, you are very capable. Qi Xiaoyuan was a little lazy after finishing the training. He waved his hand in a very calm manner. As a commander, you have to know a little bit about everything. Wenzong thought to himself that you are really too modest, and couldn't help but continue to make fun of you. You are a fragile commander, you can't even lift a bag of vegetables. This is the thing that hurt the dinner party. Qi Xiaoyuan said confidently. The commander is in the front, so why do I need a mecha operator? Wenzong, okay. It's reasonable, and can't be refuted. When everyone finished this set of shooting training, it was time for dinner. Except for a few people who passed it once, the rest seemed to have been drained of all their physical strength. Their ears were buzzing, and the 360-degree surround sound kept replaying Instructor Wu's words without a single swear word. Shenlai hung on Wenzong, gasping for breath. I'm going to die. Wenzong was particularly sympathetic, and then dragged her towards the cafeteria. Shenlai is a typical assaulter, suitable for frontal confrontation, with a bold style, and a strong intuition and dynamic vision. It's a pity that the moving target is not a real person after all, and Shenlai's intuitive nerve was never touched, resulting in a series of failures in the end, and he was almost scolded into a pile of shit by the angry Instructor Wu. After eating, Shenlai, who recovered half of his blood, complained, Instructor Wu's mouth, he is definitely single. Chu. Instructor Wu, who was sent back to rewrite his self-review for failing, sneezed, moved his nose, and looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. With Lao Qian's temper, he deserves to be single for life. Is it popular to curse people like this now? In the afternoon, it was the legendary devilish physical training. Everyone wore 4 pure metal weight buckles, each weighing 20 kilograms. This is not just a simple back load, but the limbs load is more of a test of a person's balance and reaction. Physical training includes several factors including strength, agility, speed, flexibility, and endurance, striving to achieve balanced development for everyone without leaving any obvious shortcomings. Everyone will do 300 push-ups with gravity buckles, then run 5 kilometers. Then the instructor will set up a gun at the end of the 5-kilometer run. The effective range of the gun is only 800 meters. When crossing the 5-kilometer finish line, the instructor will shoot. The trainees must dodge all energy bombs. If they are hit once, they must start all over again. This is not the end. After dodging the energy bombs, there is a simulated space area. The gravity disappears completely. The area is dark, with only faint starlight flashing. In this area, there are fragments of planets that exploded many years ago. The degree of simulation is as high as 99%, and 100% of the pain is retained. Once the pain threshold is exceeded, the simulator will automatically eject you, and you will start all over again. The journey after the simulator was much easier. We had to run a kilometer to get rid of the feeling of weightlessness before we could reach the real destination. When everyone saw the schedule, their expressions were like this. Will this really kill anyone? Colonel Chien, who personally made the training plan, was proud. Don't worry, this year's death quota has not been used yet. I guarantee that you will be admitted to the martyrs' cemetery with the national flag draped over your head. Wenzong secretly curled his lips, and his words were more cruel than the other. If he really killed the kid, who had not yet graduated from the military academy, he would first have to take off a star from the shoulder strap of this chief instructor. Instructor Chien was sharp-eyed. Wenzong, what's that expression on your face? Wenzong, report to the instructor, I think this training is too difficult, and I request to reduce the difficulty. Colonel Chien didn't believe her. Just you first. Wenzong, who was not innocently caught in the crossfire, touched his nose, put the weight on his wrists and ankles, walked 2 steps on the spot, and shook his arms to feel the weight and balance, and shouted to Colonel Chien, Excuse me, instructor, how long will it take to pass this training? Instructor Chien. Humph. He said, so far, the highest record is 38 minutes and 56 seconds, the normal passing line is 45 minutes, and the excellent line is 42 minutes. Wenzong lay on the ground and prepared to do push-ups, continuing to challenge the instructor's bottom line. Don't worry, instructor, from today on, your highest record will be taken by someone else. Colonel Chien, I will just watch you brag. Newcomers, Junior sister, don't be too arrogant. After finishing 300 push-ups quickly, Wenzong began to move forward along the predetermined route. If it was Wenzong during the military training period a year ago, she would definitely stay quiet until the end, trying to hang on the edge of the passing line, so that it would not look so ugly. But the current Wenzong is different. In this year, she has never relaxed her physical training. 2 days before the Mecha competition, she was thrown to the ground by Shenlai and Qizhao while wearing a gravity ring. After the Mecha competition, she also stayed in Shi Xiuyuan's private training room every day. Don't you see that Instructor Rong was also surprised? Obviously, he looked quiet and did not threaten at all, but when he attacked, he was very powerful, as if every inch of muscle and veins contained endless energy. The 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run was not difficult. The cadets had high physical fitness, so they could cross the finish line perfectly as long as they controlled their steps and breathing rhythm. The difficulty was dodging bullets and simulating the space zone after the cross-country run. The training was monitored throughout the whole process, so that if there was an emergency during the run, it would be convenient for treatment at any time. There were still 200 meters to the finish line, and Wenzong had already seen the backs of the instructors. There were 4 instructors with guns raised and on standby. They were on a high platform, looking down at every newcomer passing by. Wenzong estimated and ran across the finish line without stopping. The moment he crossed the finish line, an energy bomb was fired instantly. Wenzong took steps left and right, and began to move in a Z shape. The effective range of shooting was only 800 meters. As long as he ran over, everything would be fine. But is it really that easy? The speed of bullets is always faster than the speed of people running, and the instructors did not use blank bullets, but energy bombs. The endless blue light enveloped the past, and the psychological pressure alone was more than a little bit. Wenzong ran faster and faster, but the bullets behind her were like maggots on her tarsal bones, always sticking to her body. At first, there was 1 gun, and then 4 guns were fired at the same time. Turning, bending, raising legs, lowering head. The energy bullets passed by Wenzong's scalp several times, just a millimeter away. It seemed that there was a string behind Wenzong's head representing danger, which could help her avoid all energy bullets. The 4 power buckles seemed to be non-existent, and did not affect her flexibility and balance at all. While Wenzong was passing the level, the new students followed the instructor to watch the surveillance. I'm sorry, I embarrassed the seniors. Does she have eyes on the back of her head? How did she dodge without even turning her head? A true warrior never looks back at the energy bomb. Qi Zhao's jaw dropped to the ground. I know that my junior is very strong, but it's too much to be this strong. Shenlai's eyes were wide open. To be honest, I think it's a pity for my junior to train with us. This is already the level of a regular army. Colonel Chien looked at the time and crossed his arms in front of his chest. TSK, this is not the level of a regular army. The direct airborne vanguard army is not bad. What a terrible combat quality. Wenzong naturally didn't know what others were thinking. She supported herself with one hand and did a beautiful front flip, avoiding the last energy bomb and coming to the last, which is also the most difficult level. The simulated space area is in a room. The room doesn't look big, but once you enter, you will be affected by the light and weightlessness. It will take a long time to adapt to the atmosphere if you enter for the first time. Wenzong pushed the door open and entered. Her body gradually floated up. The room was dark and silent. Only the flickering starlight could provide some visual support. Silent planet fragments passed through Wenzong's waist and abdomen. Severe pain attacked his brain. Wenzong subconsciously covered the injured part. His head tilted back suddenly. It was another planet fragment. If Wenzong didn't dodge, it would directly exceed the pain threshold if it hit the vital part of his head. Perhaps because the index was adjusted, the speed of the planet fragments was not very fast, and it could even be said to be slow. What to do? Teacher Wen was not afraid. She quietly floated in place, preparing for the impact. The surveillance had night vision function. Everyone watched a piece of planetary debris flying towards Wenzong's body. Colonel Chien also pressed the intercom. No one had ever passed the zero-gravity zone alone. Even the record holder mentioned above only understood the rules because of a very cooperative teammate. One threw and the other pulled, and they cooperated tacitly and passed quickly. He regretted letting Wenzong challenge alone. Fuck, what's wrong with you, junior sister? Just give up like that? Junior sister, wake up. Are you too tired and fell asleep? Of course he couldn't fall asleep. A second before the planet fragments were about to hit, Wenzong turned over suddenly, with the help of the weight buckles on his limbs. The faint starlight illuminated the area. Wenzong stepped on the fragments with both feet, kicked hard, and flew out, directly hitting the wall of the room on the other side. The crowd looked like bumpkins. What a shame, senior, you are uneducated, you can only say hack to get by. Is there such a thing? I wonder what I was training for the past few months. Junior, please quit the group, we rookies are not worthy of you. The instructor group in front has sent an invitation to you, Junior. Junior is awesome. Colonel Chien let go of the intercom, exhaled quietly, and couldn't help scratching his head through his hat, feeling that he had lost a lot of hair during this training. Sooner or later, he will be bald because of Wenzong's anger. Wenzong was like a gecko, dodging debris while looking for the exit along the wall. Suddenly, her hand touched a gap. Wenzong floated down, and indeed held a handle. Push hard, no push. Wenzong held the wall with one hand, and pulled out with the other hand. The soft light spread all over his body, and Wenzong, who had passed through the darkness, couldn't help but shed physiological tears. She wiped it with her sleeves, and jumped down flexibly. As soon as she landed, she almost fell flat on her face. Shit! This is the real purpose of the weight buckle. The sudden gravity plus the weight buckle on her limbs made Wenzong unable to stand up. She took a deep breath, and pulled herself up like pulling a carrot. As she fell backward due to inertia, she stepped back to stabilize her balance, and then ran in small steps. After adapting to the gravity, Wenzong began to speed up, and soon saw the instructor at the finish line, holding a towel in one hand and water in the other, with two small therapeutic devices behind him. When Wenzong stepped into the finish line, the newcomers on the other end of the surveillance were going crazy. Instructor, how long will it take? Did you break the record? I guarantee with my only hair that it must have been broken. Colonel Chien looked at the time and tapped the intercom beside his ear. Turn on the speakerphone, I have something to say to Wenzong. Wenzong temporarily removed the two gravity buckles on his hands, hung a white towel around his neck, and took small sips of water while walking to relieve the soreness of his leg muscles. Hearing the instructor shouting, he strode over. Colonel Chien's voice came from the intercom. Wenzong, congratulations on breaking the record. It took 35 minutes and 12 seconds. 3 minutes less than the highest record. Wenzong heard huge cheers from the other side, and could faintly hear the word schoolmate is awesome. Even the instructor in charge of the finish line couldn't help but get excited. I am witnessing history. Wenzong showed a devilish smile, picked up the intercom and said slowly, Hey, Instructor Chien, I accidentally exceeded the record by so much, I'm so sorry. Wenzong's provocation could be felt even through the intercom. Wenzong reacted when she was hit by debris in the weightless zone. It was clearly a two-player or even multiplayer copy, but she was forced to do it alone. As mentioned before, Teacher Wen never bears grudges. It's usually others who bear grudges against her. Colonel Chien's hand tightened, and he almost crushed the intercom. Get over here. Wenzong slumped in the chair and said, I just broke a record. I'm too tired. I really can't get up. Please forgive me, instructor. Colonel Qian, Colonel Qian, where's the mobile team? Tie her up for me. In the end, Wenzong came back on a stretcher in the mobile team. Colonel Qian's face. Well, let's not talk about it. Time passed quickly in training again and again. Every day, they exhausted their physical strength, dragged their bodies to sleep with pillows, and talked passionately about the instructors in their dreams. But under the urging of a person with absolute strength, all the newcomers have made obvious progress. Wenzong is still training every day. What qualifications do they have not to work hard? Another round of training ended. Xinlai was lying on the ground and raised his hand with difficulty to call Wenzong. Junior, save me. Wenzong moved his wrist, reached out, and easily lifted Xinlai up. Xinlai's eyes were dull, and a wisp of soul seemed to emerge from the top of his head, and was bounced back by Wenzong's head. Ouch. Xinlai covered his head, and finally regained some consciousness. How did you manage to be so energetic when everyone was lying down? The standard answer from the top student one. I love training. Training makes me happy. Xinlai, Sorry, I will never experience this kind of happiness again. Back in the dormitory, Wenzong put Xinlai on the chair and let her lie down like a puddle of water. Xinlai looked at Wenzong without blinking and beckoned to her. Come here, junior sister, you have something on you. Wenzong walked over. Where? Xinlai waved his hand. Turn around, turn around. Wenzong turned around with a confused look on his face, and gave his back to Xinlai without defense. Xinlai stood up and held Wenzong's shoulder with one hand. Don't move, I'm tired and my eyes are blurry. Wenzong stood up obediently. Are you ready? Suddenly, Xinlai's 4 fingers became blades, and he slashed at Wenzong's neck fiercely. After such a long time together, Xinlai has been included in Wenzong's small circle. She has never been on guard against Xinlai, and she has never thought that this scene will happen to her. This is a partner she can trust with her back. The second before fainting, Wenzong pressed Xinlai to the ground with his backhand. Why? Xinlai's eyes were complicated, and his expression was as if he was about to cry. I'm sorry, junior sister, I can't help it. Wanted to continue questioning, but could not resist the invasion of darkness. Wenzong closed his eyes and fainted completely. Chapter 39. When Wenzong gradually regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was a burst of pain in his neck, which showed that Xinlai had really hit him hard. It seemed that there was a recliner under him, and Wenzong moved quietly, without any feeling of being restrained. It seemed that he was not tied up. There was a rustling sound in his ears, as if someone was fiddling with something. Be gentle. Can we do this? When will Instructor Rong come back? Hurry up, we don't have much time. Is this a gang crime committed by relying on the absence of the instructor? Someone tiptoed close to Wenzong, turned around and gestured. He's not awake yet. Hurry up. Wenzong suddenly opened his eyes, waved his right hand, and suddenly jumped up to hold the man to the ground, turning his face to see. Qi Zhao, why is it you again? Qi Zhao's face was pressed to the ground, and his waist was stepped on by Wenzong. He thought to himself that he was really angry, and he didn't even call the senior, but kept shouting, hold his hands, ah! Wenzong looked up and looked around. She saw seniors holding ribbons, carrying plates, and adjusting the projector, all looking at her in confusion. Is it the base cafeteria? All the rows of tables in the cafeteria were put together to form a large square table, leaving space around it. Colorful streamers were hung on the wall, adding some lively atmosphere to the somewhat cold and hard base. One of them wore a small pointed hat, and hid behind the people around him stealthily. Wenzong caught it at a glance. Xinlai, come here. With a whoosh, the senior in front of Xinlai quickly moved away, revealing Xinlai, who was blocking his face behind him. Xinlai, We agreed to face the storm together, and you just left me behind? Wenzong rubbed his still stiff neck with his hands, smiling like a spring breeze. Come on, explain what's going on? Everyone present couldn't help but shiver, with bitter expressions on their faces. Fuck, junior sister, don't show such a scary expression. Xinlai raised his hand cautiously. Junior, I can really explain this. Wenzong reached out and grabbed a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. Come on, let me explain. Squeak. The automatic door of the cafeteria opened, and Instructor Rong was holding a box in one hand and a bag in the other, barely able to catch a glimpse of the colorful colors. She saw the still crowd and was a little confused. What's going on? Everyone. Schwa schwa schwa. Looking back, She saw Instructor Rong as if he had seen a relative. Wenzong is awake. Rong put the box on the table, saw Wenzong with black hair all over his body, and said with a smile, "Sorry, Wenzong, don't be angry, they just want to give you a surprise." Wenzong smiled. "I am very surprised, I am not angry at all." Everyone, If you can control the black air, maybe we will believe it. Rong opened the box, took out a small crown, walked to Wenzong, and put the crown hairpin on her head with both hands. "Happy birthday." Wenzong looked at Instructor Rong in confusion. "What? Wait, what's happy? Whose birthday?" Wenzong's eyes slowly widened, and she stretched out her hand to touch the crown on her head. The black energy on her body leaked out bit by bit. She was stunned for a long time and pointed at her nose. My birthday? She really didn't remember her birthday. At this time last year, she was still in military training. Her mind was full of how to improve her physical fitness, and how to complete the next training better. She slept when she was tired and continued when she got up. Time began to get confused. How could she know what day it was? After arriving at the base, the difference between day and night on this planet is different from that on the capital planet. There is no communicator, so how can we remember the time? Wenzong was at a loss for what to say, and could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. Bang! While Wenzong's attention was diverted, the senior secretly took out a dozen small ribbon cannons from the bag that Rong brought back. The ribbon cannons exploded above Wenzong's head, and colorful paper strips scattered all over Wenzong's body. The lights in the cafeteria suddenly went out, and a few big words were projected on the wall. "Happy 20th birthday, Wenzong." The seniors then dared to explain. "Don't be angry, junior sister. After today, I will beat you up and throw you down without hesitation. I have to betray the chief instructor. It was all his good idea. Our original plan was to trick you into coming to the cafeteria, but we didn't dare to confront the chief instructor. And she said in a high-sounding way that she wanted to raise your alertness for you. Just tell me, is it too much? Too much? Is that what a human being would say? Shouldn't I hurry to clear himself of the injustice? I swear, it was all the chief instructor's fault. If there is a culprit for the injustice, you should hit him right away." As soon as Colonel Qian came in, he heard these people talking about him and selling him out. He coughed and said, "Good, you little brats." In their free time, everyone was not so restrained. They saluted Colonel Qian with a smile. "Report to the instructor, we are just telling the truth." Colonel Qian handed the laptop to Wenzong. "Here, your father." Everyone consciously dispersed to continue to arrange the venue, and tacitly left the place for 3 people. Wenzong took the laptop with both hands. Wen Yi in the video was sitting at the table in the study, and the warm white light shone down, making people feel quiet in an instant. "A Zong?" Wenzong's rapidly beating heart slowly calmed down. "Dad." Wen Yi adjusted his glasses and smiled. "It is 8 o'clock in the evening of July 21st, capital star time. A Zong, happy birthday." Wenzong's throat moved, her eyes were a little hot, and she lowered her head as if to hide something. "Thank you, Dad, but you are too sudden." Professor Wen said seriously, "Is there something wrong with old Qian again?" Colonel Qian, who was innocently cued, ? Wenzong pondered his father's words, and complained decisively, "Instructor Qian deliberately targeted me. Professor Wen had no comradeship at all. Hit me as you like, I pay for it if you break it." Colonel Qian suddenly appeared on the screen. "I was kind enough to watch your child." Wen Yi interrupted him. "Don't explain, Arong told me everything." Colonel Qian, ? Instructor Rong kept his achievements to himself. "Not much, just your warehouse password, deliberately letting Wenzong play the space simulation area alone, all small things." Colonel Qian, Is it okay if I write a report now, and take this badge without returning to the capital star? Wenzong suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of the warehouse password, Professor Wen, did you deliberately not go home with me on my day off?" Professor Wen drank a sip of water, with a guilty conscience. No, I was busy." He couldn't say that someone from the military had sent him a message in advance. So does he still want the father-daughter relationship? Wenzong didn't expose Professor Wen's clumsy lie, and nodded the small crown on his head. "Thank you, Dad." Since the military training last year, Wenzong's long hair was cut into a neat short hair. A certain old father secretly put a small crown hairpin that he had coveted for a long time in the cake. The silver-white crown did not match Wenzong's training uniform at all, but when the old father put on the 8-meter-thick filter, his daughter was the cutest little princess in the universe. After hanging up the video, Wenzong was surrounded, and came to the central table. The cake in the middle was inserted with 2 digital candles, flickering. This is a custom brought from the ancient mother planet Earth, and it has not been lost to this day. Please move aside. Chi Xiuyuan had been hiding in the kitchen from the beginning, holding a bowl of steaming noodles and placing it in front of Wenzong. Happy birthday, junior sister. Wenzong smiled with narrowed eyes. Thank you, senior. Chi Xiuyuan handed her the chopsticks. Try it? It was a bowl of clear soup noodles. The noodles should be hand-rolled. It didn't look like much. There was a fried egg with slightly burnt edges on it, sprinkled with a handful of green onions. It looked very delicious. Wenzong picked up a noodle with chopsticks, and it seemed to be endless. Chi Xiuyuan did not explain, but just said, I think this is the best blessing. For them, who are about to go to the battlefield, every time they set out, they don't know whether they can come back, whether they will sleep in the sea of stars and turn into cosmic dust. This road may be a one-way trip, but they will never regret it. That will be the glory of their military academy students. Wenzong ate it cleanly to give him face. Senior's cooking skills are as good as always. I hope I can eat noodles cooked by Senior every year. May we be alive and reunited every year. Chi Xiuyuan naturally understood her implication and replied, of course. He clapped his hands and shouted to the kitchen, serve the food. Big bowls of food filled the entire table one after another. There were more than 100 newcomers and instructors in total, and Chi Xiuyuan alone could not do it. The birthday person had special treatment. All the dishes on Wenzong's side were made by Chef Chi. The atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone took juice as wine, stood up and raised their glasses. Happy birthday to my junior sister. The small crown on Wenzong's head shook. May we live up to your trust. It was hard to have a legitimate time to be lazy, and everyone was a little drunk. Instructor Rong took only one bite of the cake he brought back from the capital planet by spaceship, and then he used the cake as bullets, and finally contributed all of it to the tables and chairs in the cafeteria. It was late at night. The cleaning robot had already cleaned the cafeteria. Everyone went back to the dormitory to rest. Rong took Wenzong's hand and said, if you are not sleepy, come with me for a walk? Wenzong nodded. She had just been forced to sleep for a few hours, and was not sleepy at all. Okay. The two sat on a small hill. Rong looked at the stars in the sky, and her tone was filled with endless memories. When you were just born, all the vanguards who could go had gone. I relied on my good relationship with Ahi and held you tightly. You were so small, and your cry was so loud that Ahi laughed at that time, and said that you must be a natural mecha operator. She's right. Wenzong touched his face, a little curious. Do I look like my mother? Rong looked at her. The corners of her lips curled up. The starlight seemed to weave an invisible cloak for her, making her look even more gentle. Ahe and I are in the same class, and the way you two challenge the instructor is exactly the same. Wenzong seemed to really see a woman, with a figure as tall as a young poplar, and her eyes and eyebrows were all wanton and flamboyant. She asked softly, what kind of person is your mother? Rong said, she is the founder of the Thorn Rose, the vanguard of the First Legion of the Empire. She is the treasure of the Empire, my captain, our comrade in arms, Wenye's lover, and your mother. She is one of the best mecha operators in the Empire. The thorn she drives terrifies the enemy. She brings glory and peace to the Empire. Her name is Lin Yunhe. Chapter 40. Lin Yunhe's life was not long, but it was more eventful than anyone else's. She was born in the poor and remote planet of Beek. The admissions team of the First Military Academy only stopped there symbolically, but she seized the opportunity and became the only student who was exempted from the entrance examination in all the years since the establishment of the First Military Academy. She entered the Mecha Department Single Soldier Combat Major, which was the most challenging for personal ability. In her sophomore year, she won the Mecha Competition Championship and had her first private customized mecha, named Thorn. Rong brought up the mecha in the optical computer and showed it to Wenzong. When this photo was taken, the Thorn had been upgraded many times, but the pattern on the fuselage has never changed. It was a huge silver mecha, and a red thorn flower spread from the foot, covering most of the mecha, like a flame covering the body, extremely gorgeous. The girl was wearing a black training uniform, and was applying maintenance agent to the mecha bit by bit. She probably heard someone calling her suddenly, and turned back subconsciously. She looked young, like she had just graduated. Her neat short hair was messy and curled up. When she looked back, she raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was asking questions to the person on the other end of the optical computer. The picture was frozen. Wenzong couldn't help but reach out and touch it, and asked, can you send me the photo? Rong nodded, of course, but your optical computers have been confiscated. Remember to ask me for them when you finish training. On the day of Lin Yunhe's 5th year graduation, he submitted an application to the highest commander of the First Corps, requesting to establish a Thorn Rose assault team in the Vanguard Army, a total of 12 people, all composed of female mecha operators. She will serve as the captain and look for team members. Rong pointed at herself. I was the first one she targeted. All the female mecha operators in the First Army had their own teams, and it was impossible for them to give up their original teams and follow her, so she targeted the graduating military academy students. As we all know, the mecha department of the First Academy is all green, and the mecha department of the Second Academy is all red. When Lin Yunhe brought out the title of the Vanguard Army, the guards had to give way. For a while, all the famous mecha department girls in the Second Academy were fooled by her. This was the original Thorn Rose. Rong slid his finger, and 12 people stood in a row, back to back, with big smiles on their faces, as if they were more dazzling than stars. No one cared about them at that time. Even the highest commander was not optimistic. Lin Yun and Wen Yi, who was still a captain at the time, and Senior Qi, now General Qi, worked hard to get the authority of a training room and personally formulated a devilish training plan. Rong couldn't help shivering when he thought about it now. You don't know your mother. She didn't treat us as human beings. We were so miserable at that time. Now I don't know how we managed to hold on. But no one chose to give up. The turning point was a self-defense war. Someone attempted to split the imperial regime and threatened that His Majesty was cruel and unjust. They united the reactionary armed forces and interstellar pirates from multiple planets to attack the capital planet. The most terrifying thing was that their old neighbor, the Federation, had their hand in it. Because the other side's command ship was loaded with star-level destructive weapons, this weapon was equivalent to the last resort. Once launched, the protective shield of the capital planet would be instantly shattered. When the Empire learned of this, it also aimed the same weapon at the capital planet of the Federation through the planetary orbit. For a time, both sides were afraid to use their weapons, and fell into a stalemate. During the stalemate, the highest commander of the First Army made a decision. At that time, a total of 10 teams of the Vanguard Army received the task of blowing up the other side's command ship, including Thorn Rose. They never expected that there would be a traitor in the Vanguard Army, and the other side would lure them into a trap, and the command ship became the burial place of everyone. Lin Yunhe, whose communication was cut off, remained calm in the face of danger. She did not know how to command, but she knew how to defeat 10 with one force. She led the remaining personnel, relying on her strong strength and her comrades, who volunteered to cover the way, and killed to the engine position in the center of the command ship. She placed the bomb alone and ordered the rest of the people to leave quickly, but she flew away at the last second. The aftermath of the explosion blew up half of the Thorn, revealing the broken cockpit and the bloody and unconscious Lin Yunhe. After the command ship was blown up, the Empire began a full-scale counterattack. However, only a fraction of the 120 people who took the mission returned. Thorn Rose lost half of them, and the other half of them were forever sleeping on the destroyed command ship and turned into cosmic dust. Among the 20 people who came back, there was the current Colonel Qian. Lin Yunhe of Thorn Rose became famous in one battle, and was awarded the rank of Major by the military. On the day of the awarding, she buried her military medals in the Martyr Cemetery to welcome her comrades back home. Rong no longer cries when she thinks of these things. Sooner or later, she will lie in the Martyr Cemetery, perhaps with only a piece of clothing, a piece of mecha wreckage, a military rank, or perhaps a handful of ashes. She had chosen her position long ago, behind Lin Yunhe, pretending that she was still the captain's follower. If there was reincarnation in the universe, she would definitely choose to go back to the time when she just graduated. That day, the weather was very good, with a gentle breeze. The girl lay on the training lawn, her eyes sparkling, as if filled with stars in the universe. Arong, I want to form a team, called Thorn Rose, which includes the name of you in my mecha. What do you say? She would still high-five her, then hug that person tightly, and say to her, okay. When the conversation ended, there were only a few hours left before dawn. Rong showed her a lot of photos and videos, including Wenzong when he was a baby. Little Wenzong never cried again, except for crying when he was just born. He ate, drank and played by himself every day. He was surprisingly sensible. Lin Yunhe looked at his obedient daughter and felt a little worried. He discussed with Wen Yi, I think it's not good for my daughter to be so obedient. She doesn't have my style at all. How about I name her Zong? My daughter should live freely and unrestrainedly. Wenzong, Zong, it sounds really nice. Wen Yi naturally had no objection, like a bear parent. It's settled, you must indulge her. The baby next to him just looked at his parents, yawned, and seemed to want to turn over, but he never turned over. After a while of frustration, the little fat boy fell asleep with his hands covering his eyes. When saying goodbye, Wenzong looked at the twinkling planet in the sky, which was the direction of Helen's star. She said to Rongrong, "I will definitely bring my mother back. No matter what I bring back." Rongrong was not so obsessed. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Since the moment you were born, you are the pride of Ahi. After saying so much, I forgot the most important thing. Rongrong stretched out her hand. Are you interested in joining Thorn Rose after graduation? Pa! Wenzong high-fived her, with a smile on his face. Before that, I want to ask Instructor Rong. What is it? Does the base have a rule that prohibits challenging instructors? Rong laughed and did not answer directly, but said meaningfully, Don't forget that you challenged me on the first day. The next day, Wenzong, who had only slept for a few hours, was full of energy. After a day of training, she stopped Colonel Qian. Report to the chief instructor, I have a request. The crowd dispersed and exchanged glances. They stopped and watched the fun. Colonel Qian suddenly had a bad feeling. Speak. Wenzong shouted, I want to challenge the chief instructor. Please agree. Colonel Qian, Colonel Qian, can you say it again? Wenzong remained calm. Report to the instructor, I want to challenge you. Colonel Qian was still a little confused. You want to challenge me? What can you challenge me with? Teacher Wen was confident. Of course it's fighting. The people watching the excitement nearby whistled. Instructor Qian, come on. That's right, show me some color. Come on, junior sister. That's right. Junior sister, you are the one who defeated Instructor Rong. I believe in you. Revenge when there is revenge, and avenge when there is injustice. Wenzong, instructor, listen to the voices of the masses. You have committed such a great sin. Although the training plan was drawn up by Rong, the final intensity must be determined by the chief instructor. Colonel Qian stretched his body and asked for the last time, Don't regret it. Wenzong still remembered the group of people who complained to her yesterday. Don't worry, instructor, I will definitely save your face. Colonel Qian felt that he could no longer be low-key. He rolled up his sleeves, squatted down, and removed the power buckles on his wrists and ankles. The 4 power buckles were thrown aside one by him, making a muffled sound of puff and smashing a small pit. The onlookers were stunned. What the hell? Instructor Qian wears the power buckles to train with us every day. It looks like one of them has to carry at least 20 kilograms. Does that mean you have to carry 80 kilograms of weight every day? It's over. I think my junior is going to fall off. Teacher Wen is also a person who has seen the world. A few small power buckles can't make her feel oppressive. She looked at it calmly and started, Please, instructor. Both of them came from the Vanguard army. Rong took the agility route, and each move targeted the human body's weaknesses, striving to get it done in the shortest time, while Colonel Qian took the power route, focusing on physical fitness and muscle training, and the legendary you may break your leg with this punch. When Wenzong attacked first, her 5 fingers became claws, and she went straight for the opponent's throat. Colonel Qian grabbed Wenzong's wrist, and the force was like an iron clamp. No matter how Wenzong struggled, it was useless. Then, Colonel Qian twisted hard, as if to crush Wenzong's wrist. Wenzong twisted his body along with the force, and attacked Colonel Qian's lower body with a sweeping kick. Colonel Qian stood still. Wenzong felt as if he had hit a big rock, and the sweeping kick could not sweep it. Then, Wenzong kicked Colonel Qian's knee hard, and then took the opportunity of his wrist being captured, and stepped on the opponent's chest. Colonel Qian loosened his wrists, grabbed Wenzong's legs with both hands, bent them down, and threw them out. Wenzong did 2 backflips before he could barely stabilize his body. She stepped back, rubbed her ankle which was a little painful, and continued to rush forward. Colonel Qian had not moved a step so far. He looked at Wenzong, narrowed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and tried to grab Wenzong's throat. Wenzong suffered a loss once, how could he suffer a second time? She bent down to avoid the throat lock, and before she got up, she turned her waist joint and immediately came behind Colonel Qian. She used her right hand to grab Colonel Qian's head. Colonel Qian grabbed that hand, tilted his head, and threw him over his shoulder without any effort. This was the move she wanted. At the moment, when Wenzong flew into the air, her excellent soft skills allowed her to turn in the air in an incredible posture, stepping on Colonel Qian's shoulders with her feet hooked to prevent falling off. At the moment, when the over-the-shoulder throw was completed, Wenzong exerted force on his feet, and threw Colonel Qian out with him. Bang! Wenzong stood up with a somersault. Colonel Qian was not willing to be outdone, and opened fire with all his strength. One of them was flexible, the other was fierce, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Ka! Colonel Qian's men used force to directly remove Wenzong's left arm. Wenzong's face did not change at all, and his right hand punched like lightning, hitting the other's eye socket. Hiss! Colonel Qian covered his eyes and took a step back. You hit people but not their faces. Wenzong put his arm back expressionlessly, moved it twice, and felt that it was fine. Then he clenched his fist. Sorry, instructor. This means that they are not going to fight anymore. The onlookers were confused. Who won? You are not going to fight anymore? No one will get any advantage if we continue fighting, right? Wait, look at the instructor. Colonel Qian took his hand off, revealing a face that could open a dying factory, especially his right eye, which was a beautiful landscape on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. No wonder the junior girl is not fighting anymore. Beautiful, really beautiful. Colonel Qian's ears were not damaged. Of course, he could hear what was being said over there. His face darkened. Tomorrow's training will be doubled. Hiss. The corner of his mouth was cut by his teeth, and he felt pain when he pulled it lightly. Colonel Qian nodded at Wenzong. You can do it. Wenzong pretended that he had never been hit before. Thank you for the compliment, instructor. Goodbye, instructor. She hit him on the face on purpose, without holding back. Colonel Qian covered half of his face with a hat, turned around and walked towards the treatment room. How can double training be enough? 3 times, it must be 3 times. After watching the excitement, the newcomers praised Wenzong from head to toe in the spirit of drinking today, while you can. It's great, it's really great. What's so terrible about extra training? It's all great. Wenzong hooked his finger at Shenlai. Senior, come here. Shenlai couldn't help but tremble, but still walked over. What's the matter? Wenzong slammed Shenlai to the ground with lightning speed, looked up at the confused eyes of the seniors, and slowly revealed a devilish smile. Come on, not one less. Chapter 41. Challenges are fun for a while, and they are fun all the time. In short, everyone went to the treatment room with dark circles under their eyes that night, and the scene was quite spectacular. Time passed slowly in various training and exercises, and in a blink of an eye, only the tail of the 3-month training period was left. And the seniors in their senior year, no, after the holiday, they should be in their 5th year, and they will also enter the graduation assessment stage. This means that this training is about to end. The final assessment is coming as scheduled. Colonel Qian stood in front of everyone, with 5 instructors standing behind him. There are still 5 days before the training officially ends. Without his instructors, do you feel happier? The newcomers were stunned. They fell and got up every day, so tired that they couldn't even move their fingers, and lined up in the medical room to treat their injuries. It turned out that so much time had passed without them realizing it, so long that they had to say goodbye to the instructors. Colonel Qian took in everyone's expressions and snorted. Don't cry yet. You won't be able to cry when you have the final assessment tomorrow. Everyone, what should I do? I have a bad feeling. Colonel Qian didn't think he was a devil at all. I give you a heads up in advance. The final assessment will be a battle royal. The winner will receive the First Corps Medal of Honor. On the final day of the training, the Commander-in-Chief will personally put the badge on the winner. 1 stick and 1 sweet date came out. Everyone forgot that there was the word Battle Royale in front. All they could think about was what I heard. The honor medal of the First Corps. The Commander-in-Chief not only showed up, but also wore the badge himself. Such a good thing. Colonel Qian didn't remind them at all, and said leisurely, You must seize this opportunity. Is the honor badge so easy to get? Oh, it's a joke. On the second day, the newcomers finally understood the hidden meaning of Colonel Qian. A chief instructor, 5 instructors, and 20 regular soldiers behind them, wearing uniform black training uniforms, maintaining the same posture, standing there in unison, with solemn eyes, giving people a sense of oppression from the inside out. There is no doubt that the 20 regular soldiers were transferred from the neighboring planet to play, and they were the same group as the red and blue teams 3 months ago. Colonel Qian announced the assessment rules. First, the assessment mode is survival in the end of the world. Now let's introduce the story background. The end of the world is coming, and humans have become irrational zombies for no reason. Once they are attacked, they will be infected with the zombie virus, and the cycle will continue. As time goes by, the living space of humans is getting smaller and smaller. A scientific research center far away in City A has developed a virus serum. After testing, it was found that after the virus takes effect, the zombies will directly transform into humans. After the news was released, the whole world was excited. At this time, City A was besieged by zombies. The leaders of bases around the world assign the best fighters to City A, with the goal of obtaining the virus serum in the laboratory. Second, all newcomers are randomly divided into groups of 2, a total of 50 groups, entering from different entrances, and weapons, equipment, means of transportation and maps are all obtained by searching. Third, all instructors present will join the hunt as zombies. Once hit in the vital parts by the instructors, they will be transformed into zombies, and automatically lose their qualifications for the competition. Fourth, there is only one group of winners, and I look forward to your performance. Then, the logistics staff came forward and gave everyone a blindfold, and after putting it on, they were taken to different entrances. Wenzong could clearly hear the footsteps of 3 people. In addition to the logistics staff, the remaining one should be her partner this time. The logistics staff pressed Wenzong's shoulder and signaled her to stop. Count down to 10, take off the blindfold, there is a monitoring device in the simulator, and taking it off in advance will disqualify you from the competition. Wenzong nodded to show that he understood. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Wenzong took off his blindfold, turned his head, and saw his partner, a little surprised. "Senior, it's you." Qi Xiuyuan spread his hands. "It's me, I'm going to hold you back this time." Wenzong's eyes were dead. "Senior, you're too modest." The simulator has been started. It was a gray sky, with withered yellow and black leaves swirling down in the breeze. The land was devastated, as if it had experienced countless escapes, with torn pieces of clothes everywhere. In the distance, only a skeleton of the car was left, and the driver showed a piece of his arm that was bitten to reveal the white bones, and there seemed to be endless roars and screams in his ears. The place where the 2 of them were seemed to be a suburb, with few vehicles. There was a withered small garden, and a small villa that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Wenzong pointed at the small villa. "Go in and take a look?" Qi Xiuyuan readily agreed. The door of the villa was not locked, leaving a small gap. It seemed that the owner was in a hurry when he fled. When he opened the door, he saw the crooked tables, chairs and benches, and a family portrait that had fallen to the ground and was covered with a thick layer of dust. Qi Xiuyuan squatted down and stretched out a finger to wipe the eye-synthesized family portrait. No one has lived here for at least half a year. Wenzong looked around and opened the refrigerator door in the living room. Dust flew down in an instant. Wenzong waved his hand and saw that there were only a few eggs left in the refrigerator. They were probably too fragile to be taken away. Qi Xiuyuan blocked the dust with one hand and pinched the tablecloth on the coffee table with the other hand and pulled it hard. Puff! The dust flew up half of the living room. Qi Xiuyuan coughed a few times, walked in and picked up a map under the tablecloth. "Schoolmate, come and see, these people are too good at hiding." Wenzong, who was leaning on the ground with 2 fingers to look at the seam of the sofa, stood up, patted the dust on his hands, walked over in 2 steps, and gave Qi Xiuyuan a thumbs up when he saw the map. "Wow, Senior, you are awesome." Qi Xiuyuan shook the map, pointed to the red dot named by the Bank of Luoshui below and said, "This should be our coordinates." Then, he drew a straight line to City A, which is located in the center of the north, and sighed, "This is the farthest place in a straight line." Qi Xiuyuan was very suspicious that the instructor was targeting them. This pair of seniors and juniors had a built-in hatred buff, and were equipped with a pair of eyes full of sarcasm. The Bank of Luoshui is located in a small town in the south, and City A is located in the north. In theory, this really spans half of the country. Wenzong took a look and said, "Not necessarily. What if there are overseas?" Thinking about it this way, it feels much more balanced. After getting the map, the next thing is weapons and means of transportation. The instructor didn't know where and how the attack would be launched, so it was best to be prepared. Qi Xiuyuan folded the map and put it in his jacket pocket. "Let's go up and take a look." The villa had 2 floors. The first floor was the living room, dining room, small kitchen, and an entertainment room. The 2 people turned it upside down. In addition to a map, they also found a grenade in the billiard bag, and nothing else. Going up to the second floor, the corridor was dark because there was no light on. Qi Xiuyuan fumbled on the wall and found a button. Click. The switch was turned on, and a row of warm yellow lights lit up in the corridor. Perhaps because they had been idle for too long, the brightness of the lights seemed a little low. Qi Xiuyuan asked, "One person on each side?" "Okay." Wenzong opened the door next to him, and waited in front of the door until the dust settled before walking in. It was a study room. The desk lamp on the desk was still on. A book was swept under the table, and even the chair was overturned on the ground. It seemed that the person who was reading inside had heard some news and hurried downstairs. There were rows of books on the bookshelf, with their spines neatly exposed. When Zone walked into the bookshelf and casually opened a book, it was blank. Probably the simulator was not loaded. When Zone closed it, she opened the drawer and flipped through it. There were several documents inside. If this was a room escape game, maybe she would have read it carefully. When Zone looked around and suddenly found something, he stood on tiptoe and took a large dictionary from the top bookshelf. The large dictionary was super thick, but it didn't feel very heavy in his hand. When Zone opened it and saw that it was indeed the case, a square gap was cut out in the middle of the dictionary, and a pistol lay quietly in the middle of the gap. When Zone picked it up and tried the feel of it, the pistol turned around between his fingers and then was put into his pocket. He couldn't help but agree with Qi Xiuyuan's opinion. These instructors are really good at hiding things. When he went out, he happened to see Qi Xiuyuan coming out from the opposite side. He spread his hands to show that he had not found anything. The next room. The two of them walked from room to room, not even leaving out the corners. Finally, Qi Xiuyuan found a villa structure diagram under the floor of the bathroom in the master bedroom. When Zone sighed, "How come this isn't a room escape game? Senior, you're really good at finding maps." Qi Xiuyuan wiped the dust off his hair. "I also think room escape is more suitable for my IQ, but this is a battle royale." Then, he pointed to the basement and said, "How about going here? Let's go." The basement is under the pool table in the entertainment room on the first floor. Qi Xiuyuan handed the only flashlight he found in the utility room to Wenzong. "I go down first, you help me light the way." The entrance to the basement was not big, and only one person could enter at a time. Qi Xiuyuan stepped on the ladder and slowly went down. After landing, he confirmed that there was no danger and called out, "Okay, be careful." Wenzong threw the flashlight down, and Qi Xiuyuan caught it and turned on the light in the basement. She walked down along the light, and couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the whole picture of the basement. There was actually a fully equipped land military off-road vehicle inside. The name of this off-road vehicle is Single Rider, with a very high defense index and fast speed. The body is equipped with 2 heavy machine guns and more than a dozen weapons and equipment. It can be said to be the king of land military vehicles. The instructor is really ruthless. The whole scene simulation degree is as high as 99%. The remaining 1 point is to prevent confusion with the real world. This car directly imports the data into the simulator. Qi Xiuyuan couldn't help but touch the military green car body. Single Rider has great lethality. If you hit it, a person will almost have 1 foot to meet the universe god. It is impossible to use live ammunition for the final training assessment. The only explanation is that the database is imported, and the simulator models such a car based on the data. Now all the equipment issues have been solved. There is no need to be afraid of walls. Just crash into them. The only problem is, Qi Xiuyuan got into the car. "I don't know how to drive manually." Yes, this is a car without automatic driving. When Zone looked at the operating keys and the steering wheel, and waved to Qi Xiuyuan, "Don't worry, senior, I'm here." Qi Xiuyuan sat in the passenger seat in an instant, and wiped the driver's seat with his sleeve. "Junior, please." When Zone nodded in a very cooperative manner, sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seat belt, clicked the start button, and leaned on the steering wheel. Looking ahead, he was a little excited. "Senior, sit down." Qi Xiuyuan fastened his seat belt and held the handle on top of the car, with a special sense of ceremony. "Ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Wenzong stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed out with a boom. Boom! The front of the car crashed through the wall, and the rocks banged and hit the car windows, but did not cause any damage to the car. Bang! Bang! Rushing out of the basement is the underground garage. The accelerator is full, and the off-road vehicle with high defense knocked over several cars in a row. Wenzong quickly turned the steering wheel, looked up at the direction of the emergency exit, and rushed out directly. Goodbye to the daylight. Qi Xiuyuan gave Wenzong a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. "Junior sister is amazing. When did you get the license?" Wenzong answered casually, "No license. I had it in my previous life, but the past is gone with the wind, and the license is gone with the wind." Qi Xiuyuan, Qi Xiuyuan dug his ears. "No license?" Wenzong glanced at him, and seriously recommended himself. "Mo Fong, I have also flown a fighter before, and senior sister Shenlai has experienced it personally. It is absolutely stable, first class. However, the car is not a plane. Whether the car is stable depends not only on the technology, but also on how well the road is built. Unfortunately, the ground is not very flat, and there are small stones scattered around. When the speed is fast, it will make people feel stomachache. Wow! Chi Xiuyuan was bumped into the window beside him. He rubbed his head and felt a big bump. Flying a fighter without a license? Wenzong didn't feel the bump at all, and even felt a little happy. The principle is similar to manual mecha. One thing is better than another. Chi Xiuyuan held the handle of the car with both hands, and the whole person couldn't help shaking left and right with inertia. His head banged, like a chicken pecking at rice. His throat was dry, and he was a little powerless to complain. The operating systems of these three are different. Wenzong seemed to be oblivious. Don't worry, senior. It's all a small matter. Chi Xiuyuan, I'm sorry. I'm really not very reassured. Chapter 42. The off-road gradually stabilized. Chi Xiuyuan leaned on the back of the passenger seat, as if he only had one breath left. Junior sister, you finally found your conscience? What is conscience? Does Teacher Wen have it? Wenzong said. I suddenly remembered something. Chi Xiuyuan rubbed the bump on his head. What? Wenzong looked straight ahead. I don't know the road. It's just a trivial matter. Wait, don't know the road? Chi Xiuyuan's expression froze instantly. If you don't know the road, where were you driving just now? Wenzong reached out a hand and touched his nose. Hey, isn't it that I'm a little excited to touch the car just now? In her previous life, Wenzong not only had a mecha driver's license, but also an energy vehicle driver's license, a reconnaissance aircraft driver's license, a fighter driver's license, and all military vehicle S-class driver's licenses. She could drive whatever she wanted, and it was so cool. But in this life, she really has never taken a test. Suddenly she felt guilty. Good citizens who abide by the law should never learn this. Cherish life, drive safely, and make you and me happy. Chi Xiuyuan, Chi Xiuyuan trembled as he took out the map and unfolded it silently. He glanced to the side. Wait, something is wrong. Squeak. Bang. The off-road vehicle suddenly braked, and Chi Xiuyuan was caught off guard. He hit his forehead on the dashboard due to inertia. The sound scared Wenzong. Wenzong quickly helped him up. Senior, are you okay? Chi Xiuyuan was almost out of breath. Junior, I think you should remember that I am just a fragile commander. Wenzong was very sincere. I'm very sorry, but some of your tough behaviors always make me think that you are a mocking meat shield. For example, provoking all the instructors and running the most laps. Chi Xiuyuan decided to change the subject. Did you see that road sign? We went in the wrong direction. Wenzong compared for a while and said, I said why I feel that I am getting further and further away. Yes, I was getting further and further away, and I seem to see the sea vaguely. Chi Xiuyuan pointed in a direction. Go there, and try to reach City A as soon as possible, although I think the road will definitely not be peaceful. Bang! The car body shook violently, as if something jumped onto the roof. Wenzong and Chi Xiuyuan looked at each other. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Wenzong turned the steering wheel sharply and stepped on the accelerator. I didn't expect you to have the skill of a crow's mouth, senior. Chi Xiuyuan quickly grabbed the handle. I made an assumption with a 50% accuracy rate based on the instructor's personality. Wenzong, what about the remaining 50%? Chi Xiuyuan, our assessment this time is called Doomsday Survival, and the mode is Battle Royale. Wenzong, it's well reasoned and clear. Bang! The person on the roof seemed to be hitting with something, and the car body couldn't help shaking every time it hit. Although, single rider has strong defense, it can't withstand such a beating. Chi Xiuyuan took out a pistol from under the seat and said to Wenzong, slow down, open the roof, I take care of him. Wenzong gestured, no problem. Chi Xiuyuan loosened his seat belt. The space in the car was still a little small for him. He held the gun in both hands and knelt on one knee on the back seat, waiting for the moment when the roof opened. Buzz. The ceiling slowly opened, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the gap, and then half of the head also appeared from the gap. The fingernails of that hand were very long, with an abnormal white color, and the whole arm was a little blue. The torn clothes stuck to the arm and dangled in the car when it stretched out. And the head was even more terrifying. There were only a few strands of hair on his head, his skin was blue, his eyes were abnormally turbid, and the white of his eyeballs almost occupied the whole. There were a few yellow unknown liquids hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he made a click sound when he moved. The sound of joints moving. Damn, the instructor is trying too hard this time. Bang! The blue energy bullet passed through the gap and hit one of the zombie's eyes accurately. The zombie screamed, feeling no pain at all, and because of the attack, he seemed to be a little angry about the food below. Hiss. The sound of nails scratching metal was particularly harsh. Chi Shouyuan frowned, and the hand holding the gun did not tremble at all. The next second, the blue energy bullet entered the zombie's brow. Success! The zombie leaned back and rolled off the car. Chi Shouyuan saw from the rear window that the zombie disappeared directly in the simulator. The roof closed. Chi Shouyuan sat back in his seat and said his guess. First, the zombie's weak spot is the center of the eyebrows. In fact, I suspect the temples can also be used. We can try it next time. Second, this zombie's combat power is not high. It has no IQ and no sense of pain. It seems to be used by the novice to pass the tutorial. I think there will be more advanced zombies later. Third, Chi Shouyuan smiled. The instructor said that if they attack the vitals, they will turn you into a zombie. I don't want to become like that. It's too ugly. Wenzong also looked back halfway and expressed his deep agreement. It's so ugly that it's inhumane. The instructors really had no qualms about doing that to themselves. After being temporarily safe, Chi Shouyuan said, "Schoolmate, please teach me how to drive. Even if we drive the straight line distance, it will take at least 8 hours. How about we each drive 2 hours to change shifts?" Driving is a physically demanding job, and Wenzong was very happy when his partner took the initiative to share the burden. Come, let me introduce you to the basic functions first. Half an hour later, Wenzong laid the back of the passenger seat flat. "Senior, you have a very high level of understanding. I am not as good as you. Look at how stable it is. You can even take a nap." Chi Shouyuan and Wenzong have similar tastes to some extent. No, it should be mutual appreciation, such as narcissism. It's a natural talent, junior sister. There is no need to praise me, because I have a certificate. Yes, Chi Shouyuan is a licensed person, although he has the most common Class D autonomous driving license. Wenzong wanted to answer again, but he looked up and saw someone in front of him. "Senior." Chi Shouyuan stepped on the accelerator. "I saw it, junior sister. Sit tight. I'm going to hit it directly." The place where they are now is a city that looks relatively prosperous, with tall buildings, but it seems that the power supply has been cut off, and the traffic lights are all off. There is a dead air under the gray sky. The supermarkets and clothing malls on the roadside have been robbed, and even the doors have been trampled. At the intersection ahead, there were 2 people and 6 zombies. Those zombies were not as clumsy as the ones we had encountered before. Instead, they were very flexible, and could even pick up weapons instead of just stretching out their claws to scratch people. Chi Shouyuan honked the horn twice, signaling the people in front to get out of the way quickly. The 2 people also heard it, and rolled to the sides to make way. The military green off-road vehicle roared angrily, and crashed into the zombies with absolute force. Bang! The 2 zombies, who had no time to dodge, were directly knocked over by the off-road vehicle. Chi Shouyuan opened the roof. "Fire up." Wenzong took out a pistol, stepped on the back of the chair, and leaned out half of her body. She moved her wrist, and the energy bullet flew out, and accurately penetrated the back of the heads of the remaining 4 zombies. Successful judgment. Wenzong slid onto the seat, and said, "The part above the forehead should be the weak point." The zombie did not show its face to me, so I could only give it a try, and the result was good. Chi Shouyuan turned the car around, and came to the 2 people who were rescued. He opened the window and asked, "These 2, do you need?" "Shenlai?" Shenlai wiped the blood and dust off his face, and smiled bitterly. "Have I been so miserable that you can't even recognize me?" Wenzong also stretched out his head. "Is this Senior Chi Xiao?" Chi Xiao wailed and held the wheel tightly. "Old Chi, Shenlai and I are really miserable. We were chased all the way. We almost died just now." Chi Shouyuan, Wenzong, It's no wonder that Wenzong and the others didn't recognize him. When they saw him from a distance, they could only make out a rough outline. He was wearing camouflage clothes, and looked like a poor little thing under the siege of zombies. When they arrived in front of them, their faces were covered with blood and dust, and their camouflage uniforms were torn in several places, with a few strips of cloth fluttering. They looked so miserable that there was no familiar face. Chi Xiao and Shenlai lay down on the seats as soon as they got on the bus, like 2 salted fish out of water, inexplicably trapped in the sage time. 10 minutes later, the 2 were revived with half of their health, and began to tell their tragic journey. Chi Xiao and Shenlai were in a group, and the entrance was a large shopping mall in this small city. They ran up and down the mall several times, and finally found a sniper rifle and 4 grenades, plus a helmet in the corners. Before he could go out to see the new world, a zombie with a slow movement came to do the task. Within 2 minutes after he went out, 4 zombies rushed out of the supermarket next door. They were completely different from the previous one. They could not only hide and run, but also knew the situation. They ran away when they saw Qi Zhao raised his gun, and harassed him again when he put down his gun. After nearly 2 hours of the game, the two not only failed to find the map, but also harvested at least 6 waves of zombies. It was so miserable, Qi Zhao covered his chest. I originally thought that you two had offended the instructor the most, and you must be the worst, but you two are not only fine, but you also drove the car? Xunlai added, you two just drive over and go straight to the A City laboratory, you will definitely win, we can just take a ride. Qi Shouyuan identified the direction of the map and replied, no problem, don't miss the ready-made human bomb, it can be used as a shield at worst. Qi Zhao held back his tears, but didn't cry, where is our comradeship? Qi Shouyuan thought for a while, maybe it was eaten by zombies. Qi Zhao, things are unpredictable, people's hearts are not the same as before. When Zong asked Xunlai, you said that we experienced at least 6 waves of zombies, but before the assessment began, there were only 26 instructors, so they couldn't make up for 6 waves. Xunlai wiped his face. Those are not instructors. After the judgment, I removed their makeup before exiting the simulator. They are the people who trained with us. What the hell? When Zong immediately reacted, the rule that people eliminated by the instructor will become zombies has been in effect since they entered the venue. Qi Shouyuan also guessed. The people selected may be random, but this zombie evolution trend should be specially arranged by the instructor. When Zong continued, does that mean the instructors have entered the highest level of evolution and are not troubled by anything? In other words, the instructors will go all out. Qi Shouyuan, it's possible. After all, the journey is just the beginning. There may be instructors patrolling along the way, but the biggest danger is still Qi Shouyuan and Wenzong, a city research center. Qi Zhao and Xunlai in the back seat looked at each other. Qi Zhao asked in a low voice, when did they become so tacit? Xunlai scratched his head, they have always been so tacitly connected. Qi Zhao looked horrified, what happened? How come I don't know? Xunlai, when I was arguing with the instructor. Qi Zhao, oh that's right. Wenzong put his chin on the back of the chair and said meaningfully, seniors, there is an old saying that I think you should know. Xunlai and Qi Zhao looked confused. What? Wenzong, misfortune comes from the mouth. Qi Zhao and Xunlai, okay, you are the sponsor, and you have the final say. Qi Shouyuan slammed on the brakes and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Do you have the bad luck debuff? Wenzong was hit, and quickly turned back. In front of the car, a neatly dressed instructor stood next to a cannon, with his hand on the firing button, smiling at them. What a devilish smile. Wenzong, is it too late for us to throw them down now? Qi Shouyuan, it's probably too late. He stretched out his hand, and clicked a few times on the operating keyboard. A cannon barrel on the roof slowly rose up. After setting the parameters, Qi Shouyuan opened the car door. Cover your ears, hold your head, and get out of the car. Chapter 43. Boom! 2 shells met in the air, making a loud noise. A big hole was blown out on the road, and sand and mud were splashed everywhere. The invisible airway pushed in all directions, and the shaky door of the shop next to it was blown to pieces. 4 people jumped out of the car, and were pushed by the aftermath. They rolled on the ground twice before they stopped. Wenzong knelt on one knee, holding a pistol in her right hand. A thick layer of gray dust was floating around, blocking her vision. She covered her nose and coughed twice, and shouted back, Xunlai! Xunlai, and Wenzong jumped out of the same door. When she heard the sound, she determined Wenzong's position, and quickly moved forward. Here! Wenzong felt someone behind him and asked, can you do it? Xunlai patted his chest, don't worry. Wenzong took out 2 grenades from his pocket, and handed them over. Cover me. Xunlai took them and said, I guarantee to complete the mission. As soon as the voice fell, Wenzong and Xunlai rushed forward in different directions. Wenzong raised his gun horizontally while running, and drew a line along the direction in his memory. The blue energy bomb seemed to become a horizontal line, and sank into the dust. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. It was Xunlai. Wenzong turned around and ran towards the explosion. In front of him, the tall figure of the instructor finally appeared. Xunlai, who had been hit several times, had his eyes brightened. Here! Bang! The instructor did not even turn his head, and retreated to the side, avoiding the fatal bullet. Xunlai pulled the safety pin, and threw the last grenade in the direction of the instructor. The instructor's pupil shrank slightly, and he supported himself with his hands, flipped behind a wall, and squatted down to hold his head. Boom! An energy bomb embedded into the instructor's arm under the cover of the explosion. Wenzone blew on the muzzle of the gun and asked Shinlai beside him, according to the rules, can the instructor's arm be unusable? The instructor slowly stood up, and all the joints in his body were crackling. He waved his injured arm twice and said, I'm sorry, zombies have no pain and nerves. No pain and nerves? Fuck, this is also possible? Wenzone lowered his head to avoid the instructor's heavy punch, and couldn't help complaining, this cheat is too big. As he turned over, he seemed to catch a trace of silver in the corner of his eyes. Wenzone curled his lips and turned around, holding a gun in one hand and pressing one leg against the instructor's chest, almost parallel to the ground. Bang! The blue light sank into the instructor's head, and the instructor's body paused, and the whole person slowly disappeared in the simulation system. Judgment success. Chi Xiuyuan, who was sneaking up from behind, stood up, rubbed his right leg that was numb from squatting, and rotated the pistol on his index finger. With a snap, he held it back in his hand. How is it? Wenzone applauded. Your posture for shooting from behind is quite skilled. Chi Xiuyuan, I call this an unexpected move, thank you. Wenzone looked around. Where is Senior Chi Xiao? Chi Xiuyuan spread his hands. He didn't even have a sniper rifle on him, so I let him hide it. As for where he hid it, the three of them looked at Chi Xiao under the car in silence for a while. Shinlai sighed. I have known you for so many years, but I didn't know you had this skill. Wenzone, life is not easy, you have many talents. Chi Xiuyuan, I was wrong. Your role is not just a sniper, but also a logistics role. Chi Xiao, Chi Xiao threw the screwdriver in front of the three people, and crawled out from under the off-road vehicle. It's just a car repair, why are you making a fuss? Yes, car repair. Single rider. It survived the explosion with its excellent defense, except for a small tip poked by the flying bomb fragments, where the energy was placed. When his teammates were fighting the boss, he was a fragile ranged player without weapons, and could not help much. He simply tiptoed to the car, and found that the energy was leaking. He took out a repair box from behind the seat, and repaired it directly. After getting in the car, Chi Xiuyuan was still the main driver. Wenzone asked, Senior Chi Xiao, can you repair mechas? Chi Xiao lay on the seat with a pair of dead fish eyes. This is Lao Liang's job. I can't do it. Shinlai was also curious. Then how do you repair cars? And it's a military land off-road? The design drawings are top secret, and people who don't understand can just mess with a screw, and the car will be scrapped. Chi Xiao raised his hands in surrender. The designer is my grandfather, is that okay? Wow, the three people in the car were shocked, and even Chi Xiuyuan's hand slipped, and the car slid directly into an S shape. Although Chi Xiuyuan was the commander, he only looked at ability and character when recruiting people, and never looked at family background. He never expected that there would be a third-generation rich man on his pirate ship. Single Rider came from a famous 5-star military factory controlled by the Empire. In addition to military industry, it actually connected with the Imperial Academy of Sciences to make mecha parts and robots. Even if Wenzone didn't care about what happened outside the training room, he had seen his name on the headlines of the military column of the Star Network. Shinlai was a little bit unbelievable. You have a mine at home, but why do you join the army? Chi Xiao looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I have a red heart for the Empire, and I am willing to give my loyalty and blood to defend all the people of the Empire. Wenzone, I have ideas, I have awareness, and I have a future. Chi Xiao seemed to remember something, and was very interested. By the way, I saw you on a post once. You are the champion of the junior group of the calligraphy competition? Wenzone counted on his fingers. I am not only the champion of the calligraphy competition, I have also won gold, silver and bronze medals in various classical dance competitions, a 10th level certificate for piano majors, a 10th level certificate for Guzheng, and a champion in the Mecha model assembly competition. By the way, I can also play the Eru. Chi Xiuyuan drove the car in an S shape again. This is multi-talented. Shinlai's jaw dropped. What are the benefits of learning these for mecha driving? Wenzone thought for a while. Calligraphy helps to calm down, musical instruments help me to exercise hand speed, dance can make my body more flexible, and can perform more incredible movements, and mecha models must be for love. Chi Xiuyuan asked, what about the Eru? Wenzone, for fun. She seemed to have been chasing something instinctively, since she was a child. Those things could not be caught or touched, but seemed to flow in her blood, making her keep moving forward. So when Yi asked her what she was interested in, she subconsciously chose these things. These skills seemed to be for better mecha driving when she grew up. Except for the Eru, she just thought it was fun. Qi Zhao felt something was wrong. Wait, if that's the case, why was your physical fitness so poor when you first entered school? Logically speaking, your physical fitness can't even touch the threshold of the Mecha department, right? Wenzong, maybe my father's name is Wenyi? Qi Zhao, question mark. Tell me again, who is it? Shenlai, eh? It turns out that among all the people present, I am the only one who is truly poor. Wenyi, graduated from the command department of the 1st Military Academy, was the former deputy commander of the 1st Corps, and is now a professor in the command department of the 1st Academy. He is responsible for the 2 major courses of command practice and command introduction. He is known for his strictness and sharp tongue. Before retiring, he was a colonel. His signature is still hanging in the Hall of Fame of the 1st Academy, inspiring all military academy students to move forward. I'm most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. Qi show you inside while driving. Sister, why don't you follow us? Then I don't have to bother to arrange the program for the Mecha department. You can perform by yourself until graduation without repeating the same program. Qi Zhao and Shenlai from the Mecha department of the same grade, eh. Okay, I know you are looking down on us. Qi Shouyuan was bored and didn't meet anyone along the way. He was tired and just gave the car to Qi Zhao, under the pretext of being familiar with his own products. Qi Zhao sat in the driver's seat with grievance, and the empty back seat was occupied by Wenzong. There were 4 people in the car, 3 of whom were from the capital planet. Wenzong chatted with Shenlai in the back. Where is your hometown, senior sister? Shenlai pointed in a direction. My home is in Tak, the northernmost planet of the empire. The most famous thing there is a kind of ice crystal mineral. People in my hometown will use it to carve totems when a child is born to bless all new lives to be safe and stable. Ice crystal mineral. Why does it sound so familiar? Shenlai clapped his hands. On your birthday, the little crown that instructor Rong brought back had the gem in the center of it, which was the ice crystal mineral. That was the crown given by Wenyi. He never interfered with any decision made by Wenzong, and would do his best to hide his worries. I am happy for you if you are safe and sound, and I am proud of you if you face the war. This is probably the broadest trust a father can give. Wenzong felt warm in his heart, and smiled with narrowed eyes. I hope to visit my senior sister's hometown one day. Shenlai was beaming with joy. Then you must ask me for tips in advance. We have the most beautiful colorful clouds there. In the evening, 7 colors overlap, which is spectacular. In January, the forest is home to Gabu birds from afar. The birds have clear calls, and are said to be the beasts that bring good luck in our planet's legends. Finally, you must go to the ice crystal mine in the north to buy a gem. The owner will process it into any shape you want, and tell you that you will definitely return with what you pray for. Wenzong's heart moved slightly, and an idea came to her mind. After the training, it will be October. In 2 months, the first hospital will have a holiday. She has already got the mecha she wants to exchange. She doesn't need to go to the Star Network to earn points. It's better to go out and relax. After making a decision happily, Wenzong hooked Shenlai's neck. If I really go, I will bring souvenirs for my senior sister. Shenlai punched her. That's my home, you don't need to bring souvenirs. That being said, Tak Star is very far away from the capital star, and the first hospital's holiday is short. Shenlai only went back on New Year's Day, stayed for 2 days to celebrate the holiday, and then flew back. Qi Shouyuan interrupted and made trouble. Schoolmate, you can't be partial to one over the other. Everyone who listens has a share. Qi Zhao held the steering wheel and nodded righteously. Yes. Shenlai, go, you are everywhere. Did the schoolmate say she brought it to you? Shenlai, why didn't I realize you were so stingy before? When you are away from home, who doesn't miss home? Single riding. The speed is very fast. According to the route planned by Qi Shouyuan, it took less than 7 hours to reach City A. They had experienced more than a dozen waves of zombies along the way, at least 2, at most 8, and 2 instructors, one of whom used a sniper rifle and was happily hugged by Qi Zhao after being judged as successful. But strangely, they never met the same group of newcomers again. But there was no time to wonder, they had already arrived in City A, and the final test was ahead. Chapter 44. This is a very quiet city, with only the sound of the wind blowing the leaves on the ground. If it hadn't experienced the end of the world and the zombie siege, there should be neat traffic on the roads of this city, pedestrians coming and going in the pedestrian areas on both sides, laughing and playing, and speakers and huge propaganda banners at the entrance of the shopping mall, playing the most popular songs and promotions. But now, there are only a few skeletons left on the road, bones and tattered clothes buried together, and the brand new high-rise buildings are like an old man in his twilight years, which is particularly desolate under the gray sky, and even the mood can't help but feel sad. Shanlai crushed a leaf that blew in, stretched out her hand, and the fragments flew away with the wind. She stuck her head out and couldn't help sighing. How many doomsday movie data did the simulator import to model such a city? This environment is too depressing. Chi Shouyuan said, because the simulation degree is as high as 99%. If it was 100%, you would be so depressed that the system would exit. Wenzone was not affected. She had seen post-war cities that were much crueler than this one. After seeing so many, she became immune. At least everyone is like this. If you have seen a city devastated by war radiation, you will think this world is really beautiful. Chi Shouyuan turned around and asked, have you seen it, Junior? Wenzone remained calm in the face of the test. I have done post-war psychological training on my own. The pictures are excellent, highly recommended. There are two ways of post-war psychological training. One is rehabilitation psychotherapy, and the other is desensitization therapy of the nature of fighting poison with poison. Wenzone was talking about the second one. Scared? It doesn't matter, you will get used to it after seeing it more. How can you be afraid of something you are used to? The three people left in the car shuddered at the same time, and suddenly remembered the fear of being desensitized by pressing their heads. Chi Xiao, who was driving, said, Junior sister is a real warrior. Wenzone, Senior, you are modest, but I know you well. Chi Shouyuan looked at the map for a while, and said, the location of the research center is not marked on the map. It seems that we have to find it ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Wenzone pointed to the front and said, I think they should take us there. In a car in front, the 4 doors were kicked open, and 5 zombies with pale skin jumped out. They were wearing suits that were not damaged at all, as if they had just come out of a large business meeting. The 4 of them observed quickly. They were conscious, strong, well-dressed, and had pale skin instead of blue. They were 5 instructors. Chi Xiao rolled up the car window, locked the door, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight up. The rumbling sound of the engine could not suppress his complaints. Oh my God, a car for a commercial event can only have 1 driver, and 2 people at most. Are you sure these 5 people are not selling insurance together? Wenzone was shaken, and hit the back of the seat in front of him. Senior Chi Xiao, you are discriminating against your profession. Bullshit! Chi Xiao yelled, I'm discriminating against the instructors. 5 instructors split into 3 groups, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, holding onto the car door. The remaining instructor jumped up, and with a bang, the roof of the car sank. With another bang, a fist-sized hole was dented on the roof. Shanlai held a weapon and looked at the dent on the roof, shocked like an emoji. Fuck, this is a single rider. How could a car that didn't even get a scratch when 2 bombs collided get dented like this? Can I report them for cheating? Chi Shouyuan, who was sitting in the front, quickly clicked a few times on the operating table, and the car body mechanism opened, revealing more than a dozen round gun barrels, and the energy bullets were fired continuously. The instructor who was holding the car door clamped the root of the gun barrel with one hand, twisted it hard, and a gun barrel was pulled out directly. The 4 people in the car, The instructor put the muzzle of the gun to his mouth, blew at the car window provocatively, and threw the gun barrel to the ground. Chi Xiao used all his skills, swerving the steering wheel frantically, and the car rushed in a wave-like manner. It turned a straight road into a 90-degree curved drift. Half of the barrel was lost in a few seconds. Chi Shouyuan decisively took it back and turned on the auditory harassment device. The invisible air waves spread out layer by layer, with the car body as the center. This sound wave can directly attack the brain's auditory system, and then cause a series of symptoms such as headaches and hallucinations. The instructor seemed to feel nothing. The only target in his eyes was the few people in the car. They held the railing on the roof with one hand, stepped on the pedal under the car door, and punched the car window. Bang! Chi Shouyuan turned off the device. An instructor said before that they have no nervous system, so what supports their actions, and how can they hear the outside world without hearing? Chi Xiao bared his teeth and shouted, Don't ask, just ask the background setting. The words were rough, but the truth was true. Bang, bang, bang. The hard composite material on the car window was hit with spider web-like cracks. Wenzone tried to stabilize his body, and aimed the gun at the window that was about to break. Bang! The car window next to Shanlai shattered with a loud bang, and the sharp fragments scratched the back of the instructor's hand without leaving any trace. Chi Xiao turned his head suddenly, as if he wanted to throw the instructor off. Did these instructors bring bugs with them? Are you sure the simulation system won't be broken? Wenzone narrowed his eyes. Senior, get down. Shanlai immediately lay down. Wenzong pulled the trigger and caught the moment when the instructor showed his head to observe, and the blue light instantly passed through the instructor's eyebrows. Judgment success. The instructor who first broke the car window slowly disappeared in the simulator. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a pale arm appeared in the groove of the roof. To make matters worse, the window next to the main driver was shattered, and the instructor's hand directly pinched Qi Zhao's neck. Damn! Qi Zhao was caught off guard and was pinched. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and the tightening force on his neck with the other hand, struggling and cursing. Qi Xiuyuan kicked the instructor's arm, and the arm seemed to be made of steel and iron, not moving at all. Qi Xiuyuan held the instructor's arm and extended the gun through the broken gap. He adjusted the angle and roughly determined the location of the forehead. The trigger was pulled. Bang! The outstretched arm gradually became transparent. Successful judgment. Qi Xiuyuan leaned back with his long legs stretched out and breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Zhao covered his neck and coughed loudly. His eyes went dark, and the despair brought by suffocation made him feel scared. These instructors really don't consider the psychological shadow area of the students at all. Qi Zhao's voice was hoarse, and a circle of red handprints was left on his neck. He asked, "What should we do now?" Shenlai straightened up. "They hope that we have psychological shadows, and then take us to the psychological center for desensitization treatment. As long as the forehead is not hit, all attacks will be ineffective against the instructor. Large weapons have a large attack area, but as long as the instructor protects the vital parts, there will be no harm. It is really helpless." Qi Xiuyuan put his legs down and made up his mind. Jump out of the car. Everyone had no objection to the commander's order. Qi Xiuyuan unlocked all the car doors and pressed one of the operation keys. 3, 2, 1. This jump out of the car does not mean that people jump out of the car, but... Bang! All the car doors loosened, separated from the car body, and flew out directly with great force. The instructor who was clinging to the car was thrown far away by the door that exploded. It was the door. Jumping out of the car. There was wind blowing in from all sides. Wenzong stepped on the edge of the car and secretly jumped onto the roof. His footsteps were so light that there was almost no sound. The instructor on the roof noticed something when the door flew up. He pulled his hand out of the car and pulled it, but it didn't move. Shenlai below tried his best to pull it down, but he couldn't pull it out. Wenzong didn't hesitate and aimed a gun at the instructor's head. Bang! The judgment was successful. There are 2 left. Qi Zhao stepped on the brakes, took out the sniper rifle from behind the seat, climbed onto the roof, and occupied the commanding heights. The 2 instructors who were forced to fly out opened the car door, stood up and rushed directly. They were not fast, but their goals were clear. Qi Zhao narrowed one eye, roughly calibrated the scope, and fired directly. Bang! The instructors came from different directions. Qi Zhao didn't even wait for the one just now to disappear. He turned around and fired another shot. Bang! The judgment is successful. All 5 instructors exit the simulation system. Qi Zhao climbed from the roof to the driver's seat, and was greeted by the applause of the 3 people in the car. Qi Xiuyuan welcomed Qi Zhao's shining moment. Wenzong, Senior is awesome. Shenlai, excellent. The commercial mutual praise is over, and the current problem is riding alone. There are no doors, a hole in the roof, and half of the body where the gun barrel is placed is damaged. The whole body is bumpy. From a distance, it looks like it is blown on all sides, which is particularly miserable. Qi Xiuyuan initially thought of using the car body as a weapon to fight the instructor, but it didn't work. He also thought of using the car door as a weapon, but at that time, the instructor had clamped Qi Zhao's neck. Once the car door took the instructor away, Qi Zhao would definitely die heroically. Wait. Shenlai looked at the unfamiliar streets around him, and slowly typed a question mark. Where are we? Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao, Qi Zhao felt wronged. How could I know where to go in that situation just now? All I could think about was how to get rid of him. It would be great if I could walk on a flat road. Qi Xiuyuan fiddled with the keyboard. Does this car have a route record? Qi Zhao, military vehicles don't have driving records. If they are lost, won't they just follow the route back to their hometown? Okay. Wenzong observed for a while. I vaguely remember something. Let's drive back and try. We haven't seen the instructor's car yet. Maybe it's on the map. Anyway, there's nothing to lose by going back and taking a look. After more than an hour of wandering around, we finally found the familiar mall and car. The ordinary car was probably hit by Qi Zhao when he rushed out, and half of the car was directly dented. Qi Xiuyuan, a map expert, accepted this great task. He opened the car door with force, searched around, and found an invitation letter under the dented row of seats. The cover of the invitation letter was red, with a golden pen outlining the word invite. When it was opened, it was the Scientific Research Center inviting the leaders of various bases to discuss the suitability of serum. Qi Zhao leaned over to take a look, rubbing his neck to express his endless resentment. It can be seen that resources are scarce in the end times. 5 leaders squeezed into one car, which is really wrong for them. Qi Xiaoyuan gave Qi Zhao a slap on the head, unwrapped the text of the invitation letter from the cover, and turned it over, and a map suddenly appeared. One zone. Isn't this clue too careless? Qi Xiaoyuan pointed at the research center marked with a red star and said, if we die heroically, who will have time to manage the clues? Shenlai leaned on the seat at the back, thinking, why do these instructors not speak or use weapons? But their strength is much higher than the instructors we met before. Wenzong took the initiative to guess. Perhaps there are also levels of zombies, or there are different transformation directions. Qi Xiaoyuan pointed the way to Qi Zhao and took back over. I agree with my junior sister's point of view. The world background should be the invasion of zombie viruses. The instructor said that the living space of humans is getting smaller and smaller, which means that zombies exist and evolve, but humans do not, and the serum will inhibit this evolution. Wenzong continued, those eliminated by the instructor will become the most common and weakest zombies, and the roles played by the instructors will carry system buffs according to different directions. This may be the principle of dismantling military vehicles with bare hands? Shenlai, it's just an ordinary final training assessment. Do the instructors have to fight so hard? Qi Xiaoyuan was not sure either, but had a vague idea. I don't think it's that simple. Probably to prevent leakage and drug radiation, the laboratory is in an extremely remote place in City A. Fortunately, there is almost no greenery in the apocalyptic environment, so it didn't take much effort along the way. As they got closer and closer to the research center, Qi Xiaoyuan signaled, check the equipment, take everything you can in the car, pay attention to safety, and cooperate. Got it. The zombies at the research center have been waiting for a long time. In the distance, a military green off-road vehicle roared over, dragging dust behind it, like the boys in the cartoon who were going to save the world. Zombie leader. Colonel Qian rubbed his waist, which was a little stiff from sitting for a long time, and said to the zombie brothers. Behind him, the target has been reached, everyone get ready. The car got closer and closer, and Colonel Qian's body joints kept clicking. He looked at the car and smacked his lips. He had spent a lot of effort importing the single rider data. Why, it felt a little wrong? The 4-man team had a hard time eating dirt in the off-road vehicle with air leaking from all sides. Qi Xiaoyuan carefully calculated the distance and shouted, jump! The 4 people jumped out of the hole without a door beside them at the same time. The military green off-road vehicle did not stop, but instead rushed in a straight line. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The self-destruct mode was activated, and the low-level zombies, who could not dodge in time, were turned into ashes in the explosion and directly exited the simulation system. Wenzong hid behind the barrier and observed for a while. Only 4 of the 6 instructors in charge of the training were present. It seemed that Colonel Qian was still the main one. Only 3 of the 20 regular soldiers, who came to serve as external aid, were left. I wonder if there are still any in the research center. However, these low-level zombies. Qi Zhao, too much, they even have their own resurrection armor? I clearly remember that the one in the middle was killed by me. Yes, there are a lot of low-level zombies. At a glance, there are at least 50 or more, not including those who were blown out of the system. It seems that the instructor has dealt with all the newcomers in the whole map, except for them. Shenlai is almost losing his temper. Is it too late for me to surrender to the enemy now? Qi Xiaoyuan, go Shenlai, just die once, don't worry, I will definitely give you the resurrection armor. Meaning, I can let you die again. Colonel Qian, who saw his beloved single rider explode in front of him, was also going to explode. Stupid humans are trying to compete with us for our homeland. We who are constantly evolving are the will of this land. Kill them, and we can start a new era. Roar! The zombies roared along with the boss's passionate declaration. The 4 people watching, this is too stupid. The low-level zombies ran crookedly and led the charge. Their steps were shaky and they fell down. If their height was reduced by 1 meter, they would look like toddlers. Bang! Qi Zhao's sniper rifle sounded, and the blue light accurately hit the zombie in front. This was the signal he had prepared. Qi Xiaoyuan rolled out 2 grenades and used the explosion to open up a path. The sniper's primary target is the instructor. Shenlai, please cover the sniper. Wenzone will attack. Got it. Wenzone rushed out in one step. Qi Xiaoyuan was beside her. They held pistols in one hand and took bombs out of their pockets with the other. They dealt with low-level zombies like a game. The two instructors, who were standing quietly behind Colonel Qian, flew over and came behind them in an instant. Be careful. Wenzone and Qi Xiaoyuan staggered their shoulders while spinning. They raised their wrists at the same time, and the energy bullets were fired. The two instructors were extremely fast, and they dodged the bullets with their heads tilted. They formed claws with their 5 fingers and pinched their arms. Wenzone grabbed the instructor's arm with his backhand to prevent him from escaping. He pressed his elbow against the instructor's chest and took the energy gun with his free left hand. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the instructor's forehead, and there was a bang. Judge successful. Qi Xiaoyuan solved the problem in the same way. The two looked at each other and found the same problem. The fast instructor was much weaker in strength, and his attack power was not strong either. Otherwise, just getting close would be enough to kill them both hundreds of times. It seems that there is only one evolutionary direction for high-level zombies. There are gains and losses. If you have speed, you give up strength, and if you have strength, you give up speed. Keep moving forward. The low-level zombies seemed to have heard the order and began to gather in the direction of the two people. Colonel Qian waved his hand, and the zombies waiting behind him also began to move. The second batch of zombies did not have too many flaws in their appearance. The blue color in their skin was not that deep. Although their eyes were turbid, they had obvious basic thinking ability and seemed to be a level higher. Like the zombies that Shenlai encountered that time. Let's call them intermediate zombies for now. They are flexible and can adapt to the situation. They can attack with weapons at will. Wenzone and Qi Xiaoyuan stood back to back, and Qi Zhao provided fire support from a distance. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and with the instructor making trouble, the situation was worrying for a while. Suddenly, an intermediate zombie fell on Qi Xiaoyuan. He covered his head, and uttered painful and vague words from the depths of his throat. Save me, I don't want to. What's going on? Self-awareness revived? Qi Xiaoyuan held him. How can we save you? The intermediate zombie seemed to only say this one sentence. Save me. I want freedom. The man's eyes burst into infinite light. He grabbed Qi Xiaoyuan's hand, pointed the energy gun at his forehead, and pulled the trigger hard. Bang! He widened his eyes, grabbed Qi Xiaoyuan's trouser legs with his last strength before disappearing, and said, Freedom. Freedom? Freedom. Wenzone and Qi Xiaoyuan's hearts skipped a beat, and they said at the same time, Serum. Qi Xiaoyuan wiped his face. I knew there would be a reversal in the end. No matter what the reversal is, you must get close to the research center and enter the laboratory to get the serum. Boom. Bang. The explosions continued, and the battle line advanced step by step, but the final boss, Colonel Qian, had not yet made a move. Qi Xiaoyuan shouted loudly, Qi Zhao. Bang. The blue light came from a distance, and the target was Colonel Qian. Colonel Qian raised his arm to protect his forehead. The energy bomb disappeared in his arm, but Colonel Qian was intact. He seemed to be enraged by the bullet and rushed towards Qi Xiaoyuan and the other two with the remaining 2 instructors. The gate was unattended. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Success. Qi Xiaoyuan pushed Wenzone towards the gate of the Scientific Research Center with force, and opened his arms to block Wenzone, as if he was the god of war in mythology and legend, and no one could cross the line. Wenzone bumped into the door, and immediately understood something. Qi Xiaoyuan raised his hand, and waved it. The sound was not loud, but it was loud enough for Wenzone to hear. Go forward with peace of mind, the commander will stabilize the rear for you. Chapter 45. The door of the research center uses an iris recognition system. Wenzone didn't care what would happen if he made a mistake and just put his eyes on it. The red light of the identifier flashed twice, and suddenly turned green. The authentication was successful, and the door opened. It was so easy to succeed, then why did so many high-level zombies stay here for so long, and still not get in? The only reason is that although zombies are transformed from humans, the basic structure of the human body is different. The automatic door slowly opened. Bang! A white hand suddenly stuck to the door frame, and the body stood up and tried to get through the door. It was the instructor. Wenzone grabbed the door frame and flew into the air, kicking the instructor's chest with both feet, with such force that it seemed that the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The instructor stepped back 2 steps, and Wenzone landed on his feet. The energy gun in his hand suddenly fired, accurately hitting the instructor's forehead. Wenzone didn't have time to see the result, and flashed into the door. She was slender, and she could barely squeeze in when the door was only open 1/3. After entering, she saw the switch next to her and pressed it decisively. The door, which had not yet been fully opened, closed with a bang. It was completely different from the slow opening of the door. It closed with lightning speed. Wenzong, let me see if the judgment was successful. The research center was a cold silver color. This silver color was brought by the building materials, which revealed a sense of order. There were precautions on both sides of the corridor, and a thumbnail map marked the location of the laboratory. This is really thoughtful. Wenzong determined his position, quickly found a route on the thumbnail, closed his eyes, and walked through it in his mind several times to make sure he remembered the route correctly. The corridor was empty, and no one was there, only the sound of Wenzong's footsteps. Go straight, turn left, turn right at the first intersection, and continue straight. When he saw the sign on the laboratory door, Wenzong slowed down and relaxed his pace. In such a quiet environment, if there was an enemy inside, any sound would make the enemy alert. The door of the laboratory was not closed tightly. Wenzong quietly stuck to the wall and squinted his eyes to observe the situation inside. The narrow gap in the door could not fully see the interior. He could only vaguely see a person in a white protective suit lying on the ground. He didn't know if he was asleep or what. There was no danger for the time being. Wenzong opened the door and walked in quietly. The laboratory was not very big, but there was no shortage of various equipment. There were various liquids in the test tubes without any labels, which was dazzling. Wenzong looked at them one by one, but couldn't find which one was the serum. Suddenly, a sound came from the corner. Wenzong moved his ears and walked towards the source of the sound. Wow! Wenzong pulled open the curtain in the corner against the wall, revealing a medical bed with a man lying on it. The man was wearing a white and blue checkered hospital gown, and his whole body was tied up with layers of straps, as if to prevent him from biting anything. Even his mouth was tied with a belt. When the man saw Wenzong, his eyes instantly burst into surprise. Wenzong took a closer look. Instructor Wu, it's you. It was Instructor Wu, who took off his training uniform and changed into a fresh plaid outfit without pretending to be serious. At first glance, I really didn't recognize him. Instructor Wu couldn't speak, so he could only signal with his eyes. Quickly untie the straps for me. Wenzong didn't dare to believe these instructors. Before that, Instructor, please answer a question for me first. Instructor Wu raised his eyebrows. If you have something to say, please say it. Wenzong raised the gun in his hand. Can I trust you? Instructor Wu rolled his eyes, as if to say, nonsense, I am in this state. Why should I lie to you? Okay, she doesn't know anything in this laboratory anyway. It would be great if someone can help. Wenzong first loosened the belt that bound his mouth, and Instructor Wu exhaled heavily. I am suffocating. Then he struggled for a while. Quick, loosen these straps on my body too. Wenzong stopped. No, Instructor, tell me where the serum is first, and I will untie you right away. Instructor Wu didn't expect that there would be such a thing at the last minute. I promise you, I am not a zombie. I must be in the same group with you. It would be strange if Wenzong believed the instructor's words. The main reason is that you are too unreliable in my eyes. So, tell me where the serum is. As long as I complete the task, I guarantee that 8 people will carry you out in a sedan chair. Instructor Wu wanted to explain something else. His eyes widened and blurted out, be careful. Swoosh. Wenzong turned his body and dodged the fierce attack from behind. It was a large syringe for injection. Wenzong felt a sharp pain in his neck. He reached out and wiped it. A little blood appeared in his palm. It seemed that the skin was scratched. The person who was lying on the floor of the laboratory at the beginning suddenly woke up, probably thinking she was an intruder. Wenzong put the gun in his pocket and raised his hands. Hello, I am not an intruder, I am a human. My partner needs serum rescue. Please. I will go. The man seemed to be deaf to the sound. A needle was dancing vigorously, and the sharp needle tip flashed with strange light, piercing Wenzong's vitals. Instructor Wu was lying beside him anxiously. She should have been transformed. She can't hear what you say. Untie me, and I will help you. Wenzong kicked the researcher on the head and knocked her to the ground. The protective gear on her head fell off and rolled to the door, revealing her pale skin and dim eyes. That face was so familiar. Rong, Instructor Rong. Wenzong, how can a researcher who never leaves the house become a zombie? Instructor Wu was a little embarrassed. I think I bit him before. Wenzong, Wenzong, you instructors are really good at playing. No, wait, who bit him? Instructor Wu. Hey, I'm the experimental subject. Can you believe me now? Wenzong's dead eyes. Tell me the location of the serum first. Instructor Wu. There's no way to chat today. Rong jumped up, and the needle in her hand drew a cold light in the air. Wenzong dodged while carefully trying not to touch any equipment. Where is the serum? Can't I just give Instructor Rong an injection? Instructor Wu. I just woke up. Who knows where the serum is? Wenzong almost couldn't breathe, bent down to avoid the attack, grabbed Rong's wrist, and turned it behind her back, and slashed her neck with a knife. You are sent by the other party to make trouble, right? Instructor Wu said confidently. Let me go, we can find it together. Wenzong grabbed Rong's head, trying to wake up her memory, and shouted in her ear, Serum, do you remember? Rong seemed to be unable to hear other sounds, and the needle was switched to her left hand, stabbing towards Wenzong's temple. Wenzong let go and dodged. Now Instructor Wu was useless, and could only hope to wake up Rong's mind. Intermediate zombies can revive their memories. Wenzong did not give up, and tried the key words one by one. Serum. Save humanity. Research. The experiment was successful. All useless. Suddenly, Wenzong had an idea. Freedom. Rong's footsteps suddenly paused. She frowned and let out an uncomfortable roar. Wenzong struck while the iron was hot. Freedom. 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 Rong's hand loosened, and the needle fell to the ground. She held her head. Roar freedom. There's a way. Wenzong hugged her, stretched out his toes to kick the needle away, and said softly, Yes, freedom. For the freedom of mankind, tell me, where is the serum? Rong's eyes were dazed for a while, and she said intermittently, Serum, extract from the experimental body, extract. Experimental body? Wenzong and Instructor Wu looked at each other at the same time, and understood each other's eyes. Instructor Wu probably hadn't read the script either. What is this development? Wenzong gently patted Rong's back. What are we going to use to extract? Rong pointed to the place where she had fallen. There was a 1-meter-high platform, and a thin needle flashed on the platform. There, automatic extraction, kill me. After getting the pass key and finishing the dungeon, Wenzong quickly tied up Rong. Instructor Rong, wait for me for a while, I save you right away. After saying that, Wenzong pushed the platform and ran straight to Instructor Wu. Instructor Wu looked at the needle, and said angrily, I knew that Lao Qian was not so kind. He said that I could sleep until the end of the assessment. He is narrow-minded. Wenzong found the extraction button and put a finger on it. Instructor Wu, every grievance has its perpetrator. Remember to seek revenge from the chief instructor. As he said that, he pressed his finger decisively. The thin needle tip pierced into Instructor Wu's arm, and the machine rumbled for a few seconds. The mechanism above the table opened, and the conveyor sent up a normal-sized test tube, which was half filled with transparent liquid. Wenzong picked it up and shook it. I think this is an insult to my IQ. What kind of automatic extraction device is this? It just hides countless test tubes underneath. You can shake a pillow twice to shake out a tube, and it uses the most ordinary water. Instructor Wu, this is clearly a torture to my body. Yes, it was Instructor Wu's arm that was poked in the end. Wenzong pressed the extraction button again very coldly, and then fed the half tube of water to Rong. Ahem. Rong coughed twice, and gradually regained consciousness. She looked at Wenzong, acting first-rate. Who are you? Wenzong briefly described his experience, and consciously acted. My companions were forced to transform into zombies. I need to get the serum and give them freedom. Rong's eyes were filled with tears. You are a good child. You saved me with the serum. Listen, the research center has a rainfall device. Only 10 tubes of serum are needed to save them through local rainfall. It seems that Instructor Rong has watched a lot of dramas in his spare time. Instructor Wu on the other side was confused. 10 tubes? Old Qian is so narrow-minded. I will fight him after I get out. It's miserable, really miserable, too miserable. After the 10 tubes were extracted, 2 red lumps had swollen on Instructor Wu's arms, which hurt when pressed. Rong couldn't stand it, and changed his position. Wenzong held Rong's hand, and entered the state automatically. Thank you for your efforts. I will go out to support my partners. The matter of rain is left to you. Rong nodded heavily. We will definitely win. Instructor Wu, teeth aching. At this time, outside the research center, Qi Xiuyuan was almost exhausted, and Qi Zhao was protected by Shenlai behind him, trying to provide more support to the front. Human wave tactics consume the most physical strength. With the help of the instructors, the few remaining people can only be said to be fighting desperately, gritting their teeth, and waiting for the last hope. Colonel Qian seemed to regard Qi Xiuyuan as prey, watching him lie down and stand up again and again. His handsome face was covered with mud and several scratches. The most serious one was the eye area, which was scratched directly from the upper eyelid to the ear. He could only close his eyes slightly. Fortunately, his eyeballs were not injured. He just lost a perspective and could only rely on experience and instinct. But in terms of experience, who can compare with Colonel Qian, who has been in the Vanguard Army for more than 30 years? Qi Xiuyuan seemed to be very tired, breathing heavily, but his back was still straight, refusing to show a trace of compromise. Colonel Qian asked with interest, "What are you insisting on?" Qi Xiuyuan raised his head. "You know nothing, my comrades are still in the front, how can I give up easily?" Persistence is a basic quality of a commander, and it is also the glory of a commander. Colonel Qian smiled for some reason. He found that he underestimated this group of people, but that was it. Qi Xiuyuan was not so easy to give up. Qi Xiao. 2 blue energy bombs were aimed at Colonel Qian's forehead one after the other. Colonel Qian's gray pupil shrank, and he quickly dodged the 2 bullets. Qi Xiuyuan immediately turned around and accurately caught the person 2 meters away. When Zong raised his pistol and winked at Qi Xiuyuan, "Report to the commander, the mission has been successfully completed, the Mecha soldiers will escort you." Chapter 46. When Zong successfully ran out of the laboratory, Colonel Qian knew that the situation was settled. Bang! The rain device was activated, and the dark clouds quickly gathered. The rain that neutralized the serum fell down and stretched into thin threads. Shenlai and Qi Zhao, who were forced into a desperate situation, wiped their faces. The zombies in front of them seemed to be paused and motionless. The sky suddenly opened up, and golden light spread all over the earth. Accompanied by the happy cheers of the people who regained their consciousness, the simulator began to slowly crack from the sky. The simulation system exited, and the mission was completed. Shenlai fell on Qi Zhao with his legs weak. Qi Zhao was not careful, and his waist was almost broken by Shenlai. "Ouch, Shenlai, be gentle, my waist." The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Exciting, too exciting. The research center turned into a data stream and disappeared on the spot. When Zong walked to Qi Xiuyuan, "Thank you for your hard work in commanding the front line. I give you the chicken leg tonight." Qi Xiuyuan closed his injured eyes and smiled. "Thank you for giving up your love, junior sister." In this assessment, the simulation system covers the entire planet. The simulator only has simulation functions, but not spatial functions. As long as the data is accurate enough, modeling can be performed, but all effects are based on reality. If a place is only 1 square meter, it is impossible to expand it to 2 square meters. If there is a forest in this place, the simulator will not turn it into a data stream, but will perform secondary modeling based on the forest. The simulation system has its own set of algorithms. All weapons found in the simulator are modeling products. All damage is only for the system, but will not affect the real world. In other words, there is pain and injury in the simulator, but it will be gone when you come out. In addition, the military will report when the simulation degree is more than 90%. When the simulation degree reaches 100%, you will even get lost in it. The core of this technology is controlled by the Emperor, and the use of each simulator must be registered and monitored. Currently, only one of the military academies has a simulator, and the maximum it can do is to cover the training base on the capital planet. For this assessment, Colonel Qian made 4 reports to the military headquarters, and wrote a plan of nearly 50,000 words for a simulation degree of 99, and then applied for a large simulator to cover the entire planet, although the entire planet is less than 1/3 the size of the capital planet. The location of the Scientific Research Center was specially placed by Colonel Qian in the training ground used for regular gatherings. The effect of the simulation system faded, and the zombies on the training ground, who had not had time to remove their makeup, waited anxiously for the results. There was no public monitoring of this assessment, and those who were eliminated early did not even eat, just wanting to see the results first. The zombies who had just exited the simulator and regained consciousness swarmed out, jumping up and down. "We won." "Wait, who won?" The waiting zombies were stunned for a while, and then looked at the 4 people who were dressed more normally, and did not look too embarrassed. Shenlai and Qi Zhao supported each other, panting. Qi Xiuyuan's injury disappeared after leaving the simulator, but his physical strength was a little behind, and he got a stitch in the side. When Zong, the only one who was still intact, received their gaze, put his 2 fingers together, and swiped forward from the corner of his eyes. "Of course we won." Colonel Qian snorted coldly, as if he had turned on a switch for something. "Fuck, so cool. It's worth it for me to play a zombie, I won." Did you beat up the instructor? Look at the chief instructor's face, and you know he must be feeling bad. The 4 people who didn't turn into zombies were surrounded. Someone grabbed Chi Shoyuan's neck. Do you remember me? It was the line I said, freedom. It was really into the role. Chi Shoyuan gave a thumbs up. Excellent acting. Wenzong also said, thanks to you for this line, otherwise we would all be wiped out. The man was beaming with joy. It's really worthy of my throwing a tantrum to get this line. Colonel Chien was just 1 step behind, so he picked up the megaphone and yelled, why are you making so much noise? We are not training today, everyone go back and rest. Everyone saluted crookedly, yes, instructor. Then, they went to the cafeteria in a group, laughing and joking. Instructor Wu tiptoed past Colonel Chien, silently saying in his heart, can't see me, can't see me. Colonel Chien said in a sinister tone, Old Wu, what are you hiding for? Instructor Wu stood up straight reflexively, where am I hiding? Colonel Chien smiled with a fake smile, and patted Instructor Wu's arm. You did a good job in your role this time, Old Wu, you're ahead. Wait, no, aw. Instructor Wu slapped his hands and shuddered. The 2 lumps on his arms were getting more and more painful. The petty Colonel Chien really brought a so-called extractor in. It was not a model product, but a real one that was stuck in people's bodies. Someone laughed out loud. How did Old Wu offend you? Tell me, I make him write a self-criticism. Instructor Wu and Colonel Chien heard the familiar voice, and their posture straightened instantly, and they saluted perfectly. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. It was General Chi. He had actually arrived a long time ago, but he didn't show up until the group of kids had dispersed. The instructors who had already noticed General Chi stood in military posture and received Colonel Chien's death stare. What's going on? The Commander-in-Chief came, and he didn't even shout report. Instructor Rong also watched from the sidelines, pretending not to see it. The Commander-in-Chief didn't allow us to talk and wanted to watch the show, so it's our fault. General Chi didn't put on airs, pretending not to see the brothers quarreling, but said cheerfully, relax, and review this assessment for me? Colonel Chien nodded. Then let's go to the conference room. In the conference room, Colonel Chien explained the various aspects of this assessment to the projection. First of all, it's the problem of realism. I specially wrote a report to adjust the realism to 99. Several newcomers were indeed affected by the environment. They were the first batch of people to be eliminated, accounting for 1/10 of the total number. Overall, it's still okay. The second is the pursuit. There are only 20 instructors who are chasing. I borrowed them from the next planet. The role is advanced zombies. Everyone has an evolutionary direction and corresponding fatal shortcomings. Those killed in the first wave are transformed into primary zombies. Those who escape the first wave of pursuit but fail to escape the second wave become intermediate zombies. All zombies will participate in the hunting plan. Only in desperate situations can we see everyone's true strength. Colonel Chien listed the names and avatars of the newcomers who escaped the first hunt on the projection, and they only accounted for 1/5 of the total. Only 4 people escaped the instructor's second hunt. General Chi looked at the list, pointed at Liu Yiming's face and asked, what happened to him? Colonel Chien checked the surveillance. He was trying to save people and was ambushed by the instructor, but in the surveillance video, the boy who was tightly clamped by the instructor was like an angry lion, biting the instructor's arm. The free hand took out a metal ball from his pocket and squeezed it hard. The violent explosion directly swallowed the 2 of them. This is a mutual destruction. General Chi understood, but did not express any opinions. He just nodded and said, continue. The last part is the experimental center. All the transformed zombies in the decisive battle place will be issued resurrection cards. There will be an intermediate zombie saying the keyword freedom. The keyword for awakening the laboratory researcher is also freedom. There are 3 nodes in this part. First, if no one enters the lab, all will be defeated. Second, if the researcher played by Rong is killed, Old Wu will not know where the serum is, and the whole chain will collapse. Third, if there is no keyword to wake him up, the researcher will transform Old Wu into a high-level zombie, and the serum will no longer exist, and he will definitely fail. In the surveillance video, Wenzong dodged carefully, and finally caught the keyword to wake Rong, and then he could truly win. General Chi looked at Wenzong and said to these old friends, the brain is like his father, and the skills are like her mother. This child has immeasurable potential. Colonel Chien cunningly pulled up the video of Chi Shoyuan sternly speaking to him. General Commander, what do you think of him? General Commander Chi frowned, but there was a smile in his eyes. Well, not bad, he finally has some of his father's style after growing up. The people in the conference room finally laughed out loud. As expected of a commander, he is thick-skinned. General Chi was not ashamed but proud, This is why I can be a commander, and you can only be my soldiers. After laughing for a while, Colonel Qian lined up the people he liked. First of all, Qi Shouyuan is a genius in command. He interrupted my communication during the red-blue battle. During the assessment, he persisted until rescued under the siege of me and dozens of people. He is also among the best in daily training. He has perfect physical fitness, perfect endurance, top-notch insight, and knows how to use people well. When Zong, on her first day, the receptionist almost died in her hands. She was a hostage during the red-blue battle, and the hostage interrupted my communication. She also drove a fighter jet in the warehouse, and then challenged the instructor and pinned Arong down. She dismantled Lao Wu's mecha during the pursuit and killed him. She broke a record during training. She has top physical fitness, top skills, and top endurance. Some of her experience is beyond my reach. When talking about Qi Shouyuan, General Qi didn't react. When talking about Wen Zong, he showed a little surprise. What do you mean you can't do it? Colonel Qian sighed. Reflex nerves. She knows any weakness hidden in the human body, and can use the weakness to make a very effective counterattack, and she hardly needs to think about this process. I heard from Lao Wen that Wen Zong had been studying art before, and didn't start systematic training until her freshman year. If this is true, then she is really a natural fighter. Rongrong, who was sitting, also felt deeply. We have been fighting on the front line for so many years to acquire this ability, but she seems to be born with it. General Qi thought, perhaps she inherited all his talent. Let's continue. Then, early the next morning, the loudspeaker called everyone to gather in the auditorium. The auditorium is called an auditorium, but it doesn't look like an auditorium at all. It is very simple, and is only used once a year. There is a podium above, and a few rows of seats below, which can barely accommodate everyone. Everyone knows that it is time to cash in the reward. Although there is no honor badge, at least we can see the commander-in-chief, right? It's worth it. Everyone sat down one by one, in a unified and orderly manner. Colonel Qian and 6 other instructors came with the general. The instructor sat in the first row. General Qi stood on the stage without introducing himself. I think you must know who I am, but it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are. The more real the boss is, the more he can look at everyone with equal eyes. I have watched the surveillance of your assessment, and read your training records every time. Thank you for all your efforts. Each of you is unique. The Empire is proud of you. His words were neither heavy nor passionate, but they were spoken calmly, yet they had a kind of trustworthy power that made most of the newcomers present tear up. Did you hear that? The commander-in-chief of the First Corps praised them. My life is worth it. Admiral Qi smiled slightly. The final assessment has ended. The team that finally completed the task is Wen Zong and Qi Shouyuan. I will award you the honor badge of the First Corps. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause broke out in the auditorium. Wen Zong and Qi Shouyuan came on stage, and General Qi took out the badge. The badge was gold and black, and it shone in the light. It was a black eagle holding a golden yo-yo flower, which represented peace. This flower only blooms in places without war, and where it blooms, there will be children's laughter and deer calls. The golden yo-yo flower drooped down, forming a perfect semicircle with the root. General Qi put it on them, but was stopped by the two at the same time. He was stunned for a moment, then stepped aside, and looked at them quietly. The people in the audience were also a little confused. What happened? Why did the commander-in-chief give way? If you don't want to go up, I can do it for you, trust me. Colonel Qian wanted to stand up immediately, but was suppressed by General Qi's eyes. Qi Shouyuan had seen this badge more than once, but it was the first time he felt its weight. Actually, I want to say that this is not a victory for the two of us. No one can solve all problems alone. We also have companions in the back, who are struggling to support us until the last moment. Thank you, my companions. Thank you for working together. To all those who are still on this road and never give up. When Zong raised the badge in his hand, and the golden light reflected was so dazzling that it almost melted the entire auditorium. This is our glory. Chapter 47. When Wen Zong and Lu Yiming left, everyone in the base came to see them off. The seniors will have to stay here for a few more months, and that will be the real cruel time of this selection. It will be a blessing if only 8 of the 98 people can stay. Although Wen Zong has only been training for 3 months, he has established deep friendships with everyone. The instructors are in pain and happy. Go, 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 go quickly, the air is fresh. The logistics department is overjoyed. Finally, we don't have to repair things anymore. Long live. The new students cried and hugged their heads. After the junior sister left, who will stand up to the instructor when he gets angry? Friendship is like a boat. It can capsize at any time. Rongrong returned the light computer to Wenzong and said, "You can come to the military headquarters to find me when you have time. I will take you to see something. Remember to approve the friend application." Wenzong opened the light computer and sent a message to Professor Wen first, then approved Rongrong's application and turned the screen to show her. "I hope you won't think I'm a terrorist when I go there." Rongrong laughed. "Then I make a sign for you." Finally, Wenzong hugged Qi Xiuyuan. "I wait for you to come back on the capital star." Qi Xiuyuan's ears blushed quietly. "Invite my schoolmate to my house for dinner when the time comes." Unlike the thrilling ride here, the ride back to the capital star was smooth and comfortable. The two of them were riding a military passenger plane, which was much faster than a civilian passenger plane, and the pilot's skills were quite good. The small planet of the training base was not very far from the capital star. It took less than 6 hours to fly and send people to the school gate. It was very considerate. Professor Wen seemed to be in class, otherwise, with his personality, he should be waiting for his daughter to come back at the door. Wenzong went to report for leave first, said hello to Lu Yiming, and went back to their dormitories to wash off their fatigue, put on school uniforms, and became a steel flower of the motherland again. Wenzong checked the class schedule, and saw that there was a combat class in the afternoon, so he packed up and prepared to give his friends a surprise. In the training room, the students of the Mecha department cried and howled, lying on the ground one by one like a dehydrated salted fish, including Lu Yiming who had just returned to the team. As a long-range sniper, close combat was not his forte, but with 3 months of intensive training, he still persisted the longest under the instructor, but the old ones are still the best. But the instructor was still twisting his wrist. "Your class is not good, too useless." A student raised his hand tremblingly. "Our real fighters haven't come back yet." The instructor kicked him. "Are you talking about the only one in your department? You should be glad that she didn't come back, otherwise she would be the same." Ding. The door of the training room slowly opened, and the girl in school uniform saluted the instructor against the light. "Report to the instructor, Wenzong from the Mecha department has returned to the team." The instructor was caught off guard and choked. You came at such a good time." The students of the Mecha department were instantly revived. "Ah, Wenzong, you are finally back. I really missed you when you were away. Did you see that? This instructor said that our class is useless. Can you tolerate this map cannon?" Wenzong, Wenzong, I can tolerate it. The most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. A classmate fell back, holding his chest as if he was shot. "You have changed. You are no longer the only one who is against the world and the instructor." Wenzong was very sincere. "This is probably the price of growing up." Everyone, What on earth did you go through during the 3 months of training? Was their only child destroyed like this? The instructor who had been ignored for a long time. Ahem. Wenzong stood up immediately. As the only student still standing in this huge training room, the instructor hooked his finger. "You just returned to the team. Let me tell you the rules. As long as you can beat me, I will give you full marks in this course. How about it?" "Wenzong, what if I lose?" The instructor pointed at the salted fish on the ground. "You can only lie here." Wenzong moved his wrists and ankles. "To be honest, I am very interested in this reward. Here it comes, Teacher Wen is going to show off." The students of the Mecha department looked at each other enthusiastically. The instructor made a starting move. "This is your first time in my class, so I will give you 3 moves." Wenzong was treated like this for the first time, and he was shocked. There is such a good thing. Lu Yiming, the only one who knew that Wenzong could pin down the instructor from the Vanguard army, silently covered his eyes. I didn't want to say anything, and mourned for this instructor. The instructor was choked. "Hurry up. You are so slow, and you don't look like a military school student at all." Wenzong turned around without saying a word. After 3 moves, Wenzong pinned the instructor to the ground. "I can really get full marks." The instructor who just experienced the shame of life. Where did this monster come from? The students in the Mecha department instantly felt that their headaches and back pains were gone, and even their dislocated arms could carry 100 pounds of weight and run around the yard without any effort. "Fuck, what happened just now? Pinch me, I think I was hit, and I had hallucinations. Ouch. It hurts. Everything in front of me is real." I confirmed it with my eyes. Du Miao Miao is still the same Du Miao Miao. Is the price of growth to defeat the instructor in 3 moves? I can bear such a price, really. I am willing to help Du Miao Miao bear this price, come on. At this time, Wenzong is no longer the weak chicken, who almost died after running 2 laps. Now she has undergone multiple upgrades, and can be said to be Wenzong Plus. She was born in the black market before, and her path was originally wild. Later, She fought in the Vanguard Army for nearly 10 years, fighting the enemy on the front line every day. If we compare experience, the actual combat instructors in the whole school have less experience than her. In addition, she deliberately strengthened her physical training, and with a 3-month training, she has not been reborn as fast as she is. The most important thing is that this instructor underestimated his opponent. He really didn't fight back when he said he would give him 3 moves. Would Teacher Wen miss such a great opportunity? That's a full score for a course. If not now, when will I take advantage of it? The instructor lying on the ground was also a little doubtful about his life. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from, and where will I go after death? I was just in the last class. How come I was defeated by a student? Wenzong's tone was very brisk, and inexplicably revealed a sense of sarcasm of why did you fall down without my strength? What do you think, instructor? Can you give me the full score? The instructor was so angry that he almost burst into tears. He gritted his teeth and finally squeezed out a word from his throat. Here. After receiving a positive answer, Wenzong immediately let go and saluted with a very standard military salute. Thank you, instructor. Instructor, put away your smug smile, or I might believe your nonsense of thank you. The proud classmates covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Puff. The instructor looked so good. Although I didn't hit him, it feels so good. Write it down. I'm going to publish a memoir in the future, called To the Glorious Days When We Watched Du Miao Miao Fight with the Instructor in the Military Academy, or To the Years for short. If I retire one day, I make a living from this. Please leave me a deluxe signed copy. If you become rich, don't forget me. Although they thought their voices were small, in fact, they all went into the instructor's ears. Hey, you're rebelling. If I can't deal with Wenzong, can I deal with you too? The instructor's knuckles were crackling as he pressed them. I see you have quite a bit of energy. Let's have another round. I will not fail you if you pass 20 moves from my hands. No way, instructor. Have mercy. The instructor turned a deaf ear and was particularly unreasonable. If each of you had the level of Wenzong, I wouldn't have to worry about it. I guarantee you will finish the course with full marks. What a pity, TSK. That word TSK really revealed disdain and contempt, and a hint of sarcasm in disdain, which was extremely lethal. Everyone, you want me to be reborn. Wenzong, who got full marks, has extra training. This is really a good thing, hiding his merits and fame. In the evening, Wenzong and Wenyi had dinner in the cafeteria. There was no holiday. The Mecha department had early training. If they wanted to go home for dinner, they had to apply for it. It was always inconvenient to go back and forth. Wenyi asked about his daughter's training. Wenzong picked out the interesting things to talk about bit by bit. When he was excited, he would hand-paint a ghost animal expression pack on the spot to express his love for the instructors. Among them, the picture of Colonel Chien with dark circles under his eyes was the most. In fact, Wenyi knew most of the things. After all, those people were also old comrades. But how could the old comrades' robot voices, which were like reporting the battle situation, compare with his daughter? Professor Wen was as double standard as ever today. As for the fact that this set of emoticons directly angered Colonel Chien and almost rushed to the capital star to battle with Professor Wen face to face, let's not talk about it for now. At the end, Wenzong suddenly remembered something. Dad, I want to go out for a trip during the holidays. Wenyi, who was saving pictures, raised his head and adjusted his glasses. Okay, do you have a plan? Wenzong nodded, and then told him about the hometown described by Shenlai. I want to go to Takstar, then visit 2 more planets along the way, and finally take the fastest Star Trek passenger spacecraft directly to the capital star, and we will go to see my mother together. When he called up a route in the optical brain, which also included various means of transportation. The fastest one was a transportation system built with the help of planetary orbits, which was expensive and most people could not afford it. But Wenzong was not an ordinary person. She had won a lot of bonuses when she was studying art. In addition to the pocket money given by her father, and the subsidies issued by the military academy, she usually didn't spend them. All these added up, she could barely be considered a small rich woman. When he never interfered with his daughter's choices. When he heard that she had a preliminary plan, he decided, okay, but don't forget one thing. Wenzong happily followed, be safe, I will bring you gifts. When he turned around and sighed on his homepage, what should I do if my daughter is too sensible? She will send a message to her old father after the training camp, and report to me before going on a trip. It is easy to be jealous of a life that is too perfect at Lao Qian. Reply, Rong Rong, I gave you a thumbs up and commented, good emoticon package. Lao Chi, I gave you a thumbs up and commented, Good emojis, send me one in private. Lao Wu, I gave you a thumbs up and commented, good emojis, send me one in private. Forget it, I don't want it. Colonel Qian, who had just finished a training session, received such a message when he opened his computer. He was so angry that he almost exploded when he saw the emojis and the requests for the original pictures. Lao Qian, how did I offend you? No, you who asked for emojis should have some shame. Chapter 48. In mid-December, the first hospital officially began its holiday. It is worth mentioning that Song Tao returned to school in November, and when he came back, his skin had turned the kind of white that could not be seen in the sun. When some classmates asked him about it out of curiosity, he was very secretive. When Zong could see something wrong. Although Song Tao's personality was as lively as ever, and he still had the energy to challenge everywhere, under certain circumstances, his breath became more stable and his presence became less. It seems that he has suffered a lot. However, everyone has their own way to go, and Song Tao is not unhappily in it. After the holiday, when Zong began to implement his travel plan. This plan lasted for 12 days, passing through 6 planets, and the final goal was Tak Star. He boarded the Star Trek spacecraft in the early morning of the last day, and returned to the capital star when New Year's Day came. In this era, travel is very convenient. Everyone is bound to their identity information based on genes when they are just born. This binding cannot be unlocked or used by others, and it also provides a very good guarantee for the safety of citizens. When Zong traveled lightly, carrying only a large school bag with a few sets of clothes and toiletries, Professor Wen couldn't bear to see her go, so he packed some dried meat snacks and emergency nutrition for her. Professor Wen sent her to the passenger center, thought about it, and didn't seem to have anything else to ask, and finally said, have fun. When Zong wore a hat and ordinary sportswear, looking exactly like a student traveling on vacation, but her back was straight, as if it had been measured with a ruler. Wherever she stood, you could see the steel temperament of a military school student. I will send you a holographic photo when I get there, to make up for your vicissitudes of life that cannot accompany me. Professor Wen stretched out his finger and tapped her forehead. Come on, when I was young, there were very few places in the entire universe that I had not visited, just 6 planets. When Zong waved at him, okay, then I'm leaving, Professor Wen? Professor Wen, let's go. Before closing the door of the aircraft, Professor Wen poked his head out. Don't forget the holographic photo. When Zong closed the door manually for him, don't worry. Professor Wen was satisfied and started the aircraft. When Zong bought the most common economy-class passenger spaceship. She was never picky about places, as long as there was a seat. There were a lot of people traveling during this period, and it was bustling, but they all lined up consciously. The staff kept walking around, and the radio kept broadcasting precautions. When Zong's seat was by the window, and he could just see the sea of stars. The spaceship was about to take off, and a screen rose in front of everyone, constantly broadcasting precautions and self-rescue strategies. After the playback is finished, the screen automatically turns off. If passengers need it, they can turn it on by themselves and connect to the star network for some entertainment activities. Boom! The spacecraft took off, making a dull sound of energy startup. The huge spacecraft slowly rose into the air, getting farther and farther away from the ground. All the buildings gradually turned into small black dots, and you can touch the sky with your hand. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft flew away from the capital star. This is the first time when Zong has seen the starry sea in this time and space in his life. The starry sea is not as dark as imagined. Countless large and small stars are trying to emit light, reflecting the starry sea into an extremely deep blue, and the deep blue is also revealing an extremely deep purple, layer upon layer, beautiful beyond description. There are also countless planets that keep moving along their own unique trajectories, absorbing the light from the main star. These planets are of different colors and sizes. Some are mineral planets, some are more suitable for living, and some have become dim, gradually escaping from gravity and becoming a dead star. At some point, it will disintegrate into dust, and then streak across the sky of a planet, becoming a dazzling meteor. The universe has its own laws. It embraces everything but is extremely cruel. All races can only reveal a small corner of this huge mystery with all their efforts, and this corner has already made everyone feel like they have found a treasure, and are very happy. When Zong's first stop was a tourist planet very close to the capital planet. This planet was famous for its flowers, and a golden and red Qilin flower was in full bloom. When the flower was fully bloomed, it looked a bit like the totem Qilin handed down from the ancient earth. Moreover, this flower had very high requirements for land and light, and it was rare for the entire planet to be in full bloom. This rarity also led to the Empire's strong protection. If anyone dared to destroy the environment, the minor fine would be imposed, and the serious one would have to go through the Iron Gate and be deprived of the travel qualification. After getting off the spaceship, Wenzong took a taxi to the most famous manor in the local area and the one with the highest rating in the guide. December is the last month of the Kailan flower blooming period. They seem to know that they will sleep for a long time, so they bloom more vigorously. The whole flower field is endless. The breeze blows gently, raising layers of waves, which is extremely gorgeous. Wenzong made a very vulgar scissor hand gesture, set the automatic camera mode to take a picture of himself, and then rotated 360 degrees to take a picture of the flower field, and sent it to Professor Wen. Soon, Professor Wen sent a message: "Flowers are beautiful, and people are even more beautiful," followed by an old age emoticon package like you. It is a classic sentence for straight men. The Chilan flower looks very gorgeous, but the fragrance is not overbearing at all. There is only a faint fragrance in the air, which is particularly refreshing. This is also the reason why Wenzong only chose this one among so many flower planets. She is very unaccustomed to other smells on her body, which sometimes exposes her tracks. It is impossible not to buy souvenirs in tourist attractions. Wenzong bought a carved flower, which is lifelike. The store owner is particularly clever. A small cartoon Chilan is carved in the pistil, sleeping in the middle of the flower very peacefully, with a sleepy bubble on the tip of the nose, and a few petals under one hoof, as if it is used as a quilt. After putting the packed souvenirs into his school bag, Wenzong rested on this planet for a day, secretly put the souvenirs into the space button in the hotel room, and then set off for the next goal. On the 10th day, Wenzong finally set foot on the land of Tak. Probably due to the starlight, the sky of Tak is orange-red, and in the evening, the colorful clouds gather, layered with 7 colors, reflecting the entire sky incomparably spectacular. Wenzong raised his hand to take a picture of the colorful clouds, and then prepared to go to the forest to see the gabu bird. January is when a large number of gabu birds come to stay. Now it is the end of December, and the large group has not arrived yet. Only a small number of birds spread their wings and fly among the trees. This kind of bird keeps a very good distance from people. It is not clingy, and will not let people touch it actively. But sometimes it will fly around the head of someone it likes, accompanied by a crisp cry, as if giving him a special blessing. Wenzong secretly followed a tour group and listened to the guide telling stories. The gabu bird has snow-white feathers and a pair of blue eyes. Its call is crisp and pleasant. When it is happy, it will hover above the treetops and respond to other birds in the forest, singing a tune with an ancient melody. Its call gabu means peace and wishes in the Turk language. In the mythology of Turkstar, the gabu bird is a symbol of peace. When you make a wish to it, it will definitely come true. After taking pictures and leaving quietly, Wenzong turned around and ran into a lone bird. The gabu bird was not afraid of people at all. It glanced at Wenzong with its pure blue eyes, flapped its wings, and landed on Wenzong's shoulder unexpectedly, combing its feathers with its pointed beak, as if it regarded Wenzong as a tree. Wenzong, Wenzong poked. "Hey, brother, can you fly away?" Gabu bird shook its head, and gently flapped its wings to the finger that poked itself. Its claws were still stuck on the clothes on Wenzong's shoulders, and it had no intention of leaving. Wenzong, okay. Just like that, Wenzong, with a divine beast classmate, came to the souvenir carving shop under the ice crystal mine, not far from the forest, under the attention of everyone. The store manager, who was originally in charge of directing the store, saw Wenzong and said, "Swish." The middle-aged man stood up suddenly. He was dressed a little shabbily, with a lot of beard and hair. His carving skills were very good, and the people who were busy working as shop assistants were all his apprentices. Gabu bird has a special meaning to all Tuckers. The store manager, who had not been out for a long time, invited Wenzong and his classmate Shinsho to the inner room, his eyes sparkling. "Dear guest, you have been recognized by Gabu bird." Although he spoke the Interstellar universal language, his accent was full of local worship. Wenzong listened twice before he understood, and said helplessly, "It was just an accidental encounter." The store manager wanted to reach out and touch it. Although the gabu bird was not afraid of people, it was not so friendly. It was even rarer for it to stay on people's shoulders. He tentatively stretched out a finger, and when he saw that the divine beast did not react, he gently touched the gabu bird's head twice. He was so excited. "I finally touched the gabu bird." Then, the store owner waved his hand in a particularly generous manner. "As a reward, I will give you an ice crystal sculpture for free." The price of ice crystal ore is not cheap, and hand-carved pieces are several times higher. It's free for just touching the bird's head. Wenzong also reached out his hand, and Gabu bird tilted its head and took the initiative to bump into Wenzong's palm, squinting and rubbing it twice. The owner almost sang an aria. "Oh my distinguished guest, you are so beautiful and kind. Only people with pure breath can be loved by Gabu bird, and the beast will definitely fulfill your wish." Wenzong got goosebumps all over his body, and quickly took out a design drawing from the light brain to change the subject. "I want 2 carvings, here is the drawing, can you take a look?" The shop owner took a closer look. "Is it a thorn flower?" Wenzong, "Yes. Each of the 2 carvings is a thorn flower. The other is a command staff twisted into a wave shape, enclosing a blooming thorn flower, with the bottoms intertwined, and the top of the staff, and the top flower of the thorn flower looking at each other, flowing with tenderness." I asked Rong Rong for the model of the command staff, and Wenzong engraved a W on it. The store manager slid the design drawing and slapped the table. "Simple. What color do you want?" The most common color of ice crystal minerals is transparent white, and there are also blue, red and purple. Wenzong, the thorn flower is red, and the scepter can be normal white. The store manager moved quickly. From selecting the ore to cutting to proofing, and then carving it into shape, it took less than 2 hours. Finally, the store manager put the 2 carvings in Wenzong's hands. "What you prayed for must be returned in full." Wenzong stood up. "Thank you, may I ask?" The store manager reached out and touched the Gabu bird again. "The money and goods are cleared. I wish the customer a smooth journey." Wenzong couldn't refuse, so he smiled and said, "Thank you very much, may we enjoy peace forever." After the gift was made, Wenzong touched the bird's feathers. "I'm leaving, are you going back by yourself?" The Gabu bird rubbed her hand with its head, spread its wings, circled above Wenzong's head for a few times, made a pleasant cry, and then fluttered its wings and flew into the forest. Wenzong looked at the bird flying away, and quietly made a wish. Take Star has no Star Trek passenger spacecraft, so it can only go to the next planet. After completing the plan 2 days ahead of schedule, Wenzong planned to return to the capital star in advance. Before the Star Trek was launched, he sent a message to Professor Wen. "Go home." Professor Wen, "Okay." The Star Trek passenger ship is not very big. Maybe it is close to New Year's Day, so the whole cabin is full. Wenzong held his backpack and dozed off for a while. Suddenly, a violent shaking made Wenzong open his eyes suddenly. Outside the window, a huge and strange-shaped spaceship stopped in front of it. There were 2 scarlet searchlights shining directly in front of the spaceship. A man's voice came from the radio. "Sorry, the elites of the Empire, this road is blocked." It's a space pirate. Chapter 49. What are interstellar pirates? The official definition is a group of notorious lawless criminals who are outside all political power. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is indeed the current situation of interstellar pirates. They rob passing merchant ships and passenger planes, use various channels to provoke wars, and make money by selling weapons, auction the various resources they have robbed on the underground black market to earn the difference, and sometimes act as killers to earn bounties. Of course, there are also righteous wanderers who are homeless and can only travel in the sea of stars, but their number is too small. When everyone knows interstellar pirates, they have already confused the interstellar wanderers with them. It can be said that it is very sad, but there is nothing they can do. It is not that governments of various countries have not issued wanted warrants for these arrogant criminals, but where there is light, there is darkness. There are people who want to punish them, and naturally there are people who give them shelter. They wander the universe unscrupulously, being extremely cunning and bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Those who dance in the darkness will eventually be swallowed by the darkness. When you received the message from his daughter, he was sitting in the living room, brewing a pot of health tea and watching the morning news. Although Professor Wen is no longer a cadre, he still maintains the demeanor of an old cadre. Although Tak and Capital are far apart, the time difference is only 8 hours at most. The Star Trek is extremely fast. From Tak to Capital, an ordinary passenger spacecraft takes 10 days to fly, but it only takes 10 hours for the Star Trek. But for some reason, Wenye's left eyelid has been twitching uncontrollably since he received the message. There is no superstition in the interstellar era. Professor Wen picked up a tea stalk and stuck it on his eyelid. Not only did it not stop the small but violent tremor, but it also threw the tea stalk off. Professor Wen, forget it, just jump, give up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the military channel began to play classic programs. When he picked up the teacup and prepared to drink the last sip of health tea, but his wrist shook uncontrollably, and the whole teacup fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The tea spilled out, leaving a wet area. The sound of the cup breaking resounded in Wenye's ears, and as if frightened by the sudden sound, his left eyelid suddenly stopped beating. Wenye rubbed his temple, and a panic came from his left chest. He no longer had the mind to care about his eyelids, and just wanted to try his best to curb his inexplicable uneasiness. He had been on the front line for many years, and to some extent, his intuition had helped him escape death countless times, but now, he was retired and lived a comfortable life. Unless a meteorite fell on his head from the capital star sky, nothing would happen. No! There was another person. Wenye turned on the optical brain and sent a message to Wenzong. 10 minutes later, there was still no reply. Yes, in order not to affect the Star Trek navigation, personal optical brains must be turned off. The military channel was playing a clip of a classic battle, and suddenly an urgent news was interrupted. Now the whole network is broadcasting an urgent news. At about 10 a.m. on December 29th, Capital Star time, the Star Trek 11-06 flight from Fuguang Star to Capital Star was intercepted by space pirates and has now lost contact. The Empire has sent troops to hunt them down. Please be patient, citizens. We will do our best. Wenye's head buzzed, and he couldn't hear anything after that. He opened the chat history with Wenzong, trying to find the flight information, but he looked through it several times and still couldn't find it. Calm down, maybe it's not this spaceship. He and Zong's smiling faces flashed alternately. Both of them smiled when they left and said to him, I will bring you a gift. And now, one is buried on a distant and unfamiliar planet, and the other is missing. Now playing the list of missing persons. Aili Bain. Wenzong. Zhao Heping, after playing, we will report in real time. Wenzong. Rong's communication came in time, her voice was still gentle, and you could hear the anxiety that was forced to be suppressed. Old one, don't worry, we all know Wenzong's strength. It's good luck for them if she doesn't wipe out the Star Pirates, they will be fine. Wenye's lips moved. He understood the reason, but she was his daughter. How could he not worry? Colonel Qian came over. He seemed to be packing something, bringing a lot of noise. Don't worry, old one. I have applied to participate in this rescue operation. I guarantee that everyone on the spacecraft will be brought back intact. Wenye felt a little helpless. He wanted to go in person, but he could only wait for news at home. Please, old Qian. Colonel Qian said firmly, definitely. At this time, Wenzong, who was missed by many people, was gradually waking up from a coma. When the Star Pirates came, she had thought about killing them, but they directly used overclock sound waves, which stunned everyone in the cabin. Wenzong's resistance was slightly stronger, but he couldn't resist the instinct of his brain. He could only press the emergency alarm device of the optical brain at the last moment. I don't know if the capital star has received the alarm now. Hiss. Wenzong slowly opened his eyes, and everything he saw was white, so white that it made him feel uncomfortable. She was tied to a small bed similar to a test bench, with a lock made of a special alloy, as if she was afraid that she would go crazy and lose control. Her clothes were not changed, and the optical brain was gone again. One of her sleeves was rolled up, and a glaring red dot appeared on her arm. She had been injected with unknown drugs, and her body was not abnormal for the time being. Wenzong made a conclusion. Although her body was tied up tightly, fortunately her head could still move. It looked like a small laboratory, with snow-white walls and floors, and reagents of different colors on the table, and a recorder. There was no one else in sight. Maybe he had gone out temporarily. Although it was very slight, Wenzong still felt a vibration, which was the slight tremor caused by the activation of the spacecraft's unique energy. The location was already very clear. In a small laboratory inside the strange-shaped spacecraft, unfortunately, she seemed to have become a test subject. Although it was not known what was injected for the time being, it would not be a good thing anyway. The first goal now was to save herself, then find out where the others were, and finally wipe out this group of space pirates. Wenzong lowered his head, and saw that the red string around his neck had not been taken away. He almost whistled in excitement. This small and ordinary necklace was her biggest cheat. Fire cloud? The space button against the skin vibrated. Wenzong whispered, connect to the monitoring system and help me cover up. The moment the order was issued, the monitoring equipment running above his head flashed twice and changed to a green light representing safety. Done. Wenzong continued, try to open these straps. The lock of this experimental bed uses a remote control lock. It took Hoshayan only 3 seconds to unlock it. With a click, Wenzong straightened up, and the unlocked lock drooped naturally. Wenzong turned over from the bed, told Wu Shaiyan to keep an eye on the surveillance, and then swaggered on the spot to do a set of stretching exercises to wake up his muscles that were a little sore from being tied up. If the effect of the drug is not taken into account, Wenzong estimated that he should have been unconscious for nearly 4 hours. There was not much information on the test bench, only test tubes with serial numbers attached. The information recorder did record a line of words. Inject reagent number 13, waiting for reaction. Wenzong touched the red dot on his arm and looked at the empty test tube number 13. He understood, but unfortunately he didn't know what it was for, and he didn't find the so-called antidote. The door of the laboratory was locked with a password, which could only be opened with a card from the outside, and people inside could not open it. Wenzong poked left and right, and finally asked for help from Wu Shaiyan. Fire cloud, start scanning. The red light enveloped the door through the space button. Suddenly, a strange breathing sound appeared behind Wenzong. Wenzong immediately turned off the fire cloud, the red light was instantly retracted, and he turned his feet and sent out an iron fist. Pa! The boy blocked Wenzong's punch effortlessly, his eyes flashing. What are you wearing around your neck? A space device? Has the technology of the Imperial Academy of Sciences reached this point? Where did this person come from? The laboratory was only this big, and she clearly didn't see anyone except herself, nor did she feel the breath of another person. If this person wasn't too curious about the fire cloud and got closer, she wouldn't even feel the breathing sound. Wenzong hadn't experienced this creepy feeling for a long time. Wenzong's lips were pressed down, and his eyes were a little fierce. She could feel the other party's strength, but so what? The fire cloud was her biggest secret. Before she thought of the words, anyone who knew it would only die. The boy could of course feel Wenzong's murderous intent, and he raised his hands in a timely manner. I am in the same group with you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kazuo. Chapter 50. Kazuo didn't look old, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a specially made white protective suit. He was very tall, more than a head taller than Wenzong, but also very thin, with skin that was a pale white that was not seen in the sun, forming a sharp contrast with the black hair, and the blue veins were faintly visible between the exposed back of his hands and neck. He combed his hair into a mess, stared at the red rope on Wenzong's neck, and said, "How about you let me study that, and I take you out?" Wenzong answered irrelevantly, "How do you know I'm from the Empire?" Although the Empire, the Federation, and the Third Peace Organization are now in a three-way balance of power, the Third Peace Organization is not a regime, but an alliance of countless regimes, with the intention of mediating between the two behemoths of the Empire and the Federation, and also to prevent these two eagles from expanding outward again one day in the future. Kazuo was a little excited. "I have seen your spaceships, and some of the designs are very interesting." Wenzong pondered for a while. She really couldn't figure out what Kazuo's purpose was. "Have you been in this room from the beginning?" Kazuo said, "Of course, this is my exclusive room, but I was lying behind the test bench for a while, and I was a little curious when I heard you open the lock. I didn't expect that I really found something good." Wenzong's scalp was numb. She had never felt the breath of another person in this laboratory. Suppressing the murderous intent in her heart, Wenzong asked, "Where is this?" Kazuo knew everything. "This is the infamous Eden Star Pirates. The current direction of navigation is the Green Galaxy. The main ship is named Adam, and there is another secondary ship called Eve. The main business is human experiment products codenamed Forbidden Fruit. They have docked with many governments. Human experimentation. The Interstellar law clearly stipulates that human trafficking and human experimentation are prohibited, and the sentencing is extremely heavy, starting at 30 years, with no upper limit. Those with serious circumstances can be shot on the spot and executed." Wenzong remembered the red dot on his arm left by the injection of the drug, and gritted his teeth. So rampant. Kazuo shrugged. "Eden's research results are backed up by many governments. Eden provides them with genetically fused people, and they provide shelter for Eden, so they are fearless. This is a huge and dark interest chain. The punishment for this crime in the interstellar law is so severe. Why is it still rampant? Some people's greed is endless. When the genes of different races are fused together, will the result be a monster or the so-called perfect gene? It violates the normal evolution of races and the laws of the universe, and treats human life as a joke. If it continues, it will not only threaten all life, but even bring disaster to the civilization in the universe. Today they kidnapped the entire spaceship, so will they kidnap a small planet as a base tomorrow? Now that they have a small planet, will they covet a larger planet? This is a black hole, and desires are insatiable, and can only expand infinitely. How long has this experiment lasted? Who are waiting for the results? Why has no news been leaked, and how many people have died behind this? I dare not imagine. When Zong clenched his fists, looked up at Kazuo, and said word by word, "Why should I believe you?" Kazuo lowered his head and looked at her. His dark eyes seemed to contain countless emotions. He said, "I am the test subject. I want to leave." When Zong was shocked. The Atom was a refitted old warship. It was equipped with gun turrets along the body. Every corridor inside was monitored. Below was the energy department and escape device. The bow was the main control room. The most important command room was refitted into the largest laboratory inside. The refitted parts were operated by Kazuo, a little classmate beside Wenzong. In the end, Wenzong chose to trust Kazuo temporarily, and used the big plug-in fire cloud to open the door of the small laboratory. The surveillance lines of this warship were densely packed. Fire Cloud was just a mecha, not a computing robot. It did not have such a large amount of computing and storage to control all the surveillance. It could only serve as an alarm device temporarily, and it had to be not too obvious. Such a large warship could not be without system protection. Once the external program Fire Cloud was discovered, it would definitely arouse vigilance. At this time, the two were hiding in a blind spot of the surveillance. Kazuo said that he was familiar with the internal structure of the spacecraft and patted his chest as a guide. Now this road was the fourth dead end that the two had walked. When Zong looked at the metal wall in front of him, it was tightly sealed and blocked. There was no sign of any mechanism. He had a rare moment of doubt about his decision and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say that you designed this?" Kazuo nodded affirmatively. "I designed it, but I was only responsible for a small part. They didn't show me the complete drawings." Wenzong, Wenzong, then how can you swear that you can lead me to find the people who were kidnapped together? Kazuo's eyes darted around. Maybe. I'm a genius. Wenzong, I've never seen such a shameless person. Half of Wenzong's body was pressed against the metal wall, and he suddenly felt a slight tremor. It's not the spaceship that's moving, it's the wall that's moving. Ignoring the issue of monitoring or not, Wenzong grabbed Kazuo. Is this a living wall? Kazuo, it seems. Right. The silver-white metal wall slowly opened to both sides along a thin crack that was invisible to the naked eye. Wenzong and Kazuo held their breath and tried to kill the people who came out as soon as possible. A voice came out. This batch is still the same, no thoughts, no pain, and a very short lifespan. Not to mention reaching the level of number 0. Even number 0's fingernails can't compare. The metal wall opened up a space wide for two people, and a black leather boot stepped out, revealing a corner of a white coat. Now, Wenzong acted quickly and flashed in front of the man. Before the man screamed, he stretched out his hand to cover his mouth. Wenzong pinched the man's tendons and kicked the communicator in his hand away. The person on the other end of the communicator shouted, "Hey, what's going on over there? Please answer if you hear me." Kazuo also took the opportunity to slip in, picked up the communicator, stretched his neck, and replied, "There was a problem with the test product. It's a small matter. I hang up first." The voice was exactly the same as the person who came out, and even the hidden arrogant tone was learned 100%. The person on the other end breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then you be careful. If necessary, I will help you call 0. Kazuo snorted. "It's just a small matter." Without giving the other party a chance to speak, she hung up the call. Wenzong had also dealt with this. She covered the man's mouth and pushed his head to the ground. He fainted without even a groan. Then, she found the switch and closed the door. Kazuo pinched the communicator with 2 fingers and rotated it in a circle, then put it in the pocket of the protective suit and snapped his fingers happily. Wenzong was surprised. This skill is very practical. Kazuo kicked the white coat on the ground. I can imagine the faces of these people with my eyes closed. The white coat was a little bald, and the hairline was very far back, revealing a shiny forehead. He looked to be in his 50s. If you didn't look at the baldness, he would have looked elegant. He wore a pair of exquisite black handmade leather shoes, and his white coat was meticulous, without even a stain. Wenzong sighed, a beast in human form. This was a large laboratory, more than 10 times larger than the small room where Wenzong woke up. There were all kinds of equipment, and even dozens of culture dishes. There was a person in each culture dish. They lowered their heads, wearing a thin white shirt and black pants, and their black hair covered their entire appearance, making it impossible to recognize their faces. 2 pipes extended from the base of the culture dish and stuck to their backs. The light green nutrient solution was bubbling with tiny bubbles, as if something was being transported into it. Wenzong looked around and found no monitoring device. He tapped the space button to put Huosheyan to sleep. Huosheyan didn't have much energy in his body to begin with. It was estimated that half of it was gone after this. Gudong gudong. Ka. Gudong gudong kaka. The sounds suddenly rang out one after another. Wenzong instinctively felt that something was wrong. What is that? Kasua's face changed. Not good. In all the culture dishes, the water level of the light green nutrient solution dropped rapidly until there was not a drop left. The thin pipes connected to the base suddenly loosened, and the culture dishes made of special materials gradually rose. The people inside, Shua, raised their heads, and their inorganic black pupils all looked at the invaders. When he saw those faces, Wenzong took a breath of cold air. Those people's faces were exactly the same as Kasua's. Clones? The culture dish was completely opened, and the light green nutrient solution did not leave any traces on them. Their movements seemed to be cast in the same mold. They bent their legs, kicked their feet on the base, and rushed towards the two. Wenzong bent down to avoid a man's fist, and kicked him in the head. The man seemed to have no feeling, just paused for a moment, and then continued to attack. Kasua over there seemed to be a little experienced, which was inconsistent with his thin appearance. He attacked very fiercely, not taking the face that looked like him seriously at all. First, he removed the limbs of the clones, and then twisted their necks directly, completely killing them. Wenzong also tried to remove the clones' limbs. Without support, they crawled on the ground and squirmed a little bit. Their inorganic black eyes stared at her, as if his lifelong goal was the person in front of him. Wenzong had seen all kinds of scenes over the years, but just a clone gave her goosebumps. It was not disgusting, but terrifying from the inside out. Is this a human, a monster, or just a monster with a human form? There are not many clones in this laboratory, and their moves are not very novel. They only know how to rush around. They can't hear what you say to them, so they can only break their necks one by one. Kasua walked up to Wenzong. After the fight, his presence became stronger and his temperament became more dangerous. He looked at the thoughtful Wenzong and couldn't help but comfort him. Death is a relief for them. Wenzong looked at the man lying on the ground without any signs of life and asked, "What is this?" Kasua squatted down and turned over a clone on the ground, revealing the same face. There was no expression on that face, but the eyes were wide open. The eyes were dark, as if they could drag people into the abyss. As you can see, they are clones. Wenzong took a deep breath. I'm not blind. Of course I know they are clones. What's going on? Kasua closed the clone's eyes and whispered something that Wenzong couldn't understand, probably in the dialect of a certain planet. He stood up and looked around. This is the forbidden fruit. The Eden Pirates want to develop a batch of war machines that have no pain, no emotions, and high obedience through human experiments. Wenzong almost immediately understood the chain. A highly obedient, fearless and painless experimental product is an extremely huge temptation for anyone who has a tendency to war. Unfortunately, the experiment is too difficult. Eden has tried his best for decades, and can only produce these defective products. They have no thoughts, only instincts, and a short lifespan. They seem to have no use except for suicide attacks. It matched the words of the white coat perfectly. But it seems that something is missing. Wenzong looked at him without blinking. What about Zero? Kasua tilted his head, stretched out 5 fingers to push his hair back, revealing a smooth forehead, and raised his thin lips, exuding a seductiveness that did not match his age. I am Zero. The only successful experimental subject in the Forbidden Fruit plan.